Chapter 1. The Resurrection of the Scion. Dr. Hoenn, this boy's vital signs are rapidly deteriorating. If we do not administer treatment immediately, he may not last much longer. Please prepare the restorative and nutritional solutions. At once we must at least sustain his life. This expense will once again be charged to the training corps budget. How could he be injured so severely? It appears he is a newcomer to the training corps. Indeed, this is his first field training. And look what has happened. It's truly unfortunate. If we can save him, we shall do so. If not, I will report to Lord Parapi. Rest assured, you are aware of the high standards at our treatment center. Many newborns are raised under our care. Enough already. Everyone knows that all your services come with a price tag. By the way, do not use the high-quality restorative liquid. The training corps is currently facing budget constraints. Understood. This scene unfolded within the treatment center, where Hoenn, a Ugarian, smiled as he bid farewell to the Scion leader of the training team. Turning back, he glanced at the disfigured Scion child, who appeared to be about 3 years old and was exceedingly emaciated, likely suffering from malnutrition. The tenacity of Scion life is truly remarkable despite such grave injuries. He clings to life. Indeed, they are a warrior race. If I possessed a Scion's formidable physique, I would have long since become a powerful warrior rather than serving as a mere medical officer in this treatment center. Hoenn inspected the injured child with his instruments, his octopus-like head shaking in dismay. Internal organs under severe pressure, multiple internal hemorrhages, and fractures in as many as 16 bones. The most critical injury is to the skull, and the hope for survival is slim. Retrieve this child's records. With a beep, the computer system connected to the energy detector near the child's ear, accessing the database. Soon, a projection of the young Scion's information appeared in midair. Name: Roland. Parents: Terrence deceased, Alicia deceased. Potential: intermediate. Combat power: 134. An intermediate warrior. Had his parents not perished, he would not have been sent to the training corps with the assistance of his aide. Hoenn carefully placed the grievously injured Scion child into a transparent treatment pod, injecting it with a green restorative liquid. This restorative liquid was of mediocre quality, but it was inexpensive. According to the directives from the training corps officials, they were instructed not to utilize high-quality restorative liquids due to financial difficulties. In truth, for Scion children whose parents had fallen in battle, unless they exhibited exceptional talent, the training corps would not provide meticulous care. After minimal training, they would be assigned tasks and dispatched to Planet Vegeta. Essentially, the training corps served as a facility for the concentrated training of Scion orphans, imparting basic survival skills and combat techniques. They would cast the children directly into perilous wilderness, compelling them to battle the fierce beasts lurking within the jungles. The training methods were exceedingly harsh. Planet Vegeta, being a high-level planet, was dominated by Scions, yet the wilds still teemed with ferocious creatures. The casualty rate from such training was predictably high. Thus, any Scion child with living parents would find their guardians preferring to train them personally rather than consigning them to the training corps. Night fell. Roland remained submerged in the restorative liquid when a sudden surge of bubbles erupted from the green solution. The monitoring system detected significant abnormalities in the individual's various metrics, and alarm bells rang out in warning. Beep, beep, beep. What was happening? Hoenn and his assistant rushed over, observing that while the bodily injuries had begun to mend, the brainwave patterns had flattened into a straight line. Dispose of him. This child is beyond saving. Cease the input of restorative liquid and initiate secondary recovery of the solution. Who will handle the disposal of his remains? The treatment center frequently encountered cases of failed treatments resulting in Scion fatalities. Typically, their bodies would be claimed by relatives or friends, but in the case of deceased orphans, the treatment center would take responsibility for their disposal, usually opting for incineration on-site or having specialized disposal robots bury them elsewhere. After completing the death certificate and signing it, Hoenn summoned a disposal robot. The robot promptly packaged Roland and transported him over 100 kilometers to a small grove, where it toiled to dig a hole, unceremoniously tossing the body inside before covering it back up. Having completed the task, the disposal robot circled the area a few times, compacting the soil with its treaded wheels, before reporting the completion of its mission and returning to the treatment center. As darkness enveloped the land, with the moon shining faintly amidst a sparse, starry sky. A miraculous event was unfolding at the site of the burial. Roland was unaware of how long he had been unconscious when consciousness returned. A sharp pain emanating from the depths of his soul tormented him incessantly. His body felt heavy, so much so that no matter how hard he tried, he could not open his eyelids. It was an immense suffering in his dazed state. Roland perceived a vast, brilliant light before him. After much struggle, he finally managed to pry his eyes open. The scent of earth filled his nostrils. Wait, am I buried underground? Startled, Roland grimaced, and the excruciating pain caused his complexion to pale, sweat beads cascading down his brow. With great effort, he clawed his way out of the dirt, every movement demanding a tremendous exertion due to his injuries. Once free from the earth, Roland gasped for air, inhaling the refreshing atmosphere, which revitalized his lungs and invigorated his entire being. Where am I? His mind remained foggy, but a torrent of memories surged forth with a loud, anguished cry. Roland accepted the memories of this body. Upon absorbing the memories, an incredulous light sparkled in his youthful eyes. I am on Planet Vegeta, and I have transformed into a Saiyan child, having already died once. Roland was taken aback. He had not anticipated that after a single slumber, he would awaken in the Dragon Ball universe, according to the memories of this body. His name was Roland, a Saiyan who had perished shortly after joining the training corps due to an accident. The parents of this body had fallen in battle a year prior while on a mission. Although they had received a pension, it had all been spent on the exorbitant costs of nutritional solutions for the child. On Planet Vegeta, newborn Saiyans underwent a 3-year immersion in nutritional solutions, primarily to enhance their physical constitution and unlock greater potential. Due to the early demise of his parents, the quality of Roland's later nutritional solutions have been subpar, rendering him somewhat deficient compared to his contemporaries. What a predicament! Roland yanked at a patch of weeds from the ground. Compared to his peers, he seemed inherently weaker. Even in death, the burial was done with such carelessness. Calm down though, I may not be a superior warrior. I am at least an intermediate one. Well, intermediate warriors are not so bad. Roland reassured himself. Compared to reincarnating as a human on Earth, he should feel fortunate. If he had started as a human, that would have truly been a hellish ordeal. Having died once, he believed that, according to the Saiyan trait of becoming stronger when near death, his power should have increased somewhat. This thought brought him a sense of delight. Wait, now is not the time to ponder such things. If this is indeed Planet Vegeta, I must first ascertain how many years remain before the onset of the storyline. I cannot let it be near the planet's demise. A strong sense of urgency surged within Roland. Having faced death once, he had no desire to experience it again. Chapter 2. Promising Talent. The declining Planet Vegeta was an exceedingly perilous place. The notorious planet trader Frieza might very well have set his sights on it. Luo Lan was acutely aware that the most pressing concern at present was to ascertain the temporal context he found himself in, and to swiftly depart from Planet Vegeta. However, upon casting a glance at his own diminutive limbs, he realized that his aspirations would have to be postponed for the time being. The limitations of a child's physique were indeed vexing. He sat sulking on the ground, the only flicker of solace being the knowledge that he was unlikely to be in any immediate mortal peril. Since I am here, I might as well make the best of it, he thought reflexively, reaching for the energy detector at his ear, only to find it absent. It was then that he discovered his energy detector had also been reclaimed, leaving him with nothing but a child-sized battle suit. In this case, I cannot even ascertain the extent of my combat power. If only he could master the art of sensing energy like the Earthlings did. Vegeta had managed to learn the skill through mere observation, and Luo Lan was eager to attempt the same. Yet, after expending a considerable amount of effort, he remained utterly perplexed by the very concept of energy. It appeared that he was still a great distance from being a prodigy. Luo Lan pouted in frustration. After all, individuals of Vegeta's caliber were exceedingly rare on the entire planet. If the Earthlings' techniques could be acquired so easily, extraterrestrial beings throughout the cosmos would not rely on energy detectors. The art of energy sensing must surely be profoundly intricate. Luo Lan consoled himself, resolutely refusing to entertain the notion that his innate talent was lacking. In truth, Luo Lan's potential was quite commendable. He had been assessed as a mid-tier warrior at birth, which was already a remarkable feat among Saiyan infants. Those with a combat power below 50 were classified as low-tier warriors, those between 50 and 100 as mid-tier warriors, and those exceeding 100 were deemed geniuses, classified as high-tier warriors. The number of high-tier warriors within the Saiyan race was exceedingly scarce. One might not find a single individual among 100 newborns. Each high-tier warrior was closely monitored and nurtured, and opportunities such as entering training squads were reserved exclusively for them. Even orphans received the finest care from the community. Beneath the high-tier warriors lay the mid-tier warriors, who represented the backbone of the future Saiyan lineage, accounting for merely 8 to 9% of newborns, which was still a limited number. The remaining 90% were low-tier warriors, a significant portion of whom would never surpass a combat power of 1,000, including non-combat personnel. Typically, a Saiyan's birth largely dictated the strength they could achieve in the future. Low-tier warriors, even with optimal training, generally found their combat power capped below 2,000, while mid-tier warriors ranged from 2,000 to 5,000. Only high-tier warriors had the potential to reach or exceed a combat power of 5,000. Thus, high-tier warriors held a particularly esteemed status among the Saiyans. They were the aristocracy of the Saiyan race and represented the pinnacle of combat prowess. Currently, on the entire planet Vegeta, there were no more than 5 high-tier warriors boasting a combat power exceeding 10,000, and without exception, they were the elite of the Saiyan race. According to my recollection, this body originally possessed a combat power of 134. To reach such a level by the age of 3 is indeed commendable. I could have easily attained a combat power of at least 3,000 upon maturity. Alas, insufficient nutrient supply has significantly hampered my potential. Reflecting on the mundane practices of the treatment center, Luo Lan felt a surge of indignation. Was it merely a lack of funds that resulted in him receiving subpar nutrients, thereby stifling his potential? If he had been provided with premium nutrients, he was certain his current combat power would be at least 180. However, on the other hand, if his previous incarnation had possessed such formidable strength, he would not have found himself in this predicament. While I may not grasp the intricacies of energy sensing, I should at least be capable of producing an energy wave. Let me think. I believe I have done this before. Following the recollections of his memory, he channeled the energy within his body, and soon a brilliant light materialized in his palm, transforming into a luminous blue energy sphere. The energy sphere has formed, Luo Lan exclaimed with exhilaration. Yet, in the very next moment, the vigorous movement exacerbated his injuries, causing him to stumble and hurl the energy sphere from his grasp. The blue glowing orb shot forth like a bullet, hurtling hundreds of meters away into the forest, resulting in a resounding boom as it unleashed a catastrophic explosion. Upon impact, countless particles of sand and stone filled the air, swiftly obscuring his vision. The energy blast obliterated a vast swath of forest, sending a powerful shockwave radiating outward from the epicenter, bending countless towering trees to the ground and uprooting entire trunks. As the dust settled, a stark expanse of exposed earth, nearly 100 meters in size, lay before him, utterly transformed. Luo Lan stared in astonishment at the devastation he had wrought, utterly flabbergasted. This level of destruction is astounding. It feels as though I have been struck by a missile. Such destructive power far exceeded a mere combat power of 134. It was evident that the near brush with death had awakened the latent potential within him. No, it would be more accurate to say that it had finally unlocked the potential that had been stifled by the inferior nutrients. Luo Lan wore a silly grin, as if a blazing fire were igniting within him. At that moment, the likes of Frisia or Majin Buu seemed insignificant. He believed he could effortlessly defeat them. Yet, what foolish dreams! Why would he seek to provoke them? He slapped himself, realizing the absurdity of his thoughts. Survival was paramount. He needed to devise a plan to escape from Planet Vegeta. Remaining here was far too perilous. With this resolution in mind, Luo Lan began contemplating how to acquire a spacecraft. Robbery was out of the question, so he would have to resort to theft. However, even if he succeeded, he wouldn't know how to operate it. What a vexing dilemma! Perhaps it was best to first enhance his own strength. With greater power, everything else would follow suit. Luo Lan's mindset was one of survival. In the world of Dragon Ball, the law of the jungle prevailed. Strength was of utmost importance. Now that he had become a Saiyan, it would be a travesty to squander his innate gifts. Thus, in the days that followed, Luo Lan lived in solitude within the forest. Fortunately, this forest was merely 100 kilometers from the nearest Saiyan settlement, and the more formidable beasts had long been eradicated by the Saiyans. Here, he could familiarize himself with his burgeoning powers. Today marked the 135th day since his arrival, and once again, he had been thoroughly thrashed. His opponent was a rabbit with long ears, a curious sight, indeed. How could rabbits on Planet Vegeta be so formidable? Just wait, he would remember this grudge and roast it one day. After enjoying a delightful lunch, he felt his combat power had significantly increased. He believed he was now stronger than Tien Shinhan at the World Martial Arts Tournament. Such was the might of a Saiyan. His physical prowess was unparalleled, and perhaps soon, he would surpass that so-called Demon King Piccolo. Yet, he scolded himself. This was the Dragon Ball world, and arrogance was unwarranted. He needed to bide his time a little longer. In a few days, he would return to the settlement to check in. Time was of the essence. He had to leave Planet Vegeta swiftly. However, as a black market citizen, how could he erase that identity? Bathed in moonlight, he felt invigorated. Luo Lan reclined on a patch of leaves, reflecting on his experiences over the past 100 days on Planet Vegeta. The surroundings were chaotic, as if ravaged by a storm, leaving a disordered landscape. Observing the state of his body, which was nearing 3.5 years of age, he felt fortunate, despite the lack of sufficient nutrients. He was still thriving, thanks to his daily training. Luo Lan felt a surge of happiness. In summary, his potential was promising. Chapter 3, Saphilia in the days that followed. Luo Lan explored the depths of his physical potential while contemplating a means of departing from Planet Vegeta. Yet, after much thought, he concluded that it would be more prudent to first restore his identity and then accept a task that would take him far from Planet Vegeta. Once he had left, he could sever communication. Who would care about the affairs of Planet Vegeta then? Whether the Saiyans lived or died would be of no concern to him. He envisioned himself wandering the cosmos with ease, engaging in minor skirmishes, vanquishing a few extraterrestrials, and, when weary, seeking solace on a resource-rich planet. What bliss that would be! And perhaps he could visit Earth, where he would undoubtedly be invincible, and who knows, he might even have some fun with the female protagonist from the original story. Encountering all sorts of whimsical situations, Luo Lan reveled in these thoughts, feeling optimistic about his future. Indeed, life on Earth seemed far more suited to him. Suddenly, he jolted awake, recalling a crucial matter. What if there were many years until the story's beginning? Or what if he arrived on Earth only to find it still in ancient times? How would he cope then? Such a scenario was not entirely implausible. Cold sweat broke out as Luo Lan realized he had been overlooking a significant possibility. Who could guarantee that his arrival coincided with the onset of the storyline? What if he had come decades, or even centuries too early? By the time the story commenced, he might be left with nothing but ashes. Surely, his luck could not be that grim. It couldn't be. Aren't traversers supposed to align with the narrative? That's merely standard procedure. He chuckled nervously, wiping his brow, as uncertainty crept into his mind. After all, if the phenomenon of traversing worlds was possible, what else could not happen? He recalled a novel where the protagonist, having endured a troubled upbringing, unexpectedly discovered a legacy of notes left by an ancient traveler, unveiling a path to prosperity. This suggested that previous traversers weren't necessarily protagonists. They could merely provide the main character with a golden opportunity. With this thought, Luo Lan felt even more unsettled. This situation seemed increasingly precarious. What was he still doing here? He needed to hurry back to the settlement and confirm his standing. If he delayed any longer, he risked losing his position as the protagonist. The hint of conflict appeared on Luo Lan's youthful face. He resolved to return, furrowing his brow in contemplation. Fortunately, the memories of his former life remained intact, allowing him to pinpoint his location. Luo Lan's small frame began to levitate as he soared toward the nearby Saiyan settlement. Though Saiyans lacked the ability to sense energy, they were adept in the arts of ki blasts and flight. A biting wind whipped against his face, causing Luo Lan to shiver. It was indeed cold. He contemplated whether to reduce his speed when suddenly, the energy within him reacted. A warm surge enveloped his body. forming a protective layer that banished the chill. Of course, having learned to fly, there was no reason he couldn't withstand the cold. While life forms in the universe might not comprehend ki, they possessed a comprehensive understanding of energy utilization. When Luo Lan cloaked himself in energy, his senses, ears, eyes, and other faculties, became remarkably acute. Clearly, energy did enhance one's physical perception. Perhaps this is why extraterrestrials relied on visual observation and energy detectors. Only on Earth, with its harsh low-energy environment, did martial arts techniques based on ki sensing develop, as the minimal energy available was too precious to squander. Thus, a rigorous system naturally emerged in the early days. Fighters like Sun Wukong and Krillin, when first learning ki blasts, were much like the alien beings, only aware of the technique's execution without grasping its deeper significance. For Earthlings with a combat power of slightly over 100, ki blasts served more as a status symbol for advanced martial artists, as their practical application was rather limited. The cost of defeating an enemy was high, requiring lengthy preparation, making it less effective than traditional hand-to-hand combat. Therefore, fighters often relied on their physical prowess. This was true for Sun Wukong and Master Roshi alike. Only after rigorous training in the temple did Earthlings begin to appreciate the superiority of ki. At present, Luo Lan was unaware of these intricacies. He merely utilized energy waves instinctively based on his memories. This habit needed to change. Otherwise, he would create unnecessary obstacles in mastering the use of ki, leading to inefficiency in learning. As night descended, a shadow loomed over Luo Lan like a pair of colossal hands. The nearest Saiyan settlement was a mere 100 kilometers away, a distance Luo Lan could traverse in mere minutes with his flying speed. A dim light flickered into view, revealing the settlement where he had once lived. It was modest in size, and thus, the living conditions were far from ideal, especially when compared to the grand cities and palaces of the Saiyans. This gathering place was initially established by a few Saiyan squads to facilitate the execution of their missions. However, as it developed and the number of personnel increased, it gradually took on the scale of a bustling marketplace. After slowing his pace, Roland alighted with a single footfall. The gathering place at night was remarkably tranquil, with buildings resembling hollowed stones arranged neatly in several rows. The center of the gathering area lay a square, a temporary docking site for Saiyan spacecraft, where even at night, adult Saiyans stood watch. Despite his intense desire to approach those vessels, reason prevailed within Roland, reminding him to keep his distance. My home should be located in the southeast of the gathering place. Recalling the memories in his mind, Roland deftly avoided the pedestrians on the street and approached a modest stone dwelling. This was the house left behind by his parents. Suddenly, a faint light in the distance caught his attention. The lights in his home were ablaze. Alarmed, the first thought that crossed Roland's mind was that they had been robbed, but he quickly shook his head, realizing that Saiyans were not so uncouth. Those ruffians wouldn't dare reclaim my house, would they? A flurry of thoughts raced through his mind as he muttered curses under his breath, stealthily approaching his small home, his head pressed against the window to peer inside. The window was ajar, allowing him to see the furnishings clearly. The internal door was tightly shut, and nothing seemed to have been disturbed, yet it appeared that someone was moving about inside. Just as Roland was about to investigate further, the occupant noticed him. "Who goes there?" A crisp female voice rang out. Cold yet melodious, Roland's heart skipped a beat, instinctively wanting to flee. However, a sudden gust of cold wind swept through, carrying a delicate fragrance that filled his nostrils, causing his feet to lift as he was effortlessly hoisted up. The one who had seized him was a remarkably beautiful girl, appearing to be around 16 or 17 years of age, tall and well-proportioned, with an aura of grace. Her long, silky hair cascaded down her shoulders, and her skin was fair and smooth, though her expression was rather aloof. Roland and the girl locked eyes, staring at each other. "Who are you, and how did you end up in my home?" Roland stammered, struggling against her grip, but her strength was overwhelming, rendering him powerless. "Your home?" The girl scrutinized him. "You are Roland, aren't you? I thought you were dead." Roland widened his black eyes. "Of course I'm not dead." The girl tossed Roland to the ground, quickly regaining her composure as her expression turned icy. "Those scoundrels at the healing center told me you had perished." "Who are you?" Roland rubbed his backside as he stood up, sensing that she bore no ill intent. After a moment of silence, the girl replied coolly, "My name is Ophelia, and I am your sister." "What?" Roland's astonished voice slipped out, his dark eyes fixed intently on the girl before him. He had never known he had an older sister. What are you talking about? Sophilia furrowed her brow. Oh, I'm just surprised by your identity. Roland replied, scrutinizing the girl who claimed to be his sister. She was indeed stunning. Scions often experience an extended adolescence to better harness their combat prowess, and their youthful appearance can linger until just before adulthood, at which point they rapidly mature. This girl before him was extraordinarily beautiful, and it seemed she was on the cusp of adulthood. However, beauty aside, her demeanor appeared rather frigid. I am your sister, and that is indisputable. Thus, Sophilia began to recount her origins. It turned out that Sophilia's mother and Roland's mother were biological sisters. In other words, she was Roland's cousin, 14 years his senior, and one of the few elite warriors among the Scions. 5 years ago, she had accompanied her parents and a large contingent on a significant mission, only recently returning to Planet Vegeta. As for the specifics of the mission, Sophilia spoke little, but it seemed the task had been completed at a great cost. So, you truly are my sister? Roland sought confirmation once more. Indeed, an elite warrior, correct, Sophilia responded with few words, her demeanor still chilly. What is your battle power? Roland inquired with keen interest. Sophilia cast a dispassionate glance at him. 4,200 battle power, Roland gasped, clutching his chest as he struggled to breathe. His heart ached tremendously. Compared to this girl before him, he felt a profound sense of defeat. This girl was undoubtedly a genius. Are you all right? Sophilia placed her hand on Roland's forehead, her touch cool as she assessed his temperature. But I'm fine, just a bit of heartache. Your hand is so cold. Roland took a slow breath, exhaling gradually, adjusting his emotions, his youthful face reflecting a look of admiration that he resolved to cling to this beautiful sister, Sophilia. Chapter 4. Training sister, could you tell me what era it is now, and also, can you take me away from Planet Vegeta? Roland clung to Sophilia's beautiful long leg. Sophilia glanced at him with her gem-like eyes, activating her scouter to take a reading. After a series of beeps, she discerned Roland's battle power. 210 battle power. For your age, that qualifies as quite exceptional for a mid-level warrior. Reaching 3,000 battle power upon adulthood should not pose a challenge. After comparing him to other warriors in her mind, Sophilia's gaze toward Roland softened. With your strength, you could indeed undertake some simple tasks. However, she added, casting a sidelong glance at Roland, you currently lack any identification, and thus cannot accept any missions. We need to arrange a new identity for you. By the way, where have you been these past few days? Why was your identity revoked? Roland replied, somewhat dejected. I sustained severe injuries during training, and since I wasn't rescued, I was simply discarded and buried. Honestly, I believed I could have been saved. Most of Roland's words were factual, though he concealed a few details. Upon hearing his account, Sophilia's cold demeanor intensified. You will now reside in my home, and I will resolve your identity issue. I will register you as my biological brother. Sophilia had left Planet Vegeta 5 years ago with her parents to undertake a major mission, and Roland's new identity would be that of Sophilia's brother born outside. The name could remain the same, as it was not uncommon for Scions to share names. Actually, I think it's best if I don't register at all. All I need is a spaceship. Roland murmured to himself, still fixated on the idea of leaving Planet Vegeta. Sophilia's home was situated within a large gathering area, close to the royal capital, a relatively developed region among the Scion community. In the days to come, Sophilia arranged for Roland's new identity and acquired a brand new energy scouter from the Scion management department. As he toyed with the energy scouter, he aimed it at the surrounding Scions, randomly flashing it about, and upon directing it at himself, Roland was pleased to see the reading of 210. This was comparable to the strength of the aging demon King Piccolo. It seemed that his near brush with death had significantly enhanced his power. Undoubtedly also the result of over 100 days of rigorous training. He aimed the scouter at Sophilia. 4254. The data before him was blinding, illuminating the prowess of the superior warrior, Luo Lan, who, at the tender age of 17, exhibited formidable strength. In just a few more years, he could potentially exceed 5,000, far surpassing his peers among the elite warriors. Trailing behind Sophilia, Luo Lan contemplated the events to come. Through their recent interactions, he had discerned Sophilia's demeanor, aloof, detached, and a fervent practitioner of martial arts, traits befitting a Scion. It was no wonder that she possessed such combat prowess at a young age. It was the fruit of relentless effort. What astonished Luo Lan further was the information he managed to gather regarding Vegeta. This intelligence was relatively easy to obtain, A genius like Vegeta would undoubtedly be heralded by King Vegeta. Vegeta was of the same age as him, soon to turn 4, which meant that only a little over a year remained before the destruction of Planet Vegeta. The timeline for the planet's demise could be deduced quite simply when Son Goku arrived on Earth. Bulma was merely 5 years old, and Vegeta, being a year older, was approximately 5 at the time of the planet's destruction, accounting for the duration of Goku's journey. Time was of the essence, and a brilliant light shone in Luo Lan's eyes as he resolved to escape Planet Vegeta post-haste. Luo Lan, I have secured a relatively simple mission for you. Its difficulty is minimal, and I believe your capabilities can manage it. Upon exiting the mission planning department, Safiria handed the mission slip to Luo Lan. Along with a moderately advanced spacecraft, he clutched the mission slip tightly, elated at the prospect. This is wonderful. However, she advised, it would be best if you waited until you are 4 before embarking on this task. There are a few months remaining, and I must enhance your abilities. Safiria was dissatisfied with Luo Lan's current strength and resolved to train him. Really? Thank you so much. The prospect of training under a Saiyan with a combat power exceeding 4,000 was a golden opportunity for Luo Lan. Yet, he was blissfully unaware that he would soon regret this notion, for Safiria's regimen was less training and more torment. In the wilderness, Luo Lan, bruised and battered, collapsed to the ground, his skin marred with wounds. It was important to note that he still bore the appearance of youth. If he were in his previous life, he would be of preschool age. Yet here, he endured relentless suffering, all orchestrated by a woman named Safiria, his cousin. It was ironic that he had once believed in her gentleness. The truth revealed her to be a sadistic lunatic, that mad woman. I will eventually be driven to my end by her. Ouch. Luo Lan gingerly touched his swollen chin. Each word a painful endeavor. This isn't training. It's simply being beaten up. Safiria has no concept of mercy, and no matter the circumstance, she unleashes a barrage of strikes without providing any targeted guidance that in her words. The first step for a Saiyan in battle is to learn how to take a hit. Given my inferior innate nutrition compared to other Saiyans, I must work doubly hard to cultivate a resilient physique. Resilient physique? How can one even face others in such a state? The image of Nappa, with his gleaming bald head, flashed through his mind, causing Luo Lan to shudder. Becoming bald does not guarantee strength. I refuse to become like that. He knew he could not continue in this manner. Get up! Safiria's sharp command cut through the air as she glared at him, conjuring a menacing blue energy sphere in her hand. Do you think such tactics will make me compliant? Fine. Luo Lan's eyelids drooped as he cautiously glanced at her, sighing silently. He felt diminutive and fragile before her, akin to an ant avoid further punishment. He resolved to comply. This isn't from the heart. During this period, although his combat power had not significantly increased, his ability to withstand blows had improved considerably, despite not having soaked in sufficient nutrient solution. His physical condition was now on par with other children. Next, you will learn Saiyan combat techniques. These will be directly implanted into your mind during your mission. Safiria regarded Luo Lan, which was why she focused solely on his physical training without imparting combat techniques. Gazing at Safiria's frigid visage, Luo Lan felt disheartened. This also illustrated the Saiyan disregard for combat techniques. The strong hone their claws while the weak rely on cunning. Only in a low-martial environment like Earth would such physical prowess be prioritized. For those born capable of unleashing energy waves, the quantity of energy directly influenced the outcome of battles. Physical techniques, what use are they? This perspective, albeit somewhat skewed, reflected a cosmic notion. However, Luo Lan understood that at advanced levels, technique and energy utilization were far more effective than mere energy comparisons. Thus, during training, he would bind several hundred pounds of weights to his limbs. Safiria observed this with a faint smile, offering no further commentary, and casually dispatched an energy wave his way. Finally, after months of arduous training, Luo Lan, nearing 4 years of age, had grown to nearly 1 meter tall. Due to Saiyan physiology, he would not experience significant height changes for many years to come. Nonetheless, the prolonged training had not only bolstered his ability to absorb blows, but had also gradually enhanced his physical strength. At this juncture, Luo Lan's power level had reached 300, comparable to Son Goku's strength when he triumphed over the second-generation Demon King Piccolo at the 23rd World Martial Arts Tournament, a feat accomplished by a mere 4-year-old Luo Lan. Thanks to his intermediate warrior aptitude and Safiria's rigorous training. On this day, after a session filled with grumbling, Luolan finally completed his training. After donning a fresh combat uniform, he reclined within a pearlescent spherical spacecraft. Setting his sights on the remote planet Mappa located in the southern region of the North Galaxy, at last, I am leaving this wretched planet Vegeta. Chapter 5. Planet Mappa Sephiria, are you truly not coming with me? Reclining on the soft seat of the spacecraft, Luolan stretched his limbs. The material of the seat was exceptionally comfortable. Sephiria placed her hand on his head and chuckled. Do you expect me to assist you with such a trivial mission? You can manage it alone. Although it may be somewhat troublesome, exercising caution will mitigate any danger. Yes, my brother. You must embody the spirit of a responsible warrior. I am concerned for you. Luolan rolled his eyes in exasperation. My invitation was out of goodwill. I never anticipated you would accompany me on this mission. This is the mindset of a warrior race, perpetually fixated on combat. In just a year, Planet Vegeta will cease to exist. Who cares about such missions? As he gazed upon Sephiria's radiant visage, a pang of reluctance struck him. After all, she had cared for him for so long. It would be a tragic loss for her to perish alongside Planet Vegeta. Yet, in the end, Luolan chose not to disclose the grim truth to Sephiria, for he knew she would never believe him. Currently, the entire Saiyan race was subservient to King Frieza, waging wars and executing the task of selling planets on his behalf. For a Saiyan who revels in battle, such a life is undeniably rich and fulfilling. Apart from the somewhat rebellious Vegeta, the remaining Saiyans have likely grown accustomed to their current existence, while Sephiria is indeed his sister. The time they have spent together has been brief, making it difficult for Roland to convince her of future events. If he were to disclose such matters, and the extraterrestrial overseers monitoring the Saiyans were to learn of it, complications would inevitably arise, potentially jeopardizing his very life. Once we arrive on Planet Mappa, please send me a message. The communication function of the energy detector should be operational, right? Sephiria leaned in, securing Roland's seatbelt before placing a circular, helmet-like device upon his head. This was not only the spacecraft's controller, but also served as an information transmission device. The scent of the young girl wafted towards him, and Roland could even sense the softness of her form before him. I am aware. I will send you a message, he said, enjoying the closeness. Sephiria seemed oblivious to the subtle advantage he had taken. After giving his head a playful pat, she exited the spherical vessel, and the ship's hatch slowly closed. Through the azure glass, Roland saw Sephiria, standing a short distance away, waving at him, but a pang of bittersweet melancholy welled up within him as he gazed intently at her before commanding the spacecraft to ascend. Forgive me, foolish girl, I must prioritize my escape. The sudden downward force pressed upon him as the scenery below shrank, gradually becoming a hazy blur. In a short while, the curved horizon and indistinct atmosphere receded into the distance, and the vessel ventured into the vast, dark expanse of the cosmos. Through the ship's glass, Roland observed the blue-white planet Vegeta rapidly disappearing behind him, soon reduced to a mere point of light before vanishing entirely. Finally leaving Planet Vegeta behind, he felt a sudden release of tension, inhaling slowly before exhaling, a glimmer of determination shining in his eyes as he issued a command to the ship and entered sleep mode. At that moment, the transmission device atop his head began imparting the combat techniques of the Saiyans directly into his cerebral cortex. The journey from Vegeta to their destination, Planet Mappa, would take approximately 2 months. A considerable distance, especially when one considers that the trip from Earth to Namek requires only a month. During these 2 months, he would thoroughly absorb the skills essential for a Saiyan warrior. Planet Mappa, chosen by Sephiria as his mission destination, is classified as a low-level planet within the cosmic hierarchy. The most formidable beings residing there possess remarkably limited combat abilities, according to the Universal Classification System. Planets with a maximum combat power below 1,000 are deemed low-level. Those with combat power between 1,000 and 1,500 are classified as intermediate, and those exceeding 5,000 are regarded as high-level. Given that Planet Mappa is considered low-level, all life forms on it have combat power beneath 1000. In truth, Sephiria had already conducted thorough research when selecting the mission, confirming that the strongest being on Planet Mappa did not exceed a combat power of 500. With Roland's current combat power of 310, he would face little danger as long as he exercised caution. It is estimated that in just a few years, Roland's strength would surpass that of the strongest beings on Planet Mappa. As the spacecraft sped through the cosmos, trailing a long tail of flames resembling a comet, This effect was merely an optical illusion caused by the ship's incredible velocity. Within the boundless universe, countless stars twinkled, adorning the inky blackness of the sky, akin to a grand tapestry unfurling that on a cosmic scale, the distances between planets are immense, and even the space between two flickering points of light could span countless light years. However, thanks to the advanced technology of cosmic civilizations, interstellar travel in the Dragon Ball world is undeniably more convenient, allowing for the traversal of multiple star systems in a matter of days or even months. Amid the night, a brilliant beam of light streaked across the sky before vanishing just as swiftly, zooming in to reveal it as a milky white spherical spacecraft in the blink of an eye. 2 months had passed since Roland departed from Planet Vegeta, and now Planet Mappa lay just ahead as the ship approached Planet Mappa. The sleep system disengaged, and Roland slowly opened his eyes, compared to 2 months prior. He had matured significantly, his mind brimming with the combat strategies of the Saiyans, filling him with exhilaration. Planet Mappa. This shall be my first stop in the Dragon Ball world. That a smile crept onto his lips as he felt an urgent need for an opponent to test his abilities. On Planet Mappa, amidst a parched riverbed, a piercing roar echoed as a red glowing sphere descended through the atmosphere, crashing violently to the ground, sending a massive cloud of dust spiraling into the air. Due to the surrounding aridity, the dust lingered, forming heavy shrouds of haze in one corner of the exposed riverbed. A sizable impact crater manifested, measuring 100 meters across and unfathomably deep at the center of the crater. A milky white spherical spacecraft lay half-buried beneath the rubble, its surface charred and emitting wisps of steam. With a crack, the hatch of the ship opened, and a small figure crawled out, gradually ascending into the air. Brushing the dust from his body, Roland floated above, covering his mouth to disperse the lingering particles in the atmosphere. As he surveyed his surroundings, a scene of desolate yellow terrain greeted his eyes. With sparse trees and a few towering shrubs, reminiscent of the African savanna of his previous life. Chapter 6. The sky is high and birds can fly. This planet is unexpectedly barren. However, according to the information Syphilia provided, Planet Mappa should be a technological world. That a technological world was indeed a specific request Roland made to Syphilia, for a rational and pragmatic individual. Knowing in advance that the spacecraft and communicator provided by Planet Vegeta were under the surveillance of Frisia's forces necessitated minimizing their use and seeking alternative paths. Who could say whether Frisia's forces would hunt down the Saiyans who had not returned to Planet Vegeta after its destruction? Based on the communicator's tracking, humans are inherently inclined to seek benefits and avoid harm, and Roland was no exception. Thus, preparing an additional set of spacecraft and energy detectors became crucial to effectively reduce the risk of exposure. Gazing around, Roland saw ahead a rugged stone forest surrounded by steep mountains. He flew to a protruding rock ledge and activated the energy detector to scan the area. Soon, a series of energy readings appeared on the monocle display. For 26, 289, 241, 358. A sequence of numbers danced before him. Yet none exceeded a combat power of 500. The sense of calm washed over Roland. His combat power was comparatively high on this planet, categorizing him as quite formidable, ensuring his safety. With this realization, his expression relaxed. As for the task assigned to him by Planet Vegeta, he had no intention of pursuing it. Right? I should contact Syphilia. Utilizing the energy detector, Roland quickly established communication with her, relaying the happenings on Planet Mappa. Syphilia responded coolly, advising him to remain cautious, as she too had a mission to undertake. It was evident that Syphilia's assignment was of a higher caliber. Luo Lan switched off his communicator, feeling no concern for Syphilia's safety. For a superior warrior is assuredly under the scrutiny of the Saiyan elite. Most missions are team endeavors, making the tasks of lower and intermediate warriors comparatively more perilous. The scorching sun bore down through the thin atmosphere, searing his skin with an intense, fiery sensation. As Luo Lan attempted to catch his breath, he was caught off guard by a wave of hot air, leading to a fit of coughing. However, the Saiyan physique quickly acclimatized to the oppressive heat. Mappa Planet, a low-tier celestial body, is approximately 1/8 the size of Vegeta, possessing only 0.2 times its gravity, which is about twice that of Earth. On this planet, Luo Lan felt as light as a feather, his body brimming with vigor. Having adapted to Mappa's environment, he began to contemplate his forthcoming path. He had no intention of executing the mission, nor did he plan to utilize the spacecraft an energy detector he had brought from Vegeta. As these technological devices were under the watchful eye of Frieza's minions, Tio escaped this surveillance. Luolan knew he must relinquish these tools. The first step was to ascertain the distribution of power on Mappa, followed by procuring new spacecraft and detectors. However, before all that, enhancing his own strength was of utmost priority. In the vastness of the universe, everything is ephemeral, yet strength remains the only true reality. The world of Dragon Ball operates on the principle of the survival of the fittest. Even if Luolan harbored no ambitions, he must strive to increase his power for the sake of his own survival. Thus, the first step was to continue fortifying his abilities during this interval. The second step would involve obtaining a brand new set of equipment, whether through acquisition or coercion. These were necessary means. Though Luolan was not one to indiscriminately take lives, he was certainly not a paragon of virtue. With his life at stake, he deemed necessary violence acceptable, as circumstances often compel such measures, and he believed that others would understand. After sketching out these two steps, Luolan felt a sense of relief wash over him. He activated the energy detector and chose a less intense energy response area to venture towards. His initial goal was to locate a residence abundant in food and water. With a whoosh, Luolan soared over the low-lying grasslands, a swift gust sweeping across the terrain, bending the grass and scattered bushes below, and sending herds of herbivores and lurking predators fleeing in terror. After approximately half an hour of flight, he finally located a tranquil valley nestled between several mountains, not too far from a pond. The valley, framed by mountains on either side, presented a fan-shaped expanse, with lush vegetation and serene scenery. A gentle stream flowed over the rocky bed, forming a tranquil pool. The environment was satisfactory, providing a temporary refuge. Gazing at the peaceful landscape around him, satisfaction gleamed in Luolan's eyes. Still in the survival phase, his demands for comfort were modest. Indeed, as long as a Saiyan possesses basic combat prowess, survival is seldom an issue. Channeling his inner energy, he conjured a blue energy sphere in his palm and casually tossed it into the thicket. With a thunderous explosion, the serene valley erupted in noise, a plume of smoke rising as the thicket was cleared, leaving a vacant space. Once the smoke dissipated, Luolan fashioned a rudimentary shelter from the surrounding trees. Laying down some hay to create a temporary dwelling that a grumble echoed from his stomach, reminding him of his long period without sustenance. I must find some food, he mused. This planet was replete with resources, promising a bounty of delectable offerings. With his survival momentarily secured, he resolved to treat himself, while that a smile crept onto his lips as he recalled the wild delicacies of his past life. Saliva involuntarily pooling in his mouth, the Saiyan race harbors a lifelong passion not only for the thrill of battle, but also for exquisite food, and Luolan was no exception, lacking the ability to discern scents like earthlings. He reactivated the detector to specifically hunt for beasts exuding a notable energy signature, as such creatures were known for their rich flavor and nutritional value. After a series of beeps, the detector indicated an energy source with a combat power of 120 located 15 kilometers to the east, neither too weak nor too strong, making it suitable as a food source. With a target in mind, Luolan swiftly soared eastward. Within minutes, he discovered the energy source beside a pond. It was a magnificent lion, nearly 20 meters in length. This would suffice for a hearty meal. A grin spread across Luolan's face. A beast with a combat power of 120 was hardly a concern for him. The lion, lounging by the water, roared furiously upon spotting Luolan, as if to defend its territory. Its roar echoed across the wilderness, sending many nearby animals scuttling away, while the birds drinking at the pond took flight in alarm. As Luolan entered the lion's line of sight, it became enraged, raising its head to emit a thunderous roar, asserting its dominance. Yet to Luolan, this display was utterly laughable. With another furious roar, the lion bared its fearsome teeth, its predatory gaze fixed on the intruder, pawing the ground and kicking up clouds of dust before lunging directly at Luolan. Such a ferocious beast, watching the lion's charge with a smile. Luolan's eyes sparkled with amusement, the corners of his mouth curling upwards as he remained unperturbed. In a swift motion, he dodged the attack and, with a clenched fist, delivered a heavy blow to the beast's back. With a pained howl, the lion stumbled, letting out a pitiful cry. It turned to face Luolan again. Fear filled its eyes. Though it roared in anger, the creature could not help but retreat. After all, it was merely a beast, devoid of any wisdom. However, hunger gnawed at Luo Lan, and regrettably for the lion, it was destined to become his meal, as soon as the words left her lips. Luo Lan beckoned towards the majestic lion with a subtle flick of her finger. A humming sound filled the air as a small energy orb materialized at her fingertip. In an instant. The dazzling orb flickered momentarily before it surged forth with astonishing speed, emitting a blinding beam that pierced through the lion's skull, splattering blood like raindrops. The energy ray entered through one side of the lion's head and exited from the other. With a pitiful roar, the colossal creature collapsed to the ground, raising a cloud of dust in its wake. Despite possessing 120 units of energy, the lion was merely a brute, utterly unaware of how to unleash its power. And encountering Luo Lan was its misfortune. The immutable law of survival of the fittest dictated that Luo Lan, now a Saiyan, must learn to adapt. After hauling the lion's carcass back to her temporary shelter, Luo Lan released a wave of energy to ignite a bonfire. She then skinned the animal, removed its entrails, and cleaned the meat in clear water before skewering it on a wooden stick to roast over the flames. Soon, an enticing aroma wafted from the perfectly browned meat. Luo Lan's eyes widened in anticipation as she watched the roast, her throat involuntarily swallowing saliva. When the meat turned golden and crispy, she pounced on it eagerly. The Saiyan's digestive system was remarkably powerful, allowing her to consume and digest simultaneously. Within moments, the entirety of the 20-meter-long lion was devoured. Satiated and content, Luo Lan rubbed her full belly, releasing a sound of bliss. After a brief respite, her spirits soared to their peak, and she began to contemplate her future plans. Planet Mappa was merely a transit point in her journey through the Dragon Ball universe, and she would inevitably depart. Earth seemed to be an ideal choice, at least until the Saiyans launched their attack, as it was a place of absolute safety for the time being. Moreover, Earth held numerous resources that Luo Lan valued greatly: Senza beans, Dragon Balls, advanced technology, and methods for training Ki. These treasures made her heart race with desire. The spacecraft from Planet Vegeta was off-limits, as Luo Lan could not ascertain whether it was equipped with surveillance systems akin to energy detectors. Fortunately, Mappa was a technologically advanced planet, and she assumed that spacecraft technology would be available for the coordinates of Earth. Luo Lan's spacecraft had that information, given that Earth was not a concealed planet. Frisia's involvement in planetary trade had long since uncovered its status, yet due to the lack of unique mineral resources aside from water and natural environments, it had been deemed a barren, remote world, unworthy of conquest. In the original narrative, if not for Bardock's desperate attempt to save his son Goku, he would not have chosen to exile the child there, a world devoid of resources. Luo Lan scoffed inwardly at the notion of Earth's scarcity. The true treasures of Earth, any one of which could incite a stir throughout the universe, were not a secret, and procuring a spaceship would be relatively simple. With a smile gracing her face, Luo Lan praised her own plan. The intelligent beings of Planet Mappa were known as the Mappa people. They possessed limited combat abilities, but boasted commendable technological prowess. It was said they were not originally natives of Mappa, but had migrated from another world. If Luo Lan wished to commandeer their spacecraft, she would first need formidable strength. Thus, it was time to commence her training. With a forceful clap of her hands, a glimmer of determination sparked in Luo Lan's dark eyes as she began to hone her body using the training methods she had learned on Planet Vegeta. She gathered heavy turtle shells and stones, binding them to herself to simulate the training style of Master Roshi with Goku and his companions, without the nagging presence of Safiria beside her. Luo Lan remained diligent in her punches and kicks, soon beads of sweat glistening on her youthful cheeks. Striking and kicking formed the foundation of her martial arts training. The warriors across the universe often favored energy waves in battle. Such combat, while exhilarating, primarily measured the quantity of energy within rather than technical prowess. The Saiyan fighting style, though brutish, embraced close-quarters combat, a method they relished for the enjoyment it afforded. After refining her striking techniques, Luo Lan shifted her focus to energy attacks. A deep blue energy wave erupted from within her, surging upward as she thrust her arms into the air. Detonated in the sky with a thunderous boom, scattering the thick clouds above. Satisfied with the destruction she had wrought, Luo Lan nodded approvingly, though a twinge of regret lingered. She still lacked understanding of how to release these energy waves or the mechanisms through which they formed, as well as how to exert greater control over them. Her comprehension remained superficial, merely scratching the surface of the mysteries of Ki, a sophisticated form of energy done on Earth. Martial artists like Master Roshi dedicated decades of relentless training to master Ki manipulation, as the scant amount of Ki within them generated at an excruciatingly slow pace, allowing for a more profound understanding than that possessed by extraterrestrial beings. Luo Lan sought to master it, and with a targeted purpose in her training, the results would undoubtedly be more pronounced. Time flew by, and in the blink of an eye, a week had elapsed since Luo Lan arrived on Planet Mappa. During this period, she had refrained from external contact, focusing intently on enhancing her strength. Her rigorous training bore fruit. Although she had not fully grasped the essence of Ki, she sensed a significant change within herself, albeit one she could not articulate, merely a feeling. Her initial plan was to seize a Mappa spacecraft within these few days, but during one training session, she experienced the drawbacks of the Saiyan tail. Grasping her tail tightly, a wave of weakness washed over her, rendering her unable to maintain her balance. The Saiyan tail truly was an unstable factor in combat. Luo Lan lamented, realizing she needed to dedicate more time to training her tail. On Planet Vegeta, all adult Saiyans, or those with knowledge, intentionally train their tails to overcome this inherent weakness. The original Luo Lan, being young and lacking guidance, had remained oblivious to this necessity. Yet, recognizing it now was not too late. In the ensuing days, Luo Lan focused her training on her tail. This was an agonizing process. Each contact with her tail elicited a debilitating sensation, far more arduous than the physical conditioning she endured. She would have preferred to engage in high-intensity weighted exercises instead. Approximately a month after her arrival on Planet Mappa, Luo Lan had yet to eliminate the adverse effects of her tail, but had managed to cope with the dizziness caused by having it grabbed. At this point, her combat power reached 350, a mere 40-point increase, yet sufficient to deem her a formidable fighter on Mappa. The most dangerous creatures on the planet boasted combat powers nearing 500. While the Mappa people themselves were considerably weaker, they survived on Mappa thanks to their advanced technology. Believing that no one could capture her if she targeted a less populated city, Luo Lan resolved to venture into the realm of the Mappa people. Let us go rob them. After tidying up the shelter where he had resided for over a month, Luo Lan chuckled lightly, his slender form soaring into the air, gliding along the mountain range. Below him, hills and lakes rushed past in a blur, and soon he arrived before a city of immense proportions, its towering walls encircling the entire expanse. The high walls were adorned with a thick layer of moss, and signs of cracking were evident in places, indicating the considerable age of their construction. Perched atop the walls were dark, ominous turrets, designed to defend against the assaults of ferocious beasts, although the monsters of Mappa Planet possessed immense energy. Their lack of intelligence rendered them incapable of employing energy waves or similar forms of attack. Thus, apart from a few avian predators, the colossal turrets were more than sufficient to repel the creature's advances. The city's defenses were relatively formidable, yet they would prove ineffectual against him. With a light laugh, Luo Lan entered the city. Beneath him, rows of buildings crisscrossed in geometric patterns, and the streets bustled with activity. The inhabitants of Mappa, diminutive in stature at just over 1 meter tall, had pale skin. Upon catching sight of the fleeting figure in the sky, they paused in astonishment, only to scatter in panic moments later. Mistaking Luo Lan for a rare beast, the once vibrant street quickly fell into silence, with the populace retreating into sturdy shelters. Such cowardice was remarkable. However, it suited his purposes perfectly. With a smirk, Luo Lan ascended to the city's south largest square, the docking point for spacecraft, where several cargo ships traversing between cities were anchored. His sudden appearance swiftly drew the attention of the station soldiers, who immediately raised their weapons, dark barrels aimed menacingly at him. Enemy attack! All personnel, be alert! A resounding alarm echoed around the square, soon followed by the urgent blare of warning sirens. The soldiers stationed around the docking area converged, shouting at Luo Lan in an attempt to intimidate him. Luo Lan, unimpressed, casually flicked his ear and blew into his palm, utterly oblivious to their words. After a brief cough, he activated the voice synchronization feature on his energy detector, and a youthful voice resonated through the square. You all hastily procure a spacecraft capable of interstellar travel for me, or do not blame me for my lack of courtesy. No response. Luo Lan sneered coldly, lifting his hand to conjure a sphere of energy. Whoosh, whoosh, Whoosh! Hundreds of radiant energy beams erupted forth, cascading from the sky and striking the weapons of the Mappa soldiers, reducing them to mere scrap metal amidst bursts of flame. Observing the debris and thick plumes of smoke, Luo Lan nodded in satisfaction. However, he soon realized his intimidation tactics had failed. Rather than retreating, the Mappa inhabitants reacted with heightened aggression, a throng of soldiers gathering from afar, armed and ready to resist. Raising an eyebrow, Luo Lan felt a flicker of annoyance. How audacious! From his perspective as a Saiyan, he had come to eradicate this planet, and now, in a rare display of goodwill, he merely sought to commandeer a spacecraft. They should be thankful for his leniency. Had it been another Saiyan, they would not have been so fortunate. Not only did they fail to express gratitude, but they also dared to retaliate. It appeared he would need to demonstrate a more formidable power. With a disdainful huff, Luo Lan prepared to unleash a greater force. Clenching his fist high above his head, he began to gather energy. As the energy surged, the air around his fist began to warp. Followed by a resonant hum, and a dazzling light burst forth, immense energy coalescing in his fist, radiating like the sun. Behold! He bellowed, extending his arm outward at a brilliant orb of energy, glowing a deep azure, shot forth from his hand. Roaring like a fierce tiger as it hurtled over 5,000 meters, crashing into the towering mountains beyond the city. In the bewildered gazes of the Mappa inhabitants, a stunning spectacle unfolded. Whoosh! Boom! A massive wave of air surged forth. Rolling like the apocalypse, a cacophony of thunderous sound echoing in all directions, as a blinding flash illuminated the azure sky. The sheer force of Luo Lan's full power strike, with a battle power of 350, was astonishing. In the past, even Piccolo could effortlessly obliterate an island during the 23rd World Martial Arts Tournament, and Luo Lan now surpassed him by a considerable margin. Boom! The earth trembled visibly, a colossal mushroom cloud bursting into the sky. Enveloped in terrifying energy, shock waves rippling outward with staggering force, sweeping across the entire city. As the storm began to subside, the Mappa inhabitants were left aghast, realizing that the once imposing mountain had been reduced to mere flatland. In an instant, the faces of the Mappa citizens turned pale with fear as they prostrated themselves on the ground. The overwhelming shockwave generated by such a nuclear-level explosion had terrified them. Chapter 9. Interstellar Departure. Now, that was more like it. An attack of nuclear proportions was no trifling matter. Satisfied with the destruction he had wrought, Luo Lan continued to address the crowd, his words translated into the universal language by his detector. Quickly surrender your spacecraft, or I cannot guarantee that my next strike will not land upon your city. My lord, we truly have no spacecraft here, a military officer among the Mappa people lamented. His face drawn with trepidation, Luo Lan narrowed his eyes, a glint of coldness flashing within. None? The officer's complexion paled, fear evident in his gaze. That we do have one, but it is merely a cargo ship. We Mappa people seldom interact with others from different planets, so there are no advanced vessels in this small city. A cargo ship will suffice, as long as it can undertake interstellar travel. Luo Lan inquired. The officer responded with a resigned tone. Yes, it can. Luo Lan's expression remained indifferent, though inwardly he was elated. As long as he could escape the clutches of Frisia's surveillance, he would be content. Do you possess a detector? He asked again, perhaps adopting a reckless attitude. The officer responded more readily this time. Our detectors lack high precision. Bring one to me, and also take me to inspect the ship you mentioned. Do not attempt any tricks. You know the consequences. Though you Mappa people may possess formidable weaponry, I believe this city lacks any. I am fully capable of obliterating you before your reinforcements arrive. The officer looked utterly defeated, exhaling a sigh of resignation. Please, follow me. Under the officer's guidance, Luo Lan approached a medium-sized spacecraft. The vessel spanned over 30 meters in length and stood 8 meters tall. Its overall shape resembling an oval, designed for cargo transport, it featured a vast storage area. My lord, this is the only interstellar vessel we have, the officer stated. At a glance, Luo Lan felt satisfied. He did not concern himself with the ship's aesthetics or performance, only that it would facilitate his departure from this planet. Remove all tracking functions from the ship. I do not wish to be monitored. The ship's systems are entirely controlled by the central computer. You can opt to disable the tracking functions, the officer replied. Having gained a rudimentary understanding of the spacecraft's capabilities and acquired a rudimentary energy detector from the opposing party, Roland waved his hand to disperse the Mappa aliens before boarding the vessel and activating its operational system. With the assistance of the central computer, the cargo ship gradually ascended into the sky, swiftly departing from the Mappa alien city amidst the sighs of their officers that in truth, the Mappa aliens were rather fortunate. Had any other beings, rather than the Saiyans, arrived on Mappa, a bloody and merciless massacre would likely have ensued that, of course, Roland himself was uncertain whether Frieza would dispatch others to eliminate the Saiyan threat after his departure. The spacecraft soared through the cosmos, quickly returning to the location where Roland had initially landed on Mappa. On the parched riverbed, the milky white spherical vessel remained firmly lodged within the circular impact crater. Due to the arid climate, even after being exposed to the elements for over a month, the surface of the spherical craft was merely dusted with a thin layer of soil, leaving its internal functionality unimpaired. After extracting all planetary data from the craft, including the coordinates of Earth, he transferred all the information to the cargo ship, a task that surprisingly consumed over half a day as twilight descended. The tranquil night sky began to twinkle with stars. Roland reclined comfortably on the flat terrain that resembled the African savanna, beside a campfire where he roasted a freshly captured carnivorous creature. With the ship, provisions, and the coordinates of his next destination secured, he was left with only final preparations before he could elude Frieza's pursuit. Contemplating this, a sense of hope enveloped him. The urgency he had felt upon arriving in the Dragon Ball world and realizing he was on Planet Vegeta had finally dissipated. The cargo ship's spacious compartments could accommodate a significant amount of food, and he resolved to gather provisions the following day to fully utilize the available space. With this plan in mind, Roland leapt atop the ship, leaning back and supporting himself with his hands that he gazed up at the starry sky, where the ethereal Milky Way cascaded from the northeast to the southwest, its countless stars shimmering like diamonds against the dark canvas of night. How beautiful! A smile graced Roland's lips as he reclined atop the cargo ship, soon drifting into slumber. The following day dawned bright and pleasant. The warm sunlight bathed him, gradually rousing him from sleep. After a light breakfast, Roland set to work collecting ample food, soaring back and forth across the vast plains, each trip burdened with beasts several times his size. Thankfully, there were no other beings around. Otherwise, his formidable power would surely instill fear. After a flurry of activity, the spacious cargo hold was filled with edible meats and vegetables, which he organized into separate compartments, ensuring that drinking water was also accounted for. With a satisfied clap of his hands, Roland admired his achievements before pressing a control button to adjust the internal temperature through the central computer. Having completed these tasks, he took a deep breath. Casting a complex glance at the spacecraft from Planet Vegeta, then directed an energy wave toward it, resulting in a thunderous explosion that utterly obliterated the vessel, followed by the destruction of the energy detector in his hand. This marked a definitive end to his connection with Planet Vegeta. No one would be able to trace him henceforth. Entering the main cockpit of the cargo ship, Roland, filled with determination, commanded the central computer, "Ship, ascend immediately and set course for Earth." Beep. The command was acknowledged, and the coordinates for Earth were retrieved from the database. Coordinates confirmed, the flight mission commenced. The destination was the southern sector of the North Galaxy. Solar System, Earth, estimated travel time, 6 months. Ready for departure? Departure. With great exuberance, Roland issued the command, leaning back in his seat and gazing ahead. The ship ascended slowly, then with a whoosh, it pierced through Mappa's atmosphere. Suddenly, a downward force pressed heavily upon him, and within seconds, the azure sphere of Mappa gradually receded from view. Moments later, the hazy light vanished completely from sight. At that moment, a hint of a smile played upon Roland's lips as he anticipated the beginning of his journey to Earth. Chapter 10. Arrival at Earth. As time passed, Roland's spacecraft had journeyed through the cosmos for over 5 months, and it would not be long before they reached their destination. Inside the spacious ship, a room resonated with dull thuds, as if a fierce impact was occurring, causing the ornaments on the walls to sway back and forth. After a while, the sounds diminished, revealing a child, barely a meter tall. Performing a handstand, supporting the weight of his entire body with a single finger, his raven hair fell naturally under gravity, glistening beads of sweat sliding down his cheeks and dripping onto the floor, which was in disarray. The walls, constructed from sturdy materials, bore the marks of what seemed like a tremendous force, contorting into uneven shapes. With a huff, he switched fingers, maintaining the pose for an extended duration. Roland then gracefully propelled himself upright, retrieving a damp towel to wipe the perspiration from his body. The Dragon Ball world was fiercely competitive. If one lagged behind, they would quickly become a mere background character. Thus, even during interstellar travel, Roland refused to squander any idle moments. Just imagine, while the original protagonist tirelessly strove to grow stronger, he remained stagnant. What a disheartening feeling that would be, especially knowing that even more formidable foes awaited him. Such despair was even more difficult to bear. Roland was determined not to become a mere side character like Krillin. He decided to meditate during the ensuing hours, while he was unaware of the Earth martial artist training methods. He recalled from his previous life that Sun Wukong had practiced in a similar manner atop the sacred temple. Meditation, a method for achieving tranquility, could enhance one's mental acuity through stillness. He speculated that this approach might also deepen his understanding of Ki. And so, regardless of its efficacy, Roland dedicated a portion of his daily routine to meditation. Sitting quietly on the floor, his breathing gradually lengthened until, after some time, his mind became blank. Roland stared vacantly ahead, lost in thought. Indeed, without a foundational understanding of martial arts, meditation bore no distinction from daydreaming. He lamented the arduousness of self-exploration without guidance, realizing how exhausting and fruitless such an endeavor could be. Although his energy had been steadily increasing during this time, it was merely due to the natural growth of a Saiyans physique. He remembered a scene from the original story where Krillin and Son Gohan engaged in a mental battle on their way to Namek. That was likely a higher realm of meditation that if he could master such a technique, his power would undoubtedly experience a rapid surge. For Roland, who had yet to grasp the very essence of meditation, envy was all he felt. He picked up a water bottle and entered the cockpit, taking a sip as he settled into the plush seat. Fixing his gaze on the control screen, he noted the distance between the ship and its destination. Approximately 1 month remained until he would reach Earth. However, he now faced an awkward predicament. The food supplies aboard the ship were dwindling. It seemed he had not planned adequately before departure. A ship brimming with provisions might still not suffice to sustain him until he arrived on Earth. If he rationed carefully, perhaps they could last until then. Luo Lan scratched his head, feeling somewhat perplexed. To make matters worse, this cargo spacecraft surprisingly lacked a sleep function. Interstellar travel without a sleep system. Who knew how he had endured these past 5 months? If he were to remain in this confined space any longer, his mind would surely succumb to madness. The ship continued along its predetermined course, its speed consistently stable, while celestial bodies transformed into streaks of light. Gliding past the vessel on either side as food supplies dwindled, Luo Lan could only strive to minimize his physical exertion, temporarily setting aside his training. How could provisions be insufficient? Had he realized sooner, he would have conserved his rations. He vowed never to board such a spacecraft again. This existence was unbearable. With his head tilted back, he let out a lament, the pangs of hunger stimulating his brain. He glanced at the dwindling supplies in the cargo hold, smacked his lips, and forced himself to suppress the urge to feast. As the food continued to diminish. In the final days, Luo Lan was left pitiably consuming only a bit of broth with each meal. The impact was evident. He had grown noticeably emaciated, and if this persisted, he would surely suffer from malnutrition. Good grief, was he destined to become the first Saiyan to starve to death? Lying flat on the spacecraft's deck, Luo Lan stared blankly into space. Fortunately, just as he was on the verge of running out of supplies, the cold voice of the ship's central computer finally resonated, and at that moment, it sounded remarkably comforting to Luo Lan. Beep. The destination is nearing. Current position. Southern region of the North Galaxy, Solar System, Earth. This journey has taken 6 months and 9 days, and the ship is about to land. The computer automatically adjusted the data to Earth's standards. Finally, he had arrived. Luo Lan perked up, hastily scrambling to the viewport. Peering through the sturdy transparent glass, in the orbit of the third planet of the solar system, a charming blue sphere rotated languidly, accompanied by a smaller satellite. The moon at that moment, Luo Lan was nearly moved to tears. Haha, I have finally made it. With fervor, he devoured the last remnants of food in one go, and after an eternity of hunger, his stomach finally felt a semblance of fullness, rejuvenating him with renewed vigor. As the spacecraft approached Earth, it entered the planet's atmosphere, and with the application of a gravitational force distinct from that within the ship, A smile graced Luo Lan's small face. Beep. The spacecraft is landing. The vessel touched down smoothly, concluding this journey and welcoming passengers for the next ride to 8S if there would be a next time. I nearly starved to death. I shall never board you again, Luo Lan mused internally, then straightened his attire. Instead of continuing to wear his battle suit from Planet Vegeta, he donned the garb of the Mappa people found aboard the cargo ship. The Mappa attire, designed for their diminutive stature, fit Luo Lan rather well, albeit with an eccentric style that appeared quite appealing. With a whoosh, the spacecraft's hatch opened. Without a moment's hesitation, Luo Lan leapt from the ship. Inhaling the fresh air of Earth, instantly feeling invigorated, his eyes squinting in bliss. This was the essence of nature. The landing site of the cargo ship seemed to be atop a plateau, revealing a rather desolate landscape. The terrain was uneven, with deep ravines carved in the distance and small hills jutting upward, adorned with sparse trees and patches of green vegetation. Earth's gravity was merely 1/10 that of Planet Vegeta, even lighter than that of Planet Mappa, making Luo Lan feel as if he might take flight. He retrieved the energy detector from Planet Mappa and checked it, data flickering across the screen. 1, 5, 4, 2. A series of pitiable numbers blinked in succession, with only a few exceeding 5 points of combat power. Even the occasional higher reading was swiftly overwhelmed by the overwhelming data. TSK had a combat power of only 5. How pathetic. Luo Lan smirked, disdain evident in his voice as he uttered that iconic line. Chapter 11. Karen Tower Humph, a combat power of only 5. How pathetic. Although Luo Lan's strength was not particularly formidable. In this moment before the plot unfolded, he was entirely justified in making such a claim. While the Earthlings struggled within the range of 1 or 200, Luo Lan's astonishing combat power, exceeding 400, surpassed all expectations. Even the strongest beings on Earth could not compare. He pointed the detector at himself. 460. A striking number leaped forth, far surpassing the combat powers of Earthlings, even outshining an adult Son Goku. Of course. Being a Saiyan, Luo Lan would not take pride merely in surpassing Earthlings. Haha. Luo Lan meticulously surveyed his surroundings. This remote location, situated in a plateau region, was devoid of human presence for hundreds of kilometers, ensuring that even the cargo ship's landing would go unnoticed. Upon arriving on Earth, Luo Lan's mind became increasingly agile. The Dragon Balls, the Senzu Beans, the Capsule Corporation technology, the martial arts of Earth, all of these would significantly enhance his power, and he was determined to gather them. Upon reflection, he realized there was much to accomplish. Oh dear, what a laborious fate I have. Though he lamented aloud, his heart was brimming with joy. What a delightful dilemma. However, every task has its priorities. He decided to tackle the more straightforward matters first. The search for the Dragon Balls could be postponed for now, as he lacked a dragon radar. After pondering, Luo Lan formulated a plan. First, he would visit Master Karen to procure some Senzu Beans, and then seek out a Dragon Ball to enlist Bulma's father's assistance in crafting a Dragon Radar AS for the location of the first Dragon Ball. He had already contemplated the options. The original text provided clues to several Dragon Balls. One was the 4-star ball belonging to Son Gohan on Pausa Mountain. Another was the 3-star ball belonging to Master Roshi at Kame House. And a third was the 2-star ball located in Bulma's family's storage. However, with over a decade remaining before the plot commenced, the Dragon Balls in Bulma's family's possession might not even be in the storage. Thus, to obtain a Dragon Ball, a visit to Pausa Mountain or Kame House was essential. Of course, there was no rush. First, he would head to Karen Tower to acquire the Senzu Beans from Master Karen. In the early stages of the Dragon Balls, Senzu Beans were not considered particularly valuable, often frivolously consumed as mere sustenance. Yet, in later arcs, they became invaluable life-saving treasures, capable of rapidly restoring stamina and instantly healing various injuries. Coupled with the Saiyan's unique physiology, they formed a perfect synergy. Reflecting on the later arcs of Dragon Ball, when Senzu Beans were in short supply, Son Goku and his companions often had to split a single bean in half to share among themselves. And there were times when they couldn't even secure a meal during significant events. Such a life was truly heart-wrenching. Therefore, while Senzu Beans were still relatively abundant, Luo Lan resolved to gather as many as possible, lest they fall into the hands of that glutton, Yajirobe. With the potent healing abilities of the Senzu Beans, would his combat power not soar to new heights? Lost in thought, Luo Lan could hardly contain his drool. He filtered out all the data below 100 combat power from the energy detector, and indeed, the readings on the device became significantly clearer. The sparse numbers that lingered were all elite martial artists of Earth. At that moment, two readings caught Luo Lan's attention. 280, 300. It must be the celestial beings of the temple and Bobo, Luo Lan mused to himself, hoping to avoid provoking them. Despite possessing a combat power of 460 at that moment, he felt a twinge of trepidation when considering the might of the celestial beings and Bobo, particularly Bobo, whose hidden strength undoubtedly surpassed any measurable figures. Nevertheless, he thought, I am not one to shy away from challenges. Off I go. With a hearty laugh, Luo Lan soared into the sky, heading towards the Kylan Tower, situated beneath the Celestial Temple. The location of the Kylan Tower was confirmed once he discerned the positions of the celestial beings and Bobo. Luo Lan swiftly cut across the sky, leaving the plateau behind as he flew westward towards the northwestern hemisphere. Before long, a sprawling mountain range stretched for hundreds of kilometers emerged ahead, which he traversed, crossing the towering peaks perpetually enshrined in ice and snow, leading him to a vast basin that dipped downward. This basin spanned over 100 kilometers, lush with dense trees that appeared as a rolling sea of green. Swaying gracefully in the gentle breeze, the Kylan's sacred land, as it is fabled, is the birthplace of martial arts on Earth. The Kylan Tower, home to the Cat Sage, resides within the expansive forest of the Kylan sacred land. This tower serves as a divine conduit to the heavens. Legend has it that only by climbing the Kylan Tower unassisted can one meet the immortal residing atop and receive their guidance. For centuries, countless masters have sought to challenge this tower, yet few have succeeded in reaching its summit. Even the great calamity that befell the martial arts realm on Earth over 300 years ago could not extinguish the indomitable spirit of its practitioners, who periodically ventured forth to test their mettle. It is said that the last individual to conquer the Kylan Tower was the revered Turtle Sage, known as the god of martial arts. With a rush, a figure approached the Kylan Tower at an astonishing speed that a blur glided above the dense forest, the smooth horizon bending due to the vastness of the view. Luo Lan soared above the great forest of the Kylan's sacred land. He could finally see the towering structure, a long spire piercing the heavens, rooted in the horizon and disappearing into the clouds above. That is the Kylan Tower, he thought, marveling at its grandeur, far more awe-inspiring than depicted in any animation. Luo Lan could only speculate on the true height of the tower, merely gazing at its cloud-piercing silhouette, which resembled a colossal pillar bridging earth and sky, left him pondering its construction. However, despite his wonder, Luo Lan did not linger beneath the Kylan Tower. As he neared, he executed a sharp turn and shot upwards at a 90-degree angle, propelling himself skyward along the ivory tower's surface, accelerating towards its summit. In an instant, his movement generated a powerful shockwave, causing his figure to vanish amidst the white clouds. Obtaining the Senzu beans was his utmost priority. Chapter 12. The Cat Sage. Having perused numerous fanfictions of Dragon Ball, Luo Lan recalled how protagonists would go to great lengths to procure Senzu beans from the Cat Sage, some trading fresh seafood, others resorting to deceit, while many endeavored to appeal to the sage's emotions with sincerity. After contemplating the feasibility of these methods, he ultimately concluded that they were all nonsensical. Although Senzu beans initially served merely to satiate hunger, they were painstakingly cultivated by the Cat Sage. Surely, they could not be obtained so easily. While it was true that the sage was a cat, they were a transcendent being, elevated beyond mundane interests. How could mere seafood possibly impress them? As for deception, that notion was even more absurd. The Cat Sage had guarded the Kylan Tower for over 8 centuries, possessing wisdom that surely surpassed that of mere mortals. Would they remain stubbornly at the tower like a tenacious pest? After much reflection, Luo Lan dismissed all these approaches. As a Saiyan, he believed in a more audacious method of action. With increasing velocity, he tore through the air, generating whirlwinds that dispersed the clouds surrounding the tower. By height, he had already ascended beyond the atmosphere, yet the azure sky and white clouds persisted, and the distance to the tower's peak remained indeterminate. The Kylan Tower was peculiar. The surrounding space seemed to be imbued with a mysterious force, as it should not be this tall. Marveling at the tower's wonders, Luo Lan intensified his ascent towards the apex. Meanwhile, within the ball-shaped structure atop the Kylan Tower, the Cat Sage leaned on a wooden staff, a grave expression on its face as it monitored Luo Lan's climb through a water tank. In truth, the moment Luo Lan entered the realm of the Kylan sacred land, the immense energy radiating from him had captured the cat sage's attention, compared to the martial artists on Earth. Luo Lan's energy was extraordinarily abundant, and due to his lack of restraint, he shone like a searchlight in the night, constantly revealing his formidable power that, oh dear, what kind of monster has emerged, such a young age, yet possessing such terrifying strength? Mused the cat sage. Having encountered countless beings, it had never encountered one as powerful as this. If this individual intended to act recklessly, the cat sage would be utterly powerless to intervene as it paced anxiously beside the water tank. Beads of sweat formed on its brow, a sense of unease gnawing at its heart. Before long, a swirling cyclone reached the tower's summit, a violent gust of wind roaring in its ears that it has arrived. The cat sage felt a shiver run down its spine, withdrawing its gaze from the water tank to behold a small figure floating in midair outside the tower, a child who appeared no older than 4 or 5. His face marked by youthful innocence, as the cat sage sensed the energy emanating from him. A tremor coursed through its body. What a formidable little brat! How could he have passed the trials of the Kylan Tower so swiftly? The cat sage stared in astonishment at Luo Lan, yet with a guest arriving, it could only muster the courage to approach. The celestial beings must surely be observing this scene, yet that offered little comfort. Luo Lan, too, scrutinized the rotund white cat leaning on its staff, its plump form unmistakably reminiscent of the animated portrayals that it was said to be over 800 years old. He wondered what breed it was. Pray tell, what brings you here? If it is to challenge the Kylan Tower, your power renders such an endeavor unnecessary, the cat sage inquired cautiously. Whether it is necessary or not is beside the point. I find myself intrigued by what you have here, Luo Lan replied, narrowing his eyes as he assessed the cat sage. This expression only served to instill a sense of dread in the sage, as if something ominous was about to unfold. Disregarding the sage's cautious demeanor, Luo Lan strode confidently around the first level of the Kylan Tower, treating it as if it were his own home. Occasionally tapping and inspecting the various artifacts adorning the tower. Approaching the water tank, he lifted the lid to peer inside, having heard that the 3 tanks represented the past, present, and future. However, he saw nothing within, indicating that some special method was required to uncover their secrets. The cat sage stood by, helplessly observing the proceedings. After a while, Luo Lan had gleaned a general understanding of the Kylan Tower's layout and stated, I hear you possess something known as sins of beans, which can sustain a person for 10 days with but a single bean that I'd like to have one. Please, the cat sage remarked. Indeed, such a thing exists, yet it is intended for the martial artists who challenge the Kylan Tower. There is no surplus food atop the Kylan Tower. In the past, martial artists ascended the tower solely relying on the mystical beans to stave off hunger. However, over the past few centuries, few have succeeded in reaching the summit, resulting in an abundance of the mystical beans. A glimmer of brilliance flashed in Luo Lan's eyes as a surge of power coursed through him. Suddenly, he hurled an energy sphere toward the base of the Kylan Tower. A thunderous explosion resounded beneath the tower, prompting the cat sage to leap to the railing at the top, peering through the clouds to faintly discern a blood-red mushroom cloud. A vast expanse of the majestic mountains bordering the Kylan sacred land had been utterly obliterated. You see, it would be prudent to hand over the mystical beans, Luo Lan said with a beaming smile, playfully conjuring another energy sphere in his hand. The dazzling, pulsating sphere of energy caused the cat sage to break into a cold sweat. This fellow was not here for reasoned discourse. Gulping, the cat sage shivered and exclaimed, Wait, I can give you the mystical beans. Please do not unleash another energy wave. Luo Lan laughed heartily. Now that's the spirit. Hand over the mystical beans that I need some time to search. It has been many years since I utilized them. The cat sage sighed heavily that you'd best hurry. This fellow is far too powerful. Even the gods would struggle against him, that I truly cannot fathom from whence this monster has emerged. Yet, considering Luo Lan's current combat prowess, it was utterly unfathomable for the cat sage, who was encountering a cosmic powerhouse for the first time, akin to experiencing a cataclysmic upheaval. The power hierarchy on Earth is relatively rudimentary, with ordinary individuals possessing combat abilities not exceeding 5 points. Martial artists boasting dozens of points are deemed formidable. Those like the turtle sage, who have cultivated for centuries to attain over 100 points, are exceedingly rare and are rightly dubbed legendary martial artists. In such an environment, the sudden emergence of a being with a combat power of 460 is nothing short of terrifying. One could scarcely claim to have witnessed such a creature, let alone heard of it. It is simply overwhelming. The cat sage sighed despondently as he rummaged through the Kaling Tower, eventually unearthing a ceramic jar among a pile of debris, inscribed with the characters for mystical beans in red. He opened it to reveal a collection of dried, verdant beans. Chapter 13. Mystical beans. Mystical beans. Indeed, they are mystical beans. Upon beholding the legendary mystical beans from the Dragon Ball universe, Luolan felt his breath quicken. Shoving the cat sage aside, he cradled the jar of mystical beans as if he were a parched wanderer in the desert who had suddenly discovered an oasis, his eyes brimming with a thirst for survival. The jar was filled to the brim with no less than 10,000 beans. These were life-saving treasures. How could there be so many? Despite such an abundance, they would become exceedingly scarce in a few decades, and the cat sage would have to gather immature beans for Sun Wukong and his companions to share. How much had that gluttonous jackalope squandered? Every time Luolan thought of these treasures being wasted, his heart ached. To prevent these treasures from gathering dust, he must take them all. These are all mine. The cat sage stumbled back a few steps from Luolan's push, finally steadying himself as he witnessed Luolan's miserly demeanor. Dark lines of exasperation forming across his forehead. This is all I have. Cultivating mystical beans is not an easy task. One can only harvest a few dozen each year. These are what I have saved over several centuries. I haven't even planted this year's beans yet. At least leave me a few to serve as seeds. Luolan, clutching the jar of mystical beans with great affection, realized he could not sever the source. So he extracted a handful of beans from the jar and scattered them on the ground. Around 50 in total, no problem. These mystical beans are for you to use as seeds. The cat sage gazed incredulously at the meager handful of beans. Only about 50, before casting a glance at the jar in Luolan's arms, suddenly feeling as if he had regressed to a state of utter deprivation. Yet, given the formidable power of his interlocutor, he could only thank his stars that no trouble had arisen. With a sigh, he bent down to gather the pitifully small amount of mystical beans. Wait, Luolan called out. The cat sage looked up in confusion. After a moment of inner conflict, Luolan appeared to experience a pang of regret, retrieving a portion of the beans he had just scattered and placing them back into the jar. For seeds, 50 is still a bit excessive. Here, take these. He grabbed another handful, leaving only 30 behind. Is this enough? The cat sage's frustration boiled over as he beheld the diminishing number of mystical beans. Yet he found himself compelled to comply and collect the beans. How infuriating! I heard you possess a treasure known as super divine water? The light, airy voice sent a shiver through the cat sage. He opened his mouth. You wish to acquire super divine water? The mystical beans merely serve as a means to satiate hunger. I could accept a reduction, but the super divine water is different. It is a precious item capable of unlocking human potential. Hearing Luolan mention it made the cat sage's fur stand on end. Luolan shook his head. No, I was just asking out of curiosity. While it can unlock potential, it is essentially poison. The process of activation is excessively domineering. Consuming it would likely result in death. In the original story, Sun Wukong barely survived through sheer Saiyan resilience. Luolan even suspected that consuming such a substance could harm the body. The original story depicted Sun Wukong, a Saiyan, succumbing to a viral heart disease. Perhaps it was due to having consumed super divine water coupled with the repeated, intense usage of the Kaioken technique that led to his heart's premature deterioration. Such an unsafe substance is best avoided by Luolan. Seeking immediate convenience while leaving future hazards would be unwise. If one speaks of unlocking potential, the Grand Elder of Namek and the old Kaioshin from the Kaioshin realm are far more reliable, safe, and without risk. Ha! Kaling Sage, I am immensely satisfied with this haul. Remember to put in extra effort to cultivate the mystical beans. I shall return in the future, with a hearty laugh directed at the cat sage. Luolan leaped off the edge of the Kaling Tower, swiftly vanishing from sight. I hope never to see him again. The cat sage watched Luolan's figure disappear into the mist, silently praying that the fellow would not return. This recent plunder had cost the cat sage dearly. Gazing at the scant handful of mystical beans, he shook his head in resignation. In the celestial temple, the god and Bobo sighed in relief as they witnessed Luolan depart from the Kaling Tower. They had feared that he might become discontented and cause a ruckus. Should he have stormed into the celestial temple, it would have been disastrous. Fortunately, he had only taken a few mystical beans of little consequence. Indeed, in the eyes of the god and Bobo, the value of the mystical beans was quite negligible. Ha! Effortlessly acquiring so many mystical beans. On the way back, Luolan cradled the jar of fairy beans. His joy immeasurable, as he unscrewed the lid and popped one into his mouth. A crisp crunch echoed. Although the fairy bean lacked flavor, a rich surge of energy swiftly spread through his mouth. Instantly warming his entire body, a sensation of fullness enveloped his stomach, and the mental fatigue that had weighed him down dissipated, leaving him invigorated and brimming with vitality. Luolan's eyes sparkled with delight as he erupted into a hearty laugh. Ha! What a treasure! What a marvelous find! The jar contained approximately 10,000 fairy beans, each a potential lifesaver in critical moments. Luolan handled them with utmost care, yet the thought of holding them against his chest felt precarious. What if he accidentally shattered the jar? Contemplating this, he deemed it necessary to devise a safer storage solution. The term universal capsule suddenly flashed in his mind. The technology of universal capsules on Earth was nothing short of revolutionary. Capable of compressing items of all sizes into a mere capsule, and essential for both home and travel. With this thought, Luolan resolved to procure some empty universal capsules and swiftly made his way toward a bustling city. The technological advancement on Earth was markedly uneven. In some regions, villages seemed isolated from the modern world, still relying on kerosene lamps for illumination, while other areas had embraced basic machinery. Upon entering the city, he was greeted by a myriad of jet-propelled hovercrafts soaring through the air and a network of elevated transport tubes, as if he had stepped into a future realm. After a brief flight, Luolan landed in a relatively developed city, where various technologies were commonplace, including universal capsules. Prominently displayed on the street were shops selling an array of capsule devices and empty universal capsules. A quick pat on his pocket revealed that he had not a single coin to his name. Was he to resort to robbing the store? Shaking his head, he reminded himself that even Saiyans had a sense of monetary value. Luolan was a man of dignity, and such deeds were beneath him. Suddenly, his gaze shifted to a narrow alley where a group of delinquents were smoking. Let us see if you can contribute a little, he thought with a cold smirk. As he approached the group, 7 ruffians stood huddled in the corner, exhaling clouds of smoke. Their hair dyed in various flamboyant colors, laughing boisterously about their recent exploits, who they had bullied, how much they had extorted, and their plans for leisure. Hey there, big brothers, do you have some money on you? A youthful voice, barely 4 or 5 years old, emerged from the shadows. Where did this little brat come from? If you want money, go ask your family. Get lost before I decide to teach you a lesson. One of the dyed-haired delinquents snapped impatiently, exhaling smoke toward the child. Huh? Why bother with a kid? Another leaned against the wall, puffing away. One of the ruffians, noticing Luolan's delicate features, reached out to pinch his cheek, commenting, "This little rascal is quite cute. Come on, let me have a look. Look at that. Has Busoa run out of women to entertain? Now bothering children?" Someone chimed in, provoking laughter among the group. Luolan observed with a cold detachment, his heart brimming with disdain. As one of them reached out again. A glint of cold light flickered in his eyes. He deftly sidestepped, then unleashed a powerful punch that struck the man's abdomen with a resounding thud. The man let out a pained cry and crumpled to the ground, clutching his stomach in agony. The remaining ruffians, witnessing this, hastily extinguished their cigarettes and rushed to assist their fallen comrade, only to be swiftly felled by Luolan's agile strikes. The commotion confined to the alley went unnoticed by passers-by. Do you think this is just a game? How unfortunate, for I enjoy playing as well. A cold smile graced Luolan's lips as he summoned a surge of energy and stomped down with a resounding crash. The ground beneath him suddenly sank, fissures cracking the earth in a violent tremor. The ruffians stood frozen in shock, their faces pale with fear as they pleaded for mercy. "Little brother, spare us. We won't dare again. Please," they begged, bowing repeatedly. Luolan regarded them with a frosty gaze, then flashed a radiant smile. "Hand over everything of value you possess." Huh? The group was momentarily taken aback. "Quickly, give me the money," Luolan reiterated, cradling the jar as he stood unfazed by the deserted alley. The ruffians exchanged glances, but fear compelled them to comply, hastily surrendering their belongings, 7 wallets and several small capsules. Luo Lan counted the cash. Discovering a mere 3,000, while the bank cards were of no use to him, disappointment washed over him. However, the true treasure lay in the small capsules, which he weighed in his hands, tossing the wallets aside. He ascended into the sky, leaving the ruffians in awe. He can fly. It's a monster. The ruffians were left dumbfounded, their eyes wide with terror as they beheld the destruction left in Luo Lan's wake. Boss, should we call the police? One trembled, only to receive a sharp slap from their leader. You want to report that a 4 or 5-year-old kid just robbed us and flew away? Damn it. Let us get out of here. Today is cursed. Outside the town, near a remote field, a blurred figure flashed before Luo Lan appeared with his ill-gotten gains. He opened several boxes containing universal capsules and inspected their contents. Pressing the button on one capsule, he tossed it into the open space, and with a puff of white smoke, a jet-powered motorcycle materialized, sleek and modern, just as depicted in animations. Universal capsules could indeed contain remarkably large items. He tested the remaining capsules. Aside from a few empty ones, they contained various household appliances and transportation devices, but nothing excessively valuable like houses or RVs. It was reasonable to expect that a group of petty delinquents wouldn't possess such treasures. The $3,000 might buy a few empty capsules, but Luo Lan shook his head in dissatisfaction. Empty capsules were inexpensive, intended for everyday storage, with a standard box of 7 priced at just over 1,000. The purchasing power of currency on Earth was roughly equivalent to that of renminbi in his previous life. Returning to town, he used the stolen money to secure a hotel room, indulging in a hot shower to wash away the sweat and odor. He then purchased a few suitable garments, but his cash reserves were rapidly dwindling. Money truly doesn't last, he mused, before retrieving a small cloth bag to store over 20 fairy beans, placing the remainder into the empty universal capsules. Holding the capsules delicately in his hand, Luo Lan took great care to keep them close to him. Earth was vastly different from the planets he had previously inhabited. Living here required a significant amount of money. To ensure a quality of life and indulge in the exquisite culinary delights of Earth, he needed to amass a considerable fortune. With wealth in hand, everything else would fall into place. Speaking of which, he recalled that Sun Wukong, while dealing with the Red Ribbon Army, had once ventured into a pirate's underground treasure vault alongside General Blue, a place brimming with riches, although the pirate's lair was submerged beneath the ocean. Luo Lan was undeterred. According to clues from the comic, the vault was situated not far from Master Roshi's turtle house, with a conspicuous entrance. With this plan in mind, Luo Lan vacated his accommodation the next day and set off towards the ocean without delay. The island where Master Roshi resided was located near the East Sea. Utilizing an energy detector, Luo Lan swiftly pinpointed the location of Turtle House and began his search in the surrounding area. 6 days had elapsed, and Luo Lan was still scouring the vast ocean. As he gazed upon the magnificent expanse of the deep blue sea, his brow furrowed in concentration that it had to be nearby. After circling the entire maritime region several times, he followed the clues at his disposal. The location was indeed correct, but where was the entrance? Surely the pirates had not yet constructed the vault. No, according to the scenes depicted in the comic, the vault had been established for decades, for it would be impossible to accumulate such an abundance of treasure in a short span of time. Its existence was certain. Suddenly, Luo Lan smacked his forehead. Why had he not thought to procure a metal detector? Most of the treasures stored within the vault were gold and silver ornaments, easily detectable with a high-precision metal detector. With this thought in mind, Luo Lan promptly flew to a nearby city and used the remaining funds to purchase a detector. Upon his return to the ocean, it wasn't long before he detected a strong signal response. Following the information provided by the detector, Luo Lan scoured the area and finally located the entrance to the underwater treasure vault. Chapter 15. The Search for the Dragon Balls with a Whoosh. Luo Lan emerged through a long, dark passage, breaking through the water's surface and entering the interior of the vault. It was a sealed underwater chamber, and from memory, he knew that a trap awaited him ahead. Sun Wukong and General Blue had endured numerous trials when traversing this path. However, these challenges posed no threat to him. Adeptly evading the myriad traps and robotic sentinels, Luo Lan soon arrived at the entrance to the treasure chamber. With a resounding crash, the thick metal protective door collapsed. Breaking through the final barrier, Luo Lan beamed as he stepped into the treasure vault. Inside lay an overwhelming accumulation of gold and silver treasures. Their brilliant gleam nearly blinding. The wealth was piled high, reaching the height of a person, consisting of the most valuable gold and silver artifacts, diamonds, and gemstones, accumulated by pirates over many years, now readily available to Luo Lan. He retrieved a box of universal capsules, opened it to reveal a series of empty large containers, and with a cheerful demeanor, he began to fill them with treasures that in no time. The entire vault was emptied by him. Not a single coin was left behind, a true testament to his relentless pursuit. If the pirates were to return and find their vault devoid of riches, they would surely shed tears of sorrow. Among the treasures, Luo Lan did not encounter the Dragon Ball that Sun Wukong and General Blue sought. However, upon reflection, it made sense. That Dragon Ball had been discovered by Sun Wukong during his second search for the 4-star ball. And at this moment, it had not yet been found or taken by the pirates. Delightedly securing the treasures, Luo Lan retraced his steps and sought out a larger gold and silver establishment in the bustling city. Wary that a smaller shop might not be able to accommodate his vast haul. However, when he presented a portion of his acquired treasure, the staff were taken aback that in truth, it was not a large amount. Merely the size of a wooden crate, less than 1/10 of the total. Initially, the staff doubted that this child could be there to sell anything, but upon witnessing the entire crate of gold and silver, sweat began to bead on their brows. Surely, this child hadn't just robbed a bank, had he? The reality was not far from their suspicions. While Luo Lan had not robbed a bank, he had indeed cleared out the pirates' years of savings. As the staff of the establishment hurriedly counted the bounty, Luo Lan reclined comfortably in a VIP room, sipping a drink. It is worth mentioning the societal order in the world of Dragon Balls. Here, as long as one dares to present the goods, they will be accepted without hesitation, with no calls to the authorities. This is a world where martial arts reign supreme, and theft is commonplace. Even if one were to see someone storming into a bank brandishing a firearm, it would not be surprising. One simply hands over the cash. The character of blonde-haired Launch was known for such antics. After waiting for about an hour in the VIP room, the staff finally wiped their brows and cautiously handed a bag of cash and a bank card to Luo Lan. Taking a sip of his drink, Luo Lan leaped from the sofa, smiling as he accepted the cash and card. The cash amounted to 300,000, while the bank card contained a staggering 250 million Earth currency. It was an anonymous account. He could withdraw funds from any bank that he would no longer need to worry about financial matters. I am thoroughly satisfied with your service. Should such business arise again in the future, please consider our company. Certainly, came the reply. Luo Lan strode out with great confidence. With this significant sum, he could purchase anything his heart desired. He ventured into the bustling urban area dedicated to the sale of universal capsules. Preparing to acquire some outdoor survival tools, the sales area featured high-tech products developed by Bulma's family enterprise, with small capsules containing motorcycles, cars, airplanes, and houses. He made a simple purchase of a 2-story house along with a refrigerator, television, air conditioning units, and other appliances. Additionally, he prepared for travel by acquiring an RV, motorcycle, and yacht, swiftly depleting a substantial portion of his bank funds, making him marvel at how quickly money could vanish. With all these preparations in place, Luo Lan felt ready to enjoy a comfortable life on Earth. Now, it was time to begin his training. Yes, he would start with the search for the Dragon Balls, training while seeking them out. Having come to Earth with great effort, he had yet to lay eyes on a single Dragon Ball. Having settled on this plan, Luo Lan took a brief rest before embarking on his quest to find the Dragon Balls. Although he was not in a rush, no one on Earth was competing with him for the search. His first destination was Baozi Mountain, where he knew a Dragon Ball was located. On Earth, the whereabouts of 2 Dragon Balls were particularly well known: Son Gohan's 4-star ball and Master Roshi's 3-star ball, both of which had been obtained long ago, especially Master Roshi's, which had been discovered over a century ago while swimming in the ocean. However, Luo Lan was more eager to meet the elderly man who would one day take Sun Wukong under his wing. Once he secured the first Dragon Ball, he would head to West City to ask Dr. Briefs, Bulma's father, to construct a Dragon Ball radar. Dr. Briefs was a genius capable of inventing high-tech devices like universal capsules. In the original story, he had even modified Sun Wukong's flying vehicle in a matter of days. So it was reasonable to expect he could create a device to detect Dragon Ball signals. As for the possibility of Dr. Briefs rejecting him, Roland was not concerned, For a distinguished scientist like Dr. Breve should indeed possess a keen interest in the unknown. Activating the energy detector, he directed it towards the direction of Baozi Mountain and scanned the area. With a beep, an energy source with a combat power reading of 142 appeared on the screen. That was the signal of Sun Wukong. The distance was only 1,000 kilometers away, and flying there would take just over an hour, but there was no rush. He opted to ride his motorcycle leisurely. This motorcycle, equipped with a glass canopy, was quite convenient to operate. As long as he maintained the right direction, even someone petite like Roland could ride it with ease, with a flick of his tail. Roland mounted the motorcycle, started the engine, and set off on his journey with carefree delight. The motorcycle roared to life, kicking up a cloud of yellow dust as it sped recklessly along the gravel roads of the outskirts. The technological development in the Dragon Ball world was exceedingly uneven. In the blink of an eye, he had left the city behind, and the roads gradually transitioned from gravel to muddy trails. Chapter 16. An unexpected encounter. The motorcycle raced down the dry dirt road, swirling clouds of yellow sand rising behind it like a long serpent. Thanks to the protective glass canopy, Roland was not left in a disheveled state by the dust, though he certainly appeared somewhat travel-worn. After a day filled with sightseeing, Roland finally entered the vast and flat plains. This area was seldom trodden by humans and had become a desolate wasteland. In such barren regions between cities, where law enforcement struggled to maintain order, unsavory characters often thrived, resorting to petty thefts from passing merchants. Ironically, well-trafficked legitimate roads witnessed far fewer incidents of banditry, as traveling caravans were usually well-prepared. During his motorcycle journey, Roland indeed encountered several attempted robberies. The outcomes were predictably lopsided, with the would-be thieves ending up on the losing side. Humph, how could mere mortals be his match? It was rather astonishing that Bulma, in the original story, could wander around alone without encountering any danger. As he drew nearer to Baozi Mountain, the surroundings gradually transformed into a lush tapestry of greenery, with rolling hills becoming increasingly commonplace. As twilight approached, Roland parked his motorcycle by the roadside, dismounting to transform into a streak of white light that darted into the distant mountains, soon returning with a colossal beast in tow. Producing a universal capsule, Roland retrieved his cooking utensils and began preparing a meal from the captured creature. Saiyans had hearty appetites, as long as the creature was alive and its entrails and harmful parts were removed. The remainder was fair game for consumption. After relishing a sumptuous feast, Roland noted the encroaching night and decided against continuing his journey. He was merely a few days away from reaching the vicinity of Baozi Mountain, so he opted to rest for the night. With that thought, Roland concentrated to form a sphere of energy waves, clearing a flat area on the ground. Clapping his hands in satisfaction, he admired the level ground. His control over energy waves had indeed improved significantly. He summoned a two-story house to rest upon the cleared land and activated the electric water heater for hot water. The heater required some time to warm the water, so Roland took advantage of the interval to step outside for a vigorous workout, swinging his arms, diving, and leaping, with beads of sweat glistening like jewels as they dripped down. Training was inherently a matter of perseverance. Even a moment's laxity could result in a regression of strength if Syphilia were to discover any signs of his slacking. He feared her wrath. Speaking of Syphilia, Roland recalled that it had been nearly 9 months since he left Vegeta, and he wondered how she was faring. According to the storyline, in another 3 months, Vegeta would meet its doom. That woman was particularly obstinate. She might very well heed the orders of her superiors and dutifully return to Vegeta. In truth, Roland felt little attachment to Vegeta and the Saiyans. He was the sort of person who thrived on self-sufficiency, unconcerned whether Vegeta was destroyed or not. Yet that cold woman, Syphilia, evoked a tinge of reluctance within him, perhaps due to their prior months of interaction. Never mind, he would find a way to rescue her when the time came. After all, she was his sister. Should he undertake such a rescue, he needed to hone his skills diligently, lest he be ridiculed by Syphilia for overestimating himself. With this in mind, Roland dedicated himself to his training with even greater fervor. Currently, Roland's combat power stood at approximately 460, having gained a few points in recent days. Nearing the threshold of 470, however, this was still a vast chasm compared to Syphilia, who possessed over 4,200 combat power when he first encountered her, and was undoubtedly even stronger now at times. Roland found himself envious of Syphilia's innate talent. That night, after a refreshing bath, Roland climbed into bed to rest, half watching a dull television program while enjoying fruits he had taken from the refrigerator. The television was indeed tiresome, and before long, he turned it off, preparing to sleep, in the stillness of the night. Under a canopy of twinkling stars, the gentle moonlight streamed through the glass window, casting a delicate, translucent glow. The sounds of croaking frogs and buzzing insects filled the air, creating a pastoral night scene. Suddenly, a loud knocking echoed from outside. Frowning, Roland turned over, but the knocking grew increasingly insistent, disturbing his attempts to sleep. In this desolate wilderness, was it some wild beast? Humph, he could capture it for breakfast tomorrow. Irritated, he rose, donning his sleepwear and heading to the door. What a racket! Do you wish to be devoured? Upon opening the door, he was met not by a beast, but by a stunning girl with golden hair, appearing to be around 16 or 17 years old, graceful and elegant, with a captivatingly beautiful face and sparkling, crystal-like eyes. "Oh, I am so sorry, little brother. Did I wake you? I seem to have misplaced my universal capsule. May I stay here for the night?" A woman. Was this a case of a scam, or perhaps a setup? Roland scrutinized the girl before him, confirming she was alone, and stepped aside to allow her entry. The golden-haired girl quickly expressed her gratitude and walked straight in, seemingly oblivious to the potential dangers. "Are you all alone here, little brother? How dangerous. Where are your family?" she chattered inquisitively after entering the AT. That moment, Roland examined her more closely. The golden-haired girl had long hair cascading down to her waist, topped with a wide, soft hat. She carried a light purple backpack and wore a vibrant red fitted dress that perfectly accentuated her delicate yet alluring figure, perhaps due to her long journey. Her clothes were somewhat dust-covered, adding to her disheveled appearance. Observing the pearl necklace around her neck, it was evident she came from wealth. "Truly a young lady of privilege that I live alone," he replied. "You are quite remarkable." The girl said admiringly to be by the way. "Do you have a bathroom here? I would like to take a shower." Roland was at a loss for words. Was the culture of the Dragon Ball world truly so naive? In the dead of night, a girl felt free to enter a stranger's home and casually prepare for a bath. Fortunately, she had encountered him. Maintaining a stoic expression, he pointed down the hallway to "It's over there. The hot water is already prepared, though. That's wonderful. I will go shower now," she exclaimed cheerfully, placing her backpack and hat on the table before skipping toward the bathroom. Soon, the sound of running water echoed from within. Has she truly taken this place for her own? Luo Lan was certain that this girl was definitely not a fraud. There was simply a missing nerve in her brain. What could she possibly have in her bag? A flicker of curiosity ignited within her, prompting Luo Lan to open the purple backpack resting on the table. Inside, there weren't many typical items a girl might carry. Instead, there lay a compact laptop and several booklets filled with dense text. As Luo Lan picked up one of the booklets to examine it, she suddenly realized she was unfamiliar with the characters of Earth. Chapter 17. Bowsy Mountain. The sound of a motorcycle echoed through the air. Kicking up a swirl of yellow dust, a motorcycle sped along, driven by a golden-haired girl wearing a helmet, her fine strands of hair dancing in the wind. Clinging to her waist was a small boy of about 4 or 5. Gazing serenely ahead. "Luo Lan, we are nearing Bowsy Mountain, but I've heard there are many ferocious beasts there. Even hunters dare not venture close. What if we encounter danger? With me around, all ferocious beasts will merely become sustenance." "That's true. Your skills are indeed impressive." This scene unfolded in the early morning, as the motorcycle was piloted by Bulma's sister, Tais, the very golden-haired girl who had stayed at Luo Lan's residence. It was now the second day of their journey together. After discovering Luo Lan's prowess the previous morning, Tai seemed to have gained a fresh perspective and insisted on accompanying Luo Lan on her adventure, claiming she wished to broaden her horizons to write a captivating novel. Luo Lan had not intended to bring along a burden, but upon remembering that Tais was Bulma's sister and the eldest daughter of Dr. Briefs, whose assistance she would require in creating the Dragon Ball radar, she consented to let her accompany them. The Briefs family was remarkably adventurous and rather carefree. Tais, though still young, was filled with curiosity, much like her sister Bulma, and had a particular fondness for adventure. Otherwise, she would not have embarked on a journey to experience the lives of ordinary people simply for the sake of writing a good novel. Upon learning about the energy detector, Tais bombarded Luo Lan with questions, and throughout their journey, Luo Lan took the time to explain many concepts related to combat power. However, This naive woman remained oblivious to the fact that the term combat power was an extraterrestrial standard, mistakenly believing it to be a popular metric in the mysterious realm of martial arts. How foolish! You Scions have quite an appetite. You devoured that large bear in mere moments. It's fortunate you reside in such a remote area. Otherwise, it would surely terrify the locals they conversed. Ties was struck with inspiration, a glutton with immense strength. This element could certainly find its way into my novel. Luo Lan stifled a yawn and leaned against Ties's back. Pulling out the energy detector, they were drawing ever closer to the energy source of Baozi Mountain. Luo Lan, tell me more about you Scions. You all have tales? Must be quite inconvenient in daily life. By the way, my sister has a younger sibling who is a bit younger than you, but very clever. The weather is sweltering, and I'm drenched in sweat that I must find a place to bathe soon. Ugh, only having one change of clothes is such a hassle. I must remember to buy more when we return. Ties chattered incessantly, while Luo Lan could only roll her eyes in exasperation. If only this woman could be a tad quieter. As they continued on, the terrain grew increasingly rugged, the scenery more primal, until they arrived at a secluded area surrounded by mountains. Luo Lan felt her spirits lift. Stop, she shouted. Ties hit the brakes sharply, the tires skidding on the gravel. Turning back, she asked, have we arrived? Your acquaintance lives in quite a remote location. Luo Lan leapt off the motorcycle and surveyed the area ahead that it should be nearby. Ties pressed a button on the motorcycle, transforming it back into a universal capsule and stowing it away. She surveyed the serene and secluded surroundings, suddenly feeling a chill. The mountain's temperature was a few degrees cooler than the outside world. Is there really anyone living here? Ties crossed her arms. That weren't you just looking at the detector? Look, there's a signal source with a combat power of 142. Luo Lan walked along the mountain path. Ties sneezed, huddling her body. But this place is so isolated. Could there be many wild beasts around? No sooner had she spoken than a rustling sound emanated from nearby. Wolves and leopards lurked in the woods, their fierce gazes fixated on them, growling ominously, sending a flock of dark birds into flight, startling Ties, seeking death. Luo Lan's eyes widened, releasing a terrifying aura. Instantly, this fearsome energy radiated outward, causing the nearby wolves and beasts to cower and retreat. Growling softly in fear, Ties's eyes sparkled with admiration. Incredible! Even the wild beasts fear you. Luo Lan shrugged, shaking her head lightly. It's a bit too noisy. The person we're looking for has likely already sensed us. Is it true that powerful martial artists can sense each other over distances? How remarkable! But living in a place like this, wouldn't they be rather reclusive, as she took small steps to keep pace. Ties felt a surge of excitement within her, as if she were exploring an unknown realm, akin to the mysterious circles described in novels. Before long, they emerged from the thicket into a relatively open area, where a modest structure of brick and stone stood beneath the shade of nearby trees. That at last, we've found it. Luo Lan sighed in relief. This was indeed the dwelling of Sun Wukong. There truly is someone living here. It must be a reclusive master. Tai smiled, curiously observing the tranquil and elegant surroundings, where even the air was infused with a delightful fragrance. She couldn't help but exclaim, it truly is the abode of a master. By the way, what do you intend to do when you find that person? Challenge him. Luo Lan cast her a sidelong glance. That you've been reading too many novels, that I'm a novelist myself, and no wonder your sales are poor. Ties retorted, little brother, you're quite unlikable. I'm just starting out. I will definitely write popular works in the future. Ignoring Ties's ramblings, Luo Lan checked the detector once more. It indicated a powerful energy source nearby. As she focused her gaze in a certain direction, she soon spotted an elderly man clad in an orange robe, with a rosy complexion and a beard, approaching them while carrying firewood. Upon noticing Luo Lan and Ties, a glimmer of recognition flickered in the old man's eyes. I found you, Sun Wukong. Sun Wukong wore a hat atop his head, and over his black martial arts uniform, he donned a long robe. Hello, young ones, what brings you to Baozi Mountain? Sun Wukong's gaze shifted between Luo Lan and Ties, and upon meeting Luo Lan's eyes, a hint of intrigue crossed his face. The sharp instincts of a martial artist sensed something extraordinary about her. We're here to find an orange-red orb embedded with stars. If you know its whereabouts, please let us know, Luo Lan stated forthrightly. Weren't you supposed to be here to spar? Ties looked at Luo Lan, a wave of confusion washing over her, yet she ultimately refrained from voicing her concerns. Though, So you're here searching for something. Sun Wukong rummaged through his belongings and produced a Dragon Ball. About the size of a fist, crystal clear and stunningly beautiful. Is this what you seek? The crystalline orb, resplendent and translucent, revealed an orange-red hue, within which glimmered 4 stars, as vivid as blood, akin to the 4-star Dragon Ball from the legendary Dragon Ball series. Luo Lan's eyes sparkled with fervor, and his breath quickened. Although it was his first encounter with the Dragon Ball, its distinctive characteristics were unmistakable, allowing him to recognize it at a mere glance. Chapter 18. The Dragon Ball. Yes, this is the very object, the aged voice of Sun Wukong remarked that I discovered it in a valley some years ago. It was simply too beautiful to resist, so I kept it with me. Since it is something you desire, I shall gladly present it to you. Thank you, old man. Luo Lan's demeanor transformed into one of warmth and enthusiasm as he effortlessly accepted the Dragon Ball. The elder seemed rather affable. The 7 Dragon Balls are divine artifacts crafted by the gods, utilizing the principles of refraction, ensuring that the red stars within are visible from any angle. Once all 7 are gathered, one can summon the eternal dragon and make a wish, limited only by the constraints of the god's power. While the strength of the Dragon Balls on Earth pales in comparison to those of Namek or the cosmic-level Super Dragon Balls, they remain immensely valuable to Luo Lan at this moment, and no need for gratitude. Sun Wukong chuckled, but then suddenly gasped, his gaze shifting to Luo Lan with astonishment. Young brother, there appears to be an astonishing force within you. You noticed? Luo Lan responded, observing Sun Wukong intently. Among Earth's martial artists, he had never regarded strength as significant, focusing instead on refined techniques. Sun Wukong was indeed formidable among them, yet merely competent. The physical limitations of Earthlings were their greatest flaw. Even Sun Wukong could only unleash a few key blasts, which, due to their lengthy preparation time, were impractical in combat. Thus, in a low-tier martial environment, hand-to-hand combat proved far more effective than key blasts, the latter being inefficient in real battle, contrasting sharply with the vastness of the cosmos. With Sun Wukong's current prowess, he was incapable of sensing another's energy. Such a skill required specialized training in the temple or a power level exceeding 200. However, upon close observation, he could somewhat perceive the terrifying essence enveloping Luo Lan. Forgive me. Sun Wukong suddenly lunged forward, tentatively throwing a punch, his speed swift, a fierce gust of wind accompanying his strike. Yet to Luo Lan, the motion appeared as sluggish as that of a snail, the force behind it feeble and lacking that eye. In a flash of brilliance, his small hand darted out, meeting Sun Wukong's fist with ease. The impact halted abruptly, a counterforce propelling Sun Wukong backward several meters, his heels digging deep trenches into the ground. Impressive. Not even Master Mutant Rashi could repel me so effortlessly. What a formidable child. Sun Wukong marveled, astonished by the extraordinary power contained within this seemingly 5-year-old boy. Old man, you are no match for me, came the child's innocent voice. Upon hearing this, Sun Wukong gazed deeply into Luo Lan's eyes, exhaling a sigh. Remarkable. I wonder who you are to possess such terrifying strength. Tai Si, having regained her composure from her initial shock, interjected. Luo Lan is a Saiyan, one who has kept himself hidden. Saiyan? Sun Wukong pondered briefly, shaking his head. That I must admit, I am woefully uninformed. I have never heard of the Saiyan tribe. Truly remarkable. I suspect even Master Mutant Rashi would be no match for you. That old pervert, Master Rashi, is certainly no match for me, Luo Lan replied with an air of pride. Tai Si, too, seemed to mistakenly regard Saiyans as mere minorities on Earth. After acquiring the 4-star ball, Luo Lan opted not to linger any longer and bid farewell, leading a reluctant Tai Si away from Baozi Mountain. Throughout their journey, Tai Si was invigorated, having finally witnessed a martial contest. Albeit limited to a single exchange, yet the deep trenches carved by Sun Wukong's heels unveiled a hidden facet of the world, instilling in her a sense of stepping into a new realm. Luo Lan, what do you intend to do with this peculiar orb? On their return, Tai Si scrutinized the Dragon Ball, noting that the 4 stars upon it appeared identical from every angle. This is known as a Dragon Ball, a divine artifact created by the gods. That gods truly exist in this world. Pray tell me more. Tai Si's curiosity was piqued once again as Luo Lan sliced through the thorns lining their path. He elaborated, indeed, gods do exist, Though they are not particularly remarkable, in the northern region lies the Karen's sacred land, where the Tower of Karen stands, home to the martial arts sage, Master Karen. I have heard of that. It is said that if one can ascend the tower unassisted, they may meet the sage and receive guidance. Is that not a myth? Tai Si interjected eagerly. Do not interrupt me. Luo Lan shot her a glare. And Tai Si obediently fell silent. He continued, Master Karen is indeed real. In fact, above the tower lies an even more expansive realm, where a temple exists, and the god of earth resides there. Truly, gods exist. Tai Si could scarcely contain herself, yet recalling her earlier lapse, she quickly covered her mouth. Taking the Dragon Ball from Tai Si's hands, he held it to the sunlight. This Dragon Ball was crafted by the gods. There are a total of 7. Once all 7 scattered across the world are collected, one can summon the eternal dragon, who will grant a single wish to the summoner. The last individual to gather the Dragon Balls eventually became a king. And that was over a century ago. How extraordinary! We must seek the Dragon Balls, Tai Si exclaimed, her enthusiasm ignited. Surely, this would bring great experiences to write about in my novels, to locate the Dragon Balls. We will need a dragon radar. I can ask my father to create one. He is the inventor of the universal capsule technology, so crafting a radar should be a simple task, Tai Si declared. Revealing her familial ties. That is precisely what I was hoping for. Luo Lan chuckled slyly, feigning hesitation before begrudgingly agreeing to accompany Tai Si to West City to find her father, Dr. Briefs. Then what are we waiting for? Let's set off, Tai Si proclaimed enthusiastically, pointing towards the mountain path. Very well, let us go. Luo Lan replied with a gentle smile. With Tai Si's persuasive charm, it was likely Dr. Briefs would assist in developing the dragon radar. The two set off on their motorcycles, departing the territory of Baozi Mountain. As they passed through a small town, Tai Si insisted on stopping by a shop to purchase several outfits, having only one garment for some time. She had been forced to wrap herself in a towel each night, and the hardships of such a life had weighed heavily upon her. Luo Lan, on the other hand, rather enjoyed this way of living, relishing the nightly companionship of a beautiful woman. However, he found himself unable to argue against Tai Si's request, observing her as she swept through the store like a whirlwind, collecting various styles, dresses, shirts, undergarments, jeans. Goodness, this woman is quite wealthy. Can she truly wear all of this? Tai Si's response was, better safe than sorry. Chapter 19. The Tai Si family. After a long and arduous journey, the two finally arrived at the bustling metropolis of Shijidu, the city where Tai Si's family resided. Entering Shijidu felt as though one had stepped into a future world, far ahead of its time, with an abundance of miraculous modes of transportation. The sky was adorned with extensive aerial corridors, along which numerous levitating vehicles glided gracefully on Earth. The stark polarization of technology was particularly evident. Some communities still lived in the most primitive tribal conditions, while others had only just begun to adopt electrical facilities. And yet some regions had already developed advanced technologies capable of space exploration. Astonishingly, mere hundreds of kilometers apart lay entirely divergent worlds. And it was bewildering how these disparate groups managed to coexist harmoniously. This vividly illustrated the diversity of Earth's civilizations and races. 5 cities stood as beacons of technological advancement on Earth. Named after the cardinal directions, east, south, west, north, and central. Aside from the central city, which served as the capital of the Earth Kingdom, the other 4 cities were bustling metropolises, boasting a technological prowess that outstripped other regions by a century. A truly remarkable disparity. Upon entering Shijidu, Luo Lan was struck by the city's grandeur, believing that even many alien cities could not rival its sophistication. Speaking of Shijidu, the most renowned establishment was undoubtedly the rapidly ascending Universal Capsule Company. Founded by the illustrious Dr. Briefs. In just a few short years, the company had swept the globe with its remarkable capsule technology. In Shijidu, the name of the Universal Capsule Company and Dr. Briefs was known to all. Ask anyone on the street, and they could easily direct you to the company's headquarters. This way, and there is my home, Tai Si said, leading the way and pointing to a sprawling 5-story hemispherical structure. What a wealthy family. The estate was vast, surrounded by a plethora of flowers and trees, complete with a personal swimming pool, resembling an independent villa community. The annual expenses for water and electricity alone would be beyond the means of an average household. Under Tai Si's guidance, Luo Lan smoothly entered the villa, where he met Bulma's father, Dr. Briefs, a disheveled genius in a white lab coat, a cigarette dangling from his mouth, with tousled lavender hair that hung over his ears. Upon seeing his eldest daughter return with a young boy, Dr. Briefs quizzically inquired, "Tai Si, is this your new friend? No wonder you've never had a boyfriend. It turns out you prefer younger boys." Tai Si rolled her eyes in exasperation. "Luo Lan is a friend I met during my travels though, so he's not your boyfriend," Dr. Briefs said, shaking his head in disappointment, yet smiling as he ushered Luo Lan inside. "Help yourself to drinks. I apologize for the lack of hospitality. My wife is busy tending to our youngest daughter." "Not a problem," replied Luo Lan, observing Dr. Briefs as he returned with refreshments a short while later. Tai Si set her backpack on the sofa and presented a Dragon Ball to Dr. Briefs, saying, "Dad, can you create a radar to detect Dragon Ball signals based on this?" Dr. Briefs examined the Dragon Ball and replied, "No problem, as long as this sphere emits electromagnetic waves. I believe I can develop a device to detect its unique fluctuations, though it will take a few days." Tai Si flashed a triumphant smile at Luo Lan, exclaiming, "I told you it would work." Luo Lan's face also broke into a smile at that moment. Mrs. Briefs entered, leading a 4-year-old girl. Upon seeing Luo Lan, her eyes brightened. This is the first time Tai Si has brought a boy home. How adorable. If he were just a few years older, he could be her boyfriend. By the way, if you're not interested in Tai Si." "Dear, I wouldn't mind, Mom," Tai Si exclaimed, her face flushed with embarrassment as she shouted at Mrs. Briefs. Luo Lan chuckled awkwardly. "What an interesting family. As the saying goes, those who are not of the same family do not enter the same door." The Briefs family was indeed a peculiar bunch. Dr. Briefs, the brilliant inventor, was perpetually disheveled. Mrs. Briefs, youthful at heart, enjoyed teasing her daughter about young suitors, and both Tai Si and her sister Bulma were far from idle, often venturing out. "Are you my sister's friend?" piped a small, sweet voice. Luo Lan turned to see a little girl with lavender hair, perhaps just over 4 years old, adorned with 2 playful pigtails. Bulma. The young Bulma was undeniably charming. Yet she regarded Luo Lan with suspicion, aiming a toy laser gun at him. Luo Lan was aware that this toy could indeed emit a laser. "Yes, I'm a friend of Tai Si. I won't let her go," Bulma asserted earnestly. Luo Lan chuckled softly, realizing he would not engage in a dispute with the little girl, especially since his relationship with Tai Si was entirely platonic. Given their considerable age difference, after becoming acquainted with Tai Si's family, she began recounting her travel experiences, when she shared the tale of losing her universal capsule and nearly ending up homeless, only to be fortuitously rescued by Luo Lan. The gazes directed at him from Mrs. Briefs and the others softened considerably. Even Bulma found this older brother figure quite agreeable. Following an enjoyable afternoon tea, the hosts and guests engaged in delightful conversation. Mrs. Briefs attended to her cats, while Dr. Briefs set about developing the Dragon Ball radar, leaving Bulma eagerly listening to Tai Si's adventurous tales, her eyes gleaming with excitement. As the creation of the Dragon Ball radar would require some time, Luo Lan decided to stay at Tai Si's residence, which was exceptionally spacious. There were several vacant rooms, any of which would suffice for his accommodation. Once in his room, he took a refreshing hot shower to wash off the travel dust. Immersed in the warm water, he contemplated. "With 1 Dragon Ball already in my possession, once Dr. Briefs completes the radar, I can set out to search for the others. Aside from the one belonging to Master Roshi, which is fairly well known, I have a few leads on the one in the Bull Demon King's castle. As for the others, I will wait until the radar is ready to pursue them." Once equipped with the Dragon Ball radar, the search process would indeed be swift. In the original story, Bulma and Goku took an entire summer to gather all the Dragon Balls. Considering my own speed, I should be able to accomplish this more quickly. I am confident I can summon the Eternal Dragon before the destruction of Planet Vegeta. Tai Si's home was truly extravagant, boasting over 20 rooms, and with the addition of the living room, kitchen, laboratory, bathrooms, and more, there were more than 40 distinct areas. The cost of such lavish decor must have been astronomical. Truly, they were a wealthy family. Luo Lan is not lacking in wealth. He possesses over 100 million in his bank account, and the untapped treasures in his possession are estimated to be worth billions. However, when compared to the world's wealthiest individuals, he still falls considerably short. Tai Si is, in the truest sense, a privileged heiress, a young lady of immense fortune, who finds delight in the life of an adventurer, which is quite intriguing. Speaking of which, Bulma, that little girl, grew up to be quite infatuated, contributing significantly to the early narrative of Dragon Ball with her charms. In comparison, Tai-Si may indeed be the most sensible one in her family. Chapter 20. Frisia's orders. In the blink of an eye, Luo Lan had resided in Tai-Si's home for 6 days. During this time, Dr. Brief successfully developed the Dragon Ball radar, yet this eccentric old man delayed handing it over to Luo Lan, insisting on adding a video chat function. Upon learning this, Tai-Si vehemently confronted Dr. Brief. Luo Lan felt quite embarrassed. In the original story, Dr. Brief was also preoccupied with sound equipment while modifying Goku's spaceship, indicating his high standards for details. Upon receiving the Dragon Ball radar, Luo Lan pressed the activation button, and soon golden dots appeared on the green grid of the display, the center arrow. A signal source emerged, precisely indicating the Dragon Ball in his possession, gradually expanding the detection range. All 7 golden dots illuminated as he scanned the entire planet. A look of joy spread across Luo Lan's face as he beheld the signals on the radar, a smile gracing his lips. How about it? My father's technology is quite remarkable, isn't it? Tai-Si exclaimed proudly, leaning closer to Luo Lan, her golden locks brushing against his cheek, releasing a delightful fragrance. Indeed, it surpasses my expectations. Luo Lan remarked with a glance at Tai-Si, offering his praise. Compared to the Dragon Ball radar crafted by Bulma, Dr. Brief's version was far more comprehensive, even capable of altering angles to display signals in a 3-dimensional format, significantly reducing the difficulty of locating the Dragon Balls. Naturally, the radar had indeed been equipped with the fanciful video chat feature. Tai-Si, puffing out her chest with a giggle, informed her parents, and then urged Luo Lan to hasten in searching for the Dragon Balls. Dr. and Mrs. Brief, understanding their daughter's spirited nature, knew that Tai-Si would never remain comfortably at home. Rather than allowing her to venture out alone, it was preferable to have a strong companion by her side, making Luo Lan the ideal choice. Thus, when Tai-Si proposed the quest for the Dragon Balls, the couple readily permitted their eldest daughter to accompany him. Privately, Mrs. Brief even jested that if Luo Lan were to age a few years, she would happily give Tai-Si to him. Luo Lan, at a loss for words, merely shook his head in silence. Tai-Si, do not wander off frequently. Return once you find the Dragon Balls. Your father's Capsule Corporation awaits your inheritance. Dr. Brief admonished. Tai-Si quickly shook her head. I have no desire for that. You can pass the company to Bulma. She is far more suitable for it than I am. Before Dr. Brief could say anything further, Tai-Si took Luo Lan's hand and dashed outside. Thus, bidding farewell to Dr. Brief, Luo Lan and Tai-Si departed West City in a jeep. The jeep cruised along the spacious highway. Luo Lan inquired, do you truly not wish to inherit the family business? Tai-Si replied nonchalantly, I have no desire to live that life. Traveling the world suits me far better. After a pause, she curiously asked, where are we headed next? Luo Lan consulted the Dragon Ball radar and pointed in a direction. First, let us head east. The radar indicates a Dragon Ball overseas. That location is the residence of the martial arts god, Master Roshi. Understood, Tai-Si exclaimed, retrieving the navigation system to confirm the route before deftly steering the jeep towards the east. Meanwhile, in a distant part of the cosmos, amidst a dazzling array of stars that sparkled like pearls, a massive disc-shaped spaceship hovered in orbit beyond Planet Vegeta. Inside the ship, Frieza floated beside a porthole in an egg-shaped vessel, his long tail swaying in the air as his blood-red eyes gazed intently at Planet Vegeta. How goes the investigation regarding the Super Saiyans, Jacano? Frieza's sharp voice pierced the silence. Jacano, a yellow-skinned alien standing beside Frieza, replied with composed assurance. According to our findings, the tales of Super Saiyans and Super Saiyan gods are mere myths fabricated by the Saiyans to enhance their own prestige. Haha, I suspected as much. The significance of those myths is now irrelevant. What a pity it would be to lose such formidable warriors. Frieza's vessel adjusted its course, his crimson eyes glinting with malevolence as he commanded Dodoria. Mr. Dodoria, issue orders for all Saiyans on external missions to return to Planet Vegeta. Understood, Dodoria replied promptly before exiting the command room. Jacano, taken aback, asked, Lord Frieza, what are your intentions? Frieza smirked. It's not about what I desire. It is Lord Beerus's command, and I am merely following orders. While the Saiyans are a powerful force under my command, they are ultimately subservient due to the oppression from their king. Such a race could betray us at any moment. It is best to eliminate them while we can, Lord Beerus. Jacano's expression turned grave, his antennae freezing in place. A former subordinate of King Cold, he had assisted Frisia in managing the army after King Cold's retirement. And he had certainly heard of the god of destruction Beerus. Thus, he was astonished upon hearing Frisia mention Beerus. Since it is Lord Beerus's command, there is no alternative, Frisia chuckled sinisterly. Indeed, the Scions brought this upon themselves. I wonder what offense they committed against Lord Beerus. Haha. Even I must tread carefully around him. But this is fortuitous. It solidifies my resolve to eradicate those Scions. What a waste it is to lose such exceptional warriors. Jacano and Baribulu, seasoned veterans under King Cold, considered the broader implications for Frisia's army. The absence of the Scion force would significantly diminish its deterrent power. Not to worry, if we are short on manpower. We can recruit more. The universe is replete with those eager to make a name for themselves. Jacano replied, understanding the situation. The egg-shaped vessel hovered in midair as Frisia rested his chin on his hands. Gazing at Planet Vegeta, after a moment's contemplation, he instructed Shambo, have the Ugarans retrieve the communication records from Planet Vegeta. If we are to eradicate the Scions, we must leave no survivors, should any Scions fail, to return. We will hunt them down according to the list, Mr. Shambo. This task is entrusted to you, Frisia commanded. Yes, Lord Frisia, Shambo, a handsome alien with dark green hair, replied earnestly. Then he hesitated. Lord Frisia, the Scion Prince Vegeta is among the mission personnel. Should we also eliminate him? Frisia waved his hand dismissively. Leave Vegeta be. He is quite a delightful plaything. Let us keep him around for a while longer. Chapter 21. The return in a distant star region far from Planet Vegeta. Scattered Scion warriors across the northern galaxy received the orders for the Frisia force's return. Although filled with doubts, these Scions instinctively reacted as usual, making their way towards Planet Vegeta, save for a few exiled Scions, and those from remote areas. Among them was Bardock, the father of the protagonist, Son Goku. Bardock had always harbored skepticism towards the Frisia force's commands. Ever since Frisia took control of the military remnants left by King Cold 5 years prior and became the new ruler of Planet Vegeta. Bardock sensed the new ruler's profound distrust of the Scions. Now, with Frisia gradually consolidating his hold over the Frisia force under the guidance of elders like Belibel and Jacano, his reliance on the Scions significantly diminished. Deepening Bardock's ominous premonitions, the latest orders from Frisia only intensified his unease. Let us hope nothing goes awry, Bardock murmured softly, his gaze drifting towards the accompanying spaceship, growing more contemplative. The humid planet lay ahead. Prince Vegeta had just received a directive from the Frisia force that a tall young man, over 2 meters, was engaged in enthusiastic combat when he suddenly heard the beeping of his communicator. Upon opening it, he found an order from headquarters. What's this order? Vegeta laughed maniacally, effortlessly demolishing a castle nearby. The burly youth read the instructions from the communicator aloud. The Frisia force commands us to return to Planet Vegeta immediately for an important mission. Ignore it. Act as if you didn't hear. Vegeta impatiently interrupted the robust young man. Then, in a fit of rage, unleashed a powerful energy wave, resulting in a thunderous explosion that sent destruction rippling through the distance. But it's an order from headquarters, the young man protested. This remark displeased Vegeta, who held a strong disdain for Frisia. That a glimmer of menace flashed in his eyes as he hurled an energy sphere, creating a mushroom cloud, and coldly declared, "Are you disregarding my words?" I understand, the young man stammered. This young warrior was Nappa, a scion from a prestigious lineage who, in the original tale, invaded Earth alongside Vegeta and was ultimately slain by him. Nappa dared not oppose Vegeta's commands, yet he questioned the wisdom of so brazenly disregarding Frisia's orders. Observing Nappa's timid demeanor, Vegeta scoffed disdainfully, then directed several other scions to ignore the directives from the communicator. Meanwhile, Roland's sister, Saifia, was accompanying a combat squad in conquering a planet. Being a high-level planet, its strongest inhabitants boasted power levels exceeding 5,000. Even the battle-hardened Scion squad had to tread carefully against such formidable foes, as a single misstep could lead to their complete annihilation. However, the battle had now entered its concluding phase. The strongest beings on the planet had been eradicated by the Scion warriors days prior, leaving only scattered resistance that could no longer sway the outcome. After we eliminate the remaining opposition, we can turn the planet over to the Frisia force. Be careful not to unleash excessive energy during the fight. Damaging the environment will lower its value, the squad leader grumbled, yet nonchalantly obliterated a mountain with a casual energy wave. If the captain can't set an example, he shouldn't disrupt his comrades' enjoyment of battle. The Saiyan warriors continued their rampage, undeterred. The leader glared angrily, but then burst into laughter, continuing to berate his teammates. His gaze caught sight of a mesmerizing figure not far away. Saifia's strength is growing ever stronger. I should let her lead next time. Those unruly fellows will surely listen to a beauty, he mused, chuckling inwardly, as the sight of her was indeed a delight to behold. Female Saiyans were not as rugged as their male counterparts. While some were fierce fighters, most were of a more graceful physique. Saifia, in particular, was a rare beauty among the female Saiyans, exuding a blend of delicacy and strength, her slender form seemingly sculpted to perfection. A true gem to behold. Moreover, she was one of the few elite warriors among the Saiyans, possessing exceptional strength at a young age, earning her considerable respect within their ranks. Saifia cast a cold glance at the squad leader. Her expression impassive, before stepping into thin air and instantaneously appearing hundreds of meters away, swiftly closing in on a resisting foe. With an expressionless face, she delivered a fierce kick, unleashing a devastating wave of energy that obliterated a resistance fighter with a power level of 2,000. Creating a massive crater over 50 meters in diameter and leaving a scarred landscape stretching for hundreds of meters. Saifia, the Frisia Force has issued orders for all Saiyans on missions to return to Planet Vegeta. Came the announcement. What are they up to? Are they abandoning this planet? High-level planets are rare resources in the universe, with many affluent individuals eager to purchase one as a private paradise, ideal for training subordinates. Who knows what is happening? Perhaps a rare superplanet has appeared, requiring everyone to mobilize for its conquest. What do we do now? Let us head back. It's not every day we conquer a high-level planet. But if a superplanet truly exists, that would be quite exhilarating. The other Saiyans erupted into laughter, for nothing delighted them more than the thrill of battle. Saifia's delicate brows furrowed slightly as she shook her head. Joining the main group on the ship returning to Planet Vegeta. By the way, Saifia, don't you have a brother? Why isn't he with you? During the return journey, several Saiyans began to chat. Saifia's expression turned icy as she replied tersely, that guy hasn't contacted me in a long time. When he returns, I'll have to teach him a lesson. Let us have a moment of silence for your brother. It's not easy having such an outstanding sister. Amos, do you want a beating? Saifia shot a displeased glance at her teammate, exuding an icy aura. The Saiyan named Amos quickly silenced himself, begrudgingly refraining from further conversation. Saiyan women were not to be trifled with, especially those with high battle prowess. Humph, Saifia snorted, leaning back in her ship's seat to rest her eyes, a faint, cold smile playing on her lips. Roland, if you're still alive out there, you re-in for it when you return. Achoo. Unaware of the impending consequences, Roland sneezed for no apparent reason, oblivious to the fact that he was being watched by his nominal sister, At that moment. He was on a journey with ties to gather the Dragon Balls. Chapter 22. The 7 Dragon Balls under the blazing sun. The earth radiated an oppressive heat, akin to a furnace, leaving the land parched and desperate. The atmosphere bore no trace of moisture, and even the winds carried an unbearable warmth. This was a desert located in the tropics, where modern traces had long vanished, in stark contrast to the West City. This place seemed to exist at a primitive stage of civilization, with all inhabitants wrapped in cloth, shielding their skin from the relentless sun. Only those seeking refuge in the shade dared to expose their skin. Sweat dripped continuously from Tai's cheeks as she leaned on a wooden staff, gasping for breath while trailing behind. Glancing up at the scorching sun, she suddenly felt dizzy. I can't go on. I am exhausted, she called out softly, squatting down as her face veil slipped, revealing her sweet visage. You chose to follow us, came the response. Luolan came to a halt, supporting Tai Si as they made their way to a shaded corner. A gentle breeze brushed against them, bestowing a touch of coolness. Gulping down refreshing water, Luolan then splashed some over his head. Tai Si let out a soft exclamation, regaining a modicum of vitality. Do you think everyone possesses your monstrous strength? I'm a girl. After all, that it's rather weak. Saiyan women are not as delicate as you. Luolan handed her a fan. Tai Si shot him an annoyed glance, but accepted the fan. Fanning herself vigorously and wiping the sweat from her cheeks, concerned about her skin being scorched by the sun. How far are we from the next Dragon Ball? Approximately 3 kilometers, Luo Lan replied. Glancing at the Dragon Ball radar, he estimated that 5 shimmering points of light were situated at the radar's center, with another signal pulsating 3 kilometers away. That's quite a distance. I can't bear it. I'll retrieve the Dragon Ball by myself, Luo Lan declared. Tai Si quickly shook her head. In no way. We promised to travel together. How could you leave me behind? Besides, this is a challenge, and I will strive to overcome it. Observing Tai Si's faltering steps and her feigned resilience, Luo Lan couldn't help but chuckle, yet he refrained from undermining her confidence. Fine, let's wait until evening to search for the Dragon Ball, he said. Glancing at the scorching sun, Tai Si playfully tucked a strand of hair behind her ear and sheepishly stuck out her tongue. That I'm so sorry. Luo Lan shook his head and conjured a small house from the universal capsule in a flat area. Come inside to cool off. Hee. The girl giggled softly, dashing into the room and heading straight for the bathroom, where she took a refreshing cold shower. Emerging in light attire, she placed the 5 Dragon Balls from her backpack onto the table. Delighting in their presence, with a clinking sound, the 5 orange-red orbs rolled together, shimmering with golden light and accompanied by a low humming sound. These 5 Dragon Balls were the fruits of their labor over the past few days. 2 weeks prior, Luo Lan and Tai Si had embarked on their quest for the Dragon Balls, with their first stop being the Turtle Hermit's residence located beyond the Eastern Sea. The Turtle Hermit, revered as the god of martial arts, was a seasoned martial arts master but possessed a natural lecherousness. In the original narrative, Bulma even resorted to lifting her skirt to tempt him for a Dragon Ball. Accompanying Luo Lan, she certainly wouldn't allow the Turtle Hermit to take advantage of them. Upon arriving on the island, they found the Turtle Hermit lounging under a large tree. Without hesitation, Luo Lan delivered a swift chop to the old man's neck, leaving him bewildered and unconscious before he could comprehend the situation. When he awoke, Luo Lan had already absconded with his Dragon Ball. The Turtle Hermit, feeling pain in his neck, assumed he had merely slept awkwardly and remained oblivious to what had transpired. It wasn't until nightfall that he realized the crystal ball he always wore around his neck had vanished, leaving only a frayed string behind. Having successfully acquired the Dragon Ball from the Turtle Hermit, Luo Lan and Tai Si continued their journey, traversing the world in a jeep or a yacht. In just 2 weeks, they had collected 5 Dragon Balls, with the 6th one now within reach. Thanks to Luo Lan's involvement, their journey had been devoid of peril, as any foes encountered fell to his swift strikes, allowing Tai Si to genuinely appreciate the allure of martial arts. Inspiration surged within her, and she diligently documented their experiences as material for future creative endeavors. As dusk fell, the sky gradually dimmed, the sun's remnants disappearing over the horizon, leaving behind a fiery red hue that danced with the distant gray blue of the encroaching night. With the sun setting and the oppressive heat receding, Tai Si finally felt free to venture outdoors without her veil. The two followed the Dragon Ball radar to a mudflat 3 kilometers away. The terrain was barren, devoid of vegetation, with exposed rocks displaying signs of erosion from years of wind and sand, their surfaces marred by cracks that crumbled upon touch. According to the radar, the 6th Dragon Ball was nearby, but the surrounding yellow sands raised the concern that it might be buried underground. Tai Si shielded her eyes with her hands, gazing into the desolate distance. Luo Lan glanced at the radar. Adjusting it to a 3-dimensional mode, the display transformed, revealing the Dragon Ball's location approximately 5 meters beneath the surface. Find a place to hide, he instructed. As he levitated, a deep blue energy sphere coalesced in his palm. Tai Si, recognizing the potential power of such an energy blast, scurried to a nearby rocky outcrop, ensuring her concealment. I'm hidden. You can start now, she called out, gripping the rocks tightly. Luo Lan's calm gaze fixed on the sandy ground, and a glimmer of determination sparked in his eyes as he hurled the ping-pong-sized energy sphere downward. A thunderous explosion erupted, echoing like a missile strike, sending plumes of yellow sand soaring into the air, while a fist-sized glass orb shimmered and burst forth from the chaos. I found it, Luo Lan exclaimed, moving swiftly to snatch the Dragon Ball from the air. 1-star ball. A satisfied smile graced his face as he passed the Dragon Ball to Tai Si for safekeeping. With childlike enthusiasm, Tai Si cradled the orb as if it were a cherished treasure. Only 1 Dragon Ball remained. Days later, over 200 kilometers from where they had discovered the 6th Dragon Ball, in a lush thicket, Luo Lan located the final orb as he laid out the 7 dragon balls on the ground. They began to gleam with golden light upon contact, each flicker accompanied by a sound reminiscent of a dragon's gentle murmur. Buzzing, the 7 dragon balls pulsed in rhythmic flashes. What should we do next? Shall we summon the dragon? In an open area, Tai Si looked eagerly at Luo Lan. Indeed, it's time to begin, he nodded, his heart racing with excitement as he gazed upon the glowing orbs. Taking a deep breath, he called out loudly, "Come forth, Shenron." After uttering the incantation, he fell silent, waiting with bated breath. Since this was his first summoning, he could only mimic the original text dialogue, hoping it would indeed summon the dragon. As if on cue, the 7 dragon balls began to flicker more rapidly, the humming intensifying like a high-voltage current in the air. Soon, dark clouds gathered in the sky, transforming the once clear blue into a foreboding darkness. Tai Si, feeling timid, took a few steps back, her cheeks flushing as she observed Luo Lan standing unwavering, calm as a statue. She chastised herself, thinking, how embarrassing. I can't even match a child. Gathering her courage, she pulled out a camera and aimed it at the dragon balls. Eager to capture the thrilling spectacle to come, thunder rumbled ominously. Amidst the darkness of night, a series of thunderous roars echoed as the golden radiance of the dragon balls pierced through the clouds, converging into a magnificent spectacle in the sky. Soon, a majestic and elongated green dragon spiraled amidst the dark clouds, its eyes gleaming with a crimson light as it gazed down below. Humans who have gathered the dragon balls. Speak your wish. I shall grant it, but only one, it proclaimed. At a flicker of joy crossed Luo Lan's eyes as he beheld the awe-inspiring dragon above. Tai Si, filled with excitement, grasped Luo Lan's shoulder, both thrilled and slightly fearful. Pointing at the dragon in the heavens, that "It has truly appeared. So this is what the dragon looks like. How formidable. It invites you to voice your wish." With a smile gracing his countenance, Luo Lan composed himself. Gazing at the dragon, "Dragon, I have an elder sister named Saiyan. I wish for you to bring her to my side." He declared his wish aloud, for Luo Lan was not a heartless individual. After much contemplation, he simply could not abandon Saiyan. Thus he wished for the dragon to transport her to Earth. Calculating the time, he realized that soon, Planet Vegeta would face destruction, while he could remain indifferent to the fate of other Saiyans. Saiyan was someone he had to rescue. Upon hearing Luo Lan's wish, the dragon fell silent for a moment, preparing to unleash its power, but after a brief pause, its voice resounded once more. "I am sorry. This wish cannot be fulfilled. The individual in question has declined your request. Please choose another wish." What? Luo Lan's expression turned to one of astonishment, the situation exceeding his expectations. Declined? What is Saiyan up to? At that moment, the dragon's resonant voice continued. "The Saiyan you speak of possesses power greater than mine. I cannot forcibly transfer someone of superior strength. She does not trust the information I provide. So please choose another wish." Luo Lan furrowed his brow slightly, contemplating. The dragon indeed could not impose its powers upon someone stronger than itself. In the original tale, Oolong had attempted to use the Dragon Ball's power against the invading Saiyans, but ultimately found it impossible. Even when the Namekian dragon sought to retrieve the wandering Goku, it required the latter's consent. If Saiyan refused to cooperate with the dragon, there was little that could be done. Was he to abandon her? After a moment's reflection, Luo Lan shook his head. He was resolute in saving Saiyan, as she was his only kin in this world. Rescuing her would be fulfilling the bond they had forged over the past months. It seemed he would have to personally venture to Planet Vegeta to bring her back. "Foolish woman, I've invested considerable effort to save you. Dragon, please bestow upon me the instant transmission ability akin to that of the trainee Kaishin." "Jebit, I am sorry. That is a power granted by the cosmic rules to the trainee Kaishin." The dragon responded with its characteristic calmness. Luo Lan nodded. He had anticipated that the dragon would be unable to fulfill this wish. Originally, he had hoped to exploit a loophole, but it appeared that was not feasible. The ability to teleport at will, like the trainee Kaishin Jebit, was a reward from the cosmic rules, not something a mere mortal could easily acquire. Thus, he was left with the option of the Yardration's instant transmission, which, although slightly inferior to Jebit's, remained highly effective. Just as he was about to make his wish, Luo Lan suddenly realized that the Yardration's instant transmission required sensing the target's energy, a skill he unfortunately lacked. Even if he learned this through the Dragon Balls, he would not be able to execute it immediately. Missing the opportunity to save her would be quite troublesome. Human, state your wish, provided it does not exceed the authority of the Kaioshin, the dragon urged. Luolan pondered for a moment and inquired of the dragon, is there a technique in the universe that allows for instantaneous movement without the need for energy sensing? If so, please impart it to me. The dragon hovered in the air, remaining silent for a considerable time. Just as Luolan was beginning to lose hope, the dragon finally spoke. On planet Metamor, there exists a technique known as transference, akin to instant transmission, though it requires sufficient energy to support it. You confirm your desire for this wish. Planet Metamor, transference. Perhaps it was a skill similar to the fusion technique. Luolan replied with certainty. Yes, please grant me this skill. Understood, your wish shall be granted. The dragon's voice rose in pitch, and its eyes shone with a crimson glow. Upon witnessing the dragon's eyes suddenly emanate a blood-red light, Taisi was taken aback. However, Luolan understood that this was the dragon harnessing the power of the Dragon Balls. In the next moment, a complex array of knowledge flooded Luolan's mind, swiftly coalescing into understanding, as if he had undergone the learning process himself. This knowledge was indeed the transference technique of the Metamorans. The so-called transference technique, akin to the fusion technique, involved manipulating internal energy through specialized skills, enabling one to unleash power exceeding their physical limits severfold. The transference technique focused on spatial relocation, reminiscent of wormhole technology in science fiction, allowing one to open a space with human effort. But it required prior knowledge of the destination's location. Otherwise, one could easily encounter misfortune, finding themselves transported to perilous voids or stars. After assimilating this intricate knowledge, Luolan felt a throbbing pain in his head. At that moment, the dragon's voice rang in his ears. Your wish has been granted. Farewell. With that, the dragon soared into the sky, transforming into 7 luminous orbs that scattered across the world, and the darkened heavens were instantly restored to brightness. Luolan, are you all right? Taisi inquired with concern, noticing that Luolan still had his eyes closed. I am fine. I simply need to process an overwhelming amount of information. He replied that as long as you're all right. By the way, that Saiyan is your sister. How come the Dragon Balls couldn't bring her over? Isn't the dragon supposed to be omnipotent? It seems rather unreasonable that it couldn't even transport a girl. That woman is a savage. The mere mention of Saiyan reminded Luolan of the torment he endured on Planet Vegeta, causing a dull ache in his head. Sigh. I should test the transference technique I learned from the dragon. Although he had assimilated the knowledge, practical testing was still necessary. Not wishing to linger on the subject of Saiyan, Taisi nodded and cheerfully picked up her camera, repeatedly reviewing the footage she had captured. If these scenes were made public, they would undoubtedly create a tremendous sensation. In the temple, as Luolan and the others summoned the dragon, the Kaioshin had been closely monitoring the situation below. After all, the emergence of the dragon was of utmost significance. Should it fall into the hands of ambitious individuals, chaos would surely ensue. Upon discovering that Luolan was the one who had summoned the dragon, the Kaioshin's heart sank. This mysterious extraterrestrial, despite his youth, possessed formidable strength. Should he choose to act maliciously, even the Kaioshin himself would not stand a chance against him. Thankfully, the individual had not made any nefarious wishes, which brought a sigh of relief to the Kaioshin that as the Dragon Balls vanished. The Kaioshin murmured with a complex expression, it appears even the power of the dragon could not provoke him. Such a powerful being exists in the world. An inexplicable sense of urgency welled up within the old Kaioshin's heart. With a deep sigh, he reflected that compared to the unknown vastness of outer space, the strength of Earth was still woefully inadequate. Chapter 24. The spatial transference technique. The vast universe bore a hint of crimson hue. Near a colossal star, whoosh, a beam of light streaked swiftly across the tranquil and profound expanse of space. Standing out remarkably as one drew closer, it became evident that it was a saucer-shaped spacecraft, approximately 15 meters in diameter, somewhat plump, belonging to a relatively small scale of vessel. Through the translucent green glass dome, one could see a graceful female Saiyan reclining peacefully against her seat. Suddenly, Saiyan opened her eyes, a flicker of confusion crossing her beautiful gaze. What was that sound? Earth? Who is bringing me to Earth? Could it be some form of illusion? Saiyan, who frequently engages in battles across the cosmos, had heard tales of certain extraterrestrial beings adept in supernatural abilities, some of which could ensnare the mind, achieving a state of control over both body and spirit. Puzzled, she resolutely disregarded that voice. Indeed, it was not long before the voice faded from her consciousness. A cold smile graced Sophilia's exquisite visage as she resumed her meditative state. "Sophilia, what troubles you?" inquired a rather unremarkable female scion, having noticed the energy fluctuations emanating from her. Sophilia quietly shook her head. "Nothing of consequence. By the way, does anyone know the whereabouts of Earth? Earth, you say? It seems to be a remote planet exhibiting signs of civilization. However, our probes have detected that aside from water resources and vegetation, it lacks any particularly valuable metals, which is why it has not been included in our mission targets." "Why the sudden inquiry?" Sophilia replied nonchalantly. "If my brother were to return alive, as a punishment, I would have him conquer Earth." The team members erupted into laughter upon hearing this. "A mere low-level planet? Sending a lower-tier warrior would suffice. Your brother is a mid-tier warrior. After all, that seems a bit of an overestimation. Why not let him accompany us on our mission? He will surely grow rapidly. After all, being a scion means honing one's skills through battle. Indeed. Would you like me to train your brother? I possess considerable strength," a somewhat handsome male scion offered, his intentions glaringly apparent. Sophilia cast a sidelong glance at him and declined. "There is no need. My brother will train himself." Fully aware of the young male scion's motives, Sophilia remained resolute. She was in a golden phase of power ascension, and to her, emotional entanglements were merely burdens that hindered her training. Thus, aside from maintaining a normal camaraderie with her teammates, Sophilia preferred to remain solitary, avoiding any complications. The male scion, upon hearing her response, could only manage an awkward smile, regretting his inability to win her over. Exceptional women naturally attract suitors, and those like Sophilia, strong, beautiful, and newly of age, were rare on Planet Vegeta. Furthermore, as an upper-tier warrior, any offspring from a union with her would undoubtedly possess the potential to become formidable fighters. If he could not garner her favor during their mission, the chances would only diminish upon their return to Planet Vegeta. Alas, aspirations can be but dreams, and Sophilia offered them no opportunity to pursue her. The conversation came to a halt, and the science aboard the spaceship entered a state of slumber. With her arms crossed and a faint smile gracing her lips, Sophilia mused. That voice earlier was undoubtedly related to Earth. Earth, an expansive plane. After acquiring the teleportation technique from the Metamorans, Roland was eager to conduct experiments. Mobilizing the energy within him based on the knowledge in his mind, he found that theory and practice often diverged. Despite having every detail mapped out, it took him quite some time during the actual trials to grasp the technique. After several attempts, Roland began to comprehend the essence of the teleportation method. Compared to the instant transmission from Yardrat, the effects were quite similar, both facilitating spatial traversal. However, the Metamoran technique required prior locking of the target's coordinates, necessitating a longer preparation time, making it less suitable for combat. Nevertheless, it was perfect for traveling. Once he pinpointed a location and initiated the teleportation, Roland's figure appeared across various locations on Earth. After a few more tests, he felt he had completely mastered the skill. At this moment, his energy reserves were nearly depleted. Assessing what remained, he smiled faintly, and this was merely an experiment on Earth. If I were to undertake long-distance interstellar travel, I'd likely exhaust all my energy. Next, he decided to test long-distance teleportation. After replenishing his stamina and donning protective gear, Roland aimed for the moon beyond Earth. With a swift motion, he mobilized his energy, causing his form to blur and suddenly transform into a wisp of light. Reappearing on the moon, 380,000 kilometers away. What greeted him was an uneven surface and loose, dry dust, with Earth's gravity being only 1/6 of what he was accustomed to, making him feel as if he could float away at any moment. Haha. Indeed, as the distance increases, so does the energy consumption. However, compared to the limitations of instant transmission regarding energy output, this is quite manageable. Wearing a satisfied smile, Roland willed himself to vanish from the moon. From this moment forth, spatial distances would no longer constrain him. It was as if he were wielding a piece of flexible paper, capable of bending at will as long as he knew the coordinates of the target planet and possessed sufficient energy. He could effortlessly reach any celestial body. Days later, on a desolate plateau, This was the location where Roland had first arrived on Earth, the site where the cargo spaceship had landed, initially believing he would never require the vessel again. He found himself returning shortly thereafter, this time accompanied by Dr. Briefs, Ty's father. As for Ty, she had returned to West City after collecting the Dragon Balls to work on her new novel. The purpose of bringing Dr. Briefs was to request his assistance in modifying the cargo ship, transforming it into a gravity training chamber. True to form, upon learning that Roland possessed an alien spaceship, Dr. Briefs readily agreed, driven by his thirst for scientific exploration. "Is this the spaceship you speak of?" Dr. Briefs stood before the cargo ship, craning his neck to examine the vessel, which measured over 30 meters in length and 8 meters in height, taking on an elliptical shape. Roland affirmed, "Indeed. Although it is merely a cargo ship, it embodies extraterrestrial technology, and I believe you will uncover some new advancements from it." Chapter 25. The Gravity Chamber. You are quite right. The advancement of science hinges on the exploration of new phenomena. Dr. Briefs laughed heartily, nodding in satisfaction at Roland. Roland shrugged, then opened the ship's hatch. The two ascended into the ship, and once inside, Dr. Briefs began to examine the interior, marveling at the alien technology for the first time. Renowned for inventing the universal capsule technology, Dr. Briefs quickly gained a fundamental understanding of the extraterrestrial technology. After a thorough inspection, he already had a rough outline in his mind for the upcoming modifications. "Let me confirm, you truly wish to construct a training chamber with 100 times Earth's gravity within this spaceship. Do bear in mind that under such gravity, a person weighing 60 kilograms would experience a weight of 6,000 kilograms. This is secondary. The primary concern is the internal damage to the organs. A human being would undoubtedly be unable to withstand such gravity." Dr. Briefs elucidated to Roland the potential hazards associated with extreme gravitational forces. While a weight of 6,000 kilograms may seem trivial, a mere 6 tons, less than the weight of a cubic block of iron, the nature of gravitational environments is fundamentally different from mere weights. The distribution of gravity is uniform, exerting its effects on every single cell both internally and externally. Under immense gravitational pressure, the human body's organs, blood vessels, tissues, and even the brain must endure tremendous strain, with the risk of catastrophic failure looming at every moment. Even though the Saiyan physiology far surpasses that of Earthlings, it remains perilous. In the original narrative, Sun Wukong trained under a gravity of 100 times that of Earth, approaching death on several occasions. Had he not consumed a few magic beans upon exhaustion, he would have never survived to reach Namek. Yet, it was through this arduous training that Sun Wukong's combat prowess surged from an initial strength of 8,000 to an astonishing 90,000. This remarkable feat was achieved thanks to the gravity chamber training, coupled with the restorative effects of the magic beans and the Scion's indomitable physiques. Roland, possessing ample magic beans, was determined not to squander such an opportunity. "Doctor, rest assured, I will oversee the construction of the gravity chamber without issue," Roland affirmed. Witnessing Roland's unwavering resolve, Dr. Briefs lit a cigarette, inhaling deeply before responding, "I can assist with the modifications, but I still advise against setting the gravity too high. Exercise caution during usage." "That I will be vigilant," Roland promised, promptly transporting the ship to a universal capsule production facility near West City, where the upgrades would commence. Meanwhile, as Dr. Briefs worked on enhancing the cargo ship, Roland did not remain idle. Despite his combat prowess being unrivaled on Earth, he realized that in the vastness of the universe, he likely lacked the ability to defend himself. Acknowledging this, Roland wasted no time. In the days that followed, he secured a location near the production facility to establish a solid foundation, engaging in rigorous training daily. During this period, Ties visited him regarding certain aspects of a new novel she was crafting. She seemed to be penning a tale about the Science, integrating unique elements such as combat power, the Karen Tower, and the Supreme Kai, setting the narrative on Earth, as she remained unaware of the Science extraterrestrial origins. Initially, she intended to incorporate the legend of the Dragon Balls, but ultimately refrained, perhaps recognizing that such revelations could cause upheaval. Roland offered Ties insights based on his understanding, and she eagerly took notes. Leaving with a gleeful demeanor, curious about the ongoing modifications in the facility, she lost interest upon learning they pertained to gravity equipment. Thus, the days passed. Roland immersed himself in intense practice, merging the combat techniques of the Science with his own energy, steadily enhancing his abilities. By the time the gravity chamber was completed, his combat power had risen from 460 to 520, a significant advancement. A month later, upon receiving word of the gravity chamber's completion, Roland hastened to Dr. Brevis, where he encountered the doctor, stained with grease. "Doctor, where is the gravity chamber?" Roland inquired breathlessly as he approached Dr. Brevis. "Follow me," Dr. Brevis replied, cigarette in mouth, leading Roland to the designated area for the gravity chamber. The Universal Capsule production facility was vast, unparalleled in scale globally. Inside a colossal assembly workshop, Roland beheld his cargo ship, barely recognizable from its original form, although it retained its dimensions of 30 meters in length and over 8 meters in height. The vessel had undergone a complete transformation: metallic coatings, ergonomic designs, and a redesigned interior featuring numerous Earth elements, complete with the logo of the Universal Capsule Company. "Remarkable. It is utterly unrecognizable," Roland exclaimed in admiration after inspecting the ship. Dr. Brevis, with a hint of pride, gestured towards the revamped vessel, stating, "As per your specifications, I have converted the rear section into a large gravity training room, capable of reaching a maximum of 100 times Earth's gravity. The front section, aside from the cockpit, includes 4 rooms, 2 on each level. Additionally, the ship's power and communication systems have been upgraded." He produced several wristwatch-like devices and handed them to Roland, explaining that these communicators enabled real-time communication across vast distances without delay and featured holographic projection capabilities. Perfect for enjoying music, Dr. Brevis passionately showcased his latest inventions, his excitement particularly evident when discussing the music-playing wrist devices. Roland was thoroughly pleased with the ship's functionalities, though he found Dr. Brevis's eccentric pursuits somewhat perplexing. Leading Roland into the gravity chamber, Dr. Brevis instructed him on its operation, saying, "This chamber not only adjusts gravity, but can also regulate temperature and atmospheric pressure, simulating various extreme environments. The materials used in the chamber are crafted from a specially forged superalloy, ensuring safety from any potential risks." "Thank you. This will allow me to train with peace of mind," Roland replied contentedly. Dr. Brevis added, "Just remember to exercise caution during use." Roland nodded, and once Dr. Brevis exited, he set the gravity to 10 times normal. The machinery whirred to life, and an immense force pressed down upon him, eliciting a look of delight in Roland's eyes. This gravity felt akin to that of Planet Vegeta. "Incredible. It feels just like being back on Planet Vegeta," he marveled. Gradually increasing the gravity, he found 16 times manageable, but at 20 times, he struggled to move, his brain gasping for oxygen. He promptly shut off the gravity device. Having gauged his limits, he then tested various parameters, including temperature and pressure, and after a thorough experience, he felt immensely satisfied with these capabilities. Chapter 26. Return to Planet Vegeta with this equipment, combined with the restorative properties of the magic beans. My strength is poised for a monumental enhancement. However, I must remain mindful of my physical condition. Excessive use of the gravity device could hinder my growth in the long run, cautioning himself internally. Roland exited the ship with a sense of exhilaration. By the way, this ship can also transform into a universal capsule, correct? If it isn't portable, that would be quite troublesome. Of course, that is a fundamental feature. Dr. Brevis replied matter-of-factly. Anything produced by the Universal Capsule Company possesses a shrinking capability. From refrigerators and televisions to villas and cruise ships, nothing is excluded. This is the cornerstone of the company's foundation. Roland nodded and then glanced at a nearby device, a spherical object approximately 8 meters in diameter, supported by 6 robust metal struts. "What is that?" he inquired. Dr. Brevis explained. "Oh, that is a simulation device constructed during the gravity chamber's creation. Its functionality is roughly half that of the ship's gravity chamber, but it is made of the most durable alloy, capable of withstanding intense energy impacts. Can it also shrink into a capsule?" Roland asked, intrigued by the spherical gravity chamber. "Yes," Dr. Brevis confirmed. Roland, captivated by the prospect, decided he would not let such an excellent opportunity slip away and thus requested to take the gravity chamber with him. Dr. Brevis exhibited a complete lack of concern for the rehearsal equipment. Thus he promptly acquiesced. With meticulous care, Roland transformed the 2 gravity devices into universal capsules, tucking them away within his garments. His eyes sparkled with anticipation for the future. It was time to return to Planet Vegeta, he murmured to himself, reflecting on the fact that he had been away from Planet Vegeta for nearly a year. According to the narrative, it was about time for Planet Vegeta to face destruction at the hands of Frieza. However, possessing the skill of teleportation, Roland was undaunted by the risk of planetary annihilation. Worst-case scenario, he would rescue Saphira and then teleport to another planet. He had exerted considerable effort for that sister. And surely she would reciprocate, perhaps with something as profound as offering herself. Stop, stop, shaking off the fanciful thought of his enchanting sister, whose smile could light up the darkest of days. Roland hastily reined in his musings. If he dared to entertain such notions, Saphira would undoubtedly deliver a sharp reprimand. After months of interaction, Roland had come to understand Saphira's character quite well. She was a fierce, aloof, and taciturn woman, singularly focused on her training and battle. Her thoughts seemed to encompass little beyond the scope of combat, embodying the quintessentially pure Saiyan spirit. Firmly resolved to return to Planet Vegeta, he proceeded to bid farewell to Dr. Briefs and the others. Do keep in touch with me after you return. It has been a pleasure traveling with you, and I look forward to future adventures together. Tice, upon learning of Roland's departure, assumed he was returning to his tribe, and, since they were both on Earth, she paid it little mind, merely wishing him to stay in contact before resuming her fervent writing. Tice appeared oblivious to the existence of extraterrestrial civilizations, although he had informed her of his Saiyan heritage. She had dismissed it as merely a tribal affiliation on Earth. Roland shrugged at Dr. Briefs, acknowledging Tice's limited perspective. No wonder she struggled to create popular works. He hoped her new novel would find success. Though he held little optimism in the original narrative, Tice had once crafted a novel inspired by Gak, an officer of the Galactic Patrol, but it had not garnered acclaim. It was only later, after traveling to various planets and drawing from those experiences, that her writing received widespread praise. That moment, Mrs. Briefs approached, holding Bulma's hand. Oh dear, little Roland is leaving. Annie will miss you. Bulma waved, her light purple pigtails bobbing. Goodbye. Next time, tell me a story. Well then, farewell everyone, Roland called as he waved at Bulma's family. Then soared into the air, his energy surging as he transformed into a point of light, vanishing into the sky. Finding a desolate spot, Roland's figure reappeared. The distance between Planet Vegeta and Earth was vast. Each use of teleportation consumed staggering amounts of energy. With Roland's combat power at 520, he could not achieve a single teleportation in one go. Thus, he needed to make several stops at various planets along the way. After locating the direction of Planet Vegeta from the spacecraft, and noting the planets he would pass through, he prepared himself. Taking a deep breath, Roland focused his mind, activating the teleportation technique of the Metamorans. A blurry light flickered around him, and he departed from Earth. In contrast to his initial departure from Planet Vegeta, this return felt far more composed to Roland, with a secure fallback plan in place. He faced the Frieza force with unwavering confidence. In the temple, the Supreme Kai sensed Roland's energy dissipating from Earth and finally exhaled in relief. He has finally left. During this period, the Supreme Kai had been unable to rest well. Constantly monitoring Roland's movements, his mind taut with anxiety, fearing the boy might create an insurmountable situation. Given the child's formidable power, should he truly cause chaos, even the Supreme Kai would not stand a chance. It was best for such a troublesome entity to depart early. The child was utterly inscrutable. He seemed privy to many secrets of Earth, and though he was still so young, his strength was terrifying. The Supreme Kai retracted his thoughts, allowing a hint of relaxation to surface on his face. That Roland's prolonged stay on Earth had likely deprived him of sleep for months. Thankfully, he had now departed. The Cat Sage was equally relieved by Roland's exit. Having been robbed once, he was loath to confront the child again. After several stops to recharge, approximately an hour later, Roland's figure materialized on the nearest planet to Planet Vegeta. Taking a brief respite on this planet, he retrieved food from the universal capsules and indulged heartily. Rising to his feet, he pinpointed the location of Planet Vegeta, based on the feedback from his teleportation technique. It appeared that the planet remained unscathed by Frieza's destruction. Taking a deep breath, Roland thought, next, I shall land on Planet Vegeta. It has been a year. I wonder how it has changed. A wave of excitement coursed through him. Yet his heart settled into calmness as he initiated the teleportation technique once more, his delicate form vanishing from the planet. Chapter 27. The onset of catastrophe. Planet Vegeta, a colossal blue-white planet situated in the northern galaxy region, was a rare advanced world inhabited by the combat-renowned Scions. Due to their warlike nature, most beings in the universe would steer clear of the Scions to avoid conflict. However, the Scions' servitude to Frisia in executing planet sales, coupled with their domineering behavior, had tarnished their reputation across the cosmos. During this period, the spaceport of Planet Vegeta was bustling far more than usual, with spacecraft arriving in a steady stream from various planets. Following a recent command from Frisia, all Scions had returned to their home planet. Unaware that this marked the beginning of a calamity, suddenly, a dark silhouette emerged above the tumultuous ocean, as Roland finally returned to Planet Vegeta. The journey from Earth to Planet Vegeta had involved 38 teleportations. Without the support of Senza beans, he would not have been able to return, and even so, it had consumed over an hour. Casting his gaze over the vast expanse of the ocean, Roland's form flickered, a brilliant light igniting around him as he sliced through the waves like lightning, swiftly soaring towards the coastline, being situated above the ocean. The distant land was merely a vague outline, yet he could still ascertain the general direction of the gathering place through his energy detector. Next, he would locate Safiria and take her away from Planet Vegeta. As these thoughts consumed him, Roland swiftly approached the Scion gathering place, his dark silhouette slicing through the sky like a bolt of lightning. Upon nearing the gathering site, he began to fly at a lower altitude. He soared past several Scion encampments, noticing that Planet Vegeta was bustling far more than before. The gathering area was abuzz with activity, vehicles transporting goods and personnel like miniature trains, while the open spaces were filled with small spacecraft. Exhausted Scions reunited with their loved ones, a rare display of emotion for their kind. Upon returning to Saphilia's home, he found it empty. Saphilia had yet to return to Planet Vegeta. He then visited the Mission Distribution Department, using Saphilia's brother's identity to inquire further, only to discover that Saphilia and the other spaceship would not return for another month. This revelation caused Roland's brow to furrow. It deviated from his original plan of leaving Planet Vegeta upon finding Saphilia. Given the current circumstances, a significant number of Scions were still en route back, indicating that Frisia would not yet annihilate Planet Vegeta. Estimating the timeline of Frisia's impending destruction, he realized there was still time before the planet's demise. With Saphilia's return still some time away, he resolved to seize this opportunity for training. Any improvement, however slight, was valuable. At the tender age of 5, Roland possessed a combat power of 520, undeniably remarkable, with a talent that almost rivaled that of elite warriors. Nevertheless, among the many formidable beings on Planet Vegeta, such strength was hardly noteworthy. Resolute in his decision to train, Roland set up a camera in Saphilia's home to record his progress, then departed the gathering site. In a vast canyon more than 1,000 kilometers away, he found a fractured rock formation and retrieved a spherical gravity chamber from his versatile capsule, set to 50 times the normal gravity. He adjusted the gravity environment to 16 times Earth's gravity, fine-tuning the chamber's air pressure and temperature until the machine hummed and the internal conditions shifted dramatically. Taking a deep breath, Roland exhaled slowly, a serious glint in his dark eyes, and stepped resolutely into the gravity chamber to commence his rigorous training. The immense pressure of 16 times Earth's gravity bore down on him, prompting a grimace. But he managed to endure it as he began his foundational exercises, following the training regimen of the Scions. The energy utilization of extraterrestrials was somewhat crude compared to that of Earth. A consequence of the broader environment, Roland aimed to integrate his Scion heritage to more effectively harness the gravity for his strength enhancement. Thus, within the gravity chamber, Roland diligently honed his fists and feet, executing dives, leaps, and strikes, beads of sweat glistening in the air. Time slipped by, and it seemed as if a dam had burst, allowing his power to surge rapidly. As dawn broke, the horizon blushed with a rosy hue. With the sun gradually ascending, its gentle rays pierced through the clouds, painting them with a delicate cherry blossom tint, brimming with vitality. At this moment, a month had passed since Roland entered the gravity chamber for training. In outer space, Frisia's spaceship rested on a fixed orbit, surrounded by numerous smaller vessels that prowled, monitoring every movement on Planet Vegeta. Gikuno, what is the status of the Scions? Frisia's gravelly voice inquired as he sat in his small spacecraft, his cold eyes surveying the expanse beyond. The yellow-skinned extraterrestrial named Gikuno clasped his hands behind his back, replying, The majority of the Scions have returned, though some from remote areas require additional time. A cruel smile formed at the corner of Frisia's mouth that I can hardly wait. Instruct the troops to prepare. I shall obliterate Planet Vegeta in 5 days. The disappearance of the Scions would significantly weaken Frisia's forces. Gikuno shook his head but refrained from voicing dissent. Among all of King Cold's former subordinates, only another elder named Biliblu could disregard Frisia's terror and occasionally sway his opinions. After all, it had been a challenge to gather these Scions together. This was the perfect opportunity to eliminate them and eradicate their planet. These Scions, being a warrior race, might appear submissive under pressure, but their hearts would remain defiant, posing a potential threat that Mr. Shambo, please execute an offensive against the Scions who have yet to return to Planet Vegeta based on the communications records of the Ugarans after its destruction. Understood. I shall ensure not a single one escapes. The handsome green-haired extraterrestrial Shambo replied respectfully, lifting his gaze, his striking appearance concealing a bloodthirsty ruthlessness. Now I can rest easy, Frisia laughed heartily, nodding politely to Shambo. His blood-red gaze fixed upon the distant planet Vegeta. Bright celestial bodies streaked past him like fleeting meteors. Chapter 28. The hope of escaping Planet Vegeta another day passed, drawing closer to the deadline set by Frisia for the destruction of Planet Vegeta. Many Scions returned aboard their spacecraft, among them Bardock, Goku's father. As they neared the orbit of Planet Vegeta, Bardock caught sight of Frisia's flagship, an uneasy feeling swelling within him. Look, it's Frisia's ship, a companion in the cockpit exclaimed. Pointing towards the vessel, Bardock sat with his arms crossed, a dark expression clouding his face, uncertain of Frisia's intentions in personally visiting Planet Vegeta. Rumor had it that he had been lingering for quite some time, which was indeed unusual. Why have we all been ordered back to Planet Vegeta? If there were any major missions, we could have communicated via the intercom. There was no need for us to return. His companion remarked, puzzled. Shut down the detector. Be careful not to be overheard. Oh, right. The small Scion hurriedly removed the communicator. In truth, most of the capable Scions harbored no fondness for Frisia. Their submission was merely a means of survival. Everyone's returning one after another. I wonder if there's some sort of conspiracy. That guy definitely has ulterior motives, Bardock thought, his vigilance heightened, while the other Scions continued to revel in their conquest of planets. Oblivious to the looming crisis, as their spacecraft landed in the gathering area, Bardock overheard fellow Scions discussing Frisia's inquiries into the Super Scions, suddenly realizing Frisia's intentions, increasing his urgency. Upon returning home, he found his wife, Jine, and proposed sending their son from the incubation chamber to a remote planet. Jine, a petite Scion with fluffy hair that framed her ears, appeared particularly delicate. Due to her low combat power, she was a non-combatant, handling food preparations for her kin. Hearing Bardock's plan to send their young son away, her emotions flared. Why, Bardock, Kakarot is only 3 years old. We haven't even taught him to speak yet. Jine's gentle nature was a rarity among the Scions. Bardock replied, I sense Frisia is plotting something sinister. It's far too dangerous for Kakarot to remain on Planet Vegeta. Tonight, I will steal a ship and send him to another planet if it's safe. I will bring him back. Yet, despite her deep reluctance, Jine ultimately succumbed to Bardock's persuasion. Under the cover of night, Bardock stealthily appropriated a newly manufactured spherical spacecraft from the research center. It had just been constructed. The vessel lacked monitoring devices. The couple then transported the spacecraft to a secluded location, less likely to attract attention. Inside the spherical craft, the cries of a child echoed, and Jine, filled with maternal anguish, gazed at her. Do not fret, Kakarot. If all goes well, we shall retrieve you soon. Bardock, what if we fled together? She suggested. That is unfeasible. Our energy signatures would easily be detected. Kakarot alone is our safest bet. Bardock replied resolutely. Jine's expression fell into disappointment. Raditz is currently on a mission with Prince Vegeta, so there should be no issues. If something were to happen on Planet Vegeta, he would have to seek out Kakarot. Bardock consoled his wife. I have discovered a planet known as Earth. Its inhabitants and resources are of little value, rendering it an inconspicuous, low-tier world where Kakarot will be secure. Together, they place their palms against the spacecraft's glass canopy, gazing at their child within. They then pressed the launch button, and the vessel ascended slowly, shooting into the sky with a whoosh, quickly transforming into a distant star lost amidst the resplendent night sky. Farewell. You must survive. We will come for you soon to be wary of the galactic patrol. A star twinkled in the night, its light forming a cross pattern as Bardock and Jyn embraced, watching the direction of their son's departure. Unbeknownst to them, this spacecraft would carry forth a being destined to alter the very fabric of their world. Their son, Kakarot, was on the verge of embarking on a magnificent journey of his life. In a fragmented canyon region, sunlight bathed the landscape, and the sky was devoid of clouds. The azure expanse appeared as if washed clean by rain, radiating a stunning blue HUE in 8-meter-tall spherical gravity chamber. Glistening with a dark sheen, was nestled in the canyon's hollow, supported by 6 robust metallic struts embedded in the rock. The machinery hummed and vibrated as it operated. The wind and sand outside, propelled through the canyon, struck the surface of the gravity chamber, accumulating fine particles into large dunes atop and beneath it. Inside, an unusual tranquility prevailed as the gravity parameters were set to 18 times normal, and the atmospheric pressure adjusted to 15 times. The harsh environment enveloped the room in a stifling downward pull, with dust pressed firmly against the floor. That in this exceedingly rigorous setting, a boy with black hair exerted himself vigorously, executing various high-intensity maneuvers, his body dripping with crystalline sweat akin to a gentle rain. "Close the gravity device," he commanded, and the training chamber immediately reverted to normal conditions, after consuming a senza bean. Roland opened the hatch and stepped outside, clutching a water bottle. The intense gravity training had propelled his strength to new heights, his body blossoming like a sprout breaking through the soil, thriving under the nourishing rain. From an initial gravity of 16 times, Roland had elevated it to 18 within just over a month, resulting in a notable increase in his PowerPoint 810 battle power. He exclaimed, a grin spreading across his face as the detector registered the reading. Though this strength paled in comparison to Sun Wukong's training results in the gravity chamber, Roland was mindful not to overexert himself, as his body had yet to fully develop. Excessive strain would only yield adverse effects. So he adopted a balanced approach. Thus, he dedicated half his time to gravity chamber training and the other half to training in a normal environment, allowing his body to adapt to the changes. Perhaps due to his innate adaptation to the tenfold gravity of Planet Vegeta, Roland's power growth was less pronounced than that of Sun Wukong. Even under 18 times gravity, his battle power only reached 810. Perhaps as the multipliers increased in the future, the effects of gravity would become more evident. Nevertheless, Roland felt no discontent. Instead, he was quite satisfied. Chapter 29. Sibling. On this day, Roland trained in the gravity chamber, as usual, when suddenly his energy detector emitted a frantic signal. Beep, beep, beep. A series of numbers flashed rapidly across the detector's screen, and upon seeing the data, Roland was taken aback. 11,000. The glaring number was astonishing, indicating a source of energy located just over 100 kilometers away. It is worth noting that Roland had acquired this detector from the Mappa people on planet Mappa. While not as advanced as those used by the Frisia Force, it could automatically alert him of approaching formidable foes. Who could it be? A flicker of doubt crossed Roland's mind. A high-class planet. Planet Vegeta boasted very few warriors with battle powers exceeding 10,000. Only 5 in total, each a top-tier fighter maintaining the Saiyan authority. Generally, such warriors would be found near the royal capital, far removed from such a desolate area. Just as Roland pondered the identity of the approaching entity, the energy source drew closer, triggering the detector to sound an alarm unlike any he had encountered before. Roland's heart raced, and he concealed himself behind a rocky outcrop, cautiously peering up at the sky. The individual must be a Saiyan, he surmised. If it were a member of the Frisia Force, he would need to prepare for a hasty retreat. He readied himself to execute a teleportation technique, poised to act upon confirming the stranger's appearance. Suddenly, a straight beam of light streaked across the sky like lightning, accompanied by a deafening sonic boom. And shortly thereafter, a figure emerged in his line of sight. Roland's keen eyesight, enhanced by concentrating energy in his ocular region, sharpened his focus. The figure was a Saiyan clad in Frisia Force battle armor, sporting 2 crab-like tufts of hair, a mature visage, and a distinctive cross-shaped scar on his left cheek. Bardock? Roland murmured in disbelief. How could he be here? In this direction, he was heading toward the royal capital. At that moment, Roland's instincts heightened, and a sense of urgency washed over him. According to his understanding of the original narrative, Bardock had sent off the young son Wukong on the very night he returned to Planet Vegeta. And shortly thereafter, Frieza had obliterated the entire planet with a planet-destroying bomb. Now that Bardock had appeared on Planet Vegeta, it signified that Frieza would soon annihilate the planet. Time was of the essence. While Roland scrutinized Bardock, the seasoned warrior's instincts kicked in, and he too noticed Roland's presence. A child, Bardock looked quizzically at the young Saiyan concealed behind the rocky ledge, his surprise evident at encountering a Saiyan infant in such a place. However, he was in a rush to meet King Vegeta and had no time to spare. With a fleeting glance at Roland, Bardock swiftly soared overhead, his figure quickly diminishing into a distant speck against the vast sky. Once Bardock's silhouette vanished, Roland cautiously stepped out from behind the rocks, his heart racing with urgency. That Bardock's return meant that the destruction of Planet Vegeta was imminent, yet the team led by Syphilia had yet to return. There was no time to waste. He had to leave Planet Vegeta as soon as possible. With this thought in mind, Roland replenished his supplies before storing the gravity chamber in a universal capsule and ascending into the air, heading toward the gathering point. Once again arriving at the task assignment department to inquire about the status of Syphilia's spacecraft, the news conveyed was that her team would enter Planet Vegeta in an hour. Roland found himself momentarily speechless. The timing was impeccably coincidental. Without his intervention, Syphilia would have arrived just in time to meet her demise. Consider yourself fortunate to have a brother like me. Grumbling this thought, Roland promptly soared towards the spacecraft docking area. The ordinary Saiyan vessels were stationed in a clearing at the center of the gathering place, typically attended to by Scions or Yugurans for registration. However, those of higher status enjoyed a different treatment. Elite warriors belonged to illustrious clans, forming the backbone of the Saiyan race, and each elite warrior received meticulous care, evident from the moment of their birth. Syphilia's spacecraft was destined to land at a designated docking point in the royal capital. Before long, Roland arrived at the royal terminal, observing various spacecraft returning from the cosmos, landing under the guidance of professionals. Hovering in the air, he scanned the crowd, but Syphilia remained elusive for quite some time. After several minutes, a striking figure emerged amidst the throng, unmistakably Syphilia, whom he had not seen for a year. Accompanying her were several Scions, presumably her teammates. This moment, Syphilia was 19 years old, her bright eyes and pearly teeth complemented by skin as smooth as cream, her flowing hair cascading down her shoulders, and her graceful figure radiating even more allure than the previous year. Scions reached a stage of complete maturity at this age, maintaining their youthful appearance for an extended period before aging rapidly in their later years. Syphilia walked ahead with an air of indifference, her keen senses detecting that Planet Vegeta felt somewhat different than before. Syphilia, there's a restaurant ahead. The captain is treating you all to a meal. The leading captain generously invited. This captain, an elite warrior named Hertz, was known for his attentive care towards Syphilia. Syphilia shook her head. No, I plan to return first. All right, relax a bit. Perhaps more arduous tasks await. And one must always be in peak condition, Hertz replied, shaking his head in disappointment. That a few younger Scions among the team, seeing Syphilia's reluctance, opened their mouths to persuade her, but Hertz silenced them with a glance, resulting in their visible disappointment. Sister, a youthful voice rang out as Roland flew towards Syphilia. From a distance, he spotted her figure, still around a meter tall, dressed in finely crafted attire. Upon noticing Roland, a glimmer flashed in Syphilia's gem-like dark eyes. Instead of joyfully embracing her brother as one might expect, she raised her leg and delivered a forceful kick. Roland was taken aback by this sudden display, hastily raising his arms in defense. The impact reverberated through his arms, causing him to grimace as he was propelled backward to mid-flight. He felt a tight grip at his collar, as a delicate hand caught him. Sister, must we start off like this? Roland chuckled awkwardly. Why haven't you contacted me this year? Syphilia's expression remained impassive, her icy gaze causing the temperature around them to plummet several degrees. With her question, the atmosphere seemed to chill dramatically. And even Roland, lacking the ability to sense Earthlings' energies, could feel Syphilia's dissatisfaction. Please put me down, he protested, uncomfortable with being held aloft. Syphilia released her grip, her imposing demeanor fixed upon him. You better provide a satisfactory explanation for your silence. Roland adjusted his clothing, floating before her and gazing at her stunning visage, realizing she had grown even more beautiful in their time apart. Not only was she strikingly attractive, but her commanding presence left him aware that he needed to deliver a convincing reason to avoid her ire. My communicator broke during the mission, he explained. Then how did you manage to respond to the summons to return to Planet Vegeta? Syphilia raised an eyebrow. That I don't know. I completed my task on Planet Mappa and naturally came back. You've already eradicated Planet Mappa? Though it was merely a low-level planet, her doubt lingered, considering Roland's mission, which she had anticipated would take him over 2 years, that it had only been a little over a year. And yet he had returned. Syphilia, so this is your brother? Hertz's surprised voice interjected, producing a power detector to assess Roland's battle strength. Let me see his fighting capability, though. 820. Your brother is also an elite warrior. Remarkable. Both siblings are elite warriors, which is quite rare among Saiyans. Hertz, himself an elite warrior with a battle power of 5,300 at the age of 26, was an elite among Saiyan fighters. 820 battle power. Syphilia expressed a hint of surprise, then shot Roland a puzzled glance. Based on his birth power level, he should not possess such a high battle power at this age. Yet, in front of others, she chose not to reveal her doubts. Hertz couldn't help but marvel at the siblings' impressive potential. Incredible, achieving such excellence at such a young age. I wonder if my future child with Asita will possess such talent. Hertz's wife, Asita, was a non-combatant with average potential, working in the child-rearing department of the royal capital. The captain's child will certainly be an elite warrior. Indeed, with a captain so formidable, their child will undoubtedly be exceptional. Hertz waved his hand dismissively. It's not that simple. Among the newborns each year, elite warriors comprise less than 1%. I'd be content if my child had the potential to become a mid-tier warrior. Now, you lot, do not interrupt the reunion of the Syphilia siblings. There's a restaurant ahead. Let us indulge. With the captain treating, they were bound to feast heartily. The commission from this mission will surely cover it. Just some commission. It's nothing to me. In a generous manner. Hertz waved his hand, already aware of the interest a few male warriors in the team held towards Syphilia. Yet, knowing that she was indifferent, Hertz could only express his regret. Nodding towards Syphilia, he turned and led his teammates towards the nearby restaurant. Now, can we discuss how your battle power has surged so dramatically? Syphilia's tranquil, lake-like gaze fixed on Roland. It's because of my exceptional talent, he replied. Syphilia scoffed lightly, seizing Roland's arm and soaring towards the horizon. The biting wind stung their faces as a flash of white light streaked across the sky, bringing them to a relatively secluded area near the royal capital. What are we doing here? Roland inquired. Looking at Syphilia to test your growth, she stated flatly. What? A sense of foreboding surged within Roland, memories of the brutal beatings he had endured at Syphilia's hands a year prior flashing through his mind, causing cold sweat to trickle down his back. Suddenly, an astonishing surge of energy erupted from Syphilia, causing her energy detector to spike wildly. That a powerful tempest swirled around her, causing the ground to tremble slightly, scattering dust and debris in all directions. 3500, 4100, 4600. The values displayed on the detector fluctuated incessantly before finally stabilizing at 50-50. Upon witnessing this, Luolan couldn't help but gasp in astonishment. That it is worth noting that a year prior, Syphilia's combat power was merely 4200. In the span of just 1 year, it had astonishingly surged to such heights. The potential of Syphilia is truly terrifying. Luolan, allow me to witness the extent of your growth over the past year. Whoosh, a fierce gust of wind swept in, carrying with it an overwhelming energy that threatened to annihilate everything in its path. In this battle-ready state, Syphilia was exceptionally decisive, and her strikes were ruthlessly swift. Luolan's expression changed dramatically, and he hastily gathered his energy, adopting a defensive stance, an invisible force subtly entwining around him. However, Syphilia's attacks were overwhelmingly powerful and swift, even concentrating energy in his eyes. He could not perceive her movements. Suddenly, she unleashed a punch in a specific direction, a sensation of softness echoing through the void. It missed. The subsequent attack also failed to connect. After dozens of attempts, not even the hem of her clothing was grazed. Though Luolan found his stamina severely depleted, that moment, a cold voice resonated. The energy level has indeed reached a strength equivalent to 820 combat power. Yet your reaction time is woefully inadequate, and your application of energy is exceedingly crude. You haven't engaged in any battles during this time, have you? Your combat skills exhibit no technical finesse. Your experience in battle is alarmingly lacking. I am at a loss as to how you have managed to complete your missions as a warrior race. The Scions boast not only an exceptional energy capacity, but also a mastery of combat skills. They embody the very essence of warriors, and even non-combat personnel, within the hierarchy of Planet Vegeta, would still be formidable experts on lower-tier planets. Hearing this, Luo Lan could only muster a bitter smile. To be honest, he had scarcely undertaken any missions, and his energy enhancement stemmed solely from rigorous training in the gravity chamber. What combat experience could he possibly possess? Previously, facing weaker opponents like the Mappa people and the even more feeble Earthlings, he could easily crush them with his superior energy, but now, confronted by Saiyan, his vulnerabilities were laid bare. Struggling to maintain composure, his breathing grew increasingly erratic. Observing this, Saiyan's delicate brows furrowed slightly, a flicker of anger crossing her face. Clearly, she was dissatisfied with Luo Lan's performance in battle. In an instant, her lithe figure appeared beside him, her hand twisting as a swift and powerful attack surged forth, generating fierce winds that, if unleashed on Earth, it could obliterate a city in an instant. After all, in the original narrative, the invading Nappa's combat power was a mere 4,000 in his normal state. This is serious. Saiyan is truly earnest. Luo Lan, caught off guard, was struck by a heavy blow from her. Though she had restrained her strength at a crucial moment, the intense pain left him in agony. Sister, this is too brutal. I came here to save you. What do you mean by that? Saiyan suddenly appeared inches from Luo Lan, her breathtaking visage mere centimeters away, allowing him to feel the warmth of her breath. Chapter 31. Stubbornness. Luo Lan inhaled deeply, catching the faint scent of her fragrance. Without mincing words, he stated, I genuinely came to rescue you. Planet Vegeta is on the brink of destruction at the hands of Frieza. He has summoned all Scions back for a comprehensive extermination. If we do not escape now, it will be too late. But you just lied to me about the communicator being broken. Saiyan retorted that it truly is broken. I only learned about the summons after returning to Planet Vegeta. However, I know that Frieza harbors no good intentions. Luo Lan gazed earnestly at Saiyan, saying, I had initially prepared to relocate you to Earth, but to my surprise, you refused. Thus, I had no choice but to come here in person. Upon hearing this, Saiyan's expression shifted dramatically as she scrutinized Luo Lan. That voice I heard in my mind at that time was your doing. Yes, that was indeed me. Had you agreed then, you would not still be on Planet Vegeta. You'd better reveal everything you know in detail. Saiyan regarded Luo Lan seriously, sensing that her brother seemed to be concealing many things from her. Yet, she was beginning to trust his words, for during her journey back to Planet Vegeta, she had indeed heard an inquiry asking if she wished to go to Earth, aligning perfectly with Luo Lan's statement that in truth, Luo Lan possessed a premonition of the future. He had long foreseen the destruction of Planet Vegeta. Though he refrained from disclosing his true abilities, fabricating a tale of foresight instead, Saiyan listened to Luo Lan's account, recalling that he had been intent on leaving Planet Vegeta since their encounter. Her belief solidified that as a warrior, she instinctively sensed that the atmosphere on Planet Vegeta was amiss. Frieza's spaceship had been lingering outside for an inexplicable duration, and it was said that it had been there for quite some time. A leader commanding a vast army, inexplicably fixating on a high-tier planet inhabited by his subordinates, claiming concern for his warriors, would likely be met with skepticism. The only plausible explanation was that Frieza was scheming something. Could it truly be, as Luo Lan suggested, that Frieza's gathering of all Scions was for a complete strike? Historically, the relationship between the Scion elite and Frieza was far from harmonious. A conflict was inevitable. In a scenario rife with contradictions, if she were in Frieza's position, she too would eliminate the Scion race without hesitation. Doing so would be the most prudent choice. After a moment of contemplation, Saiyan grasped the underlying implications, her exquisite visage transforming into one of icy resolve. So, after arriving on planet Mappa, you secretly ventured to this Earth and sought to leverage its miraculous powers to rescue me? Her tone softened. Indeed, but regrettably, you declined, leaving me no option but to come for you. Thank you for remembering me. Saiyan gently caressed Luo Lan's head, expressing her gratitude softly. If everything unfolded as Luo Lan described, then he need not have risked returning to Planet Vegeta. Yet, his return was solely for her sake. Despite her typically aloof demeanor, a warmth blossomed within her heart at this moment. Luo Lan paused. a smile gracing his lips. You are my sister. How could I ever forget you? Let us not linger on words. I shall take you away from Planet Vegeta at once. Deity is far too perilous here. Frieza will likely make his move today, or at the latest, tomorrow. No. As a warrior, I refuse to flee. If Frieza intends to destroy Planet Vegeta, then I shall preemptively eliminate him. Ophelia shook her head, her face darkening as she spoke of Frieza. You have no comprehension of Frieza's terror. The Saiyans on Planet Vegeta are no match for him. Luolan urgently interjected, attempting to dissuade Ophelia from her reckless notion. Frieza is indeed formidable, but I can achieve Great Ape transformation. A high-ranking warrior's Great Ape form retains its sanity. With my combat power, I could elevate it to 50,000 during transformation, even if my mobility is compromised. Should I unleash my full offensive, few would withstand it. Ophelia spoke with unwavering confidence. In a universe where warriors boasting even 1,000 combat power were scarce, a power level of 50,000 was almost unfathomably strong. This was the source of the Saiyans' audacity as they roamed the cosmos. However, Luolan swiftly doused her enthusiasm. Ignorance breeds fearlessness. If you believe transforming into a great ape will grant you the power to defeat Frieza, you are gravely mistaken. You see, Frieza is also a transforming alien. Rather, to be precise, his transformation is an energy release, as he has imposed 3 seals upon himself due to his overwhelming strength. He will not be deceived by his seemingly harmless demeanor as he spends his days aboard the spacecraft. In truth, his latent power reaches an astonishing combat strength of 530,000. Moreover, once unshackled, his strength will surge dramatically. 530,000. Ophelia's expression transformed into one of disbelief, her pupils narrowing in shock after a moment of silence. She stubbornly insisted, even if he truly possesses such formidable power, I shall not falter. The Saiyans will never surrender without a fight. This madman, aware of his impending defeat, why does he still choose to make such futile sacrifices? Roland was at a loss for words, genuinely wishing he could pry open her mind to uncover her thoughts. That a madman, perhaps, but as Saiyans, we serve Frieza, undertaking the task of cleansing other planets. It would be only fitting if we were to meet our demise one day. Ophelia smiled faintly, leaning closer to Roland. If you have the ability to leave Planet Vegeta, you should do so swiftly. There is no need to remain in peril. Take care of yourself. With that, Ophelia embraced Roland tightly before soaring into the air with a swift burst of energy. Vanishing towards the palace in the blink of an eye, Roland gazed after Ophelia's retreating figure, exasperated. Damn it, if you die, won't my efforts be in vain? Shaking his arm vigorously, he gritted his teeth and pursued Ophelia. Aboard Frieza's spaceship in outer space, the yellow-skinned alien, Jacono, approached Frieza. Lord Frieza, the time you set has arrived. It is time to bid farewell to those detestable Saiyan monkeys. To be honest, I shall miss them just a tad. Frieza chuckled, suddenly opening his crimson eyes. His tail swayed slightly as his small spacecraft ascended, gradually emerging from the control chamber of the ship into the vastness of space. The deep, frigid void was tinged with a dark red hue, exuding a sense of oppression and desolation, interrupted only by the occasional swift passage of a meteor. Frieza floated atop his vessel, facing Planet Vegeta, a chilling smile gracing his face. Chapter 32. The Moment of Destruction. King Frieza is finally set to obliterate Planet Vegeta. I have long found those Saiyans intolerable. Dodoria beamed with delight as he witnessed Frieza's spacecraft entering outer space. What a beautiful planet, soon to become a firework in the cosmos due to the folly of the Saiyans. The green-haired Champa shook his head, his face stern, his voice imbued with an icy chill. The Frieza force will suffer a significant blow after losing the Saiyans, and we must quickly replenish our ranks. The speaker was a blue-skinned alien named Bolibulu, who typically attended to Frieza's needs. Despite her appearance resembling that of an elderly woman, she spoke freely even in the presence of the tyrant Frieza. Frieza was merciless towards all, yet he often found himself at a loss for words in front of Bolibulu, granting her a unique status within the Frieza force. Fear not, Bolibulu. The selection of soldiers for the Legion has already commenced, and it won't be long before our strength is restored. Jacono, the calm commander, replied, his hands clasped behind his back as he gazed at Planet Vegeta with a detached demeanor. Hee, Bolibulu chuckled softly, her gaze drifting towards the distant Planet Vegeta. The blue and white sphere appearing exceptionally beautiful amidst the chilling void. akin to a finely cut gemstone. Look, King Frisia is about to make his move. All the aliens peered eagerly through the portholes to witness the unfolding events. Their expressions filled with excitement. Rarely did they have the opportunity to see Frisia take direct action, making this moment all the more anticipated. Many nefarious aliens held their breath, eagerly awaiting the spectacle. Above the spaceship, Frisia sat atop his small craft, his gaze fixed on Planet Vegeta. Erupting into a fit of maniacal laughter, he then extended his finger, and a red point of light flickered momentarily before expanding into a massive fireball. Several hundred meters in diameter, this was Frisia's planet destruction ball. A mere flick of his finger could obliterate an entire planet. Science, may you accompany your planet to its demise. Frisia cackled madly. Suddenly, he pointed his finger towards Planet Vegeta. And the colossal fireball, brimming with immense energy, hurtled towards the planet. As it approached the atmosphere, it unveiled its terrifying visage, the intense energy compressing the atmosphere and generating a cataclysmic storm, with a thunderous sound. The atmosphere parted, and the sky appeared as though a second sun had emerged, its relentless heat incinerating the clouds. Should the fireball descend, Planet Vegeta would indeed meet its end. Finally, the moment of action had arrived. Planet Vegeta was doomed. The sheer power of King Frisia was truly fearsome, a spectacle to behold. All the aliens watched the massive fireball barreling towards Planet Vegeta. A mix of terror and a strange admiration welled within them. Gazing at the diminutive figure aboard the ship, they felt an exhilarating rush on Planet Vegeta. Roland pursued Sephilia, yet her speed was astonishing, and she had long vanished from his sight. After a strenuous chase, he finally reached the skies above the capital, where he spotted Sephilia hovering alone, angrily unleashing energy attacks below. The scene below revealed a landscape of destruction, the remnants of buildings still emitting plumes of fiery smoke, indicating they had recently been obliterated. Had she destroyed the command center of the Ugurans? Roland approached Sephilia, seizing her tail in a fit of rage. Sephilia flicked her tail away, her expression grave. I have reviewed the communications from the Ugurans. Frisia has gathered all the information on the Scions deployed on missions to IT. Seems you were right. Frisia truly desires the annihilation of the Scions. Wait, what is that? Sephilia suddenly halted her speech and gazed towards the horizon. Roland looked up, witnessing a massive red fireball breaking through the atmosphere, akin to the sun crashing down. The terrifying energy of the fireball could be felt even from a distance. He gasped in horror. Damn it, it's Frisia's planet destruction bomb. Frisia's attack is upon us. I must intercept it. Before Roland could finish his sentence, Sephilia ascended rapidly, unleashing a surge of energy towards the fireball in the sky. A deep blue energy beam shot forth from Sephilia's hands, soaring skyward. However, compared to the planet destruction bomb, this energy was insignificant. The blue beam was relentlessly pushed back. Sephilia gritted her teeth, her delicate face paling in distress. What is happening? It's Frisia. He intends to obliterate the entirety of Planet Vegeta. At that moment, the Scions near the capital reacted, realizing the impending crisis. They sprang into action, unleashing waves of azure energy shockwaves towards the fireball above. The capital region harbored the strongest contingent of Scions, representing the elite of their race. Boom, boom, boom. One by one, the energy beams extinguished, proving futile against the planet destruction bomb released by Frisia. The Scions, with energy levels barely exceeding 10,000, could not avert the impending catastrophe. The first wave of defense had failed. Frisia, we shall not allow you to succeed. With a furious roar, Bardock surged forward, positioning himself before the planet-destroying projectile, extending his arms in a desperate attempt to intercept it. As Bardock ascended, countless Scions followed suit, hurling themselves toward the fiery orb, hoping to shield their world with their flesh and blood. Yet, all these efforts proved futile. The planet-destroying missile continued its inexorable descent toward Planet Vegeta, a terrifying whirlwind swirling around it, causing the very planet to tremble with unrest, while the atmosphere descended into chaos. This was dire. Approaching Sephilia was utterly impossible. In the face of catastrophe, Roland had already prepared his teleportation technique, yearning to rescue Sephilia. However, the intense storm rendered his frail body powerless, pinned to the ground by the ferocious winds. Suddenly, Roland's gaze flickered as he spotted a figure amidst the chaos, the captain of Sephiria's squad. Hertz was also among those trying to thwart Frisia's attack. Quick, take me to Sephiria, Roland shouted at Hertz. Hertz, His complexion pale, unleashed a shockwave, but was startled by a tender voice. Turning around, he was met with the sight of Saphiria's younger brother, who managed a sorrowful smile. Well, it seems the destruction of Planet Vegeta is now inevitable, he thought. Who would have imagined that the Saiyans, known for their invasions, would themselves face annihilation in these final moments? Let the siblings reunite. With that thought, Hertz gritted his teeth, scooping up Roland and soaring towards Saphiria in the sky. Captain, Saphiria's hair was disheveled, her battle suit torn, and her face devoid of color. I've brought your brother. Let us have one last gathering. Hertz sighed as he gazed at the siblings, his mind drifting to his own wife, wondering where Asita could be, lamenting the fact they had never met again. Say nothing, just grasp my hand. I'll take you away. Struggling against the terrifying storm, Roland fought to maintain his strength. Saphiria clutched Roland's hand, casting a deep gaze at the colossal fireball descending toward them. The biting winds stinging her forehead, making it difficult to keep her eyes open. What are you all saying? Hertz was perplexed. There's no time to explain. Planet Vegeta is about to be destroyed. Hold on to me, Roland bellowed, feeling the surge of energy within him as he activated the teleportation technique. Teleportation, with a resounding shout, the void began to warp, and in an instant, the figures of Saphiria and her companions vanished from Planet Vegeta. After their disappearance, the massive, menacing fireball fell with relentless force, creating a vast crater in the earth, the energy piercing the planet's core, culminating in a colossal mushroom cloud that soared into the sky. The continental plates fractured with a deafening roar, and lava spewed forth, engulfing the entire planet in a cataclysmic spectacle. Some unsuspecting Saiyans, just emerging from their gathering place, were instantaneously vaporized by the searing heat. In truth, the fate of Planet Vegeta had been sealed the moment the planet-destroying missile was launched. With a thunderous roar, the tranquil cosmic expanse witnessed Planet Vegeta erupting into a colossal fireball. Shattering into countless fragments on the surveillance monitors in outer space, signs of life swiftly vanished. Soon, the detectors could no longer register any life energy. Chapter 33. Confident Frieza. Planet Vegeta finally vanished from the cosmos in a fierce explosion. And when tranquility returned to space, the once beautiful blue-white planet was no longer in its orbit, leaving behind only scattered, irregular asteroids adrift in the void. These remnants served as the sole testament to the existence of a once thriving world. Lord Frieza, all life readings from the direction of Planet Vegeta have completely dissipated. Kikon reported the findings to Frieza. Frieza chuckled, his purple lips curling into a confident smile. Naturally, with my direct involvement, there could be no survivors. The destruction of a high-ranking planet does indeed produce a spectacle far more dazzling than that of lesser worlds. Belly Blue scoffed. You wiped out such a formidable fighting force due to a momentary whim. Lord Frieza, your recklessness has rendered the Frieza force unable to expand for quite some time. His words carried a tinge of reproach towards Frieza. Do you believe that I have acted wrongly? Belly Blue, Frieza's voice lowered ominously. Isn't it so? While the Saiyans may be ineffectual, they are still competent warriors. If you truly found them displeasing, there were far more tactful methods to undermine them. Entrust them with the charge into battle. I believe they would gladly accept. Belly Blue stared resolutely at Frieza, unflinching. The other aliens present were taken aback by Belly Blue's audacity, cold sweat beading on their brows, fearful that such boldness might provoke Frieza's wrath. Ho ho ho! Frieza narrowed his eyes, surprisingly unperturbed. Belly Blue, you misunderstand. I am not in such a hurry to annihilate the Saiyans. It is merely Lord Beerus who is displeased with Planet Vegeta and desires its destruction. The obliteration of the Saiyans is merely a secondary objective. Indeed, as Frieza had stated, Kikon hastily clarified the situation. Upon hearing that it was the directive of the god of destruction, Beerus, Belly Blue was taken aback. Ah, so it was Lord Beerus' intent. No wonder. I had thought you feared the legend of the Super Saiyan, hence your decision to eradicate their race. Frieza laughed disdainfully, his expression one of derision. The so-called Super Saiyan is nothing more than a fabricated tale spun by the Saiyans to embellish their own glory, with no basis in reality. That I would never be intimidated by such nonsense. To be frank, apart from Lord Beerus, there is no one in the universe I fear, not even my own father. However, the Saiyan race does possess a certain intrigue. By the way, Vegeta and his team are still out on a mission, right? Shambhwa stepped forward elegantly, her demeanor cold. The Vegeta squad consists of 5 members, and is currently on a remote planet. They have not returned to Planet Vegeta. Does Lord Frieza intend to eliminate them? Since Frieza had issued the command to eliminate all Saiyans, Shanbua had been monitoring Vegeta and his team's movements closely. Frieza waved his hand, his crimson eyes glinting with malevolence. Spare them. I wish to see if they can indeed become the so-called Super Saiyans. After speaking, Frieza issued further commands to Shanbua and Dodoria. Let the Frieza Force commence operations. Annihilate all Saiyans except for the Vegeta squad. Remember, keep the noise to a minimum. Understood. Rest assured, Lord Frieza, Shanbua, and Dodoria replied in unison. Seated in his spacecraft, Frieza smiled lightly. Mr. Shanbua, Mr. Dodoria, do not take too long. Several merchants have already placed orders for planets. If we lack the manpower to deliver, we will be in breach of contract. Will Lord Frieza honor the merchant's commitments? Belly Blue regarded him with skepticism. Frieza replied with a graceful smile. Ho ho ho. Belly Blue, I am indeed a competent merchant. Indeed, while Frieza was brutal and malevolent, he was also a man of his word, a legitimate businessman. In matters of commerce, Frieza presented himself as a refined gentleman, displaying ample humility even towards weaker warriors in his ranks, compensating them generously. This was, of course, a confidence born from his formidable power. The disparity in strength allowed Frieza to afford to exhibit benevolence towards the weak. When provoked by the actions of others, Frieza does not hesitate to employ his formidable powers, reducing his adversaries to mere ashes in an instant. Over the years, he has led the Frieza Force in unabashedly pillaging planets across the northern galaxy. Yet he never seeks to occupy them. Instead, he swiftly sells the acquired worlds to the affluent of the cosmos. For Frieza, his prowess already reigns supreme throughout the universe, rendering the conquest of numerous planets utterly superfluous. His relentless raiding resembles a peculiar indulgence in the lifestyles of the lower classes, akin to a wealthy gourmet who, weary of sumptuous feasts, occasionally relishes the simplicity of a light vegetarian dish for a change of pace. To illustrate, imagine residing in a rural village devoid of water and electricity, possessing a house that spans 200 to 300 square meters. No one would envy such a life, as most would perceive it as arduous. Far inferior to having a modest 50 to 60 square meter abode in the city. However, if one's bank account boasts tens of millions, such existence transforms from hardship into an experience of life. Frieza, at the forefront of his conquests, revels not only in the thrill of battle, but also in the experience of his elevated status. Each time he witnesses the agony and despair etched upon the faces of his foes as they confront their demise, he derives immense satisfaction, a profound fulfillment of the spirit. In comparison, a mere handful of planets holds no allure for him. Mr. Dodoria, Mr. Shanbua, I wish you a swift completion of your mission, Frieza acknowledged with a nod aboard his spaceship, a cruel smile curling at the corners of his purple lips as he gazed into the abyss of space. Ha! I shall leave no Saiyan alive. Dodoria erupted into hearty laughter, his corpulent, spiny form trembling with excitement, resembling a large water balloon. Yet, one should not underestimate Dodoria's formidable combat prowess, as it exceeds 20,000 Shanbua. With a demeanor far more refined than Dodoria's, calmly assured, rest assured, Lord Frieza, we will swiftly eradicate the Saiyans. As he watched Dodoria and Shanbua depart the command room, Frieza turned, a remorseless grin spreading across his face, his gaze penetrating the vast void. The history of Planet Vegeta had reached its end, taking with it the once mighty Saiyan race. In a remote corner of the northern galaxy, amidst the ruins of a shattered edifice enveloped in mist, Vegeta sat upon a fallen stone, munching on local fruit, while several dinosaur-like corpses lay nearby. They had inhabited this planet for quite some time, the indigenous population nearly extinguished, and their return to their homeworld was imminent. At that moment, several Saiyans received a transmission from the Frieza Force, and upon reading it, they were left dumbfounded. One mature Saiyan exclaimed, Prince Vegeta, the Frieza Force has reported that Planet Vegeta has been struck by a colossal meteorite, annihilating the entire planet and claiming the lives of all Saiyans upon it. What does all perish mean? The members of Vegeta's squad, aside from Vegeta and Raditz, were momentarily taken aback. With all Saiyans having returned to Planet Vegeta at that time, it meant only the 5 of them remained. At this point, Nappa still had hair and had yet to reach his peak combat power. Raditz, nursing an injured arm, remarked, We are truly fortunate. It is a blessing we did not heed the summons to return to Planet Vegeta. Vegeta coldly spat out the remnants of the fruit. What a pity. I had hoped to ascend to the throne of the Saiyans. Prince Vegeta, you have a brother, do you not? Indeed, but I know not whether he lives or dies. Never mind him, Vegeta replied, continuing to eat his fruit. After his brother Tarbal was born with insufficient power, Vegeta's father had surreptitiously exiled him to a lesser planet, a fact known to very few. What of Raditz' brother? Inquired a few of the mature Saiyans, expressing concern for their comrade's family. Raditz shrugged nonchalantly. I have no idea. That fellow is merely a low-class warrior. Perhaps he is at home in his incubation pod. Reminiscing about a message our mother sent him some time ago, mentioning she had sent him to some planet, in any case, I do not care. Oh, I see. The teammates exchanged glances, realizing that both Vegeta and Raditz seemed rather indifferent towards their brothers. Perhaps influenced by the Frieza Force's missions, which had dulled their sense of camaraderie among Saiyans. The destruction of Planet Vegeta, one of the few advanced planets in the northern galaxy, naturally caused a considerable uproar throughout the region. Countless beings who had suffered at the hands of the Saiyans and were now wandering the cosmos rejoiced at the news, laughing heartily. Many inhabitants of various planets displayed smug expressions of schadenfreude, while several wealthy individuals lamented the loss of such an advanced planet, not for the Saiyans' fate, but for the missed opportunity to acquire it on a planet adorned with natural beauty. King Karud reclined leisurely upon his throne, gently swirling a glass of wine and savoring its taste, living a life of utmost luxury, since entrusting the Karud Force to Frieza 5 years prior and transitioning it into the Frieza Force. King Karud had officially retired, residing on this exquisite planet with a few loyal confidants. Only when significant cosmic events arose would he voice his opinions to assert his presence. Is it true that Frieza has annihilated the Saiyans? Indeed, it is true, Your Majesty. One of the nearby beings replied cautiously. King Karud burst into laughter, crossing his legs with a smirk. Well, it is for the best. Even if those Saiyans were to submit, they would never truly accept it in their hearts. It is good that Frieza has eradicated them completely. I have heard that Lord Frieza has spared a few Saiyans, one of whom is named Vegeta, supposedly a prince among them. King Karud's interest was piqued as he took a sip of red wine. No matter, a mere Saiyan poses no threat. This Vegeta will likely be no more formidable than his father, reaching perhaps a combat power of 20,000 at best, making him easy prey. Although King Karud's strength did not rival Frieza's, he possessed several million in combat power. Having mastered his body's energy, he did not need to suppress his power through transformations as Frieza did, having once been the undisputed ruler of the northern galaxy. In his eyes, Vegeta, a weak Saiyan, was nothing more than a toy to alleviate boredom, one that could be discarded at will once it ceased to amuse. Thus, Frieza's decision to retain Vegeta and his kin was merely a matter of convenience. Indeed, the Saiyan race was not particularly formidable. Had it not been for the protagonist Goku and the prominent character Vegeta enhancing their reputation in the original narrative, they would not have stood out at all. The ordinary Saiyans of Planet Vegeta possess merely a modicum of strength, and there are indeed numerous extraterrestrial beings within the North Galaxy whose power surpasses theirs. From this perspective, the actions of King Cold and Frieza are not without justification. However, unbeknownst to them, this seemingly trivial decision would ultimately bring about catastrophic consequences for both father and son in the future at a nearby planet. As Planet Vegeta met its demise, a dazzling and resplendent light suddenly manifested in the sky. Whoosh! The void contorted abruptly, and the figures of Roland, Syphilia, and Hertz materialized in midair at a height of over 10 meters. Thud! The three of them helplessly plummeted to the ground. Roland, having exerted himself to teleport his companions, was now utterly exhausted, while Syphilia and Hertz, weakened from their previous confrontation with Frieza's devastating attack, found their energy reserves nearly depleted. The sudden transition to an alien planet left their minds reeling, resulting in their bodies crashing into the ground, creating 3 sizable craters. Struggling, Roland crawled out of the pit, his face remarkably pale from the excessive energy expenditure, and the fall only exacerbated his discomfort. Are you all right? A cool voice inquired as Syphilia approached him, her hair disheveled, her expression haggard, as if deeply affected by recent events, and her battle attire bore several rips. Roland shook his head. I'm fine, just a bit drained of energy, thanks to you. We were able to escape Planet Vegeta. Syphilia's mood was somewhat despondent. She understood that the fate of Planet Vegeta was grim, perhaps already obliterated. Just as Roland had previously indicated, you don't intend to seek vengeance for the Scions, do you? Roland scanned Syphilia, aware that Frisia's might was far beyond their current capabilities. Syphilia shook her head. No, the extinction of the Scions is merely a consequence of the survival of the fittest. Countless planets have perished at our hands in the past. Death in battle is nothing to mourn. I simply feel disheartened. Frisia's power surpasses ours by an overwhelming margin. The previous defeat had severely shaken Syphilia, who prided herself on her talents. Yet it also clarified the vast chasm between her and the top-tier warriors. Her combat prowess was hardly a source of pride. Indeed, we cannot compare to Frisia's strength. Roland fell silent for a moment before retrieving 3 senzu beans from his pocket, handing one each to Syphilia and Hertz. Take these. Consuming a senzu bean will instantly restore your stamina. Syphilia accepted it without hesitation. And upon eating it, she felt an immediate resurgence of vitality, her once dull black eyes widening in astonishment. Your little brother certainly possesses an impressive array of treasures. Hertz, on the other hand, examined the senzu bean curiously. What is this? How did we end up here? And what of Planet Vegeta? Chapter 35. The path ahead. Planet Vegeta has been destroyed. Roland's voice carried a note of melancholy. A proud warrior race reduced to mere whispers of its former glory. Hertz was visibly shaken by this revelation, his once resolute visage now clouded with despair. The annihilation of Planet Vegeta had not only claimed the lives of comrades, but also that of his wife, Asita. All were lost. Seeing Hertz's silence, Syphilia was at a loss for words, unable to fathom the depths of his sorrow. She gently patted his shoulder. In comparison to him, she perhaps counted herself fortunate, for she still had Roland as a kin. Glancing at their surroundings, the murky sky was shrouded in dust, and although some vegetation clung to the vast expanse of land, the polluted air was far from pleasant. Where are we? Syphilia inquired. Roland replied. This is Najiang Star, the nearest habitable planet to Planet Vegeta. Due to time constraints, I had to select a random planet. Hertz interjected, I am familiar with this planet, due to its harsh living conditions. Frisia's army has not classified it as a saleable world, merely using it as a temporary stopover. Syphilia furrowed her brow. So, you mean Frisia's forces might be stationed here? Indeed, Hertz nodded, his spirit somewhat revived. Though a trace of invisible sorrow lingered in his eyes, the trio understood that they could not linger on such a planet. Given Frisia's intent to eradicate the entire Saiyan race, it would be a matter of time before he dispatched forces to hunt down those Scions who had not returned. The proximity of this place to Planet Vegeta rendered it perilously unsafe, compounded by the inhospitable environment that left them with scarce provisions. Hertz, you should consume the senzu bean you have. It seems capable of rapidly restoring stamina. Syphilia urged him. This is called a senzu bean, a miraculous item from another planet. Eating one allows you to go 10 days without food, but more importantly, it can instantly restore your energy. Any injury, barring illness, can be healed in an instant, Roland explained, detailing the benefits of the senzu bean. After hearing this, Hertz examined the dried senzu bean incredulously, then placed it in his mouth and began to chew. Soon, a look of astonishment spread across his face as he felt his stamina genuinely returning. Such a wondrous item exists in the universe. You shall encounter even more extraordinary wonders in the future. Roland remarked with a mysterious smile. You truly have many secrets, Syphilia observed, her gaze fixed intently on Roland, recalling his previous claim of possessing the ability to foresee the future, which likely accounted for his knowledge of such items. Roland chuckled enigmatically. Appearing quite mysterious, he regarded Syphilia and Hertz as commendable Scions, and with so few of their kind left in the universe, it was imperative that they band together for mutual support until they could grow stronger. Seeing Roland's cheerful demeanor, Syphilia couldn't resist playfully grabbing his neck, lifting him as if he were a small creature. Standing at less than 1 meter tall, Roland was no match for Syphilia, and after a considerable struggle, he was finally set down. All right, Syphilia, let's get back to business. The Frisia's forces are undoubtedly hunting for solitary Scions throughout the universe. This is no place for us to linger. We should contemplate our future refuge. Without foresight, one will face imminent peril. Until they amass sufficient strength, Roland was resolute in avoiding any confrontation with Frisia. Moreover, he sensed that there was little animosity between himself and Frisia. True, he had obliterated Planet Vegeta, but that was of no concern to him. Roland was not so noble as to seek vengeance for the fallen Scions. Just as Syphilia had previously remarked, the destruction of planet Vegeta was akin to the demise of countless planets at the hands of the Saiyans, merely an elimination in the ruthless competition for survival. A consequence of insufficient strength. Even Syphilia had acknowledged this, leaving Roland with little to argue. Once Roland voiced his concerns, Syphilia and Hertz's expressions grew serious. Frisia's influence extends throughout the southern region of the North Galaxy. Although he has not established a formal domain, remaining here increases the likelihood of encountering his forces, Syphilia stated. Hertz suggested, perhaps we should venture west of the North Galaxy. It is an area with minimal Frisia presence. And it is said to be the origin of our Saiyan race. The planet Salad, Syphilia remarked, recalling the legendary birthplace of their kind. Indeed, that was a time of great glory for the Saiyans. Had it not been for the Civil War, Planet Salad would have never been destroyed, and we would not have been forced to seek refuge on Planet Vegeta. Hertz's voice was tinged with nostalgia. Reflecting on a past that had long since faded, recognizing that discussing it now bore no purpose, Syphilia affirmed, then we shall head west in the North Galaxy. Luo Lan naturally had no objections. After all, Earth was indeed an ideal planet. However, the issue lay in Earth's inherent fragility. For Luo Lan, who was in urgent need of enhancing his strength, it would not be long before he excluded Earth from his plans. Thus, it was decided that they would head towards the western region of the Northern Galaxy. Syphilia cast a glance at Luo Lan and remarked, but we lack a spaceship, relying solely on your abilities. I fear it may prove overwhelming. Luo Lan's teleportation skill was indeed remarkable, yet transporting two individuals simultaneously was a considerable strain. Previously, when he had taken Syphilia and Hertz away from Vegeta Star, it had nearly cost him his life. That it was at this moment that the superiority of the Yardrat People's instant transmission became evident. With a faint smile, Luo Lan looked at Syphilia and stated plainly, "Who says we have no spaceship?" With that, he retrieved a universal capsule from his pocket and tossed it. After a resounding explosion of smoke, a sleek, black, oval-shaped spaceship appeared before them, measuring 30 meters in length and over 8 meters in height. Resembling a small mountain. It was, in fact, a gravity spaceship modified by Dr. Briefs. This vessel had been uniquely enhanced by a human genius, boasting a power system that had undergone a comprehensive upgrade, rendering its performance on par with the most advanced ships of the Frisia Force. The front compartment of the spaceship contained not only the cockpit, but also 4 additional rooms. When informed that the ship was equipped with devices capable of altering gravity and atmospheric pressure, both Syphilia and Hertz displayed curiosity. Upon entering the spaceship and allowing them to experience the allure of the gravity training room firsthand, they quickly grew fond of the vessel. This is fantastic. With this training room, my strength will increase significantly. Why don't we delay our journey to the western northern galaxy and instead seek out a tranquil planet to cultivate for a while? Syphilia's fair complexion flushed with excitement. As for her, the enhancement of her power was paramount. Indeed, possessing sufficient strength provided greater safety. Hertz, who had just endured the destruction of his home planet, nodded in agreement. Observing this, Luo Lan subtly acknowledged the shift in dynamics. Unbeknownst to him, this 5-year-old boy had unwittingly become the core of the trio. Subsequently, they accessed the spaceship's database, and after some searching, they identified a planet far removed from Frisia Force's surveillance. It was a mid-level planet, exhibiting signs of life yet lacking developed civilization. Chapter 36. Planet Fry. In the western vicinity of the northern galaxy lies a planet named Fry, classified as a mid-level planet. One day, a colossal black object suddenly descended upon this world. The spaceship pierced the atmosphere, emitting a thunderous roar, while intense red light and swirling dust sent the indigenous inhabitants of Fry into a state of panic. Some natives, believing that deities had descended, prostrated themselves in reverence. With a click, the spaceship's hatch opened, and a man and a woman stepped out, followed by the figure of a childlike individual. Luo Lan activated the detector to gauge the energy responses on the planet, and soon several readings exceeding 1,000 battle power appeared. There were 7 energy signatures above 1,000 battle power, located 137 kilometers to the east and 546 kilometers to the south of their position. Relaying the findings, Luo Lan noted that this was a relatively primitive planet, one where civilization had yet to emerge, and those energy readings likely belonged to some primitive beasts. The detector used by Luo Lan was his own. As Syphilia and Hertz's devices had been destroyed after leaving Vegeta Star, but I'll go eliminate those life forms. Hertz stated decisively. After a period of interstellar travel, they had arrived at this planet named Fry. As they intended to reside here for some time, any life forms exhibiting strong energy signatures could not be allowed to remain. Leave it to you. Luo Lan nodded slightly as he handed the detector to Hertz. Hertz accepted it with a nod and, with a flash, vanished in a streak of white light. With a battle power of 4,300, he had no trouble dealing with the mere beasts of a mid-level planet. Once Hertz departed, Luo Lan and Syphilia swiftly unleashed energy waves to clear the surrounding area. The thunderous energy attacks produced magnificent mushroom clouds, obliterating everything within a 10-kilometer radius. The towering mountains were flattened by the terrifying force, leaving the barren land emanating wisps of heat. Subsequently, Luo Lan retrieved a small dwelling from the universal capsule, thus completing their temporary residence. Get out your other gravity chamber, Syphilia instructed. Luo Lan glanced at her before producing the additional gravity training room. What do you need it for? He inquired. Syphilia replied, this gravity chamber is for my training from now on. That is how it is. With that, she tossed her hair back and stepped into the gravity room, slamming the hatch shut as the chamber soon buzzed to life. This woman was surprisingly domineering. After all, it was his training room. Luo Lan stared in amazement at Syphilia's actions, chuckling softly to himself. Syphilia isn't just somewhat aloof. She is also a training fanatic. Much like Vegeta, it was worth noting that during their journey to Planet Fry, she had indeed monopolized the gravity chamber's usage the longest. Don't overtrain and hurt yourself. While the Senzu beans can heal any injury, they are ineffective against bodily ailments, he cautioned. However, in the original narrative, Vegeta also utilized the gravity chamber in such a manner without any adverse effects. So it likely wouldn't pose a significant issue. Yet, it was hard to say. Every individual's body was different. Goku, for instance, inexplicably developed a heart condition, and while the cause was unknown, one could not dismiss the possibility that it was related to his training. If even a slight ailment arises, Senzu beans would indeed be insufficient. Luo Lan's mind began to wander, contemplating whether to wish for a body that would remain perpetually healthy using the Dragon Balls. He then stepped into the spaceship's gravity chamber himself, activating a gravity setting of 20 times. Luo Lan struggled to condition his body in the harsh environment. Several hours later, Hertz returned from exterminating the high-energy life forms on Fry and, seeing Luo Lan and Syphilia training in the gravity chamber, chose to quietly search for food on his own. The appetite of Saiyans was immense. 3 Saiyans would require the sustenance of hundreds of individuals in a single meal. That evening, beside a crackling campfire, the trio feasted heartily on their provisions, a towering pile of skeletal remains accumulating nearby. Syphilia, my battle power has reached 5,000, Hertz exclaimed between mouthfuls, sharing his training progress. Indeed, the gravity chamber was the ideal tool for Saiyan training. Within just a few weeks, Hertz's power had soared. Being a naturally gifted elite warrior, it was no surprise that he surpassed 4,000 battle power by the age of 26. Syphilia tore off a sizable chunk of meat and consumed it. Her movements vigorous yet devoid of any coarseness. I'm nearing 6,000 battle power, she declared. Luo Lan, setting down his food and wiping the grease from the corner of his mouth, remarked, I'm still yet to reach even 1,000 battle power. Luo Lan, you are still quite young. When I was your age, I couldn't hold a candle to you. Hertz responded, having always believed Luo Lan to be an elite warrior. Syphilia, keeping her head down as she ate, interjected, don't flatter him. This kid only knows how to increase his energy. His combat skills are utterly abysmal. If he faced an opponent of equal strength, he wouldn't even know how to perish. Luo Lan shot a glance at Syphilia, saying, Sister, could you refrain from constantly belittling me? Do you believe yourself to be formidable? We Saiyans are renowned for our combat prowess. Yet your practical abilities are inferior even to those of a child just emerging from the training camp. Syphilia's bright gaze fell upon Roland, and the icy chill emanating from her presence rendered him defenseless. As her younger brother, Syphilia was greatly dissatisfied with his current state. It is imperative to develop balanced strength. The factors that determine victory in battle are none other than combat skills, attack speed, attack power, resilience, and recovery ability. Among these, attack speed, attack power, and resilience can be cultivated through physical training, while combat skills are honed through a wealth of practical experience. Roland buried himself in roasted meat, acknowledging that Syphilia's criticism was valid. What he lacked was indeed combat experience. Only through the crucible of real battle can one's combat skills significantly improve. Hertz interjected. Do not be disheartened. Roland is still young, and it is crucial for him to enhance his energy at this stage. Theophilia furrowed her delicate brows momentarily before stating coldly, starting tomorrow, I shall serve as your sparring partner. And we must elevate your combat experience. Really? Roland exclaimed, a wave of joy washing over him. In the past, Theophilia had merely focused on enhancing his resilience without imparting any combat techniques. Although Saiyan children receive some combat skills through computer training during missions, nothing compares to the personal instruction of Theophilia. Indeed, it is true. However, brace yourself, Theophilia replied gracefully, her icy gaze fixed on Roland as she elegantly consumed her meal. A sudden jolt ran through Roland, causing his smile to stiffen as memories of being ruthlessly battered by Theophilia flooded his mind. He began to regret not allowing Hertz to train him instead. Theophilia was relentless in her fervor, never knowing how to hold back, particularly upon realizing she possessed the magical beans. The prospect of her showing mercy was utterly impossible. Chapter 37. Rapid Growth. Who instructed you to unleash your full strength without leaving any room for maneuver during combat? Prepare to be dealt with. A voice filled with dissatisfaction resounded as Theophilia's graceful figure abruptly appeared beside Roland. With a gentle push of her fair palm, a powerful force struck Roland, sending him staggering backward, buffeted by the fierce winds on either side. Get up at once. In a real battle, will your adversary grant you a moment's respite? Without any warning, another fierce assault commenced. With a splutter, Roland could not suppress the blood that erupted from his mouth, and upon lifting his gaze, he met Theophilia's fierce countenance. It was an ordinary morning, bathed in brilliant sunlight, with gentle clouds floating lazily across a pleasant sky. Yet for Roland, this period could only be described as a nightmare. For over 10 days, Theophilia had relentlessly trained him, and indeed, it was unlike before. She imparted numerous combat essentials that allowed Roland to absorb a wealth of knowledge. However, what was utterly intolerable was her utter lack of mercy. Each strike was delivered with such ferocity that she would not relent until he was nearly incapacitated. According to Theophilia, a true enemy will not grant you the chance to rise again. What profound wisdom! Roland rose from the ground, his eyes filled with determination as he gazed at Theophilia. In an instant, he darted forward, akin to an arrow released from a bow, appearing at her side. Theophilia acknowledged him with a slight nod, a hint of a smile gracing her lips, just as Roland anticipated seizing the moment. However, Theophilia deftly sidestepped his attack, her slender arm carving an elegant arc through the air. A brilliant light suddenly illuminated the scene, akin to twinkling stars, as Roland was once more propelled away like a cannonball. The battle continued. Roland's movements gradually became more agile, as he began to consciously contemplate his actions and assess his successes and failures in combat. Under Theophilia's intentional guidance, his body rapidly absorbed the nutrients of battle. Keep pace with my speed. I shall temper my strength to a level akin to yours. If you can withstand my strikes, you shall be deemed a qualified warrior. Amidst the howling winds, Theophilia's form flickered, her raven hair dancing about her, her gaze fixed on the distance where Roland stood. Suddenly, in a blink, her figure became a blur, reappearing beside him. Executing a straight punch, she unleashed a phantom strike. Roland squinted, his eyes narrowing as he scanned for Theophilia's whereabouts. The subtle shift in the air drew his attention. He reacted swiftly, his body swaying as he executed a feint 10 meters away. Just as his figure vanished, a delicate hand reached out toward him. At last, some progress, Theophilia conceded, nodding as she continued her assault on Roland. A sharp pain suddenly pierced Roland's chest, followed by a violent impact as Theophilia struck him. He grimaced, panting heavily. After a brief engagement, his stamina had been significantly depleted. Leaping into the air, he swiftly pivoted, positioning himself just a step away from Theophilia. In an astonishing display, he altered his stance mid-air, leaving behind a hazy afterimage while he inexplicably appeared behind her, hands reaching for Theophilia's tail. His combat skills had reached the requisite level, yet his experience remained insufficient. Theophilia's cold voice echoed in his ears, and a warm sensation sent a chill down his spine. A bead of cold sweat broke out on his back, prompting him to swiftly pivot and flee. With a light chuckle, Theophilia extended her fingers, aligning them like a sword. Air strike, she declared coldly, and the air seemed to ripple as it surged to life. In an instant, a dazzling energy wave erupted forth. Faced with this onslaught, A spark of determination ignited in Roland's eyes as he clenched his fist. His youthful face brimming with seriousness, starry cannon, he unleashed a punch, and a cascade of starlight flickered into existence. The torrent of power surged forth, as if it had found an outlet, erupting forth in a deluge. Boom, boom, boom. The two energies collided mid-air, creating a cataclysmic explosion that summoned a massive mushroom cloud, the ground fracturing beneath the force, leaving a circular depression in its wake. Coughing, blood trickled from Roland's lips, his garments tattered and torn. As a wave of dizziness washed over him, rendering him unconscious from the overexertion of energy. After he collapsed, Saiyan's form appeared beside him, cradling him and transporting him to a serene lake, submerging him in its refreshing waters. Suddenly, a flash of light signified Hertz's emergence from the gravity room, whereupon he approached Saiyan. In merely a fortnight, Roland has mastered all techniques, transforming into a genuine warrior. His capacity for learning is remarkable. I recall attaining his level around the age of T10. He had perfectly grasped a battle power of 1000, a commendable achievement even among elite warriors, an elite warrior who had experienced countless battles. Hertz had only reached a battle power of 1000 after his 10th year, attaining 4000 by the age of 26. Saiyan gazed thoughtfully at the figure of Roland submerged in the pool. Nodding in agreement, while others may be oblivious, she was acutely aware that Roland was not an elite warrior, but rather an ordinary intermediate warrior. Yet, this very intermediate warrior's training speed surpassed that of even elite warriors. A truly astonishing phenomenon. While his energy gains could be attributed to the gravity room, his combat skills and experience could only be cultivated through actual combat. Saiyan could truly feel that Roland was growing each day. In just a few short days, he absorbed her combat philosophy like a sponge. Roland, her younger brother, seemed to possess an astonishingly formidable capacity for learning. Soon, Roland awoke from the pool, and upon hearing that Saiyan had unceremoniously left him in the water to pursue training in the gravity chamber, a hint of helplessness crossed his face. Her fervor for training rivaled that of Vegeta. Whenever she went missing, it was certain she had retreated to the gravity chamber. It is essential to understand that adequate rest is crucial for optimal physical regulation. And a balance of work and leisure is equally beneficial as relentless training. Regrettably, Saiyan was oblivious to this fact. Roland, I have something to give you. After their meal, Saiyan produced a device resembling a USB drive. What is this? Roland inquired, wiping his greasy hands as he took the device to inspect it. Saiyan explained while munching, this is something I copied from the communication records between the Frisia Force and the command center of the Ugarans when I destroyed it. It appears to contain all the mission information of the Saiyans. What? Roland exclaimed in astonishment, quickly examining the USB drive. Hertz, having heard that it contained information about the Saiyans, also adopted a serious demeanor. Does that mean we can locate the scattered members of our race? Saiyan replied, perhaps that if the Frisia Force did not manage to find them in time, there should still be several survivors. However, the organized Saiyan squads likely perished along with Planet Vegeta. Most of the remaining Saiyans are probably lower-class warriors or even weaker non-combatants. Intermediate and elite warriors have their own squads and return to Planet Vegeta upon receiving directives from the Frisia Force. Only those lower-class warriors, who were often overlooked, or the exiled children, would remain unprotected. They might still be surviving on some remote planets. Chapter 38. The surviving Saiyans, why didn't you bring this out sooner? Hertz reproached in excitement. Saiyan should have revealed this information earlier. She glanced at Roland and candidly stated, at that time, Roland's abilities were insufficient to relocate everyone, and the spacecraft was too conspicuous. Even if I had produced this database, it would have been of little use. Hertz paused for a moment, sighed, and conceded, that is indeed true. But now it is different, Saiyan continued. With Roland's increasing strength, relocating people is no longer as challenging as before. With the support of the Sins of Beans, we might be able to bring back several of our kin. Yes, we certainly can, Hertz replied enthusiastically. More than a month had passed since the destruction of Planet Vegeta. And even if the Frisia Force acted swiftly, some Saiyans on distant planets should still remain undiscovered. The Saiyan race had not been entirely extinguished. Hertz felt a surge of hope, initially believing that only the three of them remained. He thought of his wife, realizing that the continuation of their lineage depended solely on Saiyan and Roland. However, even if they were to survive, It would only last a single generation before the race would inevitably face extinction. Now, with this database in hand and Roland's relocation abilities, there was a real chance to find some of their kin before the Frisia force could. They did not need many. A couple of hundred would suffice, provided the gender ratio was balanced, to ensure the survival of the Saiyan race. Let us extract the data contained within, Roland suggested. The group hastily washed their hands and carefully inserted the USB drive into the spacecraft's data interface. The ship's computer quickly recognized the data, and the expansive screen filled with rows of information about various planets and the Scions assigned to missions. There are indeed numerous entries. We need to sort through them carefully. After deliberation, they decided to start with the nearest planets, focusing on locating those with promising potential. Roland posed a critical question. What if those individuals are unwilling to return with us? Scions were notoriously proud and stubborn. It was not as simple as deciding to take them back. There would undoubtedly be some who were obstinate and reckless. The glimmer of cold determination flickered in Saiphilia's eyes, for those unwilling to follow. We will teach them a lesson. If they remain defiant, we shall eliminate them. Hertz nodded in agreement, a fierce expression on his face. I concur with Saiphilia's approach. We cannot reveal our presence before we are adequately prepared. Roland agreed. Eliminating those who refused was the most straightforward solution. After all, these individuals would eventually fall prey to the Frisia force, so selecting suitable candidates to bring back was crucial. Roland had no desire to toil only to return with ungrateful individuals. Roland, I will accompany you, Saiphilia declared, her bright eyes fixed on him. Yes, having Saiphilia by your side will ensure your safety, while I will remain here on Planet Frey, awaiting your return, Hertz added, affirming that Roland's safety was of utmost importance. After consideration, Roland nodded. All right, we shall go together. Although Roland's battle power was nearing 1,000, a level that could not be deemed weak in the universe, especially since Raditz, with a power level of 1,500, brazenly traversed the cosmos, he was aware that he could not yet claim to be exceptionally strong. For the sake of his own safety, having a bodyguard was paramount, and Roland naturally chose Saiphilia over Hertz. After all, she was his sister and a stunning beauty. Being in her presence was a pleasure in itself. With preparations complete, Roland instructed Saiphilia to hold tightly to him, and then he began to employ the relocation technique. As he felt a gentle sensation, Roland smirked, and the technique swiftly activated in a flash of blinding light. The two figures vanished from Planet Frey. Watching the siblings disappear, Hertz's lips quivered slightly as he clenched his fist. The fate of the Scion race now rested in their hands. Several star systems away, Roland and Saiphilia's figures suddenly materialized. This is the place, Roland declared, scanning the multitude of planets. According to the data, there is a lower-class warrior here. He activated the scanner, quickly retrieving data from the planet's surface. A smile forming on his lips. It seems our luck is holding. That Scion is still alive. Let us go, Saiphilia announced, lifting Roland as a surge of energy erupted from her 6,000 battle power. A straight beam of energy shooting skyward as she swiftly approached the source of energy. They traversed through dense jungles and expansive grasslands, scaling several mountains until they arrived at a relatively open hilly area, flanked by undulating hills, where the tranquil forest echoed with the sounds of chirping birds. Boom! A profound and thunderous roar reverberated across the sky, followed by a tremor that shook the earth as mighty trees crashed to the ground. And a thick plume of smoke ascended above the forest. Within this woodland, a young child, appearing to be no more than 8 or 9 years old, was engaged in a fierce battle with a colossal dinosaur. The clashes grew increasingly intense, their force shaking the ground, and a dense thicket was swiftly transformed into a clearing. The child laughed heartily, a glimmer of ferocity flashing in his eyes, as he unleashed waves of azure energy that struck the dinosaur with resounding impacts, evoking a sorrowful wail from the beast, whose long neck tilted to one side as it succumbed to unconsciousness. Witnessing his prey finally fall, the child erupted into laughter. Unbeknownst to him, his actions were being observed by 2 individuals. Luo Lan floated in the air, a subtle smirk gracing his lips, recognizing the boy. Asa, 10 years old, a low-level warrior with a combat power of 280, which was commendable among his peers. Saiphilia regarded the scene with indifference, instructing, knock him out and take him away. What? Without inquiring about his consent, she pondered. Yet, it was reasonable. If they brought him back and he refused to cooperate, it would only waste the precious senzu beans consumed on the journey. To Saiphilia, senzu beans were exceedingly valuable. Who are you? Asa, the Scion, inquired upon noticing Theophilia and Luolan. Just as he was about to ask further, Theophilia swiftly appeared beside him and crushed the energy detector near his ear. With a resounding crack, Ace's anger flared. "What are you doing? You destroyed my detector." Theophilia's expression hardened, her imposing aura radiating menace. "Little brat, you would do well to comply." All right, Ace stammered, his face paling as he sensed the killing intent emanating from Theophilia. Fear filling his gaze. Chapter 39. The search for survivors. Is it true that Planet Vegeta has been destroyed? Ace's voice trembled upon receiving the news, the arrogance that once adorned his face now replaced by dread. Theophilia's cold gaze fell upon him. "Indeed, you now have two choices. First, accompany us to a planet where you shall remain hidden from others. Second, stay here, and we will not concern ourselves with you. Choose now. You won't harm me," Asa questioned, uncertainty lacing his tone. "Correct," Theophilia replied, a flicker of concealed coldness flashing in her eyes. If the Saiyan made the right choice, all would be well. However, should he choose to remain? Theophilia was resolute in ensuring he would not live to divulge their information. After a moment of contemplation, Asa finally spoke softly. "I will follow you. A wise choice," Luolan remarked, impressed that the boy had the sense to preserve his life. He recognized that Theophilia had harbored lethal intent moments before and silently admired her decisiveness. Indeed, she embodied the ruthless nature of a Saiyan. "Your choice is correct. With so few Saiyans left, we should not be suspicious of one another." Theophilia's expression softened into a congenial smile, utterly devoid of the earlier icy demeanor. Luolan shot her a knowing glance. "You were indeed contemplating murder just now." Theophilia smiled at him, momentarily catching him off guard. Before they both shared a laugh, Asa joined in, asking, "How shall we leave? You arrived by spaceship, correct? No need for such complications. A flying vessel would only betray our location," Luolan replied. Subsequently, Luolan and Theophilia, under Asa's guidance, reached the spot where his spacecraft had landed. Discovering the spherical white craft, they unleashed a key blast into the vessel, causing a tremendous explosion as it ignited, the acrid scent of burning metal wafting through the air. "Ah, you've destroyed the ship. How will I ever leave?" Asa exclaimed nervously. "Do not fret. We have our methods," Luolan reassured him calmly. Asa looked at Luolan, confusion etched across his face, as Luolan offered a mysterious smile. Then seized him to initiate a teleportation spell. Theophilia naturally drew closer, and in a flash of light, the three vanished from the planet. Naturally, Luolan did not transport Asa directly to planet Frisia. Instead, after several teleportations, they landed on a planet not far from Frisia's domain, named Kasha Star. This was a low-level planet, teeming with wildlife but lacking valuable mineral resources, thus not a target for Frisia's army. Luolan planned to gather all the Saiyans he could find here, observing for a time, and once he confirmed their loyalty, he would devise further plans. After all, Saiyans were inherently rebellious, and he was wary of placing his trust in them. "Stay here for now. More Saiyans will arrive, and I expect no conflicts among you," he instructed. "Understood," Asa replied, his face pale, nodding vigorously, his gaze towards Luolan filled with awe. Nodding towards Theophilia, Luolan declared, "Let us proceed to the next objective." "Shouldn't we rest a moment?" Theophilia inquired with concern. Luolan shook his head, consuming a sense of being. "No, our time is quite limited." Theophilia nodded, leaning in closer as Luolan wrapped his arm around her waist. Then, before Ace's awestruck eyes, they transformed into a streak of light and vanished on the next planet. Luolan located their target, a female Saiyan just over 4 years old, due to her tender age. She offered no resistance to Theophilia and Luolan, who, akin to their approach with Asa, swiftly persuaded her to accompany them to Kasha Star. In the days that followed, Luolan and Theophilia continued to leap between various planets, bringing back an increasing number of Saiyans. However, their journey was not without challenges. They encountered several dissenters, some Saiyans disbelieving Luolan's claims, while others believed but refused to leave. All such individuals were decisively dealt with by Theophilia. As time passed, the traces of the exiled Saiyans became increasingly elusive. Either they were in remote areas where searches held little meaning, or they had already been slain by Frisia's forces. On several occasions, Luolan and his companions found themselves directly confronting Frisia's agents. These bounty hunters, typically possessing combat powers around 1 to 2,000, Luo Lan was no match for such formidable foes. Yet under Saiyan's protection, he emerged unscathed. When facing adversaries of comparable strength, Saiyan would first dismantle their communicators, allowing Luo Lan to hone his combat skills, yielding unexpected gains in experience. Approximately 2 months later, Luo Lan ceased his search for Saiyans, having gathered nearly 200 of them on Kasha's star. Among these, a significant portion were children, with only 60 being adults. Fortunately, the male-to-female ratio among these Saiyans was balanced, ensuring the continuation of their lineage was no longer a concern in the future. Once all these Saiyans reach adulthood, assuming none are lost along the way, they could potentially unite to form approximately 100 pairs. If each pair were to produce 3 or 4 offspring, the population of Saiyans would gradually begin to recover. To locate these Saiyans, Roland has expended a considerable number of Senza beans. The 10,000 beans he initially acquired from the cat sage have dwindled to just over 5,000, a fact that has caused him considerable heartache. However, with investment comes reward. As these Saiyans mature, he will have the opportunity to establish a significant force within the universe. Regrettably, they are predominantly low-level warriors, with only 10 possessing the potential to reach intermediate status. As Roland gazes at the 200 or so Saiyans before him, he feels a twinge of regret. Among these 200 Saiyans, only 10 show promise as intermediate warriors, and shockingly, a mere 5 possess a combat power exceeding 1,000 when combining both low and intermediate warriors, compared to the Saiyan race at its zenith. They appear woefully weak, almost negligible, Saiyan remarked. It is a known fact that the majority of Saiyans are low-level warriors. Some among them may never achieve a combat power of 1,000, remaining non-combatants for life. Finding 10 with potential for intermediate status among the remaining clan members is already quite commendable. Hertz grinned widely. Indeed, with these individuals, the continuation of the Saiyan bloodline is no longer in question. It is truly pitiable. Once the formidable Saiyan race has now reached a point where even the preservation of their lineage requires meticulous calculation. Chapter 40. Talent Silence. After gathering over 200 Saiyans on Kasha's star, Saiyan soared into the air, observing the Saiyans below with a detached gaze that a potent aura of oppression suddenly descended upon all, pressing against their chests. Sensing the weight of her presence, the Saiyans fell silent. Gazing upward at the imposing Saiyan, their faces paling slightly. I am Saiyan, an elite warrior. She introduced herself, surveying the Saiyans who cowered beneath her power, nodding in satisfaction as they remained mute. I am aware that many of you have questions, but I require you to remain silent for now. I do not have time to address each of you individually. I have gathered you here solely to ensure that the Saiyan bloodline does not vanish completely from the universe. Continuing with a stern tone, Saiyan stated, Planet Vegeta has been destroyed, and you are among the few surviving Saiyans. From this moment onward, you will temporarily reside on this planet, which offers ample resources of water and food to meet your needs. The destruction of Planet Vegeta stemmed from our own lack of strength. I want you to remember this bitterness eternally. It is our inadequacy that has allowed others in the universe to act against us, leading to the near annihilation of our proud race. Though the majority of you are low-level warriors, and some may never even reach a combat power of 1,000, as long as the Saiyan bloodline persists, there remains hope. At this point, a cold glint flashed in her eyes as she spoke with brutal intensity. However, let me make this clear. Internal strife is absolutely forbidden here. This is the first and foremost rule. Anyone who violates it will be executed. Do not think I speak in jest. Since you have arrived, you must obey. Those who wish to resist should prepare themselves for death. Now, regardless of your agreement, you will comply with the forthcoming arrangements. The situation facing the Saiyans is dire. Therefore, from this moment on, adult Saiyans will be responsible for training the younger ones, regardless of the intensity required, to ensure their healthy growth. Saiyan's commanding presence resembled that of a sovereign queen, her chilling authority rendering all below her unable to lift their heads. The gathered Saiyans, who revered strength above all, were acutely aware of Saiyan's overwhelming power. This seemingly youthful Saiyan possessed strength far beyond their own. Coupled with her status as an elite warrior, she quickly quelled any thoughts of rebellion among them. They obediently followed her directives. Saiyan instructed them to establish a settlement, and they complied without hesitation. Subsequently, the adult scions took the lead in training the younger, and everything seemed to progress in an orderly fashion. Observing their reactions, Hertz chuckled and remarked to Roland, "Your sister inherently possesses the aura of a leader, making her exceptionally suited for this role. Even during the time when Planet Vegeta existed, her talent was already widely recognized. Had Planet Vegeta not been destroyed, she would surely have achieved great things." Roland nodded in agreement. Though Sophilia's demeanor was typically aloof, her commanding aura was undeniable, and she was quite ruthless. Anyone standing beside her would undoubtedly feel immense pressure. Sophilia's extraordinary talent was rivaled only by that of Prince Vegeta himself. Such a gifted scion would be intolerable to others, yet Sophilia thrived, likely due to her identity as a female scion. Perhaps King Vegeta had long since envisioned a future for her. How fortunate that Planet Vegeta was destroyed. Roland mused as he gazed at the imposing Sophilia above. After pacifying the gathered scions, Sophilia approached Roland and the others. "Let us return to Planet Free," she said, "and allow these individuals to continue their lives here." "Are you not concerned for them?" Roland inquired. Sophilia offered a placid smile. "I barely have time for my own training. Why should I concern myself with theirs? Let them fend for themselves." Roland rolled his eyes. "You spoke so passionately just now. I thought you intended to recruit them." Sophilia replied, "I find that rather trivial. These low-level warriors may reach a combat power of a few thousand at most. What need do I have for them? Besides, who knows if they truly respect me? Let's observe for a few years before deciding." Hertz shrugged nonchalantly. As long as the scion bloodline continues, their strength is not of paramount importance. There is a low-level warrior on Earth who could one day become a super scion. Roland thought to himself upon hearing their conversation that, of course, Sophilia and Hertz could not possess the foresight that Roland had. Unaware that a low-level warrior named Son Goku would rise through training to reach heights beyond even elite warriors, from their perspective, low-level warriors could not compare to intermediate or elite ones. Which was indeed a reasonable assessment. The potential of scions largely depends on their combat power at birth and subsequent training, with the latter being of greater significance. The reason Son Goku and Vegeta were able to repeatedly transcend their physical limits and attain Super Saiyan status was far more complex than merely possessing Saiyan blood and utilizing a gravity chamber for training. Indeed, while gravity training greatly aided Son Goku and his peers, it was merely a supplementary aspect. Many planets with high gravity exist throughout the universe, and Scions have frequently encountered them during their battles. Yet they did not see significant advancements. The rapid growth of Son Goku and others was primarily due to their knowledge of profound training methods. Consider Son Goku's journey. In his youth, he trained under the martial arts master, Master Roshi, and later received guidance from the Cat Sage on King Kai's planet. More importantly, Sun Wukong possesses a heart of innocence, allowing him to dedicate himself wholeheartedly to his cultivation. These gradual and progressive experiences have laid a solid foundation for him to transcend the shackles of his innate talent. In contrast, Vegeta is a naturally gifted elite warrior, whose abundant experience and comprehension enable him to swiftly grasp the essence of energy manipulation simply through his battles with Sun Wukong. Such prowess is not something ordinary scions from Planet Vegeta can compare to. Talent, at times, holds immense significance. The scions from Vegeta are generally not regarded as particularly exceptional. For them, the Super Saiyan is but a legend. Warriors like Sun Wukong and Vegeta, who continuously surpass their limits, are exceedingly rare. These scions, a battle power exceeding 10,000 is already remarkable. Beyond that, profound training is essential. Ordinary scion warriors, unaware of advanced cultivation methods, cannot experience miraculous growth like Sun Wukong, even with the aid of a gravity chamber. The aspiration to become a super scion is utterly unattainable for everyone. Moreover, there exists a notion regarding the scion's innate abilities. It suggests that the formidable impression they leave is merely a reflection of Sun Wukong and Vegeta's brilliance. Roland finds this perspective somewhat biased, as he believes that scions inherently possess considerable talent. At the very least, their physical capabilities and great ape transformation abilities surpass those of many extraterrestrial beings. Returning to the main topic, after ensuring the continuation of the scion bloodline, Sophilia and Hertz felt a significant reduction in their burdens. Following a series of arrangements, they had no intention of exerting further control. Although Roland harbored ambitions of organizing these scions into a formidable force, he refrained from making his intentions known due to his relatively weaker strength, leaving over 200 scions on planet Kasha. The trio then shimmered and returned to Planet Fry, resuming their tranquil training. Chapter 41. The Hope of Resurrection on Planet Fry. The weather gradually grew cooler as night fell. A gentle mist enveloped the mountainous forests. After settling the 200 exiled Saiyans on the nearby planet Kasha, Roland and his companions immersed themselves in their training once more. Time passed steadily, and Roland felt himself growing stronger each day. Although he continued to face defeats in battles against Syphilia, it was merely a testament to her overwhelming strength. Indeed, he was growing stronger. A test with his energy detector revealed a battle power of 1,000. The vivid number filled Roland with vigor, as the clear data allowed him to recognize his daily improvements, akin to progressing through a video game, an exhilarating experience. With a whoosh, Roland and Syphilia engaged in their training. A daily ritual deity was precisely Syphilia's rigorous training that facilitated such significant advancements for Roland, but on this particular day, their customary training continued. Whoosh! A white flash suddenly sliced through the air, advancing along a straight trajectory. As the surrounding winds howled, a fierce vortex expanding around Roland. His body moved with agile precision, conjuring deceptive afterimages as he unleashed his full might in an assault against Syphilia. Syphilia observed with a calm demeanor, stifled a yawn, and suddenly struck in a particular direction. Crack! Roland was sent flying, but he quickly spread his arms to stabilize himself, then twisted his body, his toes lightly touching the ground, propelling himself towards Syphilia like a cannonball. Following that, he delivered a punch, the violent air pressure producing a resonant hum. Syphilia, with a cold smile, extended her arm and firmly grasped Roland's fist, abruptly halting his powerful strike. "Roland, your attacks lack ferocity," she remarked, tossing him into the air before vanishing from sight. When she reappeared, it was directly above him, fists clasped together, descending with force. Boom! Roland received a devastating blow, blood spilling from his mouth as his body plummeted. However, just as he neared the ground, Syphilia's graceful figure appeared even faster, her expression unwavering as she delivered a powerful kick, unleashing a torrent of force that created a staggering shockwave. Roland hurriedly crossed his arms over his chest. But the tremendous strength sent him flying once more. He tumbled through the air, executing numerous flips before his feet forcefully dug into the earth, causing the ground to shatter. A 10-meter square area transformed beyond recognition. "Not bad. Your combat abilities qualify you as a competent warrior," Syphilia complimented, floating down beside Roland, who panted heavily, a trace of blood at the corner of his mouth, all thanks to his sister's rigorous training. "Indeed," Syphilia replied with a tranquil nod, the moonlight casting a radiant glow upon her flawless visage, momentarily captivating Roland. "What are you staring at?" Syphilia inquired. "Atu," Roland blurted out, with a swift smack to his head. Syphilia chided him, eliciting a chuckle as he began preparing dinner. The campfire soon blazed, the rich aroma of roasting meat filling the air as droplets of fat sizzled and produced wisps of smoke. Not far away, the gravity chamber emitted a low hum, where Hertz was diligently training in the oppressive gravitational environment. As Roland savored the roasted meat, he remarked to Syphilia, "Hertz has been training exceptionally hard lately." Syphilia replied, "He misses his wife." Roland nodded in acknowledgement. According to Syphilia, Hertz's wife was named Asida, a childhood companion who, due to her lack of combat talent, served as a non-combatant in the royal capital's childcare department. Hertz had not seen his wife since his return, as Planet Vegeta had already been destroyed. Although Hertz appeared unaffected during this time, Syphilia, as his teammate, could discern the sorrow within him. Death is irretrievable, and the warrior race takes such matters lightly. Fortunately, there are several suitable female Saiyans on planet Kasha. Perhaps arrangements could be made for him. Just because someone dies doesn't mean they can't be revived. Roland muttered softly, "What are you saying?" Syphilia, with her keen hearing, looked at Roland incredulously after a moment of contemplation. Could there really be a way to bring someone back to life? Roland pondered before responding. "Sister, do you remember when I mentioned transporting you to Earth? Of course, I was just about to ask, how did you manage that? Could that power possibly bring someone back to life?" "Yes, that is the power of the Dragon Balls. There exists a miraculous set of orbs in the universe. Once 7 are gathered, one can summon the eternal dragon, who can grant the collector one wish within reasonable limits. The wish for resurrection is indeed feasible." Subsequently, Roland recounted his quest with ties to locate the Dragon Balls. After hearing this, Syphilia was left speechless. So, Hertz's wife could also be revived. Indeed, as long as she hasn't been reincarnated, The eternal dragon can bring her back. Roland affirmed, noting that, in the case of Science, death often leads to hell, making reincarnation a distant prospect. Roland, is what you say true? Isida still has a chance at resurrection? A trembling voice approached, filled with excitement as Hertz appeared before Roland. Yes, it is possible, but the Dragon Balls have a 1-year cooldown after a wish is granted. The set I used still has 6 months left before it can be activated again. If you wish to resurrect your wife, you will need to wait 6 months. Marvelous. Isida is able to be resurrected. Did you just mention that this object is called the Dragon Ball? In a moment of excitement, Hertz suddenly recalled having heard of such a sphere before. A spark of inspiration flashed through his mind, and he inquired, "Are you referring to the Dragon Balls created by the Namekians?" Roland replied, "Indeed, it seems you are familiar with them as well." Sophilia asked, "Are the Dragon Balls quite renowned?" Hertz took a deep breath, his complexion flushed. "During my past missions, I heard tales of the Namekians possessing extraordinary powers, but their planet faced a great calamity 3 centuries ago, resulting in the demise of their entire race. No, there are survivors on Namek," Roland asserted confidently. Sophilia's eyes sparkled with excitement. "So, there may still be Dragon Balls on Namek." "Indeed, and they are even more formidable than the ones I have used. However, there are formidable warriors on Namek. Given our Saiyan reputation, we would likely be expelled by their masters upon arrival. It would be prudent to wait until the Dragon Balls I have used are restored." Chapter 42. 3 Wishes on Namek. There exists a Namekian named Nail, the guardian of the Grand Elder. In the original storyline, it was stated that he possessed a battle power of 42,000, given the longevity of the Namekians. Even if Nail has not reached his original battle power, he likely possesses at least 20,000 to 30,000. If they were to venture to Namek now, encountering Nail would undoubtedly spell disaster, and if fortune were to turn against them, they might even lose their lives there. A gentleman does not stand beneath a perilous wall. Roland, valuing his life, would refrain from going to Namek without absolute certainty, even if the Namekians are said to be exceedingly kind. However, at this moment, Hertz could not concern himself with such matters. Upon learning that his wife could be revived, he could not wait another moment. His heart set solely on resurrecting her. "I cannot wait. Planet Fry is not far from Namek. If I pilot a spaceship, I can reach there in a month. Please lend me your ship." Hertz did not request Roland to escort him, but chose to pilot the ship himself. Roland regarded him with concern. "There are powerful warriors on Namek. Although your battle power has reached over 5,000, you are still no match for them. Perhaps you may not secure the Dragon Balls and instead lose your life there." Hertz's expression turned serious. "I wish to give it a try." Roland scrutinized him for a long moment, and upon seeing his resolute demeanor, he nodded. "Very well, take the gravity ship, but be cautious. The Namekians are a benevolent people. Do not display any hostility. Engaging in amicable negotiations may yield the hope of borrowing the Dragon Balls." Hertz committed Roland's words to memory, and just then, Sophilia suddenly interjected, "By the way, Scions can significantly enhance their power when on the verge of death. We have Senza beans. Perhaps we could attempt this method to elevate Hertz's strength. I am willing to try," Hertz exclaimed, throwing caution to the wind. Roland contemplated for a moment before nodding. Indeed, Scions experience a substantial power increase upon revival from near death. But the threshold of near death is exceedingly delicate. It is not the same as mere injury. A slight miscalculation could result in actual death. "Sister, aim near Hertz's heart. Be careful not to kill him." Sophilia glanced at Roland, as if to say, "Do you think I am unaware?" She nodded calmly, allowing Hertz to hold a senzu bean in his mouth before positioning her palm near his heart with a swift motion. A sharp beam of energy was unleashed. Hertz's body could not withstand such an attack. The energy beam pierced through his chest and exited his back, causing blood to splatter violently, staining his battle attire crimson. Hertz coughed lightly, blood spilling from his lips, and his gaze became hazy. "Quickly, bite down on the senzu bean," Roland urged loudly. Struggling, Hertz managed to bite through the senzu bean, and a miraculous energy enveloped his mouth. The wound on his chest healed instantly, and a surge of immense power erupted from each of his cells. The energy detector in Roland's hand began to beep rapidly, the numbers fluctuating until they swiftly rose from 5,100 to 6,700. He truly had become stronger. Sophilia's eyes widened in excitement, as if she had discovered a gold mine. Hertz exhaled deeply, incredulously feeling the power within him. This was his first experience returning from the brink of death. An entirely different sensation from merely being gravely injured. In that moment, it felt as though his soul had temporarily ventured into the afterlife. Yet, thanks to this, his strength had indeed surged dramatically, clenching his teeth. Hertz declared, "Once more? Very well." A glint of determination sparkled in Roland's eyes. He too wished to test whether the near-death power could be endlessly harnessed. If so, it would indeed be extraordinary. Once more with a senzu bean in his mouth. Syphilia initiated another attack, and upon recovery, Hertz's strength escalated to 8,000. Though the rate of increase had noticeably slowed, the effects were indeed beginning to wane. Hertz continued to experiment, and with each successive near-death experience, the enhancement grew weaker until it plateaued. Ultimately, Hertz's power reached a staggering 12,000 battle power, more than doubling his previous strength. Finally, it has ceased to grow. Hertz could hardly contain his joy. It appears that this near-death ability requires accumulation. It shows diminishing returns over a short period, Roland mused. According to Roland's reasoning, a Scion's near-death experience taps into the potential accumulated from prior battles and training. Once this potential is fully expended, further accumulation is necessary. Attempting to rely solely on near-death experiences without sufficient reserves is futile. With such power, I am far more confident in venturing to Namek. Hertz laughed heartily. During its peak, Planet Vegeta boasted 5 warriors with battle powers exceeding 10,000. Achieving a battle power of 12,000 was no small feat, even in the days when Planet Vegeta still existed. Now, with the hope of resurrecting his wife within reach, how could he not feel elated? Your power seems somewhat unstable. It would be wise to train in the gravity chamber, Syphilia advised, recognizing that an uncontrolled surge in power may not bode well. After the initial excitement, Hertz regained his composure, stating, "I will harness my newfound strength during the journey to Namek. By the way, the Dragon Balls on Namek can grant 3 wishes. Since Planet Vegeta has vanished, the first wish should be to summon your wife's soul to Namek, and the second wish for her resurrection." This was where the Dragon Balls of Namek differed from those on Earth. The Namekian Dragon Balls could revive one individual at a time, but allowed for multiple revivals, while the Earth Dragon Balls could resurrect many at once. But each individual could only be revived once. So 3 wishes can indeed be granted, Syphilia remarked in astonishment. "Yes, I shall remember that," Hertz said gratefully. Glancing at Roland, this moment, Roland added, "For the third wish, I hope you will phrase it as follows. Let the 3 of us acquire all the martial arts knowledge possessed by the Earth's Guardian. This will be immensely important for our future endeavors. Make sure to remember it. The essence of Earth martial arts lies within the training in the Guardian's Temple, and more importantly, it encompasses methods of harnessing Ki in the original storyline. When Son Goku consumed the ultra-divine water, he unlocked his physical potential, experiencing a tremendous surge in power while also gaining the ability to sense Ki, although his control over it remained rudimentary, allowing him only to vaguely perceive the presence of stronger foes. Until ascending the temple, under the guidance of the celestial deities and Bobo, I engaged in meditation and cultivation, which led me to comprehend the essence of Chi. That I learned to close my eyes and rely on my breath during combat, thus elevating my fighting style to an entirely new dimension. The adept who mastered the application of Chi was undoubtedly the Earth deity and the servant of the deities, Bobo. As a side note, the turtle hermit, who had not undergone the Temple-S training, likely had yet to learn how to harness Chi for battle in his early days, knowing that if he personally traveled to Earth, he might not receive the knowledge he sought in its entirety. Roland decided to have Hertz make a wish to the Namekian dragon. This wish should be within the capabilities of the dragon. In truth, Roland yearned to acquire the martial knowledge of the North Kai, but the North Kai's esteemed status, being above even the Grand Elder of Namek, evidently surpassed the dragon's power. Observing Roland's solemn demeanor, Hertz understood the gravity of the matter and nodded vigorously. "I will remember this wish. You must return alive." Having prepared several senzu beans for Hertz, Roland and Syphilia watched as the gravity spaceship slowly ascended, eventually breaking free from the atmosphere amidst a flurry of dazzling lights. Chapter 43. Abundant knowledge. Do you think Hertz will be all right? After the spaceship vanished beyond the horizon, Syphilia inquired. Roland blinked. "Probably. If anything were to happen, we could always use the Dragon Balls from Earth to resurrect him." Upon hearing this, Syphilia felt a wave of relief wash over her, then resolutely declared, "Roland, attack towards my chest. Are you certain about this? Roland gazed at Sophilia's impressive figure, her alluring silhouette somewhat marred by the unappealing battle attire of Frisia's army, which possessed no charm whatsoever. Sophilia bit her lip. Come on. I am ready. Noting Sophilia's determination to enhance her power at any cost, Roland nodded slightly, placing his hand on her chest. The gentle contact made Sophilia shudder, yet she steadfastly met his gaze. Let us begin. Roland cautiously released an energy wave. Whoa! The azure energy pierced through Sophilia's body, a vivid spray of blood erupting forth, and her complexion instantly turned pale. Quickly, she bit into a sense of being. And only when her color returned to a healthy hue did Roland finally exhale in relief. I almost thought I would have to use the Dragon Balls to bring you back. Sophilia offered him a faint smile, her expression blooming like a flower. I am not that fragile. Subsequently, following the same method, Sophilia faced death several more times, finally elevating her power level to 18,000, a strength that matched Vegeta's during his invasion of Earth, achieved by Sophilia years in advance. Then, it was Roland's turn. He too wished to experience this extraordinary enhancement technique. However, to be safe, he preemptively retrieved a communicator to contact Ties and handed it to Sophilia. If anything happens to me, be sure to have Ties gather the Dragon Balls to bring me back. Sophilia accepted the communicator and, with her slender fingers, conjured a cluster of energy rays. Roland nodded firmly. We can start now. With a sudden burst, a metallic clang echoed, and a wave of blood filled Roland's mouth. His mind spun, sensing his soul was on the verge of departing. The sensation of dying was entirely different from being severely wounded. The overwhelming helplessness was almost soul-crushing, as if his body no longer belonged to him. In the haze, an urgent voice echoed in his ears that it was Sophilia calling out to him. Roland abruptly rallied himself, struggling to bite through the senzu bean in his mouth, feeling an immense power surge within him. Once his body restored, he couldn't help but feel a lingering dread. The experience of being half alive was dreadful beyond compare. Shaking his head, Roland sighed, enduring several more of Sophilia's strikes, ultimately settling at a power level of 3,600. Considering my aptitude as a mid-level warrior, I must be doing quite well, he mused while lying in Sophilia's embrace. Twirling her silky hair between his fingers, Sophilia tossed him aside. Mid-level warrior? I suspect you are more akin to a high-level warrior. Roland spun mid-air before landing, chuckling. By birth, I truly am a mid-level warrior. Sophilia shot him an exasperated glance, and after some playful banter, the siblings began to discuss their cultivation methods, although the Saiyans' training techniques were not as meticulous as those of Earthlings. The combat skills and exercise regimens of the Saiyan race were still worthy of in-depth study. In the days that followed, Roland trained alongside Sophilia on Planet Vegeta. Occasionally, he would visit the nearby Kasha star to observe the Saiyan situation. Seeing their obedient and stable lives allowed him to return with peace of mind. With his significantly enhanced strength, Roland found his energy reserves abundant, enabling him to utilize the instant transmission technique more conveniently than before. Traveling between Planet Vegeta and Kasha star without needing to replenish senzu beans, crackling sounds resonated throughout Roland's body, akin to popping beans in a pan. During this period, he had completely mastered his newfound power. Suddenly, a surge of energy erupted, causing the ground to tremble slightly, as if a stone had been cast into a tranquil lake, sending ripples across the surface. Influenced by this immense power, smaller stones began to float upwards, defying the pull of gravity. Feeling the overwhelming force within him, Roland burst into laughter. At that moment, a layer of white light enveloped him, and a torrent of profound knowledge flooded his mind, overwhelming him with information. However, upon careful examination, his face lit up with ecstatic delight. Ha ha ha. What a double blessing. This knowledge is the martial wisdom mastered by the earth deities. The intricate and esoteric teachings felt imprinted in his brain. With the core knowledge revolving around the application of Qi, accompanied by many exquisite techniques and insights. To his astonishment, he absorbed all of it in a mere glance. Suddenly, a fierce wind swept through, and Sophilia's elegant figure appeared beside him, her face alight with joy. Roland, my mind has been inundated with knowledge. This is the most refined martial art from Earth. It seems Hertz successfully acquired the Dragon Balls. Roland replied, How marvelous! If I cultivate according to this newfound methodology, my power could increase significantly. Sophilia's rosy lips quivered slightly, and a gleam of joy danced in her bright eyes. Roland smiled as he observed his sister's astonishment. Her proud demeanor transformed into beauty when she smiled. Unlike the aliens and Saiyans, who were born with formidable powers, Earthlings like Master Roshi devoted 5 to 6 decades to the relentless pursuit of martial arts to attain the mastery of energy techniques. Their inherently fragile physiques compelled Earthlings to delve into meticulous studies, ensuring that not a single ounce of energy was squandered, leading to profound explorations of the essence of energy. The hallmark of Earth martial arts lies in overcoming the mighty with the seemingly weak, unleashing tremendous power from minuscule beginnings. While ordinary aliens and Saiyans might experience explosive bursts of energy during intense emotional shifts, it is only the Earthlings who can truly harness this explosive potential to its utmost. With this knowledge swirling in his mind, Roland realized how rudimentary his previous understanding of energy had been. No, he must seclude himself for a time. Mastering this knowledge was imperative. Sophia, ever decisive, acted on her thoughts without hesitation. "Sister, wait a moment," Roland interjected. "There's no rush to enter seclusion. You should first take the time to organize your memories." Upon hearing Roland's words, Sophia's cheeks flushed, and she quickly recognized her impatience, chiding herself for needing her younger brother's reminder. Chapter 44. Extraordinary Learning Ability. The intricacies of energy within Earth martial arts are profoundly sophisticated, representing the distilled wisdom of ancient Earthlings who, through years of development and the challenges imposed by their frail environment, birthed this exquisite knowledge. As Roland briefly scanned the memories within his mind, he felt a sense of reverence akin to standing before a towering mountain, followed by a surge of excitement. If he could master these forces, it would significantly enhance his future training. Determining the extent of his growth, that he resolved to grasp this knowledge completely. However, the path of Earth martial arts is not an easy one. It encapsulates the simple wisdom forged by ancient Earthlings in arduous conditions, emphasizing the simultaneous advancement of body and mind. This approach is a genuine method of harnessing every ounce of energy efficiently, standing in stark contrast to the Saiyans' long-standing, aggressive fighting style. To alter his approach would require considerable time. After a cursory review, Roland began collaborating with Sophia on their training methods. Theory alone is insufficient. Practical application through combat experiences is essential for true understanding. "Sister, it seems we must start with the fundamentals. The first step is mastering breath." Seemingly trivial, yet foundational, he stated. "Indeed," Sophia replied, her expression growing serious as she absorbed the knowledge in her mind. Roland was correct. The subtleties of Earth martial arts reveal their significance more profoundly as one progresses. From the initial practice of breath control to the subsequent development of breath sensing and the attainment of a tranquil mind akin to the sky, as well as the lightning-fast speed. All these principles encapsulate profound truths. Thus, Roland and Sophia commenced their study of breath adjustment. Everything must begin with details. If the minutiae are neglected, breath will falter, rhythm will be disrupted, and movements will expose flaws. For a Saiyan unacquainted with Earth martial arts, comprehending these concepts would be nearly impossible unless blessed with extraordinary talent. Otherwise, they would be utterly lost. Fortunately, Roland and Sophia possessed the complete martial memory of the divine, enabling them to practice according to detailed training methods. They procured a piece of tin that produced sound easily, fashioning it into a wind chime to where every movement would emit a jingling sound, marking the conclusion of the initial training phase when the wind chime ceased to ring. Initially, the siblings struggled to adapt to this training method, but through careful observation, they gradually unraveled its intricacies. For several consecutive days, they engaged in the most fundamental practices. As time passed, they absorbed the principles of Earth martial arts like a sponge soaking up water, integrating them with their bodies and movements. Gradually, their actions began to exude a sense of stability, harmonizing with nature in every gesture. As time quietly slipped away, after 7 days, Roland mastered all the martial knowledge ahead of Sophia and successfully applied it to his combat practice. He could now contain his energy, no longer radiating an overwhelming presence. When assessed with an energy detector, his combat power registered below 100. Sophia gazed at Roland in disbelief. "Why is your training speed so much faster than mine?" Roland tilted his head, pondering. "I don't know. It just feels easy to learn." This remark struck a blow to Sophia's pride. As an upper-tier warrior, why was her learning pace so inferior to Roland's? In truth, Sophia's learning speed was commendably swift. Within mere days, she grasped the general application of energy. However, Roland's exceptional comprehension ability set him apart. he sensed that this was likely the source of his advantage over Syphilia. Learning and comprehension abilities play a crucial role in the latter stages of the Dragon Ball universe. Nevertheless, no matter how formidable one's learning capacity, it becomes utterly useless without a solid foundation or proper methodology. For instance, Roland's earlier attempts to understand energy on Planet Vegeta were futile due to the absence of a reference point, leaving him bewildered about the very essence of energy. This situation parallels a mathematical prodigy who, after mastering basic theories and concepts, can easily develop new theories with further study. Conversely, if this prodigy had never encountered mathematics or recognized numbers, independently formulating advanced theories would be nearly impossible. Roland possessed an extraordinary learning and comprehension ability. Although he was merely a mid-tier warrior by bloodline, a slight opening would enable him to swiftly assimilate concepts and even create more advanced ideas. I am an upper-tier warrior. How can my learning ability be inferior to yours? Syphilia shot a defiant glance at Roland, feeling her dignity as an elder sister severely challenged, and resumed her intense training. Roland, in contrast, reveled in the joy of finally having an edge over Syphilia. With a triumphant smile, she began anew, steadfastly reinforcing her foundation. After a fortnight, Syphilia had initially grasped the utilization of energy, yet by this time, Roland had already surged ahead of her by a considerable margin. Frustrated, Syphilia seized Roland and, in their sparring, maintained the dignity of an elder sister. The two siblings trained incessantly, progressing gradually. Time slipped away, and soon, nearly a year had passed since the destruction of Planet Vegeta. At the center of the galaxy, there exists an organization known as the Galactic Patrol. The officers of this organization are dispersed across various star systems, dedicated to maintaining peace throughout the galaxy. With headquarters situated within a gyroscope-shaped edifice at the galaxy's core. On this day, within a hexagonal chamber resembling a beehive, the supreme leader of the Galactic Patrol, the octopus-like Galactic King, was addressing a young patrol member in the company of several officers. The green-skinned Galactic King donned a golden crown, his numerous elongated arms swaying in the air. Opposite him stood a purple-skinned extraterrestrial clad in the uniform of a Galactic Patrol officer, with large eyes and a hairless body. Resembling a wild Ultraman, this young officer was named Gak, responsible for 3-star sectors within the vicinity of Earth, and he was one of the younger members of the Galactic Patrol. Gak's strength was not particularly remarkable, but he possessed exceptional eyesight, capable of perceiving even speeds surpassing that of light. Gak, you have an important mission to undertake. It is imperative that you complete it. The Galactic King waved his arms. Gak, with his golden eyes wide open, exclaimed excitedly, "Is it finally my turn to shine as an elite? What exactly is the task?" The Galactic King continued. "Recently, the advanced Planet Vegeta was obliterated, yet our personnel have detected that a spacecraft seemed to head towards your jurisdiction just before its destruction. You must immediately proceed to a planet known as Earth, Planet Vegeta, the home of those Saiyans," Gak replied. "Indeed, the savagery of the Saiyans is notorious, but fortunately, they have nearly been exterminated. Earth is merely an immature, low-level planet. Once the Saiyans arrive, they will undoubtedly wreak havoc. However, the Saiyans aboard that spacecraft are still minors. With your excellence, you should be able to handle them alone, correct?" Upon hearing the Galactic King praise him, Gak gleefully saluted, saying, "Rest assured, leave it to the capable me. I will certainly accomplish the mission." "Very well, off you go." The Galactic King waved his arm, and Gak joyously boarded his spacecraft, soaring toward Earth. My Lord Galactic King, is it not a bit excessive to assign this task to the foolish yet excellent officer Gak? The Saiyans have already faced annihilation. There is no need for concern. One of the staff members inquired. The Galactic King replied, "A mere child cannot stir up any significant trouble. Yet Gak remains stagnant in his progress. I thought it prudent to provide him with an opportunity to hone his skills. If he cannot even complete this minor task, what face will he have to linger at headquarters?" Each member of the Galactic Patrol is assigned a patrol area, and Gak was responsible for 3-star sectors near Earth. Yet he had failed to fulfill his duties, much to the Galactic King's displeasure. Chapter 45. Galactic Patrol Officer Gak. Up ahead lies Earth. That lowly planet should be grateful to this officer. I have traveled thousands of miles just to save you. Gak piloted his spacecraft closer to Earth, only to encounter a malfunction. Oh no. What kind of spacecraft has headquarters provided me? It broke down so easily. Realizing the gravity of the situation, Gak hurriedly maneuvered the spacecraft to land on an island. Gazing at the vast, magnificent ocean surrounding him, Gak's spirits plummeted. This is a disaster. The technology on Earth is so primitive. How will I ever return to headquarters? It's all that Saiyan's fault. If not for him, this officer would never have come to Earth. In that moment, Gak had completely forgotten his earlier bravado in front of the Galactic King. Hey, who are you? An old man with a white beard approached. Carrying a water bucket. I am Gak, an officer of the Galactic Patrol. Gak proudly introduced himself, striking a pose. An actor in a film crew? The old man questioned. Absolutely not, Gak retorted loudly. The old man chuckled and invited Gak to his dwelling. This elderly gentleman was named Dashing, a former doctor who had conducted research on the island with his wife. After losing her to a research accident, Dashing had shifted his focus to studying time machines and had made some progress. Upon learning that Dashing was a scientist, Gak requested his assistance in repairing the spacecraft, but Dashing found himself powerless due to a lack of essential materials for the repair. Reluctantly, Gak accompanied Dashing to a nearby city in search of the necessary components. There, Gak encountered Tais, who was out collecting literary material. After a brief exchange, they quickly became friends. When Tais learned that Gak's mission was to eliminate the Saiyan soon to arrive on Earth, she realized with surprise that Saiyans were actually an extraterrestrial race. She had previously thought they were merely a minority group from a remote area of Earth. Not all Saiyans are malevolent. I know a little brother who is quite amusing, she remarked. What? Earthlings have other Saiyans? Gak exclaimed, leaping to his feet. Tais, twirling her hair, sipped her drink. Yes, but he left about a year ago. Gak sighed in relief. Oh, he must have returned to Planet Vegeta, which has been destroyed, leaving the Saiyans nearly extinct. Let me tell you, Saiyans are the most domineering race in the universe. Having obliterated countless planets, we must not get entangled with such dangerous beings though, Tais replied, gazing intently at Gak. Yet she refrained from mentioning her recent communications with Roland. While sipping her drink, Tais pondered. So, Saiyans are truly such a formidable race. When do you expect that Saiyan you're waiting for to arrive on Earth? Soon. I need to find the most open area to wait. With that, Gak climbed to the highest point of a nearby island, his golden eyes scanning the entire sky. Possessing the finest eyesight in the galaxy, not even the slightest shadow could escape his notice. However, when he inadvertently mentioned that his urine was emitted from a small hole atop his head and accidentally splashed Tais in the process, she pushed him off the reef. At that moment, a spacecraft carrying Son Goku flew across the sky, fortuitously turning its back to Gak, thus escaping calamity. Otherwise, the protagonist of the Dragon Ball world would have likely met an untimely demise. Hey, Tais, what are you doing? If I fail to complete my mission, it will surely be your fault, Tais pouted. You really know how to shift the blame. Humph, Gak shot out of the water, but after a long time, he still had not spotted any spacecraft landing on Earth. How strange. The time has come, yet no spacecraft has arrived. Oh no, could it be that I missed it? Sweat trickled down Jack's forehead as he envisioned the scenario of the Galactic King berating him fiercely. To the east of Earth, within the domain of Bowsy Mountain, a fiery sphere emanating a crimson glow collided with the forest, resulting in the devastation of vast woodlands. The violent commotion roused the reclusive Son Gohan, who, upon arriving at the crash site, beheld a peculiar child clad in an unusual combat suit. This child has a tail, he noted, and a flicker of surprise crossed his gentle face as memories of an extraordinarily powerful child he had encountered over a year ago resurfaced. After a moment of contemplation, Son Gohan resolved to adopt the child, naming him Sun Wukong. Uncertain of the child's age, he designated the moment he found Sun Wukong as his birth date, reasoning that the child appeared not much older. In reality, Sun Wukong was already 4 years old, considering the time spent in a nutrient solution. Subsequently, due to an unfortunate accident, the young Sun Wukong fell from a cliff, resulting in a head injury that erased all memories of his Saiyan heritage, leaving behind an innocent and oblivious version of himself. Meanwhile, far away on planet Fry, Roland was unaware of the events transpiring on Earth, as he was engaged in training with Syphilia. Since acquiring the martial knowledge from the Earth's deity, Roland had rapidly absorbed the information and integrated it into his combat style. Although his battle power had not significantly increased over the year, the essence of his strength had undergone a dramatic transformation. If a year prior Roland, possessing a battle power of 3,600, had been akin to a somewhat overweight individual, resembling a balloon that would deflate with a mere poke, now he stood as a robust young man. While his battle power remained unchanged, he felt grounded, believing he could now defeat 10 versions of his former self. This was the confidence that came from a thorough mastery of his power. As night descended, the starry sky twinkled, and the inky darkness unfurled like a colossal hand reaching down. Roland sat in quiet meditation on his bed when suddenly, his wristwatch communicator chimed, revealing a message from Ties. Since departing from Earth, their communication had been uninterrupted, with exchanges occurring every few days, fostering a remarkably close bond between them. With natural ease, he activated the communicator, and Ties's melodious voice filled his ears. "Roland, you didn't tell me that Saiyans are an extraterrestrial race. I thought you were merely from some tribe." Roland replied, "I mentioned it long ago. You just didn't believe me." Ties countered, "Did you really?" "You failed to explain it clearly." Roland rolled his eyes in exasperation. Ties, in her playful manner, resembled other women when she took on a petulant tone. He decided to listen quietly. By the way, how did you come to know that Saiyans are an alien race?" "Did your father tell you?" Ties's family, apart from Dr. Briefs, was unaware of Roland's true identity. Ties responded, "No, I met a galactic patrolman named Jack who informed me. He even claimed that Saiyans are an evil and tyrannical race." So, the Galactic Patrol had already arrived on Earth. This meant Sun Wukong must have also reached Earth, though it was unclear whether he had been found by the patrol. After inquiring, Ties informed him that Jack had not located the Saiyan. And later, with Bulma's assistance, he had repaired his spaceship and returned to the Galactic Patrol headquarters. "Honestly, where are you right now?" Ties asked curiously. Roland had no intention of hiding the truth. "I am on a pristine planet in the northern galaxy, inhabited solely by natives who have yet to develop civilization." "Wow, I envy you. I wish I could visit other planets," Ties exclaimed. "You will have the opportunity someday," Roland replied with a smile, just as a cascade of water sounds reached his ears. He furrowed his brow and asked, "What are you doing?" "Taking a shower. Want to see?" Ties's laughter chimed like silver bells, and she promptly activated the video feature on the communicator. Instantly, a bathroom appeared on Roland's screen. Shrouded in a steamy haze, where Ties was seen with her hair in a bun, her body lathered in foam. The image flashed by quickly as Ties soon turned off the video. "Well, what do you think? Was it enticing?" Roland felt a myriad of black lines forming on his forehead. He had initially thought Ties behaved normally at her home, but he was surprised by her unorthodox nature, even though he was a child. Such jokes were inappropriate. "Why don't you keep the video going?" "Hee, that won't do. I can't let you see," Ties teased, now lounging in the water, her face adorned with a charming smile reminiscent of blooming peach blossoms. After concluding his conversation with Ties, Roland shook his head, a faint smile gracing his lips. Unlike his serious and somewhat rigid sister, every interaction with Ties brought a sense of inexplicable ease. Her thoughts often soared to fantastical realms. Yet they could also induce a stifling sense of bewilderment. He recalled how, in the original story, Ties, passionate about traveling, remained single while Bulma married and had children. Had he been a few years older, he would have certainly pursued her. He also remembered Mrs. Briefs jokingly suggesting that Ties should be given to him. After indulging in such whimsical thoughts, Roland refocused, gazing out at the brilliant and tranquil night sky before slowly closing his eyes and entering into meditation. The following morning, as the sun peeked over the horizon, its rays pierced through the dense mist in the woods, scattering vibrant colors across the land. Early on, Sophilia arrived to train with him, particularly eager for their sparring sessions, as they allowed her to adapt swiftly to a new combat style. After their practice, Sophilia remarked, "Hertz and his wife Asita will soon return to Planet Fry." Sitting beside Sophilia, Roland responded, "Once Hertz returns, I wish to embark on a journey outside to hone my skills." Sophilia's bright eyes met his. "Absolutely. Science must grow through experience. However, I want to accompany you. After over a year without a real battle, I feel as though I'm rusting." Roland glanced at Sophilia and nodded with a smile. "Sounds great." The two siblings exchanged knowing smiles, deciding to venture outside for training as soon as Hertz returned. With Roland's current battle power of 3,600, he was no longer considered weak in the vast universe. In fact, on lesser planets, he could easily assert dominance. This was determined by the cosmic environment, yet it did not imply that he could roam freely and carelessly throughout the universe. In Roland's understanding, the Dragon Ball world was one teeming with formidable beings. While it could not be said that deities walked the earth, the sheer number of powerful individuals was undeniable, and the gap between the strong and the weak was astonishing. Fragile beings like Earthlings possessed battle powers in the single digits, struggling throughout their lives to cultivate any strength. Conversely, The mighty boasted battle powers in the millions, capable of shaking the universe with a mere gesture. Though lower-powered life forms comprised the overwhelming majority in the grand scale of the universe, it was certain that top-tier warriors could emerge unexpectedly from the enigmatic corners of the cosmos, ready to deliver a dose of despair to the arrogant. For Roland, training in the universe alongside Syphilia offered the best assurance of safety. Bang, 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 a series of piercing sounds sliced through the air. And suddenly, the sky erupted with a deafening roar. Soon, a dark shadow descended, sweeping across the forest before landing in an open area. Once the spacecraft stabilized, two figures emerged, Hertz and his wife, Asita. Asita, a strikingly graceful female Saiyan, wore a brown tail coiled around her waist. As a non-combatant, her battle power had not surpassed 1,000, comparable to that of Sun Wukong's mother, Jine. Roland, Syphilia, I have returned, Hertz declared, his voice brimming with confidence. To think you truly acquired the Dragon Balls from the Namekians? We were actually preparing to resurrect you, Roland jested. Hertz reflected, the Namekians are a peaceful race, and the Grand Elder is a wise elder. There exists a Namekian whose power surpasses his. Without the Grand Elder's permission, he would never be able to utilize the Dragon Balls. Congratulations on your reunion. Roland and Syphilia warmly welcomed them. At this moment, Asita scrutinized Roland and his sibling, having heard that their vital information had facilitated her resurrection. Upon noticing Syphilia, Asita nodded slightly, recognizing her as a teammate of her husband whom she had encountered before. However, when her gaze fell upon Roland, she paused momentarily. This child is still quite young, nearly 6 years old, yet I have heard that his battle power has already exceeded 3,000. Welcome. Roland gracefully floated to match Asita's height. Hello. Without you, our reunion would have been impossible. Asita expressed her gratitude politely. It's nothing. Now, let us gather for a meal. This planet is abundant in resources. Syphilia beckoned, and the four began to dine while conversing. During the meal, Roland mentioned his desire to venture out for training with Syphilia, to which Hertz had no objections, providing insights based on his experiences regarding various cosmic circumstances. By the way, Hertz, we have been observing the Saiyans on Kasha Star for quite some time. After Syphilia and I depart, please keep an eye on them with Asita. If there are no issues, impart to them the methods of cultivation, starting with the basics. Hertz replied, his expression solemn. Rest assured, I will be vigilant. With knowledge of Earth's martial arts ingrained in his mind, he understood the profound intricacies of the discipline, necessitating a cautious approach in handling these matters. This could be a pivotal moment in the resurgence of the Saiyans, the profound martial arts of Earth, coupled with the Saiyan warrior bloodline and enhanced by gravity training, could enable even lower-tier warriors to transcend their physical limits. Chapter 47. The Trade Planet as a possessor of Earth's temple martial arts knowledge and a formidable warrior with battle power exceeding 10,000. Hertz provided Roland with peace of mind regarding the Saiyans on Kasha Star. With appropriate training, selecting those with high comprehension for focused cultivation, it was conceivable that within a few decades, formidable warriors akin to Sun Wukong could emerge from the Saiyan lineage. Naturally, Roland held no delusions that all would achieve such greatness. Sun Wukong's extraordinary accomplishments were largely tied to his pure, childlike heart. His unwavering focus on self-improvement was the key to his success. Continuing to relay subsequent matters to Hertz, Roland entrusted him with the gravity spaceship at this stage. Roland's reliance on the gravity ship was not as substantial as anticipated. A single gravity chamber sufficed for gravity training, while Hertz, tasked with overseeing the Saiyans on Kasha Star, would frequently require its use. Roland, Syphilia, rest assured, I will look after our kin, Hertz assured them with a serious demeanor. With you around, we feel at ease. Roland replied with a smile and a wave of his hand. Syphilia, her gaze fixed intently on Hertz and Asita, remarked, you two should hasten to bear children. The Saiyan population is dwindling, and for the continuation of our race, contributions must be made. Asita blushed at Syphilia's words, feeling embarrassed as she retorted, Syphilia, what are you saying? Hertz, more forthright, embraced Asita, assuring, fear not. We shall strive to fulfill that. You're just as ridiculous. Asita blushed further. After a round of farewells, Roland, with Syphilia's waist in his grasp, activated the teleportation technique under the watchful eyes of Hertz and Asita. In a brilliant flash of light, their figures gradually faded, swiftly disappearing from Planet Vegeta. Once Roland and Syphilia departed, Hertz clapped his hands, stating, all right, let us proceed to Kasha Star. and see which of our kin are worthy of receiving martial arts teachings. Indeed, Isida nodded slightly, no matter where they were, as long as she was with her husband. She felt a profound sense of security. Meanwhile, Roland transported Sephilia to a remote planet, and after a brief respite, she inquired, "Where shall we go next? If we are to train, it would be best to seek out some tumultuous planets." Roland pondered momentarily before responding, "I wish to explore the western region of the North Galaxy, the birthplace of the Saiyans. Although Planet Salad has been destroyed, if we possess the Dragon Balls, restoration is not out of the question. So I wish to assess the situation there." Sephilia, intrigued by the origin of the Saiyans, nodded in agreement. The western part of the North Galaxy is quite distant. Frisia's forces have not extended their reach there. Roland continued, "Thus, we require a new star map that I discovered a small trade planet half a month's journey from here, where we should be able to procure a more detailed star map." Sephilia placed her hand on Roland's shoulder. "Sometimes I truly envy your spatial teleportation ability." Roland chuckled, sharing tales of a planet known as Yadrit, where instantaneous movement was truly remarkable. Sephilia's eyes sparkled with curiosity, eager to visit Yadrit at once. However, upon Roland's caution regarding the potential presence of formidable beings there, she tempered her excitement, yet resolutely etched Yadrit into her memory. In truth, Roland was not entirely aware of the situation on Yadrit. The original narrative indicated that it was initially selected as a target for conquest by the Jinyu force, but by a twist of fate, Sun Wukong ended up there. Nevertheless, since it required the Jinyu force's intervention to conquer, it could be surmised that it was a planet of considerable caliber. Olan Star, a planet located on the western edge of the North Galaxy, was relatively peaceful. Its stable situation attracted various trading races, gradually transforming Olan Star into a hub of commerce where countless species gathered to exchange their goods. Within the bustling marketplace of Olan Star, a young man and woman strolled through the streets. The woman, appearing to be around 18 or 19, possessed a captivating figure, her long hair flowing like clouds. The boy, seeming quite youthful, stood under a meter tall, likely around 5 or 6 years of age. These two were none other than Roland and Sephilia, who had journeyed from Planet Flayed. As they walked along the spacious street, they were dazzled by the array of goods on either side. For the diverse races from nearby planets had converged on Olan Star, leading to an abundance of wares beyond count. Certainly, one can encounter a myriad of aliens with unusual appearances. Some resemble dinosaurs, while others possess heads akin to that of a chicken. The combat prowess of these extraterrestrials is generally rather modest. Due to the considerable and complex variations among the diverse races, a specialized industry dedicated to protection has emerged on the planet Allo. Wealthy aliens typically employ several bodyguards to accompany them, serving both to safeguard their own security and to signify their status. The combat abilities of these bodyguards hover around 1,000. Ordinary individuals must strive to protect themselves as best they can. For refraining from trouble is a rule that every alien entering Allo must adhere to. On commercial planets, as long as one avoids causing disturbances, safety concerns are rarely significant. The planet's administrators have even established a security force specifically for the protection of guests. After all, a planet engaged in trade cannot thrive if it cannot guarantee personal safety. Sephilia strolled down the bustling street, having coiled her tail around her waist, yet it continued to draw the attention of those around her. "I need to prepare several new combat suits," she remarked, as her current attire was quite worn, riddled with cracks, and no longer effective in mitigating combat damage. Roland inquired, "Do you possess universal currency?" Transactions in the cosmos utilize a precious metal known as Shijin, a silver-white bar measuring 5 centimeters in length and the width of a little finger, infused with various rare minerals. Shijin boasts substantial purchasing power and is universally accepted. A single bar can allow an alien to indulge extravagantly for an entire year. With even some surplus remaining, Frisia compensates his subordinates with this very metal. Sephilia cast a glance at Roland, retrieving 4 gleaming metal bars from her pocket. "This is the reward I earned during my mission on Vegeta. 1 bar of Shijin can purchase hundreds of combat suits. I never expected you to be quite affluent," Roland jested. Sephilia playfully tapped his head, handing him 1 bar of Shijin. "You could use this to buy a complete star map. Another spacecraft would cost approximately 1 bar of Shijin as well." Roland accepted the Shijin, examining it in his hand, astonished by the considerable purchasing power of such a small metal bar. After acquiring a bar of Shijin from Sephilia, Roland parted ways with her and wandered alone through the bustling commercial street. browsing the surrounding shops while seeking a place that sold star maps. The goods available in the commercial district of Aulong were diverse. And as a small trading planet, most of the products were widely circulated in the cosmos, such as combat suits, energy launchers, and detectors, along with some local specialties from nearby planets, while meandering through the streets. Roland entered numerous stores, but upon seeing the prices displayed on the merchandise, he was immediately struck by a sense of financial inadequacy. Although Sophilia had provided him with a bar of Shijin, which held immense purchasing power, it was earmarked for the acquisition of a star map, leaving Roland without extra currency for other purchases. Regrettably exiting the shops, Roland located a store dedicated to selling spacecraft. Believing it likely offered compatible star maps, this store specialized in personal flying vehicles, measuring less than 10 meters in length, suited for short interstellar journeys, with prices around 1 bar of Shijin. After conversing with the salesperson, Roland was delighted to obtain a brand new star map. This map detailed the information of all planets located in the western region of the North Galaxy, and if one had an appropriate spacecraft, it could be directly connected to the ship's computer. The clerk produced a sleek black cube, entirely smooth and devoid of any visible signs of artificial construction. Can it display the star map directly? Roland inquired, examining the cube, which resembled a small Rubik's cube. The clerk replied, "Indeed, simply press 2 diagonal points on the cube, and the star map will be projected in midair." Nodding in understanding, Roland followed the instructions. Pressing the diagonal corners of the cube, instantly, a shimmering blue light radiated forth, projecting a vast cosmic starry sky, with spiraling galaxies gracefully rotating. Each of these spiral galaxies resembled the Milky Way of a bygone era. And in the world of Dragon Ball, the North Galaxy encompassed countless such galaxies. As Roland touched the projection in midair, the galaxies would automatically enlarge or shrink in response to his gestures, with each planet marked by its name and coordinates. Gazing at the enchanting celestial projection before him, Roland nodded in satisfaction, then sought the area of the star map indicated by Hertz regarding the location of the planet Sharada. Unfortunately, that section of the map was devoid of any trace, confirming that the planet Sharada had long since perished. With a tinge of regret, he closed the star map and inquired about its price. "How much does this cost?" The clerk responded, "This star map encompasses the vast majority of the western North Galaxy, so it is relatively expensive. 1 bar of Shijin.ic, Roland replied directly. The clerk remarked, "Well, it appears you are quite knowledgeable. Such a star map cube is standard equipment for spacecraft. A personal flying vehicle's price is also merely 1 bar of Shijin, so the price of the star map is undoubtedly reasonable. If it were a large-scale cosmic star map documenting the entirety of the North Galaxy, the price would exceed 50 bars of Shijin, but such advanced maps are not available in this small shop." Ultimately, Roland purchased the star map cube for 1 bar of Shijin and left the store, the clerk observing him depart. Playing with the smooth black cube in his hands, Roland realized he was now devoid of any currency. Even if he wished to buy other items, he had no funds. Should I go acquire some money? After a moment's contemplation, Roland shook his head. The methods of robbing on a trading planet are ill-advised. One misstep could draw the attention of the security forces, potentially leading to a universe-wide manhunt. Although Roland was not particularly intimidated by such prospects, it would be prudent to adhere to the local rules while on a trading planet. The most valuable items in his possession were the sins of beans and the universal capsules, yet these were not suitable for display in the cosmos at this time. After much deliberation, Roland decided to abandon the idea of selling goods for Shijin. In the universe, lacking currency is untenable. Even Frisia relies on selling planets to pay his subordinates. Should I consider establishing my own trading planet? He mused whimsically, his youthful figure wandering through the street. Suddenly, an alien clad in the battle attire of Frisia's army came into view. Individuals from Frisia's army. Roland's expression stiffened, and he quickly concealed his presence, soon noticing several more members of Frisia's forces approaching in a line. One alien, with pink skin and protruding flesh spikes, captured his attention. This individual was none other than Dodoria, Frisia's right-hand man. "Dodoria, my lord, there are no traces of Saiyan on nearby planets. All of them should have been exterminated." A chicken-headed alien fawned. Dodoria, tearing into a piece of meat, scoffed, "To hunt down these Saiyans, my forces have suffered considerable losses. However, thankfully, all those insufferable Saiyan monkeys have been eradicated. Yes, let's contact Shambo. We can return home now." "Understood." The alien beside him responded loudly. It's all the fault of those Scions that I wasted a year of my time out here. Doria let out a cold sneer. In pursuit of the Scions. He and Shangbua had been on the move for over a year and were eager to return to headquarters. At that moment, Doria's gaze flickered, catching sight of a cluster of black hair in the distance, piquing his curiosity. However, just as quickly, the figure vanished from view. Rubbing his eyes in confusion, Doria mused, "Have my eyes deceived me? I could have sworn I saw a Saiyan. Never mind, I should hurry to meet Shangbua." Careless and oblivious, Doria dismissed the peculiar sighting, while his subordinates failed to discern the fleeting shape of Roland, paying it no mind. Meanwhile, Roland, having utilized a teleportation technique to relocate to a narrow alley, felt a cold sweat trickle down his back, his expression turning grim. Doria was indeed on planet Orlon, and it was possible that Shangbua was also nearby. This was bad. He had to alert Sophilia immediately. If she were to encounter Doria and his ilk, it would spell disaster. Both Doria and Shangbua possessed combat powers exceeding 20,000. Although Sophilia was formidable, she would surely be outmatched at this moment. With that thought in mind, Roland quickly sought out Sophilia's energy signature and soon pinpointed her location. Focusing intently, he activated his teleportation technique. Several kilometers away, Sophilia was perusing a shop for new battle attire. The styles here far more elegant than those of the Frisia Force. While trying on the garments in the changing room, Roland suddenly appeared before her. Chapter 49. Explosion. Roland's abrupt entrance startled Sophilia, who instinctively grabbed clothing to shield her form while conjuring a sphere of azure energy in her other hand, ready to hurl it at the intruder. "Sister, it's me," Roland exclaimed hastily. Sophilia recognized him. Her tension eased momentarily, but her expression soon grew cold as her eyes sharpened. "Roland, what are you doing in the women's changing room?" Roland's gaze lingered on Sophilia's alluring figure, and he swallowed hard. "We need to leave planet Orlon immediately. I've seen Frisia Force personnel here." "What? Frisia Force? Perfect. I intend to eliminate them," Sophilia declared, her voice laced with menace. "Wait, the leader is Doria, and his combat power exceeds 20,000. Shangbua might be nearby as well. Doria, that fat fool." Upon hearing Doria's name, Sophilia fell silent for a moment, her brows slightly furrowing. Doria and Shangbua were high-ranking officials of the Frisia Force, essentially Frisia's right-hand men. Their strength was second only to the Jinyu Force within the entire Frisia army. With Sophilia's current power, she might stand a chance against them if she fought with all her might. However, the risk was too great. A single misstep could lead to a widespread manhunt by the Frisia Force. Indeed, I cannot be mistaken. They seem to have just completed a mission to hunt Scions and are preparing to return to planet Frisia. Roland shared what he had observed. Sophilia narrowed her eyes. If it truly was them, confronting them head-on was ill-advised, yet simply letting them depart was not her style either. "I must prepare a grand welcoming gift for them." "What do you intend to do?" Roland inquired. Perplexed, Sophilia let out a cold chuckle, not answering his question, and then looked at him with an icy tone. "Are you not leaving yet? I need to change." "Oh, right," Roland responded, awkwardly retreating from the changing room. Truth be told, Sophilia's physique was indeed impeccable. Her curves were flawless, devoid of any excess fat, a testament to her status as a seasoned warrior. After waiting outside for a brief moment, Sophilia emerged in her new battle attire, the white uniform far more aesthetically pleasing than those of the Frisia Force. With her hair cascading effortlessly, she exuded an air of grace and confidence. "Absolutely stunning," Roland remarked sincerely. "Do you know what beauty is?" Sophilia's mood brightened. "Of course. You and Ties are the two most beautiful women I've ever encountered." Sophilia scoffed. "You've only seen us two, huh? But is Ties truly as beautiful as you claim?" Detecting a hint of displeasure in her tone, Roland berated himself internally for mentioning another woman while praising his sister. "That was a misstep. Of course. You are more beautiful, sister. Do you expect me to believe that?" Sophilia replied with a playful huff, not lingering on the topic. "Let us go find Doria. You aren't planning to fight him, are you?" "Absolutely not." Her gem-like dark eyes sparkled momentarily. Sophilia understood that this was not the time for a formal confrontation. However, allowing Doria and the others to leave without any action was decidedly against her nature. Having received Sophilia's assurance, Roland remained skeptical as he accompanied her in teleporting to Doria's location. Combining his sensing abilities with the teleportation technique allowed for instantaneous movement within a limited range, albeit at a considerable energy cost. The docking area of planet Orlon. Doria was preparing to return to planet Frisia. leading his subordinates. Soon, the handsome Shangbo with green hair gathered his team and joined Doria. As the two groups met, their subordinates began transferring supplies procured from planet Orlon onto their ship, while Doria and Shangbo conversed beside the spacecraft. "That must be their ship," Roland whispered, concealing himself behind a stone pillar and minimizing his energy output. Who would have thought Shangbo was here too? Sophilia's expression turned grave. Dealing with just Doria was already challenging. With the stronger Shangbo added to the mix, a confrontation seemed inevitable. "What is your plan? Once their ship takes off, we shall bid them farewell with a wave of energy," Sophilia replied, her gaze fixed on the spaceship in the distance. Though Frisia's craft would undoubtedly be smaller, an explosion in space would surely be quite a spectacle. I understand. Roland grasped Sophilia's intentions, planning to unleash his energy wave before swiftly teleporting away, ensuring that Doria and his crew would be unable to trace him. He nodded in agreement with her plan. In truth, even if Roland had disagreed, Sophilia's tenacious character meant that once she set her mind to something, she would see it through. The two waited behind the stone pillar for a moment as the Frisia Force's subordinates loaded the last of their cargo onto the ship. The spacecraft hummed to life, illuminating with a white light as it gradually ascended. "Now's our chance," Sophilia exclaimed, her voice filled with determination. She soared into the air, her hands gathering spheres of energy brimming with immense power before merging them and releasing them. Simultaneously, Roland unleashed his own prepared energy. Full Sky Strike. Starry Sky Cannon. Two dazzling beams of energy intertwined as they shot forth, piercing the heavens. Like twin celestial dragons soaring upward, the combined might of their energies, boasting a combat power of 18,000, surged into a shockwave that transformed the atmosphere. The radiant explosion illuminated the stars, creating a cacophony of sound as the shockwaves roared through the void. Sizzle, a profound energy cleaved through the intangible barrier between the sky and the cosmos, surging towards the spacecraft on the verge of breaching the atmosphere. Inside the vessel, Doria was boasting to Shangbo about his recent accomplishments, animatedly gesturing as he spoke with excitement. Shangbo, embodying the essence of a refined gentleman, listened with humble politeness. Yet beneath his handsome facade lay a soul steeped in cruelty. That moment, the spacecraft's warning system detected a surge of immense energy. The red alarm lights flashed, and an ear-piercing siren blared, heralding the imminent approach of a formidable force. "What on earth is happening?" Doria's expression soured. "My Lord Doria, we are in grave danger. A tremendously powerful energy is closing in on the ship, and it will soon collide with us." "What?" Doria sprang to his feet, his spiny body quivering violently. Shangbo furrowed his brow, a sense of foreboding rising within him. "This is bad. We must evacuate the ship immediately." Before Doria could fully comprehend the situation, an overwhelming energy overtook the spacecraft, resulting in a thunderous explosion that a colossal fireball erupted at the edge of the atmosphere of Orlon's star, the air first violently expanding outward before suddenly collapsing inward. Chapter 50. The Remains of Salad Star. The fierce explosion occurred at the atmospheric boundary, a searing fireball rapidly expanding before transforming into a cloud of black smoke. The Frisia Force's ship was obliterated by the immense energy, its fragments raining down from the sky. As the smoke cleared, Doria and Shangbo found themselves floating in disarray, their battle suits stained with soot, while their accompanying extraterrestrials perished in the explosion. Such a violent detonation immediately attracted the attention of others on Orlon's star. But upon realizing that the destroyed ship belonged to the Frisia Force, they prudently chose to distance themselves, fearing any potential repercussions. "What audacity! To attack a vessel of the Frisia Force!" Doria fumed, his pink skin marred with scars. Shangbo's countenance darkened, his deep green eyes glinting with cold intensity as he produced an energy detector to scan the vicinity. Yet, after a few beeps, the device failed to register any significant energy response. Strange, there are no signs of intense energy in the area. Impossible. The strength of that energy indicated that its wielder possessed combat power exceeding 10,000, Doria said. Disbelief etched on his face as he too checked the detector, only to find nothing. Could it be that they employed a newly developed energy weapon? Yet, even so, there should be residual energy. Shangbo's eyes flickered as he turned off the detector and spoke in a low voice. "I've heard that some extraterrestrials can manipulate energy freely, making them undetectable by conventional means." Upon hearing this, Doria bellowed, "That must be it. How dare they attack me? I shall not let them escape unscathed." Doria's mind, not particularly agile, shifted his fury towards an imagined race. Shangbo, too, doubted that anyone could unleash such power and vanish swiftly, believing that their assailants were likely still concealed within Orlan Star. Those who dared to provoke the Frisia force must pay the price. However, given that Orlan Star was a trade planet, governed by a figure of considerable standing among cosmic magnates, they decided to notify the planet's overseer to avoid any diplomatic fallout. After a moment of silence, Shambo regained his composure, embodying the demeanor of a genteel gentleman once more. Doria, having quelled his rage, sought out the local authority, determined to demand an explanation, were it not for the diplomatic considerations surrounding Orlan Star. Doria's brutal nature might have led him to directly inform the Frisia Force headquarters and rally an army to raise the place. Yet, trade planets were different. Each had registered with the Cosmic Commercial Headquarters upon establishment, thus enjoying its protection. The Cosmic Commercial Headquarters, alongside organizations such as the Galactic Courier Service and the Galactic Patrol, represented the apex of cosmic power. Although the Frisia Force was notoriously reviled throughout the cosmos, they could not act with excessive arrogance while still engaging in commerce. Shambo nodded slightly, and together with Doria, they approached the overseer of Orlan Star. Upon their forceful arrival, the overseer, already aware of the situation, greeted them with fervent hospitality, wiping sweat from his brow as he carefully attended to their needs while dispatching individuals to investigate the assailants who attacked the Frisia Force. Unsurprisingly, the search yielded no results. For at that moment, Roland had already departed the planet alongside Sophilia. I apologize, esteemed lords, but we have been unable to locate the individuals you seek. However, we have reported the matter, and the Cosmic Commercial Headquarters will soon conduct a thorough investigation to ensure your satisfaction. The overseer humbly offered. Seated comfortably, Shambo sipped his hot tea. Due to your inadequate management, we have incurred significant losses among the Frisia Force. The overseer quickly replied, this is a failure on our part. We are willing to offer compensation. With a light chuckle, Shambo accepted the compensation, knowing that the loss of a few Frisia soldiers wouldn't stir any emotional response within him. Yet extracting some benefits from a trade planet was merely a stroke of opportunism. When dealing with the Cosmic Commercial Headquarters, the Frisia Force had to maintain a semblance of decorum at that very moment, while Shambo was negotiating compensation on behalf of the Frisia Force with the overseer of Orlan Star. Roland and Sophilia had already soared into the distant reaches of the Salad Star system. Prior to its destruction, Salad Star had occupied a position in the northwestern expanse of the galaxy, relatively close to the region bordering the Western Galaxy. After numerous jumps, the siblings finally reached their intended location. Amidst the profound and faintly red-hued cosmic backdrop, a blazing star existed stably in the void. The annihilation of Salad Star had brought devastation to the entire star system, and only after an extensive passage of time did the system regain stability. This day, a belt of asteroids still lingered along Salad Star's former orbit, remnants of the cataclysm that had obliterated the planet. Suddenly, on a planet within the gravitational influence of the Salad asteroid belt, the void warped, and the agile figures of Roland and Sophilia emerged. Nestled within the habitable zone, this planet possessed an atmosphere, albeit smaller in size with a gravity only half that of Earth. This planet was, in fact, a remnant of the material that had coalesced after the destruction of Salad Star. Reshaped by the laws of the cosmos, according to the records, the planet beneath our feet is but a fragment of what once was Salad Star, Roland observed, surveying the surroundings. The diminutive planet appeared modest in size, with the horizon visibly curving in the distance. Perhaps due to the presence of deities like the Kais and Kaishin, the evolution of planets within the Dragon Ball universe was notably quicker than that of Earth in the previous life. Sophilia gazed at the scenery below, lightly tucking her hair behind her ear, her eyes shimmering like a clear autumn stream. What a pity! If not for that foolish war in ancient times, the Saiyan race would not have lost their home here. Roland replied, reconstruction is not an insurmountable challenge. Sophilia nodded slightly, and at that moment, a piercing roar echoed from the sky. Glancing upward, she beheld the bright, luminous moon hanging above, while the planet beneath her feet, situated in the asteroid belt, frequently endured meteorite impacts, rendering the conditions exceedingly harsh. However, the thunderous sound was evidently not the result of a meteor colliding with the atmosphere. Rather, it signified the descent of a spacecraft. Sure enough, a triangular winged vessel plummeted from the heavens, trailing black smoke, pursued by a series of smaller flying machines, seemingly under attack. Chapter 51. Goetia. With a resounding crash, The triangular winged ship descended onto a muddy expanse. The hardened soil instantly upheaved by the impact, sending thick clouds of dust swirling within a radius of hundreds of meters, obscuring the surroundings. Roland witnessed the entire descent of the spacecraft, his keen eyesight allowing him to discern the dozen or so flying machines that followed in pursuit. It appeared the ship was being hunted. Roland observed from a distance, his expression remarkably composed at awe. It seems to be an unfortunate soul targeted by cosmic marauders, a common occurrence in the universe. However, judging by the scale of those space pirates, they appeared to be mere minions, only daring to rob isolated vessels. Retreating at the sight of Saiyans like us, a flicker of disdain crossed Sophilia's lips as she cast a glance at the scene. As if such occurrences were all too familiar to her. Should we go take a look? Certainly, this land belongs to us Saiyans. Sophilia nodded nonchalantly, her figure vanishing in a flash, appearing 100 meters away. Observing this, Roland followed suit, his body transforming into a streak of light. The ruins of Sharada planet lay in a remote corner of the northern galaxy, far removed from the activities of Frisia's army. Even if their Saiyan identity was discovered, it was of little consequence. The site of the spacecraft's crash was unrecognizable due to the devastation wrought by the impact. At its center, a circular pit partially buried a triangular winged ship. Its structure severely deformed, emitting tendrils of black smoke from the sand and gravel. Coughing, the hatch of the spacecraft opened, and a round-headed, orange-skinned alien struggled to emerge. This was dire. He had crash-landed on such a desolate planet. Goetia surveyed his surroundings, his face falling in despair. He needed to leave immediately, lest he be found by those marauders. Hastily gathering his belongings, he seized a backpack, preparing to flee at that moment. Two figures suddenly appeared beside Goetia. Mistaking them for the cosmic pirates who had shot down his ship, he collapsed in terror, his complexion paling. "Please, take whatever you want. Just spare my life," Goetia pleaded, prostrate on the ground, tears streaming down his face. Roland regarded the round-headed alien, who was weeping and begging for mercy, a few black lines forming on his forehead. Did he resemble a pirate, though he had once pilfered Sinza beans from Corinne on Earth? He had always considered himself above such petty roles. Taking a closer look at the alien, he noted his orange skin, round head, long facial tendrils, and flamboyant attire adorned with colorful gemstones, reminiscent of a nouveau riche. This was a Lana alien. Their entire race engaged in trade, not particularly powerful but exceedingly wealthy, making them prime targets for cosmic pirates. Sophilia cast a sidelong glance at the kneeling, pleading alien, filled with disdain for such a powerless race. Wealthy, are the Lana? Roland's eyes suddenly brightened. The Lana were known to have numerous cosmic tycoons. Many planets conquered by Saiyans were sold to them. "Please spare me. I will give you all my money," Goetia exclaimed, revealing his backpack to unveil gleaming metallic bars, all gold. There were at least 200 bars in total. Roland was dazzled by the sight of the gold, exclaiming, "Indeed, a wealthy individual. After years of missions, I have yet to amass such fortune." That Sophilia's brows furrowed slightly. Compared to the Lana before her, her past experiences suddenly felt trivial. No wonder those cosmic pirates had set their sights on this individual. A single haul of such riches could sustain them for years. "Please, this is all my savings. Do not kill me." Goetia's voice trembled with desperation, regretting not having brought bodyguards to shield him from peril. "Stand up, we are not pirates." "Really?" Goetia rose cautiously, casting a wary glance at Roland and Sophilia. Upon noticing their furry tails, he exclaimed, "Ah, you are Saiyans. I thought they were all extinct. How fortunate to find survivors." "Saiyans are not extinct," Sophilia replied coolly, disliking any mention of her race's demise. "Yes, I apologize. That is what is said outside." Recognizing Roland and Sophilia's identities, Goetia's fear began to dissipate. Although Saiyans were notorious in the universe for annihilating planets, they were known for their integrity when it came to monetary dealings. Far more honorable than the despicable cosmic pirates, my uncle is a renowned tycoon. If you assist me, you will certainly gain the favor of the Lana. Clinging to a glimmer of hope, Goetia made his plea. "You wish for us to escort you off this planet?" Goetia nodded vigorously. My ship is damaged. I will give you all my gold if you help me." Roland pondered for a moment. "This deal seemed advantageous. That I can assist you in eliminating those marauding pirates, and you can escape using their ship." Goetia remained uneasy, muttering, "Could you guarantee my safe passage? I mean, should we encounter pirates again, I would stand no chance of escape." Seeing Goetia's pitiful demeanor, Roland glanced at Sophilia, who remained silent, her expression inscrutable. He then declared, "Very well, but we require additional compensation. No problem. If you ensure my safe arrival, I will give you triple, no, quadruple the reward." Goetia held up 3 fingers, then quickly changed to 4, fearing dissatisfaction. Quadruple the reward. That would amount to over 800 gold bars. Truly, a wealthy individual. The aura of extravagance nearly tempted Roland into thievery. Sophilia, her expression unchanged, forcefully stomped her foot, causing the ground to crack with numerous fissures. She transmitted to Roland, "This is likely what I earned during my century of service in Frisia's army. How could a mere Lana be so extravagant?" Sophilia had saved for a long time, managing to accumulate only 4 gold bars after covering her daily expenses, which already positioned her among the wealthy. "Roland, we shall accept this mission. You are to eliminate those pirates entirely." Observing the visibly irritable Sophilia, Roland shook his head in confusion, pondering why this elder sister was in such a foul mood. Could it be that her menstrual cycle had begun? Chapter 52. The Employment of Goetia. At this moment, it seemed prudent not to provoke Sophilia's ire. Quietly contemplating, and mistakenly believing that Sophilia was experiencing her special time, Roland nodded and promptly transformed into a streak of light, vanishing before Goetia and Sophilia, only to reappear several thousand meters away, amidst the cosmic marauders. "That I asked that little boy all right on his own." Goetia expressed his unease, his facial hair quivering incessantly. Sophilia, with eyes as clear as emerald waters, cast a glance at Goetia and replied coolly, "My brother can deal with everyone by himself, doe." The chilling indifference in her tone caused Goetia to choke on the words he had intended to utter. Meanwhile, the cosmic marauders, who had just disembarked from their spacecraft, were in search of Goetia's figure. The leader of the marauders suddenly spotted a 6 or 7-year-old boy before him and felt a wave of confusion wash over him. Just as he was about to interrogate the child, they were met with an onslaught of ferocious attacks akin to a cataclysmic flood. With a swift motion, Roland darted forward, and suddenly, a magnified visage loomed in the leader's line of sight, exuding an icy aura that sent shivers down their spines. Before the marauders could even comprehend the situation, Roland had already circled around them. An intense barrage ensued, accompanied by the sounds of combat, as figures were sent sprawling in disarray, transforming the scene into utter chaos. Where did this little brat come from? How is he so formidable? Quickly, aim the laser guns at him. The leader of the marauders, witnessing several of his men being tossed aside, displayed a glimmer of panic and frantically issued commands. Whoosh, 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 streams of fiery serpents erupted as dense rays of energy shot forth from their guns. The combat prowess of these marauders barely exceeded 1,000. They were accustomed to overwhelming weaker races through sheer numbers. However, faced with Roland's assault, they found themselves utterly defenseless, flailing about like headless flies. Unable to target Roland's agile form, but a smirk played on Roland's lips as his eyes suddenly radiated a frosty gleam, and his speed intensified. Amidst the cacophony, countless illusory afterimages flitted between them, and in a matter of moments, the marauders were vanquished with ease. Then, soaring into the air to a height of 100 meters, he crossed his arms and unleashed a formidable attack. Starry sky cannon. Boom! A dazzling array of starlight erupted, resembling the entire Milky Way cascading downwards, a torrent of energy obliterating everything in its path. After a brief moment of tranquility, a towering crimson mushroom cloud ascended from the ground, fierce winds carrying terrifying energy radiating outward in all directions. All done. Clapping his hands together, Roland surveyed the scorched earth emanating waves of heat. A massive explosion crater with a diameter of 100 meters standing out prominently. A relaxed smile graced his face as he flickered back to Goetia's side. "Those scoundrels have been dealt with." Goetia's eyes widened in disbelief. "Is it really resolved so quickly?" Roland adopted a stern expression. How could a mere 1,000 combat power be troublesome? Goetia felt a pang of discomfort as he was struck by the realization that the renowned warrior race of the universe, the Saiyans, was indeed as formidable as rumored. A 6 or 7-year-old boy was capable of such power. My brother's combat power is 3,600, Sophilia stated with an air of indifference, a hint of a smile betraying her pride in Roland's strength. 3,600. Truly the warrior race. I never imagined even a child could be so fearsome. How powerful, then, must this young lady be? Goetia swallowed hard, his voice trembling. When inquiring about Sophilia's combat power, she glanced at him and calmly declared, "My combat power is 18,000. 18,000 combat power." Upon hearing Sophilia's admission, Goetia doubted his own ears. After confirming the staggering figure, he stood in shock, overwhelmed by a profound sense of disbelief. It was common knowledge that in the universe, beings with low combat power were predominant. Surpassing 1,000 was already considered impressive. 3 to 4,000 could dominate a region, while 10,000 was exceedingly rare. The girl before him was astonishingly powerful. Truly a warrior race. Goetia felt as though he had been struck senseless. After the initial shock, he was engulfed by elation. He had managed to hire such formidable fighters, ensuring his safety. Subsequently, Goetia transformed from a wealthy magnate to a sycophant, eagerly seeking Sophilia's favor with incessant inquiries. Seeing the plump alien pestering Sophilia, Roland's patience wore thin, and he swiftly struck him to the ground. "If you continue to annoy her, I'll kill you," Roland stated flatly. I'm sorry. I want to do it again." Goetia, realizing the gravity of Roland's words, hastily apologized. Roland nodded. "State your destination and prepare your reward upon completion of the task. That I reside on Saturno planet, which is my private vacation world." "Just take me there," Goetia murmured. "What a wealthy individual. He even possesses a private planet." Roland raised an eyebrow. Extracting a star map cube to locate Saturno's position, it was quite distant from the original site of Sharada planet. And if they were to take the Marauder's ship, it would take over a month. "Forget it. I'll take you there directly." Initially intending to travel aboard the Marauder's vessel, Roland deemed it a waste of time and resolved to utilize his own abilities instead. With that thought, Roland nodded at Sophilia, grasped Goetia's hand, and activated his teleportation technique. In a whirlwind of spatial transformation, the surroundings shifted dramatically. For Goetia, who was experiencing his first teleportation, the abruptness left him reeling. Before he could regain his composure, all three found themselves in an unfamiliar starfield. Already lacking in strength, Goetia could hardly withstand the disorientation of the teleportation, his face turning pale as he retched uncontrollably. Roland paid him no mind, executing several more teleportations until they finally arrived on a verdant planet. "We've arrived. This is Saturno planet," Roland announced abruptly. Goetia, still dazed from the tumultuous journey, heard Roland's voice but struggled to process it. Glancing around, he confirmed the familiar surroundings of Saturno planet, incredulously exclaiming, "My goodness, I'm really back. Brother Roland, you are simply amazing." Roland sidestepped to avoid Goetia's embrace. "Now, about your payment, Of course." Goetia nodded fervently, still in disbelief at how they had swiftly returned from a distant planet in the blink of an eye. Chapter 53. Adrat Star. Saturno planet was Goetia's private vacation world. For a tycoon like him, owning several private planets was quite commonplace. Goetia could not fathom how Roland had transported him here so swiftly, deepening his sense of the latter's mystery and strength. Upon reaching Goetia's opulent castle, he immediately instructed his servants to prepare a lavish feast to entertain Roland and Sophilia. The opulent castle was adorned with lavish decorations, its walls inlaid with a myriad of colorful and exquisite gemstones, and the furnishings crafted from the rarest materials, all exuding an unmistakable air of affluence. The banquet. Goetia savored his drink with great relish, a look of contentment gracing his face. It is only after narrowly escaping death that one can truly appreciate the value of peace. The clattering of dishes resonated as Luolan and Sophilia indulged heartily, voraciously consuming the feast before them, their bowls piling high in a matter of moments. Goetia had long heard tales of the Scion's extraordinary appetites, yet he was still taken aback by their voracity. Hastily instructing his servants to prepare more food, a wealthy magnate, Goetia possessed all the resources of this private planet. A mere few meals were inconsequential. "Luolan, my young friend, I owe you my deepest gratitude for aiding my escape from the clutches of cosmic bandits." Goetia expressed sincerely, "It is nothing. We merely accepted your commission," Luolan replied, his words muffled by the food in his mouth. Goetia smiled amiably, clapping his hands, and an intelligent robot emerged from his vault, retrieving a metallic box filled with shijin. "Herein lies a total of 850 shijin, your reward for escorting me. Have you truly considered becoming my bodyguard?" Goetia gazed at Luolan with hopeful eyes. Luolan wiped his greasy hands and shook his head. "With your wealth, do you truly need a bodyguard? There are countless experts in the universe. Perhaps you should seek someone more renowned." While there are many experts in the universe, few possess strength akin to you and your sister. Goetia remarked with a hint of regret, yet he was aware of the Scion's tenacious nature and chose not to dwell on the matter. Should you have any future commissions, do not hesitate to contact me. I have a few associates at my disposal. Llewellyn left his contact information that it would be my utmost honor. Goetia promptly saved Llewellyn's details, having been unnerved by the dangers he faced outside. Forming a connection with the formidable Scions was a prospect he welcomed, as it might serve him well in the future. Following a delightful banquet, both parties exchanged contact information, and Goetia graciously escorted Llewellyn and his companions from the castle, after watching them vanish from sight. Goetia sighed. What an impressively powerful brother and sister duo. The sister is formidable, and the brother is no less so. Establishing a connection with them ensures my future safety. A confident smile graced Goetia's face as he laughed heartily. His heart lightened. Meanwhile, having departed from the planet Situno, Llewellyn, clutching a box of Shijin, found the burden cumbersome. With a slight frown, he paused to divide the Shijin into 2 portions, placing them into a blank universal capsule. Sister, keep this safe. He handed one capsule to Saiphilia. She examined it carefully before tucking it away with a bright smile. If this were the past, I would have to toil for a century in Frisia's army to earn such a salary. This capsule is truly convenient. So many items can fit into such a small container. This is called a universal capsule, invented by Tasai's father, a brilliant scientist. Llewellyn explained. He had told her about Dr. Briefs, but Saiphilia, uninterested in technology beyond combat, looked up with a cheerful sparkle in her eyes. Isn't Tasai a few years older than you? Much older. Llewellyn replied, though. Saiphilia responded. You should consider leaving a quality lineage for the continuation of the Scions. That topic escalated rather quickly. I am only 6 years old, Llewellyn chuckled, bemused, asserting that he was still a child, while Saiphilia remained unperturbed, insisting that Scions mature early in mind and could contemplate future matters regardless of their physical growth. Llewellyn waved his hand, unsure of Saiphilia's meaning, and chose not to engage with the topic. He embraced Saiphilia and initiated the transfer once more, a faint fragrance wafting from her, observing her exquisite features. Even without makeup, she radiated elegance, like an ethereal orchid. Llewellyn found himself lost in thought. What did her earlier words imply? Was she referring to Tasai or herself? Could it be some sort of hint? Why haven't we transferred yet? Saiphilia, held in Llewellyn's embrace for an extended period, grew impatient as the scenery around them remained unchanged. We will transfer shortly. Llewellyn snapped back to reality, shaking off his fleeting thoughts, and swiftly executed the transfer spell. Adelat Star, a mysterious planet located at the edge of the northern galaxy, is home to an eccentric race known as the Iddelitarians, who are gentle in nature and possess remarkable intelligence, though secluded and never expanding outward. They have invented countless coveted and wondrous techniques. Due to their reclusive nature, the Iddelitarians are not particularly renowned in the northern galaxy. However, they are a formidable race, comparable to the Namekians, capable of requiring the intervention of the Ginyu Force for subjugation. Yet fate had inadvertently led Son Goku to this very place that on this day, the planet, which had never concerned itself with external matters, welcomed 2 guests. Is this the Adelat Star you spoke of, where marvelous techniques are said to exist? Saiphilia inquired with curiosity, surveying her surroundings, but she detected no particularly potent aura, the techniques of the Iddelitarians, the magic of the Namekians, the martial arts of the Metamorans. These are all rare abilities in the universe. Should we manage to learn even a fraction, the benefits would be immeasurable, Llewellyn elucidated. Saiphilia accepted his words without doubt, her anticipation for the planet growing. Conceal your aura, although the Iddelitarians are a gentle folk. Provoking them may lead to retribution, Llewellyn advised. While the individual strength of the Iddelitarians was uncertain, their myriad techniques were unpredictable, and as newcomers, maintaining a humble demeanor was prudent. Chapter 54. The Extraordinary Race. You too, your method of arrival is truly astonishing, akin to the ability of instant transmission. A distant voice echoed, and a figure clad in peculiar attire appeared before Llewellyn and Saiphilia, with pink skin, a large head, elongated ears, and protruding eye sockets. This being wore the garb reminiscent of Son Goku's return to Earth from an alien world, the attire of an Iddelitarian. Their bizarre entrance startled Llewellyn and Saiphilia, prompting Saiphilia to instinctively launch an energy attack. Wait! Llewellyn began to object, but Saiphilia's attack had already been unleashed. The sharp energy beam pierced the Adulteraan's body, crashing into the rocks behind and obliterating the sturdy stone. Yet the Adulteraan remained unscathed beside Luolan. Instant transmission, Luolan murmured, realization dawning in his eyes. Saiphilia blinked in surprise at the Adulteraan, her expression one of astonishment. I can't sense any aura from him. Such an impatient young lady. It was rumored that the Saiyans were extinct, yet it appears there are still survivors, the Adulteraan mused. Known for their peaceable temperament, the Adulteraans would not target outsiders unless hostility was displayed. The Saiyans are not so easily extinguished. It seems that the presence of the Adulatrans instills a sense of trepidation in Saiphilia, causing her to speak with less assertiveness than before. The Adulatrans chuckle softly, glancing at Roland, their immense eyes barely parting, as they remark on the peculiar abilities of the young warrior. Expressing ignorance regarding the Saiyans' capacity to traverse the cosmos, Roland elucidates. This is the teleportation technique of the Metamorians. So it is the legendary martial art of the Metamorians, akin to the instantaneous movement technique. Thus, it is no wonder the Adulatrans realize with clarity that, despite the Saiyans' reputation as straightforward warriors, they indeed delve into the martial arts of other races. As long as it benefits combat and survival, I am willing to learn. This is also the purpose of our visit. Upon hearing this, the Adulatrans nod thoughtfully, their eyes suddenly wide open, revealing an abyss of profound darkness. You wish to learn the secret arts of Adulatra? Roland, without hesitation, affirms, indeed. Your breath and emotional fluctuations are remarkably serene, clearly indicating mastery of a sophisticated cultivation method. It seems your earlier assertions were not erroneous. Only those races that diligently study the strengths of others can endure through the ages. Since you wish to learn, then follow me. The Adulatrans, though elusive, are not oblivious to the outside world, fully aware of the nature of the Saiyan race, thus finding Roland's humility particularly commendable. With that, the Adulatrans turn and depart. Roland and Saiphilia exchange delighted glances and hastily follow suit. The Adulatrans lead the way, with Roland and Saiphilia trailing behind, their forms shimmering briefly before vanishing into the horizon. Roland accelerates to his utmost, yet he still lags slightly behind the Adulatrans. Upon closer inspection, it becomes evident that the Adulatrans are not merely walking, but are continuously disappearing and reappearing, the rapidity creating an illusion of movement to the naked eye. Roland murmurs in disbelief. The instantaneous movement technique can indeed be utilized in such a manner. Saiphilia extends her hand towards Roland, her bright eyes fixed on him. Would you like me to assist you? Roland shakes his head. No need. Let us keep pace. The two continue to follow the Adulatrans, and as Roland reaches the peak of his speed, the Adulatrans suddenly halt, declaring, "We have arrived." Yet, they find themselves in a desert, where yellow sands swirl chaotically, and the dry, warm winds sweep across the landscape. You merely perceive this as a desert. The Adulatrans chuckle lightly, their hand tracing an arc in the air, as if performing a magic trick. The scene before Roland and Saiphilia undergoes a dramatic transformation. The desert morphs into an oasis, with majestic mountains and trees sprouting from the ground like tender grass. The very air becomes infused with moisture. An illusion, Saiphilia whispers, her expression turning grave. Should such a phenomenon occur during battle, she would lack the ability to discern friend from foe. No wonder it rivals the planet Metamor. Roland sighs, acknowledging the peculiarities of Adulatra. Just a minor trick. Follow me. Two kind-hearted visitors are always welcome. The Adulatrans guide Roland and Saiphilia into their city. The sights before them are a tapestry of reality and illusion, an intricate web that can easily ensnare the unacquainted. This city embodies the collective wisdom of the Adulatrans, and even in the face of a formidable assault, it would not be easily breached. You may reside here, and for inquiries regarding the secret arts, feel free to consult those around you. However, there is one stipulation. Whatever you learn here must not be imparted to others. The Adulatrans impose stringent regulations on their secret arts, while they permit others to learn. They do not allow indiscriminate sharing. Anyone wishing to learn must undergo their scrutiny. The secret arts of Adulatra involve techniques that influence energy through mental focus. Erroneous practice can lead to ruin. We understand, Roland and Saiphilia both affirm. Subsequently, under the guidance of the Adulatrans, they settle within the city. The Adulatrans possess an array of bizarre secret techniques, including numerous supportive skills, as well as those tailored for combat. Saiphilia naturally opts for those that enhance combat efficacy. Roland, observing the city's unadorned yet elegant architecture, immediately seeks the instantaneous movement technique. which shares similarities with the teleportation technique he has mastered, making it seemingly easy to learn. However, upon commencing his studies, he soon realizes the stark differences between the two. The teleportation technique of the Metamorians harnesses unique skills to mobilize internal energy, enabling one to exert power many times beyond physical limits. It emphasizes spatial transfer, akin to wormhole technology in science fiction, requiring prior knowledge of the destination and necessitating more preparation time than the instantaneous movement technique, rendering it less suitable for combat. In contrast, the instantaneous movement technique of the idolatrans is as fluid as magic. By sensing the opponent's aura, one can teleport directly to their location. It proves advantageous in both daily life and combat. Its drawback lies in its inability to function in areas of weak or absent aura. The amalgamation of teleportation and instantaneous movement can yield unexpected results. However, merging the two demands exceptional insight, a quality Roland possesses in abundance. Confident in his ability to meet this challenge, he immerses himself in understanding the distinctions between the two techniques, endeavoring to synthesize them. Chapter 55. The moonlight is truly beautiful. On a verdant plain, lush with tender green grass, a diminutive figure hovers 3 meters above the ground. Roland, with his eyes firmly shut, suddenly emanates a faint white glow. An upward force draws the debris from the ground, creating a fierce whirlwind that ripples outward in layers. Abruptly, Roland opens his eyes, crystalline arcs of electric light flashing within. After a period of diligent training, he has finally merged the instantaneous movement with the teleportation technique. A smile graces his lips as his figure blurs, reappearing atop a distant hill, a staggering 10,000 meters away. His fingers grasp the steep rock face as he gazes down upon the distant landscape, a gentle breeze caressing his face, imparting a refreshing coolness imbued with moisture. This marks 1 year since Roland's arrival on Idalatra, and through relentless practice, he has seamlessly integrated the instantaneous movement and teleportation techniques. Now, with mere thought, any spatial distance poses no barrier to him. Moreover, the combination of their strengths ensures that he need not worry about energy depletion during instantaneous travel, allowing him unparalleled freedom of movement. While Sun Wukong spent a year mastering instantaneous movement, I have also invested a year. However, my instantaneous movement is far more practical, scarcely inferior even when compared to Jabber. Roland reflects on his comparisons between Sun Wukong and Jabber, arriving at a conclusion that pleases him. Casting a glance at the distant scenery, he smiles faintly before vanishing from the hilltop. Sephilia, how goes your training? As she approached Sephilia, the enchanting woman was deeply engrossed in contemplating a mystical art known as void transference. This esoteric technique allows one to divert most of the force of an attack to an alternate dimension when the body is under threat, effectively diminishing the opponent's assault while safeguarding the user's corporeal integrity. It is undoubtedly a superior choice for enhancing defensive capabilities in combat. However, it cannot mitigate attacks that far exceed the physical limits of the body. Sephilia rose to her feet, her beautiful black hair billowing in the wind, and her delicate brows furrowed slightly. I have yet to master it. Something feels amiss. If I calm my mind, I am sure clarity will come. The cultivation of such mystical arts often hinges on one's own insight, and the assistance of others is of little avail. Have you made any progress with your instant teleportation? Roland replied, I plan to delve into storage techniques next. While the universal capsule is incredibly convenient, the loss of it would be a significant setback. Both the Senza beans and the Hashin he possessed were stored within the universal capsule, and carrying it with him did not instill a sense of security. Tai had previously experienced the misplacement of such a capsule. Regarding Roland's concerns, Sephilia deemed him overly dramatic, reminding him that they had managed without universal capsules in the past. Now, with one at their disposal, he worried about losing it. In her words, it was rather pretentious, like a gourmet who, having indulged in delicacies, finds them suddenly unpalatable. If you wish to learn, then learn. Do not disturb me. With little inclination to engage in other matters, Sephilia dismissed him and returned to her meditation on void transference. Roland chuckled softly, drew closer to Sephilia, and playfully twirled a strand of her ebony hair around his finger, just as her irritation began to surface. He swiftly teleported away. Humph! With a huff of indignation, Sephilia glanced at the spot where Roland had vanished, only to break into a smile moments later. She then closed her eyes, her entire being radiating a serene tranquility akin to a delicate orchid. Meanwhile, after departing from Sephilia, Roland sought the counsel of nearby hydration beings and indeed acquired a specialized storage technique from them, like a treasure unearthed. He diligently studied it for approximately 4 months before mastering the art. With a flick of his fingers, he drew a circle in the air, and a crystalline light, accompanied by the sparks of metal striking, illuminated the opening of a dimension dedicated to storage, after repeatedly verifying its accuracy by opening and closing it. He stored the majority of his senzu beans and hashin within this alternate space, retaining only a small portion for immediate use. Night enveloped the landscape. The air was exceptionally tranquil, reminiscent of a placid deep sea. Devoid of any ripples, Roland and Sephilia resided on the planet Adrat, yet for the sake of convenience during their training, they had relocated from the Adration city to a secluded valley on the opposite side of the planet. The low hum of vibrations resonated from the dark gravity training chamber, its operational sounds echoing through the stillness of the night. That it was unusual for a diligent scion like Sephilia to be training at such an hour. In the kitchen of their mobile abode, Roland prepared a late-night snack, pondering how to reward Sephilia's industriousness with a delectable treat. The silvery moonlight streamed through the glass, barely noticeable beneath the artificial lighting. Having finished his preparations, Roland smiled, intending to call Sephilia to join him for a meal. However, upon stepping outside, he was struck by an unusual brightness. The dense foliage was vividly illuminated, and even the tiniest insects were clearly visible. What a beautiful moonlit night, he mused, when suddenly, an unsettling feeling washed over him. A full moon. He raised his gaze to behold a brilliantly radiant orb suspended in the night sky, resembling a jade plate, astoundingly beautiful. A full moon. Today is indeed a full moon, he realized, his heart pounding in alarm, as he comprehended that Adrat also experienced such celestial phenomena. His pulse quickened, and he felt a surge of energy coursing through his veins. Igniting a primal instinct within him, the Saiyan tail, when exposed to the moonlight, triggered a transformation into a giant ape, a state in which most Saiyans, barring a few elite warriors and royals, would lose their sanity and become mindless beasts of destruction. Thus, they typically avoided transforming into a giant ape unless their lives were at stake. This is bad. I'm losing my grip on sanity. Roland gritted his teeth, desperately attempting to suppress the transformation. But the primal instincts of his Saiyan heritage began to overpower him. His expression became vacant, his physique bulked up, and coarse brown fur sprouted across his body. With a thunderous roar, Roland transformed into a towering, 20-meter-tall giant ape, devoid of reason, that he pounded his chest and leaped about, causing the earth to tremble beneath him. The tremendous force of his actions sent shockwaves deep into the ground, obliterating everything within a 100-meter radius. The air crackled with energy as he unleashed a powerful shockwave, resulting in a massive mushroom cloud rising into the sky, its fiery plume obscuring the heavens above. At this moment, Roland had succumbed to a mindless frenzy of destruction. Chapter 56. The Giant Ape Boom. Another crimson fireball ascended, accompanied by a resounding explosion that engulfed a vast area in smoke and flames, filling the air with a suffocating stench. Yet, in his madness, Roland had lost all rational thought, uprooting everything within reach and hurling it far into the distance. A rock, 5 meters in diameter, was cast several kilometers away, crashing to the ground with a heavy thud. The earth split open, fissures erupting like the aftermath of a cannon blast, transforming the landscape within dozens of meters into a chaotic wasteland. The visible shockwaves rippled outward, uprooting trees in their wake. In the gravity training chamber, Sephilia suddenly sensed a powerful and savage aura emanating nearby. Filled with confusion, she stepped out of the chamber, only to behold the colossal figure of Roland, now a giant ape wreaking havoc around him. Her expression darkened in alarm. Damn it, has he lost his sanity due to the transformation? Sephilia furrowed her brows and swiftly positioned herself atop Roland's shoulder. Roland, you must regain your senses, the giant ape, upon spotting her, redirected its aggression, unleashing a torrent of energy waves. You don't even recognize me? Sephilia's brow arched, her exquisite features suddenly shadowed by a fierce determination. An icy aura emanated from her, sending shivers down the spine. Just as she prepared to teach Roland a lesson, the giant ape targeted her once more. With a deafening roar, a fiery energy wave surged towards Sephilia, observing the impending attack. She clenched her fists and retaliated with immense force. The impact redirected the energy wave, sending it crashing into a distant mountain peak, where it erupted into a colossal mushroom cloud. a searing shockwave radiating outward. Frustrated by the ineffectiveness of its attacks, the giant ape became increasingly enraged, indiscriminately throwing energy spheres in every direction that in mere moments. A vast expanse was left utterly devastated. Fool! This is Adrat, Saiyan bit her lip. Her figure flickering as she materialized beside the giant ape. Were it an ordinary planet, she might have disregarded the destruction, but given that they were currently learning mystical arts from the Adration people, wreaking havoc upon their world was entirely unacceptable. All-out strike. As the voice of Saiyan echoed forth, the air trembled as if stirred by an unseen force, releasing a radiant burst of energy. With a resounding whoosh, the tremendous energy collided with the chest of the colossal ape, inciting a searing pain that elicited a roar of agony from the creature. Observing this, Saiyan showed no mercy. A glint of cold determination flashed in her eyes. Her movements were as swift as a gale, launching a ferocious assault upon the giant ape in the blink of an eye. In her philosophy, once a target is deemed a threat, no opportunity for retaliation must be afforded. Any words could wait until the adversary was thoroughly incapacitated. Saiyan had witnessed countless instances where excessive chatter had led to a reversal of fortunes in battle. Hesitation in combat was not only a sign of disrespect towards the enemy, but also a grave irresponsibility towards one's own life. A folly Saiyan would never entertain. Boom, boom, boom. The echoes of her relentless attacks reverberated through the air, leaving behind phantoms of her swift movements. Saiyan adeptly exploited her agility, darting gracefully through the battlefield, her strikes unleashed with the ferocity of a tempest. Each blow was akin to a nuclear explosion. Were they to land upon a city, they would suffice to obliterate it multiple times over. The giant ape, in a frenzy, swung its arms and let out a deafening roar, the terrifying sound waves scattering the clouds above. While the cacophony assailed the ears of all who heard it, inducing a sense of dizziness, Saiyan's complexion paled slightly, and her movements became marginally sluggish. With a sharp crack, the giant ape's eyes gleamed with a blood-red light as it swung its massive arm towards her. Closing the distance in an instant. In response, Saiyan crouched, shielding her chest with her hands. Crash! The brutal impact of the ape's onslaught struck her with the force of a battering ram, sending her hurtling through the air. Her body collided with the rocky face of a distant hill, causing a cataclysmic tremor that dislodged stones and carved out a gaping hole in the mountainside. Coughing, a trickle of blood escaped the corner of Saiyan's mouth. Her face devoid of color, witnessing the troublesome fly being swatted away. The giant ape reveled in its triumph, leaping and thumping its chest in glee. The transformation of Luo Lan into a giant ape had rendered him astonishingly powerful. In terms of raw energy, he had surpassed her. Shaking her head to dispel the dizziness, Saiyan acknowledged that her current state was no match for the giant ape. However, she mused, you are not the only one capable of transforming into a giant ape. A smirk of derision graced her lips as she lifted her gaze to the luminous moon above, resembling a pristine jade disk. The ability to transform into a giant ape was a Saiyan's ultimate technique for survival, triggered by the stimulation of their tail, resulting in a transformation that amplified their energy tenfold. Yet, this transformation bore a significant flaw. Only a select few elite warriors and royalty could control the frenzied emotions that accompanied the transformation. Intermediate and lower-tier warriors, once transformed, would succumb to madness. The silvery moonlight stimulated Saiyan's tail, awakening the primal bloodline within her. A ferocious aura from the ancient past surged forth, causing her form to swell, rapidly transforming her into a towering giant ape exceeding 30 meters in height. This state is truly grotesque. I would never willingly undergo such a transformation unless absolutely necessary, Saiyan lamented. Although the giant ape transformation bestows formidable power upon the Saiyans, the immense bulk also renders them cumbersome. Should an attack fail, they easily become living targets. This sacrifice of speed is not something Saiyan relished in practical combat. It is futile to possess overwhelming strength if one cannot even strike their opponent. This was why characters in the original narrative, such as Shang Bo and others, despite knowing that Vegeta would transform, still regarded him with disdain. It seems my battle power has not escalated to tenfold. As she felt the latent power coursing through her, Saiyan realized that her energy enhancement was less than anticipated. With her original battle power exceeding 20,000, she should have reached 200,000 upon transformation. Yet the reality fell short. estimating her battle power in this giant ape form to be approximately 120,000. She speculated that there might be certain limitations to the giant ape transformation. In the era of Planet Vegeta, attaining a battle power exceeding 10,000 was exceedingly rare, leaving few aware of the true potential of higher-tier Saiyans in their giant ape forms. Chapter 57. The Dust Settles. While my strength may have diminished slightly, the lesson for Luolan has been sufficient. Troubled by her own giant ape form, Saifulia's gaze turned toward another giant ape in the distance, her eyes reflecting a savage intensity. At her towering height of over 30 meters, Luolan's transformed giant ape appeared almost childlike, fitting considering his own youthful status. With a single stride forward, her formidable footfall shattered the rocks beneath, sending tremors through the ground as if hundreds of tons had plummeted from a height of 10,000 meters. The soil erupted in a cacophony. Sensing the impending danger, the giant ape Luolan let out a frantic scream and retreated. But when evasion became impossible, he unleashed a massive wave of fiery red energy from his throat. Humph! Observing this, Saifulia scoffed, her body brimming with violent energy as she struck out with her fist, dispersing Luolan's energy wave. Immediately, she closed the distance to Luolan, akin to an irate guardian confronting a disobedient child. With a swift motion, she delivered a resounding slap to the 20-meter-tall giant ape, sending him crashing to the ground with a thunderous impact that cracked the earth. The colossal commotion on Luolan's side undoubtedly drew the attention of the Adrat people, who instantaneously teleported from the city to witness the two gigantic apes engaged in battle. The valley nearly flattened beneath their might, with the larger ape clearly holding the upper hand. That the Saiyan transformation into a giant ape? Terrifying. It is astounding to discover such immense power hidden within the Saiyan race. Yet this transformation evidently comes with significant drawbacks. The uncontrollable power exceeding one's physical capacity can easily impair one's judgment. Fortunately, the girl named Saifulia has not succumbed to madness, with battle powers exceeding 100,000. Such terrifying strength is exceedingly rare in the universe. Many of the Adrat people felt relieved that Saifulia maintained her sanity despite the transformation. Otherwise, their planet would surely face devastation. After all, beings possessing battle powers in the hundreds of thousands could effortlessly obliterate a planet. Even if their race were fortified, they could not withstand the catastrophic consequences of planetary annihilation. Let us continue to observe. This crisis should soon reach its conclusion. The Saiyans are truly an extraordinary race. The Adrat people marveled at this, keeping a keen eye on the confrontation between Luolan and Saifulia, while employing their powers to manipulate the surrounding environment. Some utilized secret techniques to limit the range of energy waves, while others employed methods to restore the damaged landscape. In the distance, the two giant apes locked gazes, and Saifulia tilted her head before unleashing a powerful roar, her palms pressed together as she directed an energy attack toward Luolan. A vacuum strike. The air compressed suddenly, a brilliant light flickering as a bright white energy sphere shot forth like a laser, illuminating the deep night sky and transforming it into a semblance of day. In her advantageous position, Saifulia opted not for her most potent attack, but rather for a slightly weaker vacuum strike. Sizzle! A terrifying attack struck Roland, followed by a cataclysmic explosion that echoed through the air. The agonizing pain elicited a harrowing scream from the colossal ape, its massive form propelled skyward by the force of the blast. In that fleeting moment, Saifulia seized the opportunity. "This ends now," she murmured softly, as a delicate blade of energy coalesced in her hand, aimed precisely at the tail of the giant ape soaring above. The gossamer-like blade traced a graceful arc through the air, and with a sharp sound, it severed the enormous tail. As the appendage fell to the ground, Roland's form began to diminish, swiftly returning to his original state. Saifulia extended her palm to cradle Roland gently, then turned her back to the moonlight and seated herself. "Miss Saifulia, the crisis here should be resolved now, correct?" Came a voice of greeting as the Ardlatrian approached her side. The ape-formed Saifulia bowed her head and replied, "It's all right now. I apologize for the unexpected incident. Good to hear. It seems necessary to strengthen your brother's mental training. Otherwise, if such a situation arises again, Ardlatria may not be able to withstand it. Even though the Ardlatrians are generally peaceful, they do not wish to have a volatile individual roaming their planet. I will ensure he undergoes such training. By the way, how often does a full moon occur on Ardlatria?" Roughly once a year, as long as one does not gaze at the moon during that time. There should be no issues. Besides, I have already severed Roland's tail. so there is no need to worry about a rampage. That puts our minds at ease. Several Ardlatrians nodded in agreement before their figures flickered and they vanished in an instant. Syphilia placed Roland down, who had now lost consciousness. She flicked his forehead gently and remarked softly, "How utterly useless. Losing one's sanity merely from seeing a full moon. What about the snacks you promised to prepare for me? I suppose they are long gone." A gentle breeze stirred, raising clouds of dust and sending withered branches and leaves dancing in the air, as everything settled into stillness. After a considerable time, Syphilia's ape form began to dissipate, her body reverting to her human shape, slender and ethereal, as if she were a celestial being descended from the heavens. Humph, after a battle, I'm all sweaty. Feeling the stickiness on her skin, Syphilia sniffed the scent of her perspiration and instantly stood up in discontent. She then dragged Roland toward a nearby lake, carelessly placing him on the shore before leaping into the water. The icy lake water enveloped her body as she unfastened her battle attire. Reveling in the refreshing soak, under the luminous, snow-white moonlight, her beautiful hair cascaded down like a waterfall, becoming delicate and smooth upon contact with the water, exuding an otherworldly charm. After a while, Roland regained consciousness. Realizing half of his body was submerged in the lake, shaking his head, he was struck by a wave of excruciating pain. What happened to me? Oh right, I lost my sanity upon seeing the full moon. As memories flooded back, he became acutely aware of what had transpired. Glancing behind him, he noticed that his tail had been severed, and a sharp sting radiated from the wound that it must have been Syphilia's doing. But thankfully, no great calamity had ensued. Roland sighed in relief, struggling to piece together fragmented memories of his transformation into the giant ape. Yet, he couldn't help but think that Syphilia had been rather ruthless. It seemed he had endured quite a beating at her hands. When would her temperament ever change? "What are you muttering about all alone?" a melodious voice chimed, accompanied by the sound of water splashing. Roland turned toward the source of the voice and beheld Syphilia's graceful silhouette emerging from the lake, the moonlight casting a hazy glow around her. Her jet-black, lustrous hair clung to her form. Droplets of water cascading down her fair skin, reminiscent of a lotus emerging from the water, exuding an irresistible allure. With skin like cream and a figure that was simply enchanting, she was a sight to behold. Unable to restrain himself, Roland exclaimed, "Syphilia, you are simply flawless." Syphilia cast him a sidelong glance, her body gracefully descending as she nonchalantly dried the droplets from her skin, then donned a fresh battle outfit. "Refrain from staring. I have something to discuss with you." She shot Roland a sharp look, punctuating her point with a light smack to his head. "Yes, what is it?" Roland straightened up attentively. Syphilia regarded him with mild discontent. "You cannot even withstand the mere sight of the moon. If you transform into the giant ape again, no one will be able to stop you." Just as Roland was about to retort that she would be there to help, he caught the sternness in her gaze and fell silent. Syphilia continued, "The Ardlatrians suggest you strengthen your mental fortitude. That I find their advice quite sensible. So from now on, you must engage your intellect and find a way to overcome the issue of losing control during your transformations." Roland grimaced. "That won't be easy. This issue must be resolved. We cannot simply sever your tail every time a full moon approaches," Syphilia stated with grave seriousness. Chapter 58. The Tail Dilemma. Roland pondered this and realized the truth in her words. For Saiyans, the tail was a conduit for their transformations, and when exposed to the moonlight during a full moon, it triggered cellular mutations that if he could not control the sudden surge of violent power. Losing control would be inevitable. He could not simply choose to remain indoors every time a full moon arrived, nor could he resort to removing his tail like Sun Wukong and his kin. While he contemplated the idea of removing his tail, he quickly dismissed it as a simplistic and brute solution, akin to treating a headache by merely addressing the head. Moreover, the transformation into the giant ape was not entirely without merit. It could save lives in genuine danger. Amidst his thoughts, another notion lingered in his mind regarding the transformation of Saiyans. The Saiyans of the 7th universe were fundamentally different from those of the 6th universe. The Saiyans of the 6th universe possessed an innate and formidable base battle power, whereas their 7th universe counterparts were considerably weaker. After much reflection, he surmised that the issue might indeed lie with the tail. The question of whether having a tail was advantageous or not was complex. During the time of the Vegeta star, Saiyans regarded their tails as a liability, never fully utilizing their potential. The transformation into a giant ape was merely a rudimentary application of the tail's capabilities. With these thoughts in mind, Roland nodded solemnly. I will enhance my mental training and strive to maintain my composure. That's the spirit. Sophilia smiled that higher-tier warriors find it easier to control the powers of the giant ape. Likely a matter of innate talent. However, they were currently on Ardlatria, where methods to enhance mental training might exist. Suddenly, Sophilia's stomach let out a loud growl of hunger. Sitting close by, Roland couldn't help but hear it. He stood up, saying, "You must be hungry." Unfortunately, the supper I had prepared was ruined due to my earlier mishap. Wait a moment. I'll have something ready for you shortly. Make it quick, Sophilia urged, her expression feigning calmness. It was only in these moments that Sophilia lowered her usual demeanor. After all, Roland's culinary skills far surpassed hers. After tasting his cooking, her own meals tasted bland and unappetizing by comparison. Offering Sophilia a reassuring smile, Roland cheerfully set off to prepare the food. Although their previous dwelling had been destroyed in the chaotic energy of his transformation, he still possessed a mobile home equipped with all the necessary amenities. Skillfully setting up a cooking station, he retrieved a complete set of cookware from his multifunctional capsule, and soon a tantalizing aroma wafted through the air, making mouths water and appetites soar. Sophilia gazed with bright eyes, perched on the side, eagerly awaiting the arrival of her meal. Observing her deliberately aloof demeanor, punctuated by her occasional curious glances, Roland couldn't help but chuckle as he brought over several steaming dishes. Sophilia accepted the food and placed it before her, savoring each small bite. The delightful flavors tantalized her taste buds, prompting her to squint in pure enjoyment. "Delicious. I truly wonder how you've mastered such culinary skills," she remarked appreciatively, continuing to indulge in the delectable dishes, her Saiyan appetite insatiable, as Roland's prepared treats quickly vanished. With a satisfied expression, she rubbed her belly, a blush of bliss gracing her features. "It's a talent. I genuinely believe acquiring such a skill is quite commendable," Roland smiled. "Especially culinary skills, which are undeniably vital." Sophilia nodded in agreement. "From now on, my stomach is entrusted to you. No problem, I assure you. I will nourish you to plump perfection." Roland blurted out. Sophilia shot him a sidelong glance, retorting, "Do I really need you to take care of me? That sounds rather awkward, as if you were taking advantage of me." "Haha, you're overthinking it," Roland replied with a silly grin. "Am I overthinking?" Sophilia's gaze turned scrutinizing. Her mood suddenly soured as she huffed in discontent. As an adult Saiyan woman, Sophilia possessed the delicacy and sensitivity expected of her gender, occasionally experiencing youthful stirrings. Though her usual pride and aloofness often masked these sentiments, among the remaining members of her race, the only one she truly regarded with esteem was her brother, Roland. Although merely a mid-tier warrior, his extraordinary talent occasionally compelled even her to regard him with newfound respect. "Well, the day is waning. It's best to retire early," Sophilia declared nonchalantly as she stood. "Do. I too shall rest now," Roland replied, feeling the allure in Sophilia's gaze upon him. With their previous dwelling in ruins, both Roland and Sophilia found themselves confined to a caravan, yet Roland's lavishly purchased vehicle was quite spacious and well-equipped, ensuring their comfort. The following morning dawned bright and fresh, with a gentle breeze gracing the cool air. Rising early, Roland prepared breakfast for Sophilia before heading outside to exercise. As the sun ascended higher, warming the air, he finally paused his training, droplets of sweat glistening on his cheeks. Lacking a tail rendered his body slightly unbalanced, but after a period of adjustment, he maintained his combat prowess. After sharing breakfast with Sophilia, Roland levitated into the air, teleporting in a blur of light to the city of the Ardlatrians. The absence of a tail had long been a troubling issue for him, and he sought ways to overcome this weakness among the Ardlatrians. Upon his arrival, they suggested he practice a secret technique aimed at enhancing mental capabilities. Nodding in agreement, Roland began his studies on this mental technique. His excellent comprehension and learning abilities soon became evident. Mastering the Ardlatrian techniques was a formidable challenge, with few capable of grasping even one. After months of dedication, he finally acquired the mental technique, occasionally exuding an alluring aura due to his unrestrained mental energy. This peculiarity often drew curious glances from Sophilia. After further time spent honing his skills, Roland managed to fully contain his mental energy, sensing that even in his great ape form, he would not succumb to uncontrollable rage as easily. Chapter 59. 13,000 battle power. As time flew by, seasons changed, and the inexorable passage of time subtly transformed the world around them. Remarkably, 3 years had elapsed since Roland and Sophilia had arrived on Yadlatria. During this period, Roland's strength had surged dramatically. He had mastered techniques such as instant transmission, void exchange, mental arts, and spatial storage, and had repeatedly enhanced his physical resilience. His battle power now soared to an impressive 13,000. At just 9 years of age, this level of power was exceptionally rare. Even during the existence of Planet Vegeta, it could be said that he had already reached a high tier among the scions of the 7th universe at such a tender age. Moreover, he had yet to enter the prime growth phase of his powers, suggesting that upon reaching puberty, his strength would experience a significant increase. However, this newfound might did not instill in him excessive pride, for he understood that the universe harbored many formidable warriors, some capable of obliterating a planet with a mere finger, others able to collapse entire star systems with a breath in comparison to such titans. His strength felt trivial. Perhaps from some obscure corner of the universe, a challenger could emerge to defeat him. Nonetheless, he found a modicum of joy in his accomplishments, as he could stand tall before Syphilia, this beautiful yet solitary sister, feeling as if he were on the cusp of taking flight. Yet, a lingering regret remained. He had hoped that mastering the mental arts would grant him complete control over his great ape transformation. However, reality proved to be more complex than he had anticipated. While the mental arts significantly tempered the ferocity within the great ape form, they did not confer absolute control on one particular day. Atop a high plateau, Roland diligently practiced a technique known as the Universal Fist. This technique bore resemblance to the Kinkai's Kaioken, capable of augmenting his attack power, though it was comparatively inferior, enhancing strength by only about 30%. Nevertheless, one must not underestimate this seemingly modest increase. In a balanced battle, even the slightest enhancement could prove pivotal. The Universal Fist and Void Exchange complemented each other. One offense, one defense. Suddenly, the atmospheric pressure above the plateau shifted violently, rippling outward from Roland's center, creating a vacuum-like zone. With a whoosh, the expanding air began to collapse, erupting into a brilliant flash of light amidst a cacophony of sound. Universal Fist. With a commanding shout, Roland's aura intensified, his previously formidable power surging even higher. Though the increase in battle power was modest, the potency of his techniques grew exponentially. A thunderous crash echoed as a distant mountain crumbled. Thick clouds of dust soaring skyward, merging with the heavens. After a brief moment, a tidal wave of impact surged toward him, but Roland's gaze sharpened, and he conjured a wall of energy that repelled the encroaching debris. 13,500 battle power. This astonishing figure was indeed extraordinary. Taking a slow breath, he released it gradually, a smile curling at the corners of his mouth. Unlike the forceful enhancement of combat power through explosive means, the essence of the W-Nexi Ing Chu In lies in unleashing a more formidable attack strength while maintaining equal combat power, without exacerbating the strain on the body, floating serenely in midair. He cast a glance at the massive circular pit created by his own strikes, where searing smoke billowed upwards, merging with the horizon. A gentle breeze stirred, sending dust swirling, evoking a sense of boundless grandeur as if the heavens and earth were his playground. My prowess is indeed among the rare elite in the universe. As long as I do not provoke certain monsters, few can stand as my adversaries. If I continue my training methodically, it won't be long before Frisia's Jinyu force becomes no match for me. Roland mused with anticipation. At that moment, a sudden, sharp attack hurtled towards him. Roland turned his head to behold a graceful figure, a smirk playing at the corners of his mouth as he leaned back. A whirlwind erupted from beneath his feet, propelling him backwards with tremendous force. A hollow strike. The air trembled as Syphilia advanced through the atmosphere towards Roland. He traced circles in the void to nullify her assault and retaliated with a surge of energy. Starry Sky Cannon. Syphilia's bright eyes glimmered with a flicker of light as she clenched her fist, deflecting Roland's attack. With a deafening roar, a torrent of energy surged, the oppressive sound of its passage piercing the eardrums. Syphilia's lithe form darted swiftly, soon arriving at Roland's side. She pressed her palm against his shoulder and unleashed her strength. With a resounding thud, a figure was sent plummeting towards the ground. Roland grinned. Just as he was about to collide with the earth, he executed the W-Nexi Ing Chu In. Following that, he activated instant transmission and swiftly reappeared before Syphilia, delivering a punch aimed at her chest. You think you can ambush me? It's far too soon for that. Her delicate lips pursed slightly, a glimmer flashing in her eyes. With a graceful flick of her wrist, Syphilia caught Roland's fist. a surge of hidden energy bursting forth from her palm, forcefully slamming him to the ground. Bang! The earth trembled as if it were fracturing. Roland's body lay rigidly in a crater, the ground around him marred by winding fissures extending far and wide. The fierce winds abated, and Roland reclined within the shattered pit, his gaze lost in the drifting clouds above. That moment, a shadow loomed in his line of sight. Syphilia bent down, her silken hair cascading from her shoulders. "Hey, it's time to get up." Roland chuckled. "It's quite nice lying here, gazing at the sky." Syphilia scoffed. "Have you lost your mind?" With that, she leaped away, her form vanishing amidst flickering lights. "Did she come all this way just to give me a beating?" Roland sat up, glancing at the spot where Syphilia had disappeared, unable to suppress a bemused smile. Over the past 3 years, neither Roland nor Syphilia had undergone significant changes. Roland still stood just over a meter tall, while Syphilia retained her youthful radiance. The longest phases of a Scion's life are childhood and youth, which occupy a substantial portion of their existence. To be honest, Roland genuinely wished his body would mature more swiftly. Chapter 60. The news from Tai C. Have you been in touch with Hertz and the others lately? Roland inquired during lunch. No. Why? Syphilia shook her head, fully engrossed in her training and oblivious to the happenings in the outside world. Hertz and Asita have welcomed their children, fraternal twins, no less. It was about time for them to start a family. By the way, how's the potential of those 2 children? Syphilia expressed a hint of concern for the offspring of the Scions. Their son is a mid-level warrior, while their daughter is merely a low-level warrior. However, given the current standards for Scions, low-level warriors should not be underestimated, as even they can occasionally surpass their mid-level counterparts. That's acceptable. Syphilia nodded slightly. In the past, she might have contested such a statement, given her status as a high-level warrior and her sense of superiority. But now, she recognized that proper training and techniques could compensate for innate disadvantages. Roland was a living testament to this. Even disregarding Roland as an exception, the low-level Scions on Kasha Star, after undergoing Hertz's training, had evidently surpassed their contemporaries in potential. Even those non-combatants on Kasha Star, who were seemingly destined to remain below a combat power of 1,000, now had the potential to become warriors. Of course, inherent potential would still largely limit a Scion's achievements. For instance, a mid-level warrior would still outshine a low-level warrior if both underwent identical training. However, compared to the past on Vegeta, the distinctions had become less pronounced. The rigid hierarchies among different levels of Scions had dissipated. After finishing lunch, Roland and the others resumed their customary sparring sessions. As Roland's strength grew, Syphilia could no longer afford to be complacent in their encounters. Roland's hands had become quite mischievous, often taking liberties with her without warning. Previously, Syphilia paid little mind, but recently, she seemed increasingly aware. After an intense bout, Syphilia's combat attire bore signs of wear, the tattered remnants failing to fully conceal her form, revealing glimpses of her fair skin. Syphilia frowned, announcing her intention to shower before hastily retreating to change clothes. Roland stood there, momentarily entranced by Syphilia's departing figure, before breaking into a smile. Just then, his communicator buzzed urgently. Upon answering, he discovered it was Tai S. It had been quite a while since he last contacted her. After a brief conversation, he set down the communicator, his expression growing peculiar. It turned out Tai C had reached out for help. She and a galactic patrol officer named Jack had inadvertently provoked a group of extraterrestrials while training in the cosmos. And now their spaceship had malfunctioned, forcing them to make an emergency landing on a frigid planet. Tai C had truly grown bold, daring to wander the universe with such limited power. Yet, in the original narrative, she seemed to have encountered no significant dangers. Regardless, a plea for help from someone he knew compelled Roland to take action. After a moment's hesitation, he approached the bathroom door and knocked lightly. "What is it? Can it wait until I finish?" Syphilia's voice echoed from within, tinged with annoyance. "That a friend of mine is in danger, and I need to go rescue her," Roland replied, with a sudden bang. The door swung open, and Syphilia poked her head out to look at him. At that Tai C. Roland was taken aback. "Yes, that's her." Syphilia regarded him thoughtfully before saying, "Then go save her." UE learned quite a bit on Yadalat Star. "Once I'm master instant transmission. I'll come find you. Alright. Luolon nodded, feeling inexplicably that the gaze with which Syphilia regarded him was somewhat peculiar, as if the cabbage he had nurtured was about to be devoured by a pig. Ugh, what nonsense. How could he entertain such thoughts? Surely, he was overthinking it, shaking his head to dispel this irrational notion. Luo Lan gestured to Sephilia and then vanished in a flash. Once Luo Lan's figure had departed, Sephilia's crescent-like, exquisitely beautiful brows slightly furrowed, and she closed the bathroom door out on a frigid planet. Piercing winds mixed with crystalline snowflakes created a hazy vista. Shrouded in an expanse of white, in the northern region of the planet lay a range of hills, blanketed in pristine snow, presenting a captivating sight from afar, adorned in a delicate layer of frost. A few gusts of biting wind swept through, causing clumps of snow to tumble from the treetops. Within a cave, Tai Si and Jayakike huddled around a flickering campfire, the meager warmth offered by the flames a scant comfort against the frigid weather. Outside, snowflakes continued to fall, showing no signs of abating. Tai Si, tending to her wounds with a spray, expressed her discontent while scolding Jayakike. It's all your fault that your spaceship didn't fly fast enough, leading us to crash on this wretched planet. How can you blame me? You insisted on coming along. We had agreed to wait until next year for you to gain some experience, yet you chose to embark now. And now, it's my fault we're in this predicament. I've been dragged into this mess because of you. Jayakike's eyes widened, his purple skin taut with indignation. Tai Si pouted, realizing her own fault, and curled up, hugging her knees that a few years prior. Filled with aspirations of becoming a renowned novelist, Tai Si had written a book set on Earth, incorporating elements of combat prowess, Kailinta, and celestial beings after Luo Lan's departure. This novel had briefly garnered her some fame, but once the initial excitement faded, her subsequent works fell flat, lacking the same allure. For Earthlings, who did not regard martial arts as mainstream, the tales of Kailinta and celestial beings were merely novelties, serving as trifles to pass the time rather than serious pursuits. Disheartened by the disparity between her expectations and reality, Tai Si contemplated a change in direction. Upon learning that Luo Lan was traveling through the cosmos, she persuaded Jayakike to join her in leaving Earth. However, their journey was abruptly interrupted when they were attacked by a group of domineering extraterrestrials. During their escape, Jayakike's ship was struck by an energy cannon, forcing them to make an emergency landing on this icy planet. Reflecting on their predicament, Tai Si lamented that had she not insisted on accompanying Jayakike, they would not be facing such dire circumstances. Do you think those attackers are still searching for us? If they find us, I won't stand a chance against them. Jayakike, will you protect me? Tai Si implored, her voice tinged with vulnerability. Jayakike replied, don't be ridiculous. While I may be an elite of the Galactic Patrol, my combat skills are subpar. Besides, those individuals are officers of Frisia's army, and I have no desire to engage them that you're afraid of them. Tai Si laughed. How could that be? Frisia's army is nothing to worry about, Jayakike responded awkwardly. Tai Si scrutinized him, causing Jayakike to feel increasingly uncomfortable, turning his gaze away bashfully. Disappointed, Tai Si mused about how someone like him could ever be a Galactic Patrol officer. If the ranks were filled with individuals of his caliber, the organization would be in peril. Let me recommend a book. In a reality where the demon-suppressing game starts anew, all things begin a fresh round of evolution. Creatures once relegated to obscure legends are now collectively known as demon souls. Meanwhile, a group of humans, self-proclaimed demon suppressors, traverse the world with their sealing techniques, harnessing fire and wind to subdue and utilize powerful demon souls, crafting formidable artifacts and standing proud against the world. This book is an exhilarating tale of reclaiming and cultivating demon souls for combat. For those who enjoy tales of the supernatural, it's worth a read. You might find unexpected delights. Chapter 61. Reunion. Jayakike, can you fix the spaceship? To repair it, we would need approximately 10 million cosmic gold. Of course, if we had some precious metals, that would be even better. I could trade for a new ship, Jayakike remarked, his golden eyes wide with disbelief. In this desolate, icy expanse, where could we possibly find a ship to trade? Exactly. You know how frigid it is here. How could I possibly repair the ship? I've been dragged into this predicament because of you. I just hope the headquarters realizes our ship has gone down and sends someone to rescue us. I knew you were unreliable, humph. I've already contacted my good friend. He will undoubtedly come to our aid, Tai Si boasted, raising her wrist communicator with pride. You have friends in the cosmos? Jayakike asked, perplexed. Indeed, my friend is named Luo Lan, and I've known him for quite some time. Jayakike pondered for a moment, still unsure when Tai Si had befriended someone from the universe, and leaned closer, asking sweetly, are you certain your friend will come to save us? Did you tell him we are being pursued by Frisia's army? I didn't tell him that. No. You mustn't say anything. Otherwise, he won't come to our rescue, Taisi replied, clearly displeased as she pushed Jayakike away. How could you say that? If the enemy learns they are facing Frisia's forces, they might decide not to come. Jayakike exclaimed, his dissatisfaction evident. I wouldn't betray you like that. And besides, Luolan is a Saiyan. Regardless of whether they are from Frisia's army, he will surely come, Taisi asserted, lifting her chin defiantly. What? You're calling a Saiyan? Haven't they been wiped out? Luolan escaped when his home planet was destroyed. Taisi retorted, rolling her eyes at Jayakike. Suddenly, Jayakike leaped to his feet, trembling as he pointed at Taisi. He recalled his mission 3 years prior, when he had been ordered by the Galactic King to Earth to eliminate a Saiyan who had fled there. If Luolan were to find out about his previous intentions towards his kin, would he seek revenge? Cold sweat broke out as Jayakike quietly asked, You didn't mention my past actions to him. Did you? Oh, I may have mentioned a little. Taisi recalled her previous conversations with Luolan about Jayakike. Fool, you're going to get me killed. Jayakike panicked, fidgeting restlessly, and inquired whether Luolan was formidable. Upon learning that Luolan was only 9 years old, Jayakike regained his confidence as a galactic patrol officer, his earlier trepidation dissipating. Taisi looked on in disdain at his cowardly demeanor. By the way, is Frisia truly powerful? Taisi asked curiously. That I haven't mentioned it before. Frisia is the most wicked being in the entire North Galaxy. Having devastated countless planets, he is truly a villain. Even the Saiyans, before their annihilation, were among his warriors though. Taisi nodded vigorously, eager to jot down these insights. Haha, Taisi, after all this time apart, you haven't changed much at all. If it weren't for the communicator's location feature, I might never have found you. At that moment, a gentle laugh suddenly echoed from the cave entrance, and the delicate figure of Luolan stepped inside. Luolan, raising her head to see the silhouette at the cave's mouth. Taisi joyfully exclaimed, then scrambled to embrace her. Woo-woo, you truly came, sister, I am so delighted. Allowing Taisi to hold her, Luolan blissfully squinted her eyes, and her gaze shifted to another individual within the cave, whose entire body was cloaked in purple skin, a round head, and golden eyes. Dressed in the attire of the Galactic Patrol, he was Galactic Patrol Officer Jeek. Jeek, a spark of light, flashed in Luolan's eyes. As Luolan turned her attention to Jeek, he observed her in return. Indeed, a Saiyan, yet the energy emanating from this Saiyan was peculiarly both serene and ferocious, a true contradiction. Luolan, why hasn't your height changed at all? After releasing Luolan, Taisi inquired curiously. When she first met Luolan 4 years ago, he was already of considerable height, yet 4 years had passed, and he still stood at just over a meter tall. This is because Saiyans have an exceptionally prolonged childhood and youth to adapt to battle situations. However, do not underestimate them. A Saiyan's height is merely a facade. Physically, he is already close to adolescence. Jeek explained, maintaining a slight wariness towards the Saiyan. You must be the Galactic Patrol Officer Jeek that Taisi mentioned, Luolan said with a calm smile directed at Jeek. Humph, don't think you can charm this officer. Jeek retorted. Luolan chuckled lightly, unfazed by Jeek's attitude, or perhaps outright ignoring it, and inquired of Taisi, what on earth happened that led you to be attacked by extraterrestrials? Taisi shrank her neck and hurriedly clarified. We didn't provoke them. They attacked as soon as they spotted our spaceship. I heard they are from Frisia's army to Frisia's army. Luolan's expression shifted momentarily. He paused, then chuckled softly. It seems fate has intertwined our paths. I have encountered them several times already. By the way, did they see your faces? If they did, that could pose a problem, for Frisia's minions are a pack of bloodthirsty wolves that will never release their prey once captured. I think not, Taisi replied, somewhat uncertain. Luolan nodded. Regardless, we cannot let these scoundrels escape. I shall eliminate them. Jeek cautioned, those from Frisia's army possess battle power of at least 1,000 Da. Doesn't that mean they are even stronger than you? Luolan, Taisi's face turned pale. Having traveled through the cosmos for a while, she was aware that a battle power of 1,000 represented a critical threshold between low-level and mid-level planets. A planet boasting high-end combat strength above 1,000 is classified as a mid-level planet. For instance, Earth, where she had lived since childhood, was merely a low-level planet, with its most powerful beings, like the gods, possessing only a few hundred in battle power. Luolan laughed heartily, dismissing her fears. A mere 1,000 in battle power has you so frightened. Fear not, they are certainly no match for me. Expanding his consciousness, Luolan swiftly detected several energy signatures exceeding 1,000 in battle power, with the strongest among them around 1,500. I shall return shortly. You stay here. Wait. Tai Si attempted to intervene, but Luolan's figure had already transformed into a flash, vanishing from sight. Will he be all right? They are all formidable opponents. Tai Si's expression turned anxious. If Luolan were to encounter any misfortune while coming to her aid, she would never forgive herself. Meanwhile, Jeek wore a grave expression as he gazed at the cave's exit. Outside, snowflakes danced in a flurry, obscuring visibility. Yet, through his perception, Jeek realized that the formidable energies on this planet were gradually diminishing. In mere moments, the Frisia army members he had deemed formidable adversaries had completely disappeared. No, this cannot be. How could that Saiyan brat be so powerful? Jeek exclaimed in disbelief. What is it, Jeek? Tai Si asked. How exactly did you come to know that extraordinary young lad? I just sensed an overwhelming force emerge, and then those Frisia army members simply vanished one after another. Chapter 62. Chioe. Upon hearing Jeek's words, Tai Si's eyes widened in shock, her crescent-shaped brows slightly furrowing, her lips parting in astonishment. Are you saying that all those pursuing us are already dead? Indeed, Jeek replied, incredulity etched on his face. Within mere seconds, the Frisia army members had vanished, and without a doubt, it was that Scion named Luolan who had dispatched them. What was most astonishing was the fact that he was merely 9 years old. Regardless of how fierce a warrior the Scions may be, it was inconceivable for one so young to possess such prowess. Yet the evidence lay before them, compelling Jeek to acknowledge the formidable capabilities of the young Scion named Luolan. Could he be the legendary Super Scion? A shiver ran down Jeek's spine as this thought took root in his mind. The Galactic Patrol's records encompass much of the universe's history, including the science of Planet Vegeta, and thus they were partially aware of the legends surrounding the Super Science. However, due to the passage of time, such accounts had gradually been dismissed as mere myths. Now, confronted with the extraordinary strength exhibited by the young Luolan, which defied all logic, it was only natural for Jeek to associate him with the fabled Super Saiyan. Tai Si, oblivious to Jeek's contemplations, simply felt grateful that her little brother had saved her. Luolan was incredibly reliable, and with a clap of her hands, Tai Si's face broke into an excited smile. Shortly thereafter, Luolan returned to the cave where Tai Si and Jeek awaited. Jeek's demeanor had undergone a complete transformation, now exuding a sycophantic attitude that made Luolan feel an urge to deliver a slap. I have dealt with all the Frisia army members. You need not worry about them causing you any further trouble, Luolan announced. Tai Si nodded in delight, suddenly embracing Luolan from behind, the softness of her body against him filling Luolan with a sense of tranquility. Earlier, when confronting those extraterrestrials, I noticed they were inspecting a downed spacecraft. That must be yours, right? Yes, that is Jeek's ship, but it has been destroyed by them, Tai Si confirmed. For repairs, it would require at least 10 million Kongjin. Jeek added, Kongjin served as a currency in the cosmos, significantly less valuable than Shijin. 10 million Kongjin equated to approximately 1 Shijin. With 10 million Kongjin, one could purchase an ordinary spacecraft. Of course, the ships of the Galactic Patrol were highly advanced, and their prices far exceeded those of regular vessels. Upon hearing their discourse, Luolan nodded and prepared to lead them away at that moment. Jeek awkwardly interjected, I'm a bit short on funds right now. Could you lend me some Kongjin for the ship repairs? I promise to repay you once I return to the Galactic Patrol headquarters. It is indeed quite embarrassing for a member of the illustrious Galactic Patrol organization to borrow money from a Scion. Nevertheless, out of consideration for Tai Si, Roland reluctantly lent the sum of approximately 1 Heiken to Jack. Overwhelmed with gratitude, Jack effusively praised Roland, exclaiming that he was unlike any Scion he had ever encountered. He assured Roland that should he ever find himself in distress, he could rely on Jack for assistance. However, Roland, well versed in the original story, harbored no illusions about Jack's character. If he were ever to fall to a point where he required Jack's help, it would be a profound failure indeed. Nonetheless, considering that Jack was a member of such an official entity as the Galactic Patrol, cultivating some connections could prove beneficial. After retrieving Jack's damaged spacecraft from the depths of the snowy terrain and clearing it of snow, Roland utilized instant transmission, swiftly transporting them to a nearby civilized planet. This planet likely possessed the technological expertise to repair Jack's vessel. If it proved irreparable, they could simply procure a new one. Honestly, Jack, your ship is small and prone to malfunctions. It would be wiser to replace it with a larger one. Tai Si remarked supportively. Jack's ship had encountered issues more than once during a previous incident on Earth. He would have been stranded had it not been for Bulma's assistance. With the recurrence of problems, the ongoing patchwork repairs had become intolerable. Upon hearing this, Jack shook his head, saying, I would like to replace it. But this craft was assigned to me by the Galactic Patrol headquarters. I cannot simply trade it in. Tai Si then suggested, then you ought to repair it here. Roland, do you have time? Accompany your sister as we explore. I wish to document the local culture for my next novel. I am determined to craft a masterpiece that will leave the world in awe. Did your previous novel fail? It did, Tai Si nodded. Jack was simply not suited to be the protagonist of a story. Novels based on him had consistently performed poorly. How about making you the star of my next book, focusing on the tales of Saiyans? Tai Si tilted her head, her dark eyes sparkling like the moon. Roland shrugged nonchalantly. Right as you wish, just do not reveal my identity. Tai Si nodded in understanding. Subsequently, she took Roland's hand, and they strolled across the planet, laughing and capturing images of the alien world's unique customs and scenery with her camera, while Roland accompanied Tai Si on her quest for inspiration, a distance away in another star system. On planet Frisia 79, a deep purple-skinned extraterrestrial slammed his drink down, his expression darkening. What? My men have gone missing in the 80th star system. Yes, it is said they encountered members of the Galactic Patrol. However, according to the last intelligence received, they should have shot down that Galactic Patrol ship, yet communication was suddenly lost, reported an alien tracking Frisia's movements. They must have been ambushed. This extraterrestrial, named Chio-E, was a lieutenant in Frisia's ranks, overseeing the 79th Squad. In the original narrative, he harbored disdain for Vegeta, looking down upon him after his defeat on Earth, only to be easily killed by Vegeta later. Shall we report this incident to headquarters? One of his subordinates inquired. Chio-E shook his head. No need. Such trivial matters do not warrant the attention of Lord Frisia. That I can handle it myself. Order everyone in the 79th and 80th star systems to search for the Galactic Patrol members. That I refuse to believe we cannot locate them. Understood. I will make the arrangements immediately. Not long after, the subordinate returned with news of the Galactic Patrol's whereabouts. Sir, we have located the Galactic Patrol ship on planet Bani Ta. They managed to reach planet Bani so quickly. Bring my ship. I must go there at once. Chio-E laughed, his tentacles twitching at the corners of his mouth. Sir, Lord Frisia has instructed us not to provoke the Galactic Patrol lightly. Chio-E's gaze grew serious as he waved his hand dismissively. I am well aware, but my squad members cannot be killed without consequence. This is how it shall be. Chapter 63. Cultivating Seeds of Humanity. Ultimately, Chio-E disregarded his subordinates' warnings, resolutely deciding to exact revenge on the Galactic Patrol members who had slain his men. Targeting none other than Roland and Tai Si on planet Bani, a squadron of spacecraft swiftly traversed the void. Chio-E drew ever closer to Roland. Little did he know that upon finding Roland, he would discover he had pursued a formidable opponent far beyond the ordinary capabilities of a Saiyan, leaving him to ponder whether his obstinacy would lead to regret. Meanwhile, Roland remained blissfully unaware that they had been marked as targets and were being pursued. He was simply enjoying the day with Tai Si on planet Bani, a world dominated by advanced technology, where futuristic architecture soared, with white structures capped by domed platforms. Numerous spacecraft were either taking off or landing, creating a bustling atmosphere. Overall, planet Bani's technological advancements surpassed those of planet Mappa, which Roland had previously visited. Tai Si, camera in hand, was capturing every moment, her youthful face radiating excitement. Roland, take a picture of me, she called, tilting her body slightly, her delicate hand securing her loose hat and striking a graceful pose. Click. Roland captured the moment, and soon the photograph printed from the camera. Tai Si gleefully stuffed the picture into Roland's arms as a keepsake. Observing the image, Roland noted the girl leaning slightly, her golden hair flowing, and her sweet smile. Truly a delightful memento. That I should have some photos taken with Safiria when we return, Roland mused, snapping several more pictures of Tai Si before placing them in his dimensional space. Tai Si blinked her large eyes in awe, clearly astonished by his abilities. Roland chuckled, and floated to her eye level. Do not be so surprised. These are merely basic operations. Now, let us acquire some energy detectors. But you already have detectors. Why buy more? With your abilities, you hardly need them, Tai Si queried curiously. While I may not require them, they will be useful for my kin. I plan to rebuild the Saiyan race. Roland explained that he then recounted the events on planet Kasha regarding the Saiyans, prompting Tai Si to express her admiration. That's remarkable. The Saiyans will undoubtedly thrive under your guidance. Roland shook his head. I have no interest in leading them. I will have my sister oversee that role. She is far more suited for it. Tai Si's curiosity piqued at the mention of Roland's sister. Upon learning that Safiria surpassed Roland in strength, her eyes widened in astonishment as she reflected on her own meager battle power of merely 7, feeling exceedingly inadequate in comparison. However, to be fair, had it not been for Tai Si's prior training in martial arts, she might not even possess a combat power of 7 that her strength already surpasses that of an average adult earthling. The two of them chatted amiably as they arrived at a shop selling energy detectors, where they purchased over 100 sets in one breath, gifting one to Tai Si for her amusement. When Luo Lan generously presented his Shijin for payment, the shop owner, noticing Luo Lan's lavishness, mysteriously ushered him into the back room of the store. With sufficient strength to protect himself, Luo Lan followed without hesitation. Inside the back room, the owner produced a small vial containing a green solution and whispered, "These are the seeds of the cultivator, a rare life form from a distant planet. There are a total of 3 seeds here. If you are interested, I can part with them for 3 Shijin." Cultivators? The very same green vegetable beings that Vegeta and Nappa sowed into the earth. Their combat power seemed quite formidable. Luo Lan gazed at the vial in the owner's hand with surprise. Indeed, spotting 3 seeds suspended in the green liquid. Shouldn't the growth liquid be applied only before usage? Luo Lan inquired nonchalantly. The owner replied, "This is a suppressant, specifically designed to prevent the cultivator from maturing prematurely. Since you are familiar with cultivators, you must also understand their preciousness. Plant the seeds, and you will soon have a bodyguard with a combat power approaching 1,000. Acquiring such power for 3 Shijin is undoubtedly a bargain." Luo Lan nodded in silence. Cultivators are extraordinary life forms in the cosmos. It remains ambiguous whether they are natural or artificially synthesized. They can fight on their own, serving as convenient tools, yet obtaining seeds for cultivation is quite difficult, rendering them scarce and valuable. Not everyone can afford to use them. Cultivators, once planted, can soon yield a combat power exceeding 1,000, classifying them as top-tier experts on lower-tier planets. However, to be frank, 3 Shijin for 3 seeds is beyond what an ordinary individual could bear. It is worth noting that 1 Shijin equates to 10 million Kongjin, sufficient for an intergalactic traveler to live quite comfortably for a year, underscoring the immense purchasing power of Shijin. Even Ciophilia, during her years on Planet Vegeta, managed to save only 4 Shijin. Though Luo Lan currently lacked financial concerns, he did not wish to squander his wealth unnecessarily, especially since, given his strength, he had no need for a cultivator. "Make it a bit cheaper. I'll take them for 2 Shijin," he suggested. After a moment's hesitation and a glance at Tai Si, he ultimately decided to purchase the cultivator. The owner, after a brief contemplation and with a determined bite of his teeth, acquiesced. "Very well. Consider it a loss on my part." In the end, an exchange of currency for goods took place, and the vial containing the 3 cultivator seeds was placed into Luo Lan's hands, along with a small bottle of growth liquid specifically meant to promote the cultivator's growth. Upon exiting the shop, Luo Lan handed the 2 vials to Tai Si, saying, "Here, take this and keep it safe." Tai Si, flustered, accepted the vials, exclaiming, "Luo Lan, this is far too precious." With a value of 20 million Kongjin, even as the eldest daughter of Earth's wealthiest, she did not possess such discretionary funds. "This is for your protection. Should you encounter Frisia's forces again, this may save your life." Luo Lan's firm tone deeply moved Tai Si, who shyly lowered her head and fidgeted with her toes, ultimately accepting the gift from Luo Lan with a slight blush, carefully placing the seeds in her bag for safekeeping. "Luo Lan, you are truly too kind to me. Are we not friends?" Luo Lan replied nonchalantly. "Yes," Tai Si affirmed, nodding vigorously, her face lighting up with a radiant smile. Chapter 64. My strength is impressive. After spending some time on planet Barney, when Luo Lan and Tai Si next encountered Gak, his spaceship was still under repair in the dock. when asked how much longer the repairs would take. Gak wore a troubled expression, unable to provide a clear answer. Tai Si suggested, perhaps it would be better not to repair it. Instead, why not apply to the bank for a new spaceship? The time spent on repairs could be utilized for many other endeavors. Indeed, I am an elite of the Galactic Patrol, and there are numerous planets awaiting my maintenance that I cannot afford to waste time on spaceship repairs. For the sake of those planets, I should apply for a new ship. It seemed Gak had found a justification to replace his spaceship, clapping his hands in realization. I merely suggested not wasting time. You truly consider yourself an elite? Tai Si remarked, rolling her eyes at Gak's overzealousness. If all Galactic Patrol members were like him, perhaps it would be best to disband such an organization sooner rather than later. Gak chuckled awkwardly, feeling embarrassed as he sought a loan. However, Luo Lan firmly declined. His funds were not merely blown in the wind. Buying gifts for Tai Si was one thing. After all, she was a stunning beauty, and such an investment might yield substantial returns in the future. Gak's requests were dismissed, for he did not hold much interest in a mere wild Ultraman. Unable to secure a loan, Gak could only pout and rush inside to inform the repair crew to cease work on his spaceship. Boss, what do you think of my ship? The standard model for the Galactic Patrol has commendable performance. How much would you offer for its buyback? Gak attempted to sell his ship, as Galactic Patrol vessels held considerable value. Luo Lan, observing the situation, sighed and remarked to Tai Si, you should refrain from associating with him in the future. It was merely luck that nothing unfortunate occurred this time that I understand, Tai Si replied. After this series of incidents, she too found Gak to be unreliable. If my sister wishes to travel through the cosmos in the future, may I seek your assistance? If I have the time. Of course, it would be no problem, Luo Lan assured her. Thus, an agreement was reached, and Tai Si smiled brightly. Meanwhile, Gak, after much negotiation, finally convinced the repair shop owner to accept his spaceship, proudly flaunting a bag filled with Kanjin as he prepared to purchase a new vessel. Albeit one that could not compete with the standard Galactic Patrol model. After acquiring the new ship, Gak piloted it through the skies, performing a few loops before landing in an open area on the outskirts. He jumped from the ship, striking a silly pose and declaring, "Perfect. Although it still cannot match my status as an elite patrolman, it is passable. Once I return to headquarters, I will certainly request modifications and upgrades." It certainly appeared more aesthetically pleasing than the previous model. Tai Si mused as she touched the shiny exterior of the new ship. Gak's latest spacecraft gleamed silver, its streamlined shape resembling a droplet of water. Exuding a sense of advanced technology, it was the best-selling ship on planet Barney, boasting ample internal space and lavish decorations, capable of accommodating a dozen individuals comfortably. The only downside was that its speed did not match that of Gak's original vessel, which was expected, given the technological superiority of the Galactic Patrol organization. Haha, Galactic Patrol's Gak is setting off. Gak exclaimed, brimming with enthusiasm, completely shedding his previous disheartened demeanor. Just then, on the outskirts of planet Barney, a group of individuals radiating a chilling aura approached with an imposing presence, swiftly entering the planet's atmosphere. Luo Lan, who had been joking with Tai Si, suddenly turned his gaze towards the sky, his expression sharpening. "What is it?" Tai Si inquired, also looking upward, though she saw nothing amiss that moment. Gak's expression shifted to one of seriousness. "What is happening? A formidable energy signature has arrived at planet Barney. And it seems the visitors bear ill intentions. They are coming for us." Luo Lan spoke with an air of nonchalance that in his perception, the presence of his opponent was profound and steeped in a sense of slaughter. A testament to the countless brutal battles endured to cultivate such a sanguinary aura. Could it be members of Frisia's army? Tai Si pondered. "First, it's highly probable," Luo Lan replied. "Then let us make haste and flee before they descend." Gak, lacking any sense of decorum, thought of escaping immediately. Is that your choice? To run? Tai Si regarded him with disdain. Gak, in a fit of exasperation, shouted, "You have no idea of their strength. In my perception, those entering planet Barney possess a combat power of at least 12,000. They must be high-ranking members of Frisia's Legion. We cannot afford to provoke them." Tai Si gasped in shock. They had barely escaped from foes with combat powers of just over 1,000. Encountering a being with 12,000 combat power would be no trivial matter. "Luo Lan, I believe we should leave at once," Tai Si suggested anxiously. Indeed, Gak urged. His newly acquired spacecraft was inferior to the previous one. And if they wished to evade Frisia's army, they would need to rely on Luo Lan's extraordinary abilities. Luo Lan, with a slight smile, shook his head and said, "Why should we leave? This seems rather intriguing to me. I am eager to engage with such a formidable opponent." That Gak's expression stiffened upon hearing this. Unable to contain his indignation as he bellowed, "Their combat power is at least 12,000. Even at the peak of your Saiyan prowess. There were few warriors of such caliber." Luo Lan shrugged indifferently. "Regardless, I shall not flee." Having broken through to a combat power of 13,500, he had yet to test his abilities in a genuine battle. With Frisia's cadre before him, how could he let such an opportunity slip by? To him, the impending arrival of the Frisia army member was merely a tool for testing his strength. Seeing that Luo Lan was resolute in his decision not to leave, Gak was exasperated and stomped his feet. Without Luo Lan's assistance, however, he had no means to escape Frisia's pursuit. Indeed, all Saiyans are stubborn to the point of absurdity, Gak lamented as he sank to the ground in despair. "Perhaps Luo Lan will have a solution." Tai Si offered comfort. Gak clutched his head and retorted, "Tai Si, you don't understand. A master with 12,000 combat power is exceedingly rare in the universe. I concede that your friend may be a rare talent among Saiyans, but can his power truly surpass that of 12,000? Tai Si found herself at a loss for words in the face of Gak's argument. While she firmly believed in Luo Lan's strength, his age was a limiting factor. No matter how talented, one's capabilities at such a young age were inherently restricted. Luo Lan cast a casual glance at Gak, his gaze turning profound as he stared into the depths of space. "In truth, my combat power is indeed above 12,000. What?" Gak was taken aback, his face a mask of astonishment as he looked at Luo Lan. Tai Si too covered her mouth in shock, her eyes wide with disbelief. "Luo Lan, did you just say your power exceeds 12,000? Luo Lan nodded affirmatively. "Yes, my combat power is conservatively estimated at around 13,500, and that's an understatement. So you need not worry about those Frisia army members. Are you truly that strong?" Gak's eyes widened in disbelief as he stared at Luo Lan. "What do you think?" Luo Lan slightly released some of his aura in Gak's direction, and an overwhelming force surged forth like a torrent, crashing down upon Gak. The poor Gak, taken by surprise, was instantly engulfed by the deluge of energy. Finding it difficult to breathe, Stop. I believe you," Gak shouted hastily. Luo Lan restrained his aura, looking at him with an indifferent expression. "Gak, how are you faring?" Tai Si inquired, noticing Gak gasping for air on the ground. "It's terrifying. Luo Lan's power truly surpasses that of the Frisia army," Gak panted, his eyes filled with incredulity. He had underestimated Luo Lan. This individual was undoubtedly a Super Saiyan. "Does this mean we are no longer in danger?" Tai Si asked, filled with anticipation. Gak nodded vigorously. "Absolutely. The Frisia army that has come to Planet Bonnie is doomed." "Wonderful," Tai Si exclaimed, her lovely face flushed with excitement. Luo Lan glanced at Tai Si and Gak, saying, "I advise you both to retreat at once. Once the battle commences, I shan't have time to attend to you. If you are harmed by the energy unleashed during the fight, I shall not be held responsible. Yes, we must leave quickly. Engaging with a foe possessing over 10,000 combat power is no trivial matter. We'll leave this to you," Gak said, regaining his composure as he hurriedly pulled Tai Si aboard his spacecraft. With a whoosh, they sped away to the opposite side of the planet. After Gak and Tai Si departed, Luo Lan smiled softly and then raised his head to gaze beyond the atmosphere, his eyes shimmering with excitement. After a moment's thought, he released a fraction of his energy to attract the Frisia army's vessels. Moments later, several black specks appeared against the azure sky, accompanied by the thunderous sounds of breaking air. As 3 spaceships descended, a deep purple alien was the first to disembark, followed closely by 20 other aliens. Apart from the lead purple alien, the remaining members of the Frisia army bore portable energy cannons strapped to their arms, specifically designed to enhance the attack power of those with insufficient combat strength. "Is that a mere child?" Xiao-E marveled, his expression souring upon noticing the tail behind Luo Lan. He had not anticipated the existence of any surviving Saiyans. It seemed the last purge had not been thorough enough. If Frisia knew I had eliminated a Saiyan, he would undoubtedly be most pleased. Meanwhile, Luo Lan was observing Xiao-E as well. noticing the Frisia army battle armor he wore. He nodded slightly. From the aura emanating from Chiu Yi, Luo Lan deduced that his combat power was slightly above 12,000. The thought of engaging with such a formidable opponent sent a thrill through Luo Lan, his blood boiling with the desire to unleash his energy. Little brat, let me see your combat power, Chiu Yi mused inwardly. Tapping the frame of his energy detector, it seemed every member of the Frisia army heavily relied on their energy detectors. Upon scanning, Chiu Yi found Luo Lan's combat power registered at less than 600. A wave of confusion washed over him. Strange, why is it only 600? When I attracted you here, it was clearly more than that. Could there be others lying in ambush? You lot, search the vicinity. There must be others to found. Eliminate them immediately. Seemingly aware of Luo Lan's ploy, Chiu Yi coldly commanded his subordinates. Yes, the soldiers replied. Chiu Yi flexed his arms. Awaiting reports from his subordinates, in his mind, Luo Lan could not possibly be alone. The presence of a child before him was merely a ruse to lower his guard. Chiu Yi would not fall for such tricks. Perhaps the Galactic Patrol Organization lurked nearby to that moment. Luo Lan's voice rang out. No need to search. There are no others here. The one who attracted you is me. Chiu Yi furrowed his brow and asked, why do this? Of course, it was to kill you. Ha ha ha. It seemed as if he had heard the most amusing joke in the world. Chiu Yi erupted into loud laughter. How could a mere Saiyan like you dare to threaten my life? It was utterly ridiculous. Even your prince, Vegeta, is far from being my match, let alone you. To put it bluntly, my battle power is an astonishing 12,400. Proudly boasting about his strength, Chiu Yi was eager to witness the terror on Roland's face upon hearing his formidable power. However, to Chiu Yi's disappointment, Roland exhibited no reaction. Instead, a hint of realization and disdain appeared on his face. So, he was Chiu Yi, the one who mocked Vegeta in the original tale, only to be easily slain by him. Upon recognizing Chiu Yi's identity, Roland was slightly taken aback. In the original story, this fellow had a battle power of 18,000. Who would have thought that years in advance he already possessed a battle power of 12,400? This meant that over the next 20 years, he had only increased his strength by less than 6,000, which was hardly impressive. Certainly, with such prowess, Chiu Yi had reason to boast. Yet, he was unfortunate enough to encounter Roland today. I am not a Saiyan like Vegeta. Do not dare to compare me to him. But a sudden glint of light flashed in Roland's eyes, and a trace of murderous intent surfaced on his face. In an instant, he shot forward, his energy skyrocketing, and a powerful attack was executed in a heartbeat. With a flurry of dazzling movements, Roland had already circled around Chiu Yi's subordinates. With a cacophony, 20 aliens crumpled to the ground. Lifeless, witnessing the sudden demise of his subordinates, Chiu Yi's pupils constricted in shock. Upon activating his energy detector again, the readings began to fluctuate wildly, showing 600, then 2,000, and at times even leaping to 10,000. Clearly abnormal data. It seems I underestimated you, Chiu Yi realized. Roland shrugged, suddenly adopting a serious demeanor. Now, it's your turn to in my view. Your journey here is akin to walking to your own death. His cold, piercing voice resonated like a death knell from the depths of hell, sending chills throughout Chiu Yi's body. Chiu Yi's face paled, as the tubular flesh on either side of his head exhaled hot vapor. Chapter 66. The Death of Chiu Yi. You arrogant little Saiyan. Killing me will not be so easy. Today, it is you who will die. He bellowed in fury, his muscles bulging as the energy of 12,400 began to swirl around him. Seeing this, Roland smiled faintly and began to amplify his own energy. Beeping furiously, Chiu Yi's energy detector finally settled at a reading of 13,500, surpassing his own battle power. Impossible! How could your power be greater than mine? Staring incredulously at the device, Chiu Yi's voice trembled as a chilling sensation surged from his feet. Warriors with battle powers exceeding 10,000 were rare, even in Frisia's army. It should be noted that during the height of Vegeta's planet, there were only 5 warriors with battle powers above 10,000, yet now, the power he prided himself on was surpassed by a mere child. Revealing the extent of Chiu Yi's shock. What I have in store for you is far more than just this. No sooner had he spoken than Roland's figure surged like a tempest. Zipping to Chiu Yi's side in an instant, his fingers poised to strike at Chiu Yi's head. Alarmed, Chiu Yi swiftly turned, his muscles exploding with astonishing speed in less than a fraction of a second. With a whoosh, a sharp energy beam grazed Qiu Yi's head, searing heat brushing against his skin, eliciting a painful burn. Cold sweat broke out. Had he not acted a moment sooner, the attack would have struck true. Damn it! How can a Saiyan be this formidable? Even Vegeta pales in comparison to this child. Desperation crept into his mind. He needed to report this to King Frieza. With these thoughts racing through his mind, Qiu Yi lost his will to fight, retreating while striking, intent on fleeing Planet Vegeta. However, Roland, having finally encountered an opponent to unleash his strength against, would not let him escape so easily, regardless of how ineffectual he seemed. Swoosh, swoosh, swoosh. A barrage of energy beams descended from the sky, striking down Qiu Yi's spacecraft. As the thick smoke cleared, only shattered wreckage remained of the vessel. Qiu Yi's eyes turned crimson as he gazed at the destroyed vehicle. A furious roar escaping his lips. He had no choice but to stake everything in a final confrontation. If you insist on fighting, then I shall kill you. I will make you realize that the Frieza force is far from what you imagine. With Qiu Yi's roar, the openings on either side of his head expelled even hotter air, his energy now exceeding 12,000, surging wildly. Suddenly, the sky darkened, and powerful energy stirred the charged particles in the air, creating a spectacle of electrical discharges. Thunderous booms echoed as the ground trembled, and small stones began to levitate. Come, come, let us fight with all our might. The warrior instinct ingrained in the Saiyan blood surged within Roland, elevating his excitement to new heights. With a whoosh, his body became ethereal, and he moved with the swiftness of a gale, appearing beside Qiu Yi in the blink of an eye. Qiu Yi, his face contorted with rage, fixed his fierce gaze upon Roland and unleashed a brutal punch. Bang! The two fists collided mid-air, erupting in a shower of sparks reminiscent of steel clashing. Moments later, visible shockwaves radiated from the point of impact, affecting the surrounding area for hundreds of meters. The ground cracked, stones flying, as jagged fissures marred the landscape, extending for thousands of meters into desolate, smoking earth. Instantly, countless blurred afterimages flashed as Roland and Qiu Yi engaged in fierce combat, their figures alternating between the sky and the ground, each clash wreaking untold havoc. The very planet of Bani quivered under the influence of their battle. The inhabitants of Planet Bani remained oblivious to the chaos unfolding around them, huddled in their homes, awaiting the storm to pass. Meanwhile, those with energy detectors sensed the terrifying energy fluctuations, anxiously plotting their escape. Some had already stealthily boarded their ships, preparing to flee Planet Bani. Bang! A brutal attack struck Qiu Yi, his expression twisting as he endured the excruciating pain akin to having his insides shredded, gritting his teeth and retaliating fiercely. Just then, Roland let out a chilling snicker, unleashing a wave of energy. As Qiu Yi dodged, Roland swiftly redirected the attack. Boom! Upon the impact of the Qigong wave, Luolan swiftly advanced to Qiu Yi's side, raising his fist to strike down with force. In truth, Luolan's combat prowess surpassed that of Qiu Yi. Whether through his exquisite martial arts, the augmented might of the myriad forms of the fist, or the void replacement technique that diminished his opponent's strikes, he could have easily dispatched Qiu Yi. Yet, Luolan deliberately chose to engage in a direct contest of strength, relishing the power of their fists colliding. Exhilarating. Again, he bellowed, tightening his fist for another ferocious assault. He reveled in the thrill of combat, the visceral sensation of each blow striking flesh, a stark contrast to his encounters with Saphira, and he yearned for this exhilarating clash to endure a while longer. Tio put it plainly. It was the Saiyan blood coursing through him that stirred his fervor. Boom, boom, boom. The tumult of battle reverberated for hundreds of kilometers. Even the concealed Gak could perceive the intensity of the conflict from within the thicket. Heaven help us. Luolan must prevail. Gak clasped his hands in prayer. Suddenly, the ground trembled violently, the entire forest swaying as if shaken by an earthquake, with ancient trees of several meters in diameter crashing down, sending plumes of dust into the air. Frightened birds fluttered away, seeking refuge in safer havens, disappearing in an instant. How terrifying! Even from such a distance, the aftermath of the battle still reaches us. Gak swallowed hard. Wow, Gak, is this what a battle among masters looks like? It's simply astounding, Taisi exclaimed, clinging to a massive tree, struggling to maintain her balance, her eyes sparkling with excitement. What a reckless individual, Gak muttered, casting a glance at Taisi while ensuring her safety amid the chaos. He lifted his gaze toward the distant horizon, where mushroom clouds ascended into the sky. Each sighting tightened his heart. If he were to face them, he doubted he could withstand even a single blow. He hoped fervently for the battle to conclude swiftly. At the sight of the clash, Luo Lan stood impeccably attired, a cold, detached smile gracing his features. He had fully embraced the ecstasy of battle. A delightful elation coursing through him. In stark contrast, Xiao Yi appeared wretched. His face was bruised and swollen, one cheek rendered nearly incapacitated, and his battle attire lay in tatters. It is time to deal with this fellow. Luo Lan's eyes glinted with a ruthless coldness as he leaped into the air, teleporting close to Xiao Yi. Then clasping his hands together, he struck down with tremendous force. Whoosh! Xiao Yi's head sustained a grievous blow. Stars danced before his eyes as his body plummeted. Yet, just as he neared the ground, Luo Lan was swifter, arriving below and propping up his hands, gathering the Qigong wave, the searing energy emanating a blinding radiance. In a flash, an overwhelming aura transformed into waves of quaking energy, starry sky cannon. Like the brilliant stars igniting within the Milky Way, a wave of unfathomable energy surged forth with a destructive force. Crashing toward Xiao Yi, engulfing him entirely in a torrent of energy. No! Xiao Yi screamed in a frenzy, but regardless of his resistance, in this boundless sea of energy, his struggle was feeble. Boom! A thunderous explosion resounded. A fiery orb rose steadily, and Xiao Yi was reduced to mere particles in the aftermath of the cataclysm. Chapter 67. Departure. As the smoke of battle gradually dissipated, the desolate earth still radiated with the heat of conflict. Surveying the surroundings, one could clearly see circular craters from the explosions, apart from scattered remnants of battle attire. Xiao Yi's presence had vanished, entirely obliterated by Luo Lan's Qigong wave in the recent explosion. Luo Lan continued to observe, and once he confirmed that the enemy's presence had completely dissipated, he allowed himself a slight relaxation. Phew, while not entirely at ease, I have at least indulged in the thrill. In truth, Xiao Yi's power was somewhat lacking compared to Luo Lan, rendering the battle a relatively low-pressure affair for him. As his gaze swept over the ravaged landscape, Luo Lan chuckled lightly and instantaneously teleported to the location of Tai Si and the others. In a thicket several hundred kilometers away, the fierce wind continued to howl, and Tai Si clung tightly to a tree, nearly swept away. Gak, could you check on the situation over there? Gak swallowed, incredulous. Oh my. The energy of that Frisia army officer has vanished, Tai Si exclaimed with excitement. Does that mean Luo Lan has won? Gak nodded stiffly. Yes, he has triumphed. Unbelievable, such a formidable individual has emerged among the Saiyans. If this were to spread, it would surely cause a stir. The Saiyans were renowned throughout the universe as a warrior race, their reputation built upon years of formidable strength, particularly since most life forms in the cosmic landscape were relatively weak. A race like the Saiyans, where every member possessed considerable combat prowess, was indeed a rarity. However, true masters who commanded respect across the universe had always eluded the Saiyans. Yet now, Gak believed that a genuine master among the Saiyans was about to emerge. At merely 9 years of age, Luo Lan displayed such formidable combat capabilities that, should he continue to grow, he would surely astonish the entire galaxy. Wow, that's incredible. Tai Si, with her simple-mindedness, did not dwell on Gak's considerations. Upon learning of Luo Lan's victory, she erupted with joy. Yet, she seemed to have forgotten their current predicament. As she loosened her grip on the tree, the relentless wind swept her slender form away. And she cried out, "Help! I'm being blown away! Quick, save me!" Just then, Luo Lan appeared, his figure flashing like lightning as he reached Tai Si's side, extending his hand to embrace her and bring her back to the ground. Luo Lan, you can let me go now. Tai Si's expression turned slightly awkward. During the rescue, Luo Lan's hands inadvertently brushed against her sensitive areas, causing even this carefree woman to feel a wave of embarrassment. Oh, Luo Lan replied, releasing his hold on her. This can't happen again, Tai Si admonished, hands on her hips, her fair cheeks tinged with a faint blush. It was merely an accident. Luo Lan nodded repeatedly, though inwardly he found it amusing. After all, Tai Si had previously dared to video chat with him while bathing, presenting herself as bold, yet in this moment, she was more timid than anyone. Indeed, Tai Si was one of those who appeared audacious but harbored a particularly innocent heart. However, Tai Si's physique was commendable, rivaling that of his sister Safiria. Gazing at Tai Si's graceful form, Luo Lan remarked, Tai Si, the universe outside is perilously dangerous. With your strength, it would be wise to remain indoors. Exactly. Staying out will only invite trouble. You should return to Earth as soon as possible. My duties as a galactic patrolman are quite demanding, Gak interjected, eager to support Luo Lan's suggestion, but he realized that agreeing to take Tai Si on a journey had been a lapse in judgment. And now, seeing Luo Lan advocating for her return, Gak quickly nodded in agreement. Upon hearing this, Tai Si's demeanor soured as she glared at Gak. Who wants to follow you? With Luo Lan here, I no longer need you. Useless galactic patrolman. Jayak stood with his mouth agape, initially poised to retort, but upon reflection, he recognized this as an opportune moment to extricate himself from the clutches of the woman, Tai Si. Thus, he turned his head aside, choosing silence as he remained standing. Luo Lan, I yearn to traverse the cosmos for a while longer. Would you be willing to safeguard me? Tai Si gazed earnestly at Luo Lan. After a brief contemplation, Luo Lan nodded. Since I have no pressing matters, I shall accompany you for a leisurely exploration nearby. Then, his demeanor shifted to one of sternness. However, it is agreed that after our excursion, you shall return to Earth. Should any misfortune befall us in the cosmos, Dr. Brevis would be profoundly distressed. Upon hearing Luo Lan's concession, Tai Si eagerly nodded, a joyful smile illuminating her delicate features. Humph, when the patrol officer, took you out, I didn't see you so jubilant, Jayak muttered under his breath. Jayak, what are you whispering about? Haha, I said nothing at all, Jayak replied, feigning innocence. Well then, with such a formidable scion accompanying you, Tai Si, your safety is assured. That I must now return to the Galactic Patrol headquarters. Ugh, I wonder how long it will take to return to headquarters aboard this ship. Next time, I must insist they provide me with a superior vessel. Waving farewell to Luo Lan and Tai Si, Jayak leapt aboard the teardrop-shaped spacecraft, ready to ascend at that moment. Luo Lan gazed at him with a deep intensity, warning, do not disclose my identity in front of other patrol officers. The consequences could be dire. Understood, Jayak thought for a moment, realizing that revealing Luo Lan's identity would serve him no purpose and might lead the Galactic King to question his previous mission's thoroughness. Hence, he readily acquiesced to Luo Lan's request. The teardrop-shaped spacecraft ascended slowly, a chaotic whirlwind swirling around it. With a sharp sound slicing through the air, the ship accelerated abruptly, transforming into a streak of light as it exited the atmosphere of Barney Planet. Embarking on its journey toward the galactic center, after Jayak departed aboard the teardrop-shaped spacecraft, Luo Lan prepared to leave Barney Planet with Tai Si. That we should take our leave. This place will soon attract unwanted attention. Tai Si responded softly, her body slightly struggling. Could you lower your hand a bit and place it on my waist instead? Of course, Luo Lan adjusted his hand, a radiant smile gracing his face. Chapter 68. Chio E. Fallen in the line of duty. In the northern galaxy, at the Frisia Army headquarters, a planet transformed by modern technology, this celestial body held a particularly significant status within the Frisia Army. As it was home to their supreme ruler, Frisia, typically the personnel on the headquarters planet were sparse, with only those who reached a certain rank or held special positions permitted to enter. On this day, Frisia sat upon his throne, engaging in discussions with Bailey-Bu, Giacchino, Shangbo, and Dodoria regarding the next planets to be sold. Bog Planet and its 3 neighboring planets are our forthcoming targets. We must expedite arrangements for an assault. Additionally, we should swiftly deal with the 4 planets we previously conquered, as the buyers are growing increasingly impatient, Frisia remarked with narrowed eyes, his tone amiable. Bailey-Bu retorted sharply, isn't it your doing, Lord Frisia? Without the Scions as formidable fighters, our strength has yet to recover in these past years. Frisia chuckled lightly. Bailey-Bu, do not dwell on the Scions. It was Lord Beerus's directive, Giacchino interjected, in recent years. We have recruited a new batch of elite fighters, and our strength has been restored to the level it was before the destruction of Planet Vegeta. Therefore, Bailey-Bu, please exhibit some courtesy toward King Frisia. Frisia waved his hand dismissively. No need to be so tense, Mr. Giacchino. I harbor no anger. Among the entire Frisia army, only Bailey-Bu dares to speak to me in such a manner. It is my honor. Bailey-Bu replied, hands clasped behind his back, floating nonchalantly. Ho ho ho. Frisia chuckled lightly. Among the senior officials of the army, he consistently maintained a humble demeanor, particularly towards the old guard from the Cooler's army era. Even when slightly provoked, he chose to tolerate Dodo. By the way, how are things with Vegeta and the others? Frieza inquired. Shangbo stepped forward, his voice rich and magnetic. As per usual, they diligently carry out the tasks assigned by headquarters. Seemingly unaware of the truth behind the destruction of Planet Vegeta, however, their team has recently suffered casualties, with one Saiyan perishing during a mission. A mere Saiyan. Let him die. Frieza nodded. By the way, how much has Vegeta's power level increased? According to intelligence from headquarters, Vegeta's power level has reached 4,000, which is quite extraordinary. Considering he is only 9 years old, it seems the rumors of his potential were not unfounded. Vegeta is poised to surpass his father. King Vegeta, Shangbo replied with a cold smile, his politeness betraying his true disdain for Vegeta's strength. For 1,000 power level, by the standards of Saiyan strength classification, a typical mid-level warrior achieves such a power level only at the end of their life. For Vegeta to reach this at the tender age of 9, his future is indeed limitless. Frieza mused, rhythmically tapping his fingers on the armrest of his chair, slightly impressed. Dodoria snorted dismissively. He possesses some strength. But no matter how gifted, one must survive to see their potential realized. If he dies prematurely, it amounts to nothing. Mr. Dodoria makes a valid point. Henceforth, I shall entrust Vegeta's affairs to you. Should he harbor any ill intentions, you would know how to handle it, Mr. Dodoria, Frieza remarked casually, a smirk gracing his lips. Of course, my Lord Frieza, Dodoria replied, a cold smile appearing on his plump face. That moment, a frantic chicken-headed alien rushed in. Glancing nervously at the assembly of dignitaries, shrinking back as he stammered, Lord Frieza, urgent news from Planet 79. What is it? Frieza asked, his tone icy. Captain Chiu, he has lost contact. According to our reconnaissance, it appears he has been murdered. The detector registered an energy signature of 13,500 power level prior to his demise, the chicken-headed alien reported, his expression filled with trepidation. Frieza mused, stroking his chin with interest. A power level of 13,500 is no small feat for an insignificant figure. Before his death, Captain Chiu uttered the word Saiyan, leading us to suspect this incident may be connected to them. Saiyans? Frieza's expression shifted slightly as he glanced at Dodoria and Shangbo. Were there any formidable Saiyans wandering about before the destruction of Planet Vegeta? Shangbo replied, there were only 5 warriors with power levels exceeding 10,000 on Planet Vegeta, all of whom were present during the destruction. They should all have been eradicated. It appears there may be other hidden experts among the Saiyans unbeknownst to us. Perhaps King Vegeta anticipated our moves, but that matters little. They are merely minor inconveniences. However, we must enhance surveillance over Vegeta and his team. As he spoke, a wicked smile crept across Frieza's face. Mr. Dodoria, keep a close watch on every move Vegeta makes. If he is indeed a remnant left by King Vegeta, those concealed Saiyans will undoubtedly seek him out. Understood, my Lord Frieza, Dodoria replied with a grin. By the way, what was Chiu Yi's power level? Frieza inquired. The chicken-headed alien promptly responded, Captain Chiu Yi possesses a battle power of 12,400. A battle power of 12,400? It is indeed remarkable to have such a formidable subordinate. Yet he was slain by a Saiyan. This king is deeply saddened. Chiu Yi died in the line of duty. Is death honorable? It should be well-publicized. To honor Chiu Yi's bravery and fearlessness, starting today, all personnel on Planet 79 will receive a 20% increase in their salaries. You must fondly remember your captain. Frieza feigned deep sorrow, seemingly mourning the loss of such an exceptional warrior as Chiu Yi. Thank you, Lord Frieza, that I represent your captain in rewarding you. Remember him well. Frieza, with a serious expression, waved his hand, signaling the other to take their leave. Very well. You may go. Yes, the chicken-headed alien replied loudly, filled with gratitude as he withdrew. Elsewhere, on a distant planet, Vegeta led his squad in battle on this celestial body. Recently, their team had suffered casualties, leaving only 4 Saiyans remaining. Upon receiving the news of Chiu Yi's demise, Vegeta scoffed disdainfully. Another worthless fool has perished. I heard that Chiu Yi's battle power exceeded 10,000. Raditz remarked enviously. Indeed, he was quite strong. Nappa and another adult Saiyan barely exceed 2,000 in battle power. Vegeta sneered. What does strength matter if one is dead? Truly, this universe is not short of experts. A warrior with over 10,000 battle power could fall so easily. It seems I must intensify my training. Vegeta's gaze grew distant. He had no desire to meet the same fate as Joey. Chapter 69. Return to Earth in the blink of an eye. Roland had taken Ties on a journey across several planets, witnessing the diverse landscapes of each. This series of travels greatly satisfied the curiosity of the golden-haired beauty regarding the outside world. One day, Roland returned to Earth with Ties. Having explored the outer planets, it is now best to stay on Earth and refrain from constantly yearning to venture out. After releasing Ties, Roland imparted this lesson. Ties chuckled, tossing her hair, and bending slightly said, "Roland, I'm actually older than you, so don't act as if you're my elder brother." "Indeed, you are older." Roland glanced at a certain part of Ties' physique. Pondering, Ties playfully tapped Roland on the head, shielding her chest with her hands, and remarked, "I didn't expect you to be like this. Roland, I suppose I must be more cautious around you." Despite being just a 9-year-old child, Ties felt he was anything but childlike. Could it be that Saiyans mature unusually early? It is plausible. As Gak said, Saiyans are dispatched to conquer planets in their infancy, certainly differing from typical Earth children. From now on, I must not regard Roland as a mere child. Feeling somewhat ashamed for speculating about Roland's thoughts, Ties invited him to her home. After a moment's consideration, Roland nodded in agreement. Thus, they set off towards West City and soon arrived at their destination. Before Ties' home, this vivacious woman chattered incessantly like a lark. "Roland, you must stay with us for several days. My parents will be thrilled to meet you." Roland smiled and nodded as they entered the villa's courtyard. "Ah, Ties is back, and she has brought along a little boy. It seems you truly favor younger boys." Dr. Briefs, with a water hose in hand watering his garden, jested upon seeing Ties and Roland enter. "Dad, this is Roland." Ties exclaimed to Dr. Briefs that, it really is Roland. After all these years, you haven't changed a bit. I thought you might bring back another boy." Dr. Briefs adjusted his glasses, astonished to see Roland had not grown at all in the 4 years. Ties huffed. "What do you mean, bringing back another boy? Am I that frivolous?" Casting a glance at Roland, seeing he was not displeased, she nodded slightly and took his hand. "Roland, ignore my father. Let me show you around the villa." Roland nodded, gesturing briefly to Dr. Briefs before following Ties inside. Ties, now 20, had yet to date anyone. Should I perhaps encourage her? Never mind. What if she genuinely likes younger boys? It is best to let her choose. Dr. Briefs chuckled to himself as he observed his daughter and Roland's retreating figures, resuming his watering of the garden. If Ties were aware of her father's antics behind her back, she might very well be enraged enough to smash her father's laboratory with a hammer. This was Roland's second visit to Ties' home. Having experienced his previous stay, he was quite familiar with the layout. Under Ties' guidance, he toured all the facilities before being led into her workspace. "This is where I specifically write. I usually don't allow anyone in here that I should feel honored," Roland replied with a smile. "Of course. After all, you are to become the male lead in my next book." Ties beamed, her golden hair cascading over her deep red jacket. The moment they entered the workspace, Ties enthusiastically shared her creative concepts for her next book. Roland listened with a smile, occasionally offering suggestions. And before long, several hours had elapsed. As night fell, the city lights began to twinkle, and the bustling West City was soon enveloped in a kaleidoscope of neon hues. During dinner, Roland met Ties' mother, Mrs. Briefs, as well as her younger sister, Bulma. The Briefs family was strikingly attractive. The 8-year-old Bulma already exhibited the potential to be a beauty, her eyes sparkling as she curiously observed Roland, seemingly forgetting who he was. Mrs. Briefs, even more enchanting, immediately asked Roland which of her daughters he fancied, even suggesting that if he dated one, she would gladly marry her off to him. Astonishingly, Dr. Briefs did not seem perturbed at all. Joining in the jest, it was only under Ties' displeased outburst that this farce finally came to a close. Dr. Briefs and Mrs. Briefs are quite the comedians. Perhaps this is simply their way of life, thought Roland, smiling at Ties. "What do you think of their proposal?" "What? Marrying me in the future?" Roland said half-jokingly. Ties' expression froze, taken aback by Roland's question. She fell into contemplation, and upon realizing Roland's teasing gaze, she knew she had been played. With a firm pinch on his arm, she exclaimed, "You're joining in on their fun, too." "I was merely stating it casually." Roland shrugged. At that moment, Ties' sister, Bulma, shot a wary glance at Roland, exclaiming, "I need to keep my distance from you." With that, she hopped off her seat and scampered towards the study. "See, even Bulma looks down on you." Roland remarked nonchalantly. I have no interest in little kids. Ty's eyes widened in surprise. The following morning dawned clear and bright, with not a cloud in sight. After engaging in some morning exercises in the courtyard, Roland bid farewell to Ty's and the others before heading towards Karen Tower. After 4 years, it is likely that the cat sage has cultivated several batches of divine beings. Upon returning to Earth, Roland certainly would not overlook the divine beings there. Frankly speaking, in recent years, Roland's consumption of divine beings has been quite intense. The more than 10,000 beings he initially seized from the cat sage has dwindled down to a mere 4,000, after utilizing several thousand in his search for the scattered Saiyan and consuming more in the gravity chamber. While this quantity may seem substantial, it cannot withstand his extensive consumption. Of course, simply robbing the cat sage of divine beings is not a viable solution. Without sufficient motivation, the cat sage can only produce a limited amount in a year. Thus, apart from planning to visit the cat sage, Roland also intends to pay a visit to the deity in the temple. Chapter 70. The deity at the sacred place of Karen. Upon revisiting this place, Roland's mindset has transformed entirely. During his previous visit, he was merely a minor figure with a hint of power and preoccupied with matters concerning Planet Vegeta, leaving him little time to appreciate the surrounding scenery. Now, several years later, having significantly enhanced his strength, he feels no pressure, and as he surveys the area, he experiences an entirely different sensation. Before him lies the vast basin where the sacred place of Karen is situated. Cradled by towering mountains stretching for hundreds of miles, the expansive basin is adorned with lush, towering trees, meticulously arranged in a splendid display, their dense foliage intertwining, creating a vibrant green sea that spans over 100 kilometers. Brimming with vitality and the essence of spring, embracing the brisk wind, Roland accelerates, choosing not to employ instant transmission, but rather to savor the sensation of merging with nature at that moment. He realizes his mindset has indeed elevated. Soon, a slender line connecting heaven and earth comes into view, revealing the Karen Tower. A faint smile graces his lips as Roland squints, propelling himself upward in a direct descent. A few fierce whirlwinds arise in midair, swiftly parting the fluffy clouds, and in an instant, his figure vanishes into the azure sky. At the pinnacle of Karen Tower, the cat sage lies peacefully on a long bench, suddenly awakened by a powerful aura. Startled, the cat sage springs up to find a small figure before him. Oh, it's been a while. You seem to be sleeping quite soundly. Roland greets the cat sage. The cat sage lifts his eyelids, and upon recognizing Roland, his fur bristles in alarm, and with a mournful expression, he exclaims, "You again? Why have you returned?" Roland replies nonchalantly, "What? Am I not welcome?" The cat sage opens his mouth but remains silent. He senses Roland's growing power and recalls how this very individual had previously emptied his divine being stock, forcing him to cultivate for a long time. He wonders if Roland has returned with intentions to seize something else. Noticing the cat sage's panic, Roland muses that he has indeed made the cat sage wary. Nevertheless, he is unconcerned. How many divine beings have you cultivated in these years? Roland inquires, scanning the surroundings, but failing to locate the planting area. The cat sage, on guard, responds, "I will not give you any more divine beings." Roland chuckles lightly and asserts, "You will willingly cultivate divine beings." The cat sage looks at him in confusion. Roland shows no intention of explaining further, merely pointing skyward. "The two individuals up there have been observing me for quite some time. They should be able to determine the future trajectory of Earth." Upon hearing this, the cat sage's heart skips a beat, his expression shifting to one of tension. He realizes that Roland is aware of the deity. The deity serves as the stabilizing force for the entire Earth, crucial for its future peace. Should anything befall the deity, chaos would ensue as Earth loses its guiding hand. Seemingly sensing the cat sage's anxiety, Roland bursts into laughter. Seizing the cat sage and leaping out of Karen Tower, the cyclone erupts from his feet as he ascends with the cat sage toward the tower's summit. "Hey, what exactly are you planning to do?" The cat sage struggles. "Nothing sinister, simply hoping to collaborate with your deity. Of course, whether we can cooperate depends on your willingness. I trust you are all wise individuals." Roland replies, narrowing his eyes and accelerating. As he pierces through the thick storm of lightning, the vast blue sky unfolds before him. In truth, the realm where the deity resides transcends Earth's dimension, existing within subspace. Not far away, a grand hemispherical structure, radiant in a vibrant red hue, floats gracefully in midair, standing out against the vast, clear sky. The temple's surface is intricately adorned with complex, enigmatic patterns, culminating in a golden protrusion at its base. Designed for connection with the Karen Tower below, ascending along this golden protrusion is a narrow ladder for climbing. However, Roland need not utilize the ladder. With a swift motion, he descends alongside the cat sage onto the spacious plaza of the temple. There, the deity, leaning on a staff, awaits him. "Welcome, traveler from afar. I have awaited your arrival for quite some time." The deity's aged voice resonates nearby. The deity feels a sense of resignation regarding Roland's visit. Initially believing he would not return after leaving Earth, to his surprise, merely 4 years later, "That same child has returned that I know you." "Deity," Roland states, casting a calm gaze upon the deity. The Namekian is now quite aged, the passage of time having etched deep lines upon his face, dulling the sharpness that once defined him. He now resembles a withered old tree. Beside the deity stands Bobo, the temple steward, an oddly dark figure clad in attire reminiscent of an Arab, currently fixated ahead with his lifeless, coin-like eyes. "Child, who exactly are you?" the deity inquires, unable to contain his curiosity. "Roland, a member of the warrior race known as the Saiyans," Roland replies. "Saiyan?" The deity repeats the name, his wrinkled forehead deepening into a frown. The Saiyans are renowned throughout the cosmos as a formidable warrior race, notorious in the past for their planet trafficking endeavors that instilled fear across various races. However, that is merely a relic of the past. We no longer engage in such practices. "Why have you come to Earth?" the deity asks, concern evident in his tone. "Do not worry. I have no intentions of laying claim to Earth. Frankly, Earth is rather inconspicuous in the cosmos, and even if sold, it would fetch little value. In truth, Earth's location has long been exposed to a cosmic overlord named Frisia, but due to its lack of utility, he has yet to act," Roland states, his expression tinged with disdain. Whether for Frisia or for Earth, it is unclear. The deity, hearing this for the first time, feels a weight settle upon him. The revelation that Earth's location has been exposed casts a grave shadow over his expression. A dire piece of news for Earth indeed. The cat sage and Bobo share a similar reaction, their faces reflecting alarm. "Given this, what draws you back to Earth time and again?" the deity inquires, a flicker of worry crossing his eyes, sensing that there must be something on Earth that piques Roland's interest. "For the divine beings," Roland replies without hesitation, his eyes sparkling with intensity. "According to cosmic classifications, Earth is merely a low-level planet, lacking in resources, and generally would not attract extraterrestrial visitors. Yet, there are exceptions. Should other beings from the cosmos venture here, Earth's defenses would be utterly insufficient to withstand them. Moreover, I have discovered that the divine beings here possess remarkable properties, capable of instantaneously healing injuries, making them a rare medicinal resource. Therefore, we could strike a deal. I shall provide appropriate protection for your Earth, and in exchange, you would supply a certain quantity of divine beings annually. What do you think?" As he spoke, Luolan paused momentarily, his gaze piercing and intense as he fixated on the deity, an overwhelming aura subtly emanating from him. Chapter 71. The Protection Accord. Sensing the waves of pressure emanating from Luolan, the deity's expression grew increasingly complex. It was a choice from which he could not retreat. The deity had no option but to acquiesce, setting aside the extraterrestrial beings lurking somewhere in the cosmos. The child before him was not one to be dismissed lightly. Moreover, the formidable presence that the other party exuded, whether intentionally or not, conveyed a clear message. It would be wise for him to comply. "What criteria determine the classification of planets as you mentioned earlier?" With a resigned sigh, the deity seized the opportunity to acquire knowledge of cosmic conventions. According to the classification based on the energy levels of life forms on planets, those with combat power below 1,000 are deemed low-level planets. Those with combat power ranging from 1,000 to 5,000 are classified as mid-level planets. And those exceeding 5,000 in combat power are considered high-level planets. The number of high-level planets in the universe is exceedingly rare, with mid-level planets being few and far between. The vast majority are low-level planets. Combat power is yet another unfamiliar term, the deity began. But before he could finish, Luolan produced an energy detector from an alternate dimension and tossed it forth. "This is an energy detector. It can discern the energy contained within a life form. By simply pressing the button above, it can automatically identify combat power." The deity hesitated as he regarded the lens-like energy detector, before finally pressing the button. Instantly, a series of beeping sounds erupted, and numbers began to materialize on the lens. Aiming the detector at himself, the reading promptly displayed the number 280. Your combat power is 280, Luo Lan stated. Of course. This reflects your normal state. The detector can only measure the energy released by a life form and intelligently assess it, accounting for the state when armed. Hidden powers remain undetectable. Luo Lan's explanation was not difficult to comprehend. The deity nodded, slightly augmenting his energy, and indeed, the data on the detector shifted. However, no matter how it fluctuated, it still hovered around a few hundred in combat power. If one were to follow the classification method proposed by this Saiyan, Earth would merely qualify as a low-level planet. The sudden wave of anxiety gripped the deity. What if Earth were truly discovered by extraterrestrials? The planet's location had already been compromised, yet it had been spared attention due to its lack of resources. Relying on the indifference of extraterrestrials towards one's safety was an unequivocally foolish notion. After a moment of silence, as if weighing the gravity of the situation, the deity recognized the stakes involved in the fate of the entire Earth. Necessitating utmost caution, you mentioned that as long as we provide the mystical beings, we can secure your protection. But do you possess the strength to safeguard us? The deity's murky eyes suddenly sparkled with intensity. Luo Lan paused briefly, casting a cold glance towards the deity. The chilling depths of his dark gaze sent shivers down the deity's spine, evoking a sensation akin to plummeting into an icy abyss. Indeed, the Saiyans are a naturally combative race. I alone am sufficient to shield you, Luo Lan declared with an air of pride and confidence. In an instant, a surge of exhilarating energy erupted forth. Akin to a dam bursting, as an overwhelming force radiated from Luo Lan, swiftly enveloping the entire temple. The wall of pressure surged forward, shattering the tranquility of the sky, causing the temple to tremble violently. Simultaneously, the energy detector in the deity's hand began to oscillate wildly, with its readings escalating rapidly. The numbers soon stabilized at 13700, experiencing the deluge of energy that seemed to take on a corporeal form. Both the deity and the cat sage, Bobo, felt an icy chill envelop them, as if an enormous mountain were pressing down upon them, halting the flow of blood in their veins and rendering their faces ghostly pale. Enough, enough, please retract your aura. The deity's expression stiffened, relying on his staff to maintain his balance. Observing this, Luo Lan nodded in satisfaction and promptly reined in his overwhelming presence. So, do you now believe in my capabilities? How terrifying. For years ago, you were nowhere near this powerful. Has he truly grown so significantly in just 4 years? The deity and the cat sage regarded Luo Lan with a mixture of shock and awe. As if beholding a monstrous entity. Are all the experts in the universe like you? The deity asked, a bitter expression etched across his face. No, the vast majority of life in the universe consists of the weak. After all, on a planet like Earth, with billions of lives, the truly formidable individuals are few and far between. This holds true across the cosmos. The number of strong beings is inherently limited, that my strength is merely average in the universe. Certainly not among the elite. True powerhouses can obliterate a planet with a mere breath or sneeze. I am still far from that level, Luo Lan humbly asserted, exhibiting an air of modesty. Yet, the implications of his words left the deity and his companions gasping in disbelief. Their expressions filled with trepidation. This universe is far too perilous. It is best for Earth to minimize contact with such beings, the deity lamented. Now, back to the matter at hand. How many mystical beings can you provide annually? The quantity will determine the extent of protection the Saiyan clan will afford you. The deity shifted his gaze towards the cat sage, as he alone had the knowledge of cultivating the mystical beings. The cat sage swallowed hard. The yield of mystical beings is only a few dozen each year. Even with my utmost efforts, I can manage a maximum of 50. That number is indeed somewhat lacking, the deity remarked, his brows furrowing in concern. Bobo can assist with the cultivation. If we transfer the growing of mystical beings from the Karen Tower to the temple, production can be significantly increased. Bobo interjected, combining efforts, we could potentially elevate the yield to 150 beans, the cat sage added. Though the quantity remained low, it represented their maximum capacity. Each mystical bean plant typically bore only 4 to 5 beans, resulting in a meager yield. Should they manage to harvest 150 mystical beans annually, deducting those reserved for seeds, approximately 120 could be retained. Will this quantity suffice? The deity inquired. Luo Lan pondered momentarily before responding. The number is indeed modest. However, if you can guarantee the provision of 100 mystical beans each year, I shall agree to protect you. In the future, should any adversaries with combat power below 2500 enter Earth, I shall take responsibility for their elimination. 2500 combat power. The deity furrowed his brow, hesitating. Initially, he had assumed that by offering mystical beings, they would secure comprehensive protection for Earth's safety. Why was there still dissatisfaction? He was well aware that a being with 1000 combat power could easily devastate the entire planet, and 2500 combat power represented a significant threat in the universe. Of course, if you possess other resources, we can also negotiate for exchanges, Luo Lan remarked nonchalantly. The deity gritted his teeth, accepting it as a form of protection fee. Compared to the past, the mystical beings had not proven particularly beneficial. Thus, utilizing them as a bargaining chip could be seen as resourceful. That he nodded in agreement. Understood. That we shall provide 100 mystical beings annually. I implore you to safeguard Earth during times of crisis. Certainly, Luo Lan replied with a hearty laugh. With the agreement established, Luo Lan did not forget to collect additional mystical beings from the cat sage. Just then, the space within the temple began to warp dramatically, followed by a dazzling light. Announcing the arrival of a graceful and enchanting maiden, her aura reigned in, who approached Luo Lan's side. It was Saiyan. What is this place? After the appearance of Saiyan, her gaze fell upon Roland. The air in the temple was thin, making her feel slightly uncomfortable. Chapter 72. Saiyan and Tai. Who are you? The sudden appearance of the beautiful woman elicited cautious expressions from both the deity and Bobo, with Roland in front and such a stunning woman behind. The deity's heart began to race, instinctively sensing that Earth was indeed quite unsafe. However, Roland's demeanor contrasted sharply. Upon realizing that the person who had suddenly appeared in the temple was Saiyan, a smile graced his face. He understood that she must have mastered the art of instant transmission and had come searching for his aura. After some time apart, the intensity of Saiyan's presence had noticeably increased, and standing before her, he felt an unspoken pressure. We are on Earth, and we currently reside within the temple, he said with a smile as he approached Saiyan. The temple, she softly repeated, surveying her surroundings. Indeed, she noticed that they were in a circular plaza, bordered by a row of resplendent palaces with several rows of plants flanking either side. Her gaze then shifted to the deity and the cat sage beside her, releasing an imposing aura. Namekians. Saiyan acknowledged the deity with a slight nod. Little brother, who is this young lady? The deity asked Roland, drenched in sweat. She is my sister, Saiyan. Let me inform you that her strength surpasses my own. I see it, in no wonder she possesses such formidable energy. Indeed, the universe is teeming with powerful beings. The deity's pupils narrowed in realization, his expression tinged with bitterness. In comparison to Roland and his sister, his own strength felt almost negligible. Subsequently, Roland relayed the agreement he had established with the deity to Saiyan. Upon hearing it, her eyes sparkled with excitement. Having personally experienced the miraculous properties of the magical beings, she realized that such wondrous items originated from this very place. Instantly, her gaze towards Roland transformed into one of admiration. This transaction is certainly worthwhile. Compared to the extraordinary beings, providing protection for Earth is a trivial matter. When the time comes, simply giving them a communicator to notify us in times of danger will suffice. Since Roland has already established the agreement, we shall adhere to it. That energy detector can also serve as a communicator. In the future, should foes with a combat power below 2500 arise, and you find yourselves unable to handle them, you can use it to contact us, and we will appear instantaneously, Saiyan explained, pointing at the detector in the deity's hand. Upon hearing this, the deity carefully grasped the detector as if it were a fragile artifact, fearful of damaging it, for this energy detector could be the key to saving Earth in critical moments. Witnessing the deity's cautiousness, Saiyan smiled. In truth, even without the agreement, the mere enchantment of the magical beings would have compelled her to intervene on behalf of Earth. Anyone daring to covet Earth would be at odds with her over the beings, and she would not hesitate to crush their heads. Roland, I've long heard you speak of the delicious food on Earth. Take me to taste it, Saiyan said, brushing aside the deity's apprehension as she stepped closer to Roland, her captivating eyes locked onto him. Roland responded with a hearty smile. Of course, I assure you will be satisfied. With that, he glanced at the deity and his companions, and the two leaped from the edge of the temple, swiftly disappearing into the vast sea of clouds. After Roland and Saiyan departed, the deity stood stupefied, gazing at the spot where they had vanished. What a terrifying brother-sister duo before them. I have not even the courage to resist. Indeed, Their presence is as profound as the ocean, unfathomable, particularly that girl. A mere glance sends shivers down one's spine. The cat sage empathized, his fur bristling. The deity remained silent for a moment before suddenly proclaiming, "Perhaps this is also an opportunity. The vastness of the universe exceeds our imaginations. We never know when a powerful being might descend upon Earth." As that young man said, Earth is remarkably insignificant, and establishing a connection with the Scions can serve as a safeguard for our planet. The cat sage squinted, nodding in agreement. "It seems I need to cultivate more magical beings." "Thank you for your assistance." "Not at all." The deity gazed contemplatively into the ethereal expanse of deep space, where distant clouds floated, continuously changing forms. But today's conversation had profoundly impacted him, awakening his awareness of the universe's vastness. In the face of such powerful extraterrestrial beings, the strength of Earthlings appeared pitifully weak. However, lamentably, martial arts on Earth continued to decline, with many years passing since a martial artist had graced the temple. If this continued, the practice of energy cultivation within the temple would soon be lost out on the other side. After Roland and Saifulia departed, they returned to the western city, with Tai's recommendation. They found several restaurants renowned for their exquisite cuisine. In a private room, the brother and sister feasted heartily, voraciously devouring the food before them. Often, as soon as the waitstaff placed the dishes on the table, they were swiftly consumed. Within moments, 2 stacks of empty plates reached a height of over half a meter. Leaving Tai awestruck, fearing they might topple over. Stirring her juice with a straw, Tai gazed blankly at Saifulia. Both in appearance and demeanor, Saifulia evoked a sense of inferiority in others. Tai considered herself quite charming. Yet in comparison to Saifulia, her beauty lacked an air of heroism. Living alongside such a stunning beauty daily, it was no wonder Roland felt indifferent about himself. "What are you staring at?" Saifulia lifted her head. Her beautiful eyes meeting Tai's gaze. "That I never expected Roland's sister to be so breathtaking," Tai admitted. Saifulia wiped her mouth and smiled. "You are also very beautiful." "Ha, not at all. I'm nowhere near your level." Tai chuckled. "You Scions certainly have hearty appetites. It's amazing you can consume so much without feeling bloated." Roland gnawed on a pig's trotter, as the needs of their warrior race required immense caloric intake. The food was digested almost immediately. "Ah, that is quite impressive," Tai exclaimed. "Sister Saifulia, would you like to stay at my house? I have plenty of rooms," Tai suggested, eager to forge a closer bond with Saifulia. Given that Saifulia was 23 and Tai was 20, she felt it appropriate to address her as sister to foster intimacy. Saifulia glanced at Roland and replied to Tai, "No, I plan to seek the Dragon Balls on this planet. So I will soon embark on my journey." "Looking for the Dragon Balls? I have experience with that. Let me join you." Tai exclaimed excitedly at the mention of the Dragon Balls. Roland promptly doused her enthusiasm with cold water. "Enough. Some Dragon Balls are scattered in harsh, inhospitable places, which are certainly unsuitable for you, young lady. Think back to our last search for the Dragon Balls. It was a tremendous waste of my time." Tai pouted in displeasure. "But I really want to go. Why don't you return to writing your novel instead?" "Humph. If you don't want me to go, then I won't." "Roland, you're so annoying." Tai sulked, biting down on her straw and draining her drink in one go. Chapter 73. The Blue-Haired Girl. Ultimately, Tai did not accompany Roland and Saifulia in their quest for the Dragon Balls, not because she genuinely did not wish to go. In truth, she yearned to go. Yet in order to avoid presenting herself as an unreasonable rich heiress before Luo Lan's sister, Tai Si could only restrain herself. Even she was unclear as to why she felt compelled to do so. Thus, under Tai Si's watchful gaze, Luo Lan and Saifulia embarked on their journey to seek the Dragon Balls on the elongated pathway. They had already ventured far from the western capital, with dense trees flourishing on either side of the road. As they ventured deeper, the vegetation became even more abundant, and the terrain began to undulate. Suddenly, 2 indistinct figures darted swiftly through the forest, like a gust of wind that swept past in an instant before vanishing from sight. "Luo Lan, are you certain that a Dragon Ball is located here?" Saifulia surveyed the surroundings, searching for the elusive orb. The dense jungle was overrun with vines, and towering trees, each with a girth of over half a meter, stood tall and slender, their outstretched branches resembling great umbrellas shielding them from the sun's rays. Only sporadic beams of light managed to filter through the gaps in the leaves, casting dappled spots upon the ground. Luo Lan nodded, retrieving the Dragon Ball radar for a glance. The device indicated that the nearest Dragon Ball was indeed in this vicinity. "Let us search carefully. We are bound to find it." Upon hearing this, Saifulia nodded and began to navigate through the woods. Suddenly, she unleashed a wave of energy, cleaving a nearby tree in two. As Saifulia moved about, she resembled a bulldozer clearing a path, flattening everything in her wake. The crashing of fallen trees creating a cacophony. Abruptly, an orange light slipped down from the branches above. Witnessing this, Saifulia transformed into a flash and vanished. When she reappeared, she clutched a vivid orange glass sphere in her hand. It turned out that the Dragon Ball they sought was nestled between the branches of the great tree. Without Saifulia's forceful approach, it would have been quite challenging to locate. Is this the Dragon Ball? Saifulia examined the fist-sized orb, its orange-red exterior housing 2 stars within. Remarkably, no matter the angle from which it was viewed, the stars were always clearly visible. Indeed, look at the stars within. This is a 2-star ball. Luo Lan affirmed. Saifulia nodded, handing the Dragon Ball to Luo Lan, eager to continue their search and collect all the Dragon Balls as swiftly as possible. There is no need to rush, after all. Planet Salad has been destroyed for countless years. A little extra time won't matter. Sister, since you rarely visit Earth, why not take some time to explore the area? The cuisine here is truly delectable. Luo Lan suggested with a smile, exhibiting no sense of urgency. Saifulia pondered briefly, conceding to Luo Lan's words. Mention of food awakened a pang of hunger within her, despite having just eaten. The next Dragon Ball is located 1,000 kilometers from here. Let's avoid instant transmission and travel light. This way, we can also take the opportunity to savor the local delicacies. Saifulia licked her lips, unable to resist the allure of food, and the two quickly reached a consensus. Thus, they ascended into the air and proceeded at a moderate pace towards the location of the next Dragon Ball. In terms of difficulty, the quest for the Dragon Balls was undoubtedly arduous for an ordinary Earthling. However, for Luo Lan and her companions, who possessed formidable prowess and mastery over instant transmission, it was an exceedingly simple endeavor. With full determination and aided by the guidance of the Dragon Ball radar, they could possibly gather all within half a day. Having adjusted their mindset, they no longer regarded the search for the Dragon Balls as their primary objective. Instead, they indulged in their journey as if on a leisurely vacation. At each city they visited, they would pause to rest and relish the local culinary delights. Throughout this experience, Saifulia felt remarkably relaxed. It seemed as if she had not enjoyed such a carefree existence since the destruction of Planet Vegeta. No, even before the planet's demise, such relaxation had been a rarity for her. In a moderately sized restaurant, Luo Lan and his sister feasted heartily. Boss, bring us another serving of roasted meat and another portion of pig's head. Along with your ramen, anything delicious, just bring it all. Luo Lan called out boisterously to the restaurant owner, who was sweating profusely, jotting down the orders. Please bear with us, esteemed guests. Your requested items will arrive shortly. Make haste. Luo Lan's expression darkened. The restaurant owner, glancing at the towering stack of plates on the table, felt a jolt of anxiety. Rest assured, esteemed guest, he assured Luo Lan before hastily retreating to the kitchen, urging the chefs to expedite the preparation of the ordered dishes. Boss, we've run out of ingredients. A chef exclaimed from the kitchen. What? The owner gasped in disbelief. It's gone so quickly. The chef, wearing a wry smile, replied, those two guests are no ordinary patrons. They've consumed 3 days' worth of our supplies. I've sent someone to procure more ingredients, but the market is quite a distance away, so it will take some time. The guests may become impatient. The owner was left speechless. Although they were merely a modest restaurant in a small town, their commitment to customer satisfaction was paramount. If the guests were left displeased, it would tarnish their reputation. Ultimately, the owner had no choice but to explain the situation to Luo Lan and prepare to borrow some ingredients from the hotel across the street. Fortunately, the hotel was understanding and readily agreed to the owner's request. For Luo Lan, it mattered little. As long as the food was delicious, he cared not from which establishment it originated. The owner, wiping away sweat and profusely apologizing, was urged by Luo Lan to expedite the process, lest Saifulia's hunger lead her to wreak havoc upon the establishment. Sister, look at how terrified the owner is of our appetite. Luo Lan chuckled lightly. Saifulia elegantly dabbed her lips and replied coolly. Pay him no mind. Though this small earth was feeble and unremarkable, it possessed certain admirable qualities. Be it the Dragon Balls, the Senza beans, or the profound techniques of key cultivation, these were rare treasures in the universe. Especially the food here, which was simply irresistible. To label such a planet as a low-level world was truly an oversight. This was the downside of the philosophy that prioritized battle power, akin to the rigid classifications of warriors from Planet Vegeta. Such stringent regulations overlooked the merits that even low-level planets might possess. Saifalia nodded thoughtfully, finishing the remaining food on the table before sitting in silence, lost in contemplation. Tea last. After a while, a clear voice rang out from outside the private room. As the door swung open, a girl with deep blue hair struggled to carry a large basket inside. "Excuse me, is this your meal? I'm an intern from the hotel across the street." "Are hotels now employing child labor?" Luo Lan mused, observing the girl, who appeared to be no older than 10. Her deep blue hair was quite striking, and her face radiated innocence, while the basket she carried was nearly half her size. The blue-haired girl pouted slightly. "I'm not a child laborer. That hotel is my family's business that I'm just helping out." Chapter 74. The world's greatest assassin. Luo Lan regarded the somewhat stubborn girl before breaking into a smile. After she retrieved the food from the basket, he bid her farewell as she politely bowed and exited with her large basket. At such a young age, she is already helping her family. She will undoubtedly grow up to be quite capable. Are you implying something? Saifalia raised a large bowl of food before her, her bright eyes glancing at Luo Lan. "Not at all. Perhaps it's merely your overthinking," he replied. Luo Lan hastily clarified that if Saifalia were to misunderstand him as deeming her inadequate in virtue, he would surely face dire consequences. Fortunately, Saifalia harbored no such sentiment. Saiyans were inherently of such a disposition that it was utterly implausible to expect them to embody submissiveness. As she spoke, she savored the delectable morsels in her hands, a look of rapture illuminating her face. Indeed, considering their martial lineage, how many among them could truly be described as virtuous? Luo Lan shook his head, gazing at his stunning sister as they both indulged in their feast. In July, beneath a cerulean sky unmarred by clouds, the verdant expanse of the deep mountains flourished, with distant hills cloaked in a misty blue hue. As the sun gradually ascended, its gentle rays pierced the heavens, casting a lovely cherry blossom hue upon the pure white clouds, radiating a vibrant essence of life. But on a winding mountain road, a vehicle sped recklessly along the rugged terrain. The driver, donning a hat, tightly gripped the steering wheel while occasionally glancing back over his shoulder. "Boss, we've escaped to this place. That person shouldn't be able to follow us, right?" inquired a masked man in the back seat. Clutching a firearm, the driver, referred to as boss, cast a tense glance at the rearview mirror. "Silence. You must understand, that individual is the world's foremost assassin. None have ever eluded his gaze. We must distance ourselves from populated areas and seek refuge in a remote town for a time. I refuse to believe he can find us." Nodded the masked man. Just then, a stone pillar suddenly plummeted from the sky, crashing onto the road center, a thick plume of smoke erupting. The driver, alarmed, jerked the steering wheel and slammed on the brakes. With a thunderous crash, the vehicle collided with the rocky wall, flipping violently. Both the driver and the masked man crawled from the wreckage. Cursing profusely, a gaunt figure emerged from the smoke, his skeletal visage strikingly pronounced. Upon sighting this figure, their faces turned ashen, their lips trembling uncontrollably. "The world's top assassin, Tao Bai Bai. Now that you recognize me, you should know that no prey marked by my gaze has ever escaped." The chilling timbre of the emaciated man sent shivers down their spines as he cracked his neck, producing a series of sharp sounds. Clad in a distinctive ensemble, tight black pants, and a shirt, topped with a pink overcoat emblazoned with a bold character for killing a blood-red hue, he was indeed the notorious Tao Bai Bai, a paragon of lethal prowess on Earth. "Please, spare us. We truly wish to live." Their voices quivered, lacking the courage to resist. Tao Bai Bai coldly lowered his eyelids. "No, it is the employer's decree. You both must die. Then I shall fight you." The hat-wearing driver, realizing pleas for mercy were futile, brandished a handgun at Tao Bai Bai. Bang, bang, bang. A flurry of bullets erupted from the dark muzzle, smoke billowing as they hurtled toward Tao Bai Bai. He regarded the attack with disdain, his body moving with blinding speed to evade the projectiles. Instantaneously materializing before the two men, with a mere fingertip, he touched their foreheads, and in an instant, crimson blossoms erupted as gaping wounds appeared. Casting a fleeting glance at the lifeless forms, Tao Bai Bai remarked with a sneer, "Fools. To think you could defy me, Tao Bai Bai. If it were that simple to defeat me, I would not bear the title of the world's foremost assassin." After rifling through their belongings, he crossed their names off his hit list and approached the stone pillar lodged in the road, preparing to hurl it toward his next destination. For Tao Bai Bai, no mode of transport could rival the expedience of a casually tossed stone pillar. At that moment, the impact from the earlier collision loosened the steep rocks, causing an orange glass sphere to roll out from the crevices, fortuitously landing at Tao Bai Bai's feet. What is this? He picked up the glass orb, noticing 4 vibrant red stars within, and curiously tucked it into his pocket. With a whoosh, the 30-centimeter wide stone pillar shot skyward, and Tao Bai Bai deftly used his aerial technique to catch up to it, standing with hands clasped behind his back as he quickly vanished into the vast expanse of the sky. However, unbeknownst to him, as he advanced toward his next target, 2 of the most formidable beings on Earth had already set their sights on the orb he had just collected, rapidly closing in. The Dragon Ball was still in swift motion. Sophilia glanced at the radar displaying the Dragon Ball's location, noting its rapid progress. Perhaps someone has obtained that Dragon Ball. Humph, we must hasten our pace. In Sophilia's eyes, the Dragon Ball was rightfully hers. Any others daring to interfere would be met with her wrath. For this warrior, forged in the crucible of battle, eliminating the opponent was the simplest solution. Let us proceed. Luo Lan observed the somewhat frosty expression on Sophilia's face and spoke calmly. Though their speed of flight was not particularly swift, they soon caught up. Chapter 75, Tao Bai Bai in the Clear Sky. A stone pillar shot through the air like a missile, atop which stood a man in a pink vest, his long braid trailing behind him, and his gaunt, harsh features evoking no warmth. A bold red character for kill adorned his chest. Luo Lan squinted, having discerned the identity of this distinctly clad figure, none other than the world's foremost assassin, Tao Bai Bai. A Dragon Ball was indeed in his possession, while Luo Lan continued to observe. Sophilia had already taken decisive action. A gust of wind swept through the sky, accompanied by a shrill noise as a powerful energy struck the pillar beneath Tao Bai Bai, caught off guard while enjoying the refreshing breeze. Tao Bai Bai was unprepared for an assault at that moment. The stone pillar beneath him disintegrated into dust upon impact. As he plummeted from the sky, he swiftly adjusted his posture, narrowly avoiding a fatal fall. Thankfully, Tao Bai Bai's skill was remarkable. Had it been an ordinary martial artist, a fall from such heights would result in severe injury, if not death. Who dares attack me? Tao Bai Bai. His countenance darkened with rage, a malevolent aura enveloping him. Turning, he beheld a young man and woman before him. The woman was tall and graceful, her demeanor composed, appearing to be around 17 or 18, while the boy was merely a child. Easily dismissed by Tao Bai Bai, the 2 who now stood before him were none other than Luo Lan and his sister, Sophilia. Sophilia regarded Tao Bai Bai with a flicker of surprise, quickly supplanted by a hint of disdain. His aura might be formidable, but it was merely relative to Earth. Luo Lan nodded, stating, his name is Tao Bai Bai, the top assassin on Earth. In terms of strength, he ranks among the top 4 martial artists at this moment. The martial arts realm of Earth is experiencing a significant decline in talent, with the strongest representatives being those from the Crane School and the Turtle School. Among them, the Turtle School is epitomized by Master Rashi and Gohan, while the Crane School is represented by Master Crane and Tao Pai Pai. As for other factions, such as the Dorian Temple and the Guardians of the Korin Sacred Land, they are considered inconsequential. Sophilia nodded slightly, still regarding Tao Pai Pai with disdain. To put it bluntly, with just a hint of her aura, it would be uncertain whether her opponent could even maintain their footing. On the other side, Tao Pai Pai stared at Sophilia with murderous intent. Although taken aback by her remarkable beauty as a cold-blooded assassin, he would not let her appearance sway his lethal resolve. Woman, are you the one who destroyed my pillar? You possess a modicum of strength. I wonder who your master is. Sophilia, uninterested in engaging in conversation with a weakling, replied bluntly, hand over the Dragon Balls on you, and I may spare your life. Tao Pai Pai was momentarily taken aback, but fury quickly ignited in his eyes as he coldly retorted, what audacity! You dare speak to me in such a manner. It seems a lesson is in order. Enough? Before Tao Pai Pai could finish his tirade, Sophilia had already lost her patience. Her indifferent gaze flicked toward him, a glance so devoid of emotion that it was akin to looking at a corpse. In an instant, she unleashed an attack. Given Sophilia's power, even the most casual of her strikes would be beyond the capabilities of any earthling to withstand. True to expectation, Tao Pai Pai was utterly unable to fend off Sophilia's assault. For him, the attack struck with the ferocity of a thunderbolt.